Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 234 to Chapter 292. Lin Sun. When they saw Lin Sun's appearance, Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu and others were all surprised. They didn't expect that he would appear here today. Did he also come to visit the owner of this place? Immediately, their faces became uneasy as they thought of the bloody things that happened that night. Although that incident had long been suppressed, it was undoubtedly a great shame for them. When they met Lin Sun again at this moment, they couldn't calm down at all. However, they had all been warned by the elders of their clans that Lin Sun was not a poor man at all. On the contrary, he had a mysterious and powerful origin and was not someone they could provoke at all. Under such circumstances, even if they had all kinds of thoughts in their hearts, they could only hold back and not dare to act rashly. Especially Qi Yunxiao, who had experienced Lin Sun's means a few days ago. At this moment, when he saw Lin Sun appear in front of him again, he couldn't help but feel numb on the scalp. He cried bitterly in his heart and only hoped that this guy would not deliberately make trouble for him like that day. How could they dare to provoke Lin Sun now? They would be grateful if Lin Sun didn't make trouble for them. Seeing Wen Mingxiu and others, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel surprised. He wondered if the old woman brought him here to avenge Wen Mingxiu and the others. Fortunately, what happened next made Lin Sun breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that this was not a carefully prepared trap for him. The old woman said in surprise, "Do you know Lin Sun?" Wen Mingxiu and others looked at each other with some embarrassment. Of course, they knew Lin Sun, but the reason was so shameful that they would never say it out. But who would believe that they didn't know Lin Sun at this time? The people present were not fools. They could see some clues from their reactions when they saw Lin Sun just now. This, when Mingxiu and others hesitated. Lin Sun said with a smile, "We do know each other. There were some small conflicts before, but they have been solved now. It's not a big deal." The old woman was shrewd. She could see at a glance that what Lin Sun said might be true, but it couldn't be so simple. "Granny Wind, who is this?" On the other side of the hall, a young man from the Forbidden City couldn't help asking. He is a disciple of Master Sun from the commune of spiritual tattoos in Mist City. He was invited by me to repair a musical instrument for Mississippi. Granny Wind answered casually. Master Sun, the young man of the Forbidden City couldn't help being stunned, and then they showed a look of disapproval. For people like them, a mere spiritual tattooist of the commune of spiritual tattooists was nothing. Not to mention his disciple, who was even more insignificant. Hearing this introduction, Wen Mingxiu and others were all stunned. When did Lin Sun become the successor of Master Sun? Those young men from the aristocratic families in the Forbidden City might not know, but for those who grew up in Mist City, they were too clear about Master Sun's reputation in Mist City. Now, Lin Sun became the successor of Master Sun, which really surprised them and even puzzled them. This guy was too mysterious, wasn't he? Lin Sun remained calm, as if he didn't notice all this. But when he glanced across the hall and saw the figure sitting in the seat of honor, he couldn't help but be shocked. Xia Yutong, how could it be him? The man was dressed in a green robe, with his hair in a bun and sleeves fluttering in the wind. He carried a blue long sword with pine patterns on his back. Sitting there casually, he had a kind of aloof demeanor as if he was an immortal who descended to the world. Lin Sun would never forget this person. When Lin Sun and Xia Ji were chased by a barbarian in the 3,000 mountains, they were saved by Xia Yutong, who passed by at the critical moment. Whoosh, almost at the same time, Xia Yutong also looked at Lin Sun from a distance. His eyes were like a pair of sharp swords, which made Lin Sun stiffen and wake up from his messy thoughts. "I seem to have seen you before." Xia Yutong frowned suddenly, which surprised everyone in the hall. Who was Xia Yutong? He was the one with the highest status in the hall. How could they not be surprised when he suddenly said that he seemed to have seen Lin Sun before? Even Granny Wind couldn't help but be surprised. She thought that Lin Sun was just a successor of Master Sun and was of little importance. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered the hall, he would be recognized by a group of young men from the aristocratic families in Mist City, and it seemed that they were all a little afraid of Lin Sun. This surprised Granny Wind, but she didn't expect that even Xia Yutong seemed to recognize this boy, which was a bit unusual. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "Yes, Child Xia is my savior. About a year ago, in the 3,000 mountains in the southwest border, Child Xia saved me from a barbarian. I wonder if Child Xia still remembers it." Xia Yutong thought for a moment and then said, "It's you." Immediately, he withdrew his gaze and looked indifferent. Seeing this, all the aristocratic children in the Forbidden City laughed. At a glance, they could see that Xia Yutong had nothing to do with Lin Sun at all. He even forgot that he had saved Lin Sun, which undoubtedly showed that Xia Yutong didn't take him seriously at all. In other words, Lin Sun was certainly not a powerful figure. Thinking of this, the aristocratic children in the Forbidden City became more relaxed, and even looked at Lin Sun with a sense of superiority. As for Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu, and others, they couldn't help but blame themselves for thinking too much just now. In this regard, Lin Sun didn't feel anything. Anyway, Xia Yutong did save him once, and he must acknowledge this favor. As for being looked down upon by Xia Yutong or being despised by many people present, he didn't care. Granny Wind watched all this coldly and said, "Little guy, wait here for a moment. I'll ask Miss Lin to come out." She turned her head and looked at Xia Yutong. "Yutong, come with me." Saying this, she turned around and walked out of the hall with Xia Yutong. "Senior." At this time, Lin Sun suddenly spoke. "What's the matter?" Granny Wind asked without looking back. Everyone looked at Lin Sun in unison, wondering what he was going to do. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun asked a question that was completely unexpected. "Well, I just want to ask, is there a seat for me in this hall?" Granny Wind couldn't help but be stunned. She snorted and said, "The hall is so big, you can sit anywhere you like." After saying this, she disappeared from the hall with Xia Yutong. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help smiling and glanced around the hall. Others thought his question was strange, but only he knew that it was not strange at all, and even very important. The reason was very simple. At this time, in the hall, the seats on the left were occupied by Wen Mingxiu and others, and the seats on the right were occupied by a group of aristocratic children in the Forbidden City. Although Xia Yutong's seat was empty, it obviously didn't belong to him. Therefore, in addition to the main seat at the top, there was no other empty seat. Lin Sun didn't want to sit with these two groups of people, but he couldn't stand here and wait foolishly, which would make his situation too embarrassing. Therefore, he had to fight for a seat for himself. After all, he was invited here to help. If he was left here so casually without a seat, Lin Sun had to wonder whether Granny Wind asked him for help or deliberately humiliated him. Fortunately, Granny Wind's answer made Lin Sun at least able to judge that this old woman didn't deliberately embarrass him. Having figured this out, Lin Sun calmly found a futon on the side of the hall and sat down on the ground. He took out a pot of wine and drank by himself on the ground, looking leisurely and contented. Everyone couldn't help but look a little strange. This guy was so friendly and impolite. Did he really think of this place as his home? Look at his lazy appearance, he didn't care about manners at all. If he was seen by the owner of this place, how could he behave like this? The more aristocratic the children were, the more they paid attention to etiquette and demeanor. Therefore, seeing Lin Sun's appearance at this moment, many people couldn't help but show contempt and disdain. Wen Mingxiu and others didn't dare to provoke Lin Sun, but for those aristocratic children from the Forbidden City, Lin Sun's attitude was a little unbearable. Someone couldn't help but frown and ask, "Qi Yunxiao, we have just arrived in Mist City and don't know the situation here. Why don't you introduce to us who Master Sun is?" Qi Yunxiao was stunned and looked at Lin Sun. He could only brace himself to explain the deeds of Master Sun. The teenager who asked the question was Huang Jianxiong, born in the Huang clan of the inferior aristocratic family in the Forbidden City. At the age of 16, he was very proud and arrogant. After listening to Qi Yunxiao's explanation, Huang Jianxiong couldn't help but sneer, since Master Sun is so great, but his disciple is so rude. I have to wonder whether Master Sun's character is also so bad. This sentence was so rude that it was even worse than scolding the locust tree. After all, who would directly question and attack the master in front of the disciple? Qi Yunxiao's heart thumped. He didn't know what to say. If he offended Lin Sun, the consequences would be very serious. At this moment, everyone in the hall noticed that the atmosphere had changed. Those disciples from the Forbidden City looked at Lin Sun with a touch of playfulness in their eyes. Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, and others were frightened. They didn't want to get involved in this storm because no matter who they offended, it would bring them very serious consequences. At this time, Lin Sun drank up a glass of wine and looked at Huang Jianxiong. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Is this the etiquette your parents taught you? If so, I have to wonder if your parents are like you." Bang! Although Lin Sun didn't know the identity of Huang Jianxiong and others, he could tell from the cautious and uneasy posture of Wen Mingxiu and others that these guys must be powerful. What was more, not everyone was qualified to sit with young Sword King Shi Yutong. But Lin Sun didn't care about this, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to fight with more than a dozen powerful forces in Mist City. Strictly speaking, in Lin Sun's eyes, there was no difference between power and status, only between enemies and friends. Therefore, in the face of Huang Jianxiong's unceremonious ridicule, Lin Sun also chose to fight back. But it was obvious that Huang Jianxiong had a bad temper. Lin Sun's words had completely irritated him, and he pounded the table and stood up. Looking at Huang Jianxiong, who suddenly flew into a rage, Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu and others all trembled in their hearts and their faces changed slightly. The young men around Huang Jianxiong sneered and looked at Lin Sun as if he was a dead man. They all knew very well that Huang Jianxiong had an extremely violent temper, otherwise he would not be the first to mock Lin Sun just now. But even they didn't expect that Lin Sun would have such a tough temper. He even dared to fight back directly and humiliate Huang Jianxiong with words, which was no different from courting death. When did a successor of a spiritual tattooist in Mist City dare to challenge them? But Lin Sun was still smiling. Looking at Huang Jianxiong, who looked gloomy, Lin Sun said, "You get angry at the slightest disagreement. Your temper is as stinky as your mouth." As he said, he deliberately covered his nose with his hand, showing a disgusted look. The blue veins on Huang Jianxiong's forehead stood out, and his heart was full of anger. He shouted, "Bastard, I must kill you today." When he was about to make a move, he was stopped by a golden-robed teenager next to him, who said, "It's just to deal with a rude and ignorant guy. Why do you condescend to do it yourself? You think too highly of him." Huang Jianxiong was stunned. The golden-robed teenager had raised his head, glanced at the opposite side, and said, "Everyone, Mist City is your territory. Now there are evil guests who come to challenge our dignity. Are you going to sit back and do nothing?" When Mingxiu and others' faces suddenly changed, and they secretly complained in their hearts. They didn't want to get involved in this storm, but now they were directly called out by the opponent. What to do? They looked at each other with hesitation. This caused the eyes of the golden-robed young man and the others to turn cold, and their expressions became hostile. Qi Yunxiao braced himself and said with difficulty, "My friends, it's not that we don't want to, but we are not Lin Sun's opponents." It was more painful for him to admit that he was not as good as Lin Sun under the watchful eyes of the public. But he had no choice. He had to do so under the circumstances. Wen Mingxiu and the others also nodded with a helpless look. This startled Huang Jianxiong and others. They realized that something was wrong with the situation. It was very unusual that Lin Sun could suppress the sons of the aristocratic families in Mist City and make them not dare to show their faces. Heh, good. Very good. It seems like this is how you treat your guests. Fine, if you don't care, then don't blame us for being impolite. Huang Jianxiong was so angry that he laughed. There was a strong threat in his voice, which made the faces of Qi Yunxiao and the others change again. They felt uncomfortable as if they were sitting on pins and needles. "Child Huang," Qi Yunxiao opened his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Huang Jianxiong, "Don't say anything. It's a shame for me to sit with you." Then, he looked at Lin Sun coldly and said, "Kneel down and apologize now, and I can leave you a whole body." His words were arrogant and full of killing intent. At this moment, Huang Jianxiong was surrounded by blazing green light. His eyes were like blades, and his whole body released a violent and terrible aura. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. "So, whether I apologize or not, you're going to kill me this time?" Lin Sun looked surprised. "Nonsense. This is the lightest punishment. In the past, you wouldn't die so easily even if you wanted to." Huang Jianxiong said coldly. "But have you forgotten that I was invited by Granny Wind? If you kill me, do you think Granny Wind will agree?" Lin Sun didn't seem to be angry at all and said with a smile. Many people frowned. They thought that the reason why Lin Sun dared to be so fearless was that he wanted Granny Wind to support him. Huang Jianxiong was stunned and sneered, "I didn't expect that you were more shameless than I thought. Do you really think Granny Wind can save you?" Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "It depends on whether you dare to do it or not." Huang Jianxiong's face darkened again and he couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed out and grabbed Lin Sun fiercely with his palms and fingers like dragon claws. Boom, under this grasp, a terrible green gang chi was produced, which was fierce and terrible, crushing the air and making a loud sound. Dragon Claw, it was one of the secret skills of Huang clan. Once used, it was like a hidden dragon stretching out its giant claw from the clouds, which was unexpected and powerful. Many young men of the Forbidden City were surprised. They didn't expect that Huang Jianxiong would use such a killing move as soon as he attacked. Obviously, he intended to kill Lin Sun with one blow. On the other side, when Mingxiu and the others gasped. The power of this grab made them feel creepy and chilled. It could also be seen that Huang Jianxiong, a descendant of an aristocratic family, seemed to be extremely arrogant, but in fact, his combat effectiveness was undoubtedly strong. Lin Sun judged that Huang Jianxiong was also in human gang realm at the moment of his attack, but he was obviously more powerful than the practitioners in the same realm. In particular, the fighting method he used was a powerful unique skill. Once it was used, the atmosphere was solemn and the pressure was full of extraordinary. But for Lin Sun, it might be a threat, but it was far from fatal. Lin Sun also moved at the same time. The terrifying gang chi around him ran like a tide, and he punched out. It was simple, direct, and neat, but it had an unstoppable and condensed force. Seeing this punch, it was like seeing a condensed and compressed storm suddenly breaking out in an instant, trying to tear the world and wreak havoc. Boom, the palm collided with the fist, and the huge aftermath exploded. The strong wind caused a wave of air, sweeping through the hall, smashing the tables and chairs, and filling the air with smoke and dust. Many people dodged and retreated in advance, not being affected. But when they saw the situation in the field, they couldn't help but change their faces slightly. Lin Sun stood still in the same place. Huang Jianxiong stepped back a few steps. His face turned blue and white, and his breath became disordered. At the moment of confrontation, he felt like being hit by a mountain, and he almost couldn't resist it. "Come again!" Huang Jianxiong roared, his long hair flying in the air, and his hands grasped in the air again and again. A series of illusory claw prints with dazzling cyan light shrouded Lin Sun overwhelmingly. The hall was full of the shrill sound of the air being torn apart, which made people's faces change. Lin Sun didn't retreat but moved forward. His figure was swift, and every time he punched, a cyan claw print was smashed. Almost in a flash, he rushed to Huang Jianxiong. Boom, in an instant, Huang Jianxiong didn't even have the time to dodge, and he was blasted flying by the punch. His body smashed fiercely onto the wall over 30 m away, and the bones in his entire body almost broke. It caused his expression to warp and turn livid. All the young men of the Forbidden City were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Although Huang Jianxiong's fighting capacity was not the most powerful among them, he could be regarded as a first-class one among his peers. He could easily deal with dozens of ordinary human gang realm practitioners. Originally, they thought that it was easy for Huang Jianxiong to deal with a successor of a spiritual tattooist and kill him in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that Huang Jianxiong not only didn't get the slightest advantage, but was also knocked out in one fell swoop? This was too shocking. Was Lin Sun a top master in the human gang realm? Although when Mingxiu, Xianxia, and others had long known that Lin Sun's fighting capacity was extremely fierce, when they saw him suppress Huang Jianxiong with only 2 punches, they still couldn't help feeling upset. "Bastard! I'm going to kill you!" With a roar, Huang Jianxiong rushed again like a madman. A sneer appeared on Lin Sun's lips. This guy really didn't give up. But the next moment, Lin Sun's pupils shrank as he saw Huang Jianxiong suddenly take out a blood-red crossbow shaped like an eagle's beak. Bloody spirit-piercing crossbow, Lin Sun's heart suddenly jumped. Bloody spirit-piercing crossbow. The others present couldn't help changing their expressions. They didn't expect that Huang Jianxiong would use such a vicious and terrible weapon in his rage. "Go to hell." Huang Jianxiong grinned and pulled the trigger. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he was defeated by Lin Sun with 2 punches. The strong sense of shame made Huang Jianxiong desperate. A strand of. A strange sound resounded, And then a myriad of needles that were fine like the hair on an ox and suffused with a hazy bloody glow suddenly shot out explosively. This blow was too fast and too sudden, covering all the areas around Lin Sun. There was no way to dodge. In an instant, Lin Sun only felt a tingling pain all over his body. Blood needles as thin as cow's hair passed through his body and rushed to his sea of consciousness. This was the horror of the bloody spirit-piercing crossbow. What it shot was not a real arrow, but a piercing needle made by a unique secret method. This needle seemed inconspicuous and couldn't do any harm to the body of a practitioner, but it could pierce the sea of consciousness of a practitioner in an instant and obliterate his soul. This kind of sinister killing weapon was practically unavoidable during a surprise attack. It was incomparably terrifying. Puff puff puff, wisps of tiny piercing needles constantly rushed to the sea of consciousness, making Lin Sun's soul tremble and produce an unspeakable pain. At this critical moment of danger, Lin Sun took a deep breath and ran the star circulation method of meditating magic. The 21 spiritual stars hanging in the sea of consciousness suddenly shone brightly like a burning sun, sprinkling silver brilliance. Lin Sun's last-minute action had an incredible effect. The piercing needles that rushed in were immediately wrapped by the silver light. In an instant, they were completely melted with a sizzling sound as if they were burning. After leaving the hall, Granny Wen took Xiaoyutong into a quiet room. The quiet room was simple and elegant. A light curtain appeared on one wall, which showed the scene in the hall. "Can you tell me what happened when you saved Lin Sun?" asked Granny Wen. Xiaoyutong frowned and thought for a moment. More than a year ago, the high priest of the Imperial Observatory deduced that there seemed to be a peerless treasure in the 3,000 mountains, so I went to look for it alone. Soon, he told the whole story of how he saved Lin Sun and Xia Ji without concealing anything. There was no need to hide such a trivial thing. So, he and a little girl were chased by a barbarian? Granny Wen's eyes flickered. Xiaoyutong said, "Yes, I was also surprised at that time. I thought the barbarian suddenly appeared in the 3,000 mountains for that peerless treasure. But now it seems a little strange." Granny Wind nodded, and a touch of contemplation appeared on her old face. "According to your observation, is there anything special about Lin Sun?" Xiaoyutong shook his head. He was very inconspicuous at that time. He was only at the second level of martial realm, no different from a country boy. Granny Wind seemed to have captured valuable information. A cold light suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she said, "More than a year ago, he was only at the second level of martial realm. Now he has the cultivation of human gang realm. This speed of advancement is incredible." Xiaoyutong's eyes narrowed, and he also realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the boy he saved was a rare cultivation genius? He was a little puzzled. Even if Lin Sun was extremely talented in cultivation, he was not very eye-catching in the Empire. The most important thing was that a master like Granny Wind was so interested in a boy, which seemed a little strange in itself. Xiaoyutong couldn't help asking, "Granny Wind, did you find something from this boy?" Granny Wind looked at the light curtain with her turbid eyes, looking at the boy sitting in the center of the hall and drinking by himself. There was a touch of indescribable complexity in her old face. "Nothing. I just feel that this boy's appearance is somewhat similar to an old friend." Xiaoyutong frowned. He didn't think this was the real reason. At this time, Granny Wind suddenly shook her head and said, "But now it seems that I was thinking too much." Xiaoyutong nodded and said no more. He was not interested in Lin Sun. He was just a successor of a spiritual tattooist in Mist City. He, the young Sword King, did not care about Lin Sun. At this time, in the hall reflected by the light curtain, Huang Jianxiong and Lin Sun suddenly had a dispute, which attracted the attention of Granny Wind and Xiaoyutong. The two of them were not surprised by this. They had seen this kind of thing many times. It was nothing more than a fight between young people. But Lin Sun's strong reaction still surprised Granny Wind and Xiaoyutong. They didn't expect the successor of Master Sun to be so courageous. When they heard Wen Mingxiu admit that they were not as good as Lin Sun, they realized that Lin Sun was not just the successor of Master Sun. At least in terms of strength, he also had the capital to be proud of. Of course, until this time, the two still subconsciously thought that if they really fought, Lin Sun should be inferior to Huang Jianxiong. After all, Huang Jianxiong seemed to be a little violent, but his strength was undoubtedly strong. At least in the human gang realm, he could be regarded as a first-class choice. But what happened next was once again beyond the expectations of Granny Wind and Xia Yutong. With just 2 punches, Lin Sun defeated Huang Jianxiong. Good punching. It's clearly tempered through countless battles, and it already possesses a unique force. Granny Wind commented. It's really good. This fighting style is very unique. It seems to be somewhat similar to the training methods in the bloodthirsty camp of the Empire. Xia Yutong pondered, simple, direct, but can defeat the enemy with one blow. Without countless tempering and bloody battles, one can never have such a fighting style. Granny Wind glanced at Xia Yutong with a little surprise. You also know about the bloodthirsty camp? Xia Yutong nodded and said no more. At this moment, Granny Wind's face suddenly darkened, bloody spirit-piercing crossbow. How dare Huang Jianxiong? In the hall. The atmosphere was dead silent. Only Huang Jianxiong was laughing grimly. Those young men from the Forbidden City were frowning, while Wen Mingxiu and others' expressions were changing, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Bloody spirit-piercing crossbow, it was a famous killing weapon developed by the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. It was known for its insidiousness. However, because the refining process was very troublesome and it required several kinds of precious spiritual materials that were almost extinct, it was not produced in large quantities. Such a spiritual weapon was worth more than 10,000 gold coins. Even money couldn't buy it. It was a rare thing. But no one expected that in this sudden conflict, Huang Jianxiong would be so ruthless as to use the bloody spirit-piercing crossbow. At this time, Lin Sun stood upright and seemed to be still alive. But everyone knew that after being hit by the spirit-piercing needles, Lin Sun's soul would inevitably explode, which was no different from death. Although they hated Lin Sun very much, Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, and Yuan Shu were not happy at all when they saw him killed by a young man from the Forbidden City. They remembered the warning of the elders in the clan a few days ago and the mysterious obsidian post. For those young men from the Forbidden City, killing Lin Sun was nothing at all. But they were a little surprised by Huang Jianxiong's ruthlessness. Only Huang Jianxiong was extremely happy. He walked forward with a grim smile and came to Lin Sun. He smiled proudly and said, "If I don't kill you, how can I save my face? It's so naive and ridiculous to think that you can suppress me with the name of Granny Wind." As he said, he stretched out his hand to slap Lin Sun's face, as if he wanted to humiliate Lin Sun again. However, before his fingertips touched Lin Sun's face, suddenly, Lin Sun opened his eyes. His deep, pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. Huang Jianxiong's face suddenly changed. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he felt his wrist was twisted. The pain made his face change suddenly. Everyone widened their eyes in horror. Lin Sun didn't die after being hit by the spirit-piercing needles. Immediately, Lin Sun picked up Huang Jianxiong's body and threw him to the ground. Bang, the ground shook for a moment. Huang Jianxiong had a close contact with the hard ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. No one knew how many bones in his body were broken, making a cracking sound. Everyone present shivered all over. Just by hearing the sound, they knew how painful it was for Huang Jianxiong. Bastard! I'm going to kill you, kill you! Huang Jianxiong screamed with extreme resentment. At this moment, Lin Sun was completely angry. He looked indifferent and calm, but in fact, his heart was surging with killing intent. If he hadn't accidentally resolved the spirit-piercing needles with meditating magic, the consequences would have been disastrous. In other words, this was the first time that Lin Sun felt a fatal threat. For this kind of enemy who wanted to kill him, Lin Sun would no longer be merciful. Bang! Lin Sun held Huang Jianxiong's body in his hand and smashed him to the ground again. Huang Jianxiong screamed again, twitched, foamed at the mouth, and passed out directly. Seeing that Lin Sun was going to continue, many young men from the aristocratic families who had already reacted shouted, "Stop!" But Lin Sun ignored them and picked up Huang Jianxiong's body again. If this blow fell, Huang Jianxiong's life would be in danger. Many young men from the aristocratic families turned pale and were about to rush up. Even Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, and others couldn't help but feel numb and couldn't sit still. If Huang Jianxiong died, the consequences would be equally serious. Whoosh! At this critical moment, a cyan figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, and at the same time, a blue sword edge had reached an inch away from Lin Sun's throat. The sword edge was as blue as the sea, full of clear and vast spirit. Although the tip of the sword was motionless, the threatening killing intent made Lin Sun's throat get goosebumps. Suddenly, Lin Sun didn't dare to move again. He looked at the person in front of him. It was Xia Yutong. At this time, Xia Yutong's eyebrows were full of indifference. His eyes were surging with wisps of sword light, revealing a threatening momentum. His whole person was like a peerless sword, sharp and piercing into the sky. Put him down. Xia Yutong's voice was very calm, but it was indisputable. Lin Sun had no doubt that if he dared to disobey, Xia Yutong would definitely stab his throat without hesitation. Seeing this, all the people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. Those young men from the Forbidden City were even more relaxed. They looked at Lin Sun with hatred and contempt in their eyes. Lin Sun looked at Xia Yutong quietly, his black eyes calm. No one knew what kind of anger and hatred he was filled with at this moment. But in the end, Lin Sun suddenly smiled and said, "Well, I promise you. Who asked you to save my life? I must return the favor." Saying this, he threw Huang Jianxiong, who had been in a coma, out. Xia Yutong said coldly, "Remember, since I can save you, I can also kill you. I hope you don't try to challenge my bottom line. Tiny ant, if you overestimate your ability, then you're bound to bring calamity upon yourself." Saying this, he had put away the spiritual sword and turned back to his seat without looking at Lin Sun again. Lin Sun smiled silently. Then he sat back in his seat as if nothing had happened. Then he reached out and touched his throat, with a touch of bright red blood on his fingertips. This was the wound caused by Xia Yutong's sword qi. Although it only pierced the skin and he didn't even feel pain, this drop of blood was so dazzling in Lin Sun's eyes. He put his finger to his lips and licked it. The blood diffused on the tip of his tongue, like a mark, branded in his heart, so that Lin Sun would never forget this feeling in his life. Lin Sun's behavior was very unusual. There was no anger, unwillingness, panic, or helplessness. He sat there as if nothing had happened, looking calm and composed. But the more he behaved like this, when Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao and Yuan Shu felt uneasy. They knew very well how terrible a person like Lin Sun was. The bloody massacre a few days ago had already proved that Lin Sun was absolutely not a person willing to suffer losses. What was he thinking at the moment? Just now he survived the bloody spirit-piercing crossbow, and now he was threatened by young sword king Xia Yutong with a sword to his throat. Didn't he have any resentment in his heart? In the eyes of those young men from the Forbidden City, Lin Sun's arrogance at the moment was completely gone. He was like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, looking like a loser. This made them all sneer. How dare a little guy from Mist City go against them? It was really ridiculous. At this time, Granny Wind also walked into the hall. There was no expression on her old face. She did not show her attitude towards what happened just now. However, when she saw Huang Jianxiong who'd fainted on the ground, a wisp of detest flashed through her muddy eyes, and she said, "Take him away. Since he doesn't respect me, then there's no need for him to take another step into this place." Such an understatement showed her attitude, which made many young men from the Forbidden City slightly change their expressions, but they immediately felt relieved. This was normal. No matter how unbearable Lin Sun was, he was still a guest invited by Granny Wind. Huang Jianxiong disregarded Granny Wind's face and tried to kill Lin Sun. If she didn't show her attitude, Granny Wind would lose her face. "Don't be angry, Granny Wind. I'll take him away now." Immediately, a young man walked out and arrived before the unconscious Huang Jianxiong. But when he examined Huang Jianxiong's injuries, his expression changed abruptly, and he cried out involuntarily, "Seventh young master Huang's qi sea is shattered." The sea of qi was broken. Everyone present was shocked. If it was true, Huang Jianxiong would undoubtedly be completely disabled and could no longer cultivate. With a swish, Granny Wind came to Huang Jianxiong and touched him with her crutch. After a while, she raised her head, glanced at Lin Sun, and said, "It's a little cruel." As soon as these words came out, everyone was completely sure of this matter. They couldn't help but change their expressions and look at Lin Sun. A disciple of a clan suddenly slapped the table. "Outrageous. This kid is so malicious. We must kill him to avenge 7th young master Huang." Others echoed and looked at Lin Sun with unkind eyes. Huang Jianxiong's cultivation was abolished under their eyes. If his family investigated, they would inevitably be implicated. More importantly, they were all standing on the same front. But now a young man from Mist City destroyed the cultivation of one of their companions, which was simply a provocation to their dignity. When Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu and others couldn't help but gasp. No wonder Lin Sun was so calm. It turned out that he had destroyed Huang Jianxiong's cultivation. This method was truly ruthless. Didn't he know that once he did that, it would be equivalent to completely offending the forces behind Huang Jianxiong? At this moment, even Xia Yutong frowned and couldn't keep silent. His eyes were like sharp swords, coldly glancing at Lin Sun. He also didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so cruel. Destroying Huang Jianxiong's cultivation was more painful than killing him. At this time, Lin Sun just looked up at Granny Wind and said, "Elder, I'm here to solve the problem, not to die. Do you also think that I did something wrong? Just now?" His voice was terrifyingly calm, without a trace of emotion. In this regard, Granny Wind was silent for a moment, and then she waved her hand and said, "This matter is over. Take Huang Jianxiong away." At this moment, a terrible cold light surged in her turbid eyes, and a terrible invisible pressure was revealed all over her body, like a volcano about to erupt. The air in the entire hall wailed, and it fell into a suffocating silence. Many people's expressions changed, and no one dared to say a word more. They all knew that Granny Wind had a trace of anger. Under such circumstances, even Xia Yutong could only keep silent. "Boy, come with me." After saying this, Granny Wind walked out of the hall. Lin Sun immediately stood up, glanced at the young men from the aristocratic families with a touch of disdain, and then turned to leave. His silent ridicule was a great provocation, making all the young men from the aristocratic families angry and gloomy. They couldn't wait to tear Lin Sun into pieces. Witnessing all this, Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu and others couldn't help but admire Lin Sun's courage. It was hard to imagine where Lin Sun's confidence came from and how he dared to be so domineering at such a time. It was too surprising. "Qi Yunxiao, take this time to talk about Lin Sun," a young man from the aristocratic family said with a poker face. Qi Yunxiao was stiff inside in his heart. Sure enough, these young men from the aristocratic families would not let Lin Sun go so easily after suffering such a big loss. Following Granny Wind step by step, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, his strength was too weak. Otherwise, who would dare to bully him like this today? In the eyes of ordinary people, the title of the successor of Master Sun was enough to deter them from offending him easily. But for people like Xia Yutong, this title meant nothing at all. Naturally, it couldn't bring him any protection. In the final analysis, everything depended on strength. I have seen many young people like you in my life. They are also unyielding and don't know how to bow their heads. But in the face of the cruel reality, most of them are very unfortunate. Granny Wind, who was leading the way in front, suddenly said in a slow voice with a hint of emotion, "If you hadn't been personally invited by me today, do you think there would be a chance for you to live?" Lin Sun seemed to have thought of something, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He said, "I can only say that I will definitely live. As for them, I'm not sure if they can really leave alive." Granny Wind suddenly stopped and turned her head to glance at Lin Sun. "Are you sure?" Lin Sun said indifferently, "It's meaningless to say more at this time unless we really try." Granny Wind stared at the handsome boy in front of her with her turbid eyes. After a while, she snorted coldly, "Young man, you'd better not talk big in the future, lest you get into trouble." Lin Sun shrugged his shoulders, not expressing his opinion. Before long, Granny Wind brought Lin Sun into a small courtyard with a quiet environment. The small courtyard was covered with lush vegetation and ancient trees. The scenery was picturesque. There was a stone table in the center of the small courtyard, and someone was already waiting beside the stone table. It was a man in cyan, with red lips and white teeth. He was handsome and had a kind of bright and clean demeanor. Hearing the footsteps, the man in cyan suddenly turned his head. At this time, Lin Sun also looked over. Almost at the same time, both of them were surprised. "How come it's you?" Lin Sun remembered this man. Because of the ancient rhythm ocarina in front of the spiritual screen in Mist City that day, Lin Sun was quite impressed by this man. But he never thought that he would meet this man here. No. Suddenly, Lin Sun remembered that Granny Wind once said that she was going to repair a spiritual weapon for her miss. Could it be? Lin Sun looked carefully and found that the man in cyan had a flat throat. Obviously, he was a woman disguised as a man. Noticing Lin Sun's gaze, the woman dressed as a man smiled and winked at Lin Sun, as if to say, "Ah, you found me. Miss, do you know this man?" A hint of vigilance flashed in Granny Wind's eyes. She had found that Lin Sun was not a simple successor of a spiritual tattooist, which could be seen from the expressions of Wen Mingxiu and the other young masters of Mist City. Now, even her miss seemed to know this man, which was a little strange. Granny Wind had to be vigilant when it involved her miss. "Granny, you don't know. When I sneaked out with Ying a few days ago, I met this man. It was he who told me that if I wanted to repair ancient rhythm ocarina, maybe I could find a master to have a try." The woman in cyan stood up and said with a smile. At this moment, her voice had changed a lot. It was ethereal and clear, like the gurgling stream in a deep valley. It was indescribably pleasing to the ear. The voice alone was enough to make people intoxicated. "Oh, I see." Granny Wind also remembered that when she found her miss a few days ago, Ying said that she met a bad guy. It turned out that she was talking about Lin Sun in front of her. "Granny, why did you bring this young man here? Is he Master Sun?" The woman in cyan couldn't help asking. Her appearance was charming, her features were picturesque, and her skin was jade white. Even though she was disguised as a man, when coupled with her voice that was pleasing to the ear that was like the sound of nature, she gave others a form of beauty. This kind of beauty was as pure as a green lotus, neither ostentatious nor vulgar. It made people feel very comfortable and dare not blaspheme it. To be honest, her appearance could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful. However, when paired with her temperament, voice, and the temperament that was revealed by her every movement, she had a unique elegance. Lin Sun took the initiative to introduce himself. "Miss, you misunderstood me. I'm Lin Sun, a disciple of Master Sun." The woman in cyan was stunned and smiled. "It turns out to be child Lin Sun. I'm Lu Qingyan. You can call me Yen." Lin Sun nodded. Immediately, he was shocked and realized something. He asked in surprise, "Lu Qingyan? Which Lu Qingyan?" Lu Qingyan blinked her eyes and smiled brightly. "Child, is there a second Lu Qingyan in the world?" Lin Sun finally dared to confirm that this woman dressed as a man in front of him was actually the legendary art practitioner Lu Qingyan, who was famous in the empire and admired by many people. In today's empire, Lu Qingyan's reputation was like the sun at high noon, with unimaginable fans and followers. In the eyes of many young people, Lu Qingyan was simply as dazzling as a goddess, but Lin Sun didn't expect that he would meet this legendary woman at this time, which was really beyond his expectation. Just for a moment, Lin Sun felt a chill on his back. He immediately noticed that Granny Wind's eyes swept over him faintly. Obviously, she was on guard against him. This made him laugh secretly. This old woman was too nervous. Was she worried that he would eat Lu Qingyan? Although thinking so in his heart, Lin Sun sobered up and said, "Sorry, I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect a legendary figure to suddenly appear in front of me. It's inevitable that I'm a little surprised." A smile appeared on Lu Qingyan's lips. She had seen many young people like Lin Sun. Some of them even forgot themselves when they saw her for the first time. In contrast, Lin Sun's eyes were clear and calm from beginning to end, without the admiration, fanaticism or even possessiveness of others, which made Lu Qingyan quite appreciate. Lu Qingyan invited Lin Sun to sit down and personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Sun. Then she said, "Child, when I saw you a few days ago, you suggested that I should go to your master, Master Sun. Are you sure that your master can repair the ancient rhythm ocarina?" Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "I need to see it with my own eyes." Seeing this, Lu Qingyan immediately took out an old dark purple wooden box. After opening it, a slightly old object about the size of a palm was revealed. It was shaped like a water drop. It was the ancient rhythm ocarina. The surface of this object was covered with a sapphire luster. There were 9 holes on it. Lying there quietly, there was a kind of air of precipitation. "Child, please have a look." Lu Qingyan looked solemn. She carefully picked up the ancient rhythm ocarina and handed it to Lin Sun. This was one of the rarest treasures in the world. It was almost extinct in the long river of time. It was difficult to find it again. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to recognize this object. But for Lin Sun, he was too familiar with this object. When he was a child, Master Lu had played this object more than once. The unique melody it produced left a very deep impression on Lin Sun. Now seeing the same ancient rhythm ocarina, Lin Sun unconsciously thought of Master Lu and couldn't help but feel sad. He held the instrument in his hand, bent the knuckles of his right index finger, and gently tapped the 9 holes of the ancient rhythm ocarina. Suddenly, a series of deep, high-pitched, ethereal, clear, and sluggish sounds came out, echoing in the air. Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up. Just from this knocking action, she knew that Lin Sun was an expert and must have a good understanding of ancient rhythm ocarina. Granny Wind couldn't help but be surprised. She glanced at Lin Sun thoughtfully. She didn't expect that the little guy she invited seemed to know this rare musical instrument so well. This eliminated a lot of doubts in her heart. Even her apprentice knew this thing so well. It could be imagined that Master Sun must not be inferior to her apprentice. How would Granny Wind feel if she knew that the so-called Master Sun was Lin Sun? Lin Sun didn't notice this. He put his ear on the ocarina, closed his eyes, and listened quietly. In a trance, Master Lu's voice and smile appeared in his mind again. It was a snowy night. Master Lu sat alone on the top of the mountain on the side of the mine prison, holding a wine gourd and drinking alone in the wind and snow. When he was drunk, Master Lu took out the ancient rhythm ocarina that he had been wearing and called Lin Sun, who was only 7 years old at that time, to his side. He didn't speak but directly played the ancient rhythm ocarina. The sound was lonely and empty, drifting in the wind and snow between heaven and earth, revealing indescribable loneliness and sadness. Unconsciously, Lin Sun, who was only 7 years old at that time, began to cry. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Tears streamed down his cheeks. This was the first time his young heart experienced the feeling of loneliness that no one knew, of loneliness that no one could talk to. At the end of the song, Master Lu picked up Lin Sun for the first time in his life and put him in front of him. He looked into Lin Sun's eyes and said softly, "Remember this song. This is the last trace your mother left before she died." From then on, Lin Sun remembered the ancient rhythm ocarina and Master Lu's words. After a long time, Lin Sun woke up from his thoughts. When he raised his head, he found that Lu Qingyan was looking at him with a smile. There was a faint trace of pity between her eyebrows, but it disappeared in a flash. Lin Sun was shocked. He knew that Lu Qingyan might have noticed his gaffe just now. Generally speaking, those who could play the ancient rhythm ocarina must be intelligent. Obviously, Lu Qingyan must be an outstanding talent, otherwise she could not have achieved what she had today. "You seem to have something on your mind?" Lu Qingyan was calm and asked softly. Lin Sun nodded and changed the topic. "The ancient rhythm ocarina in your hand is indeed a little incomplete. The music in the world is inseparable from the 5 tones of gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu. Only this ancient rhythm ocarina is extremely unique and can play 9 different tones." When it came to repairing the ancient rhythm ocarina, Lu Qingyan suddenly became serious and listened quietly like a devout student. Seeing this, Granny Wind couldn't help but look at Lin Sun strangely. Over the years, she had accompanied Lu Qingyan to almost half of the empire and visited countless spiritual tattooists, from the masters of spiritual tattoos in the Academy of Spiritual Implements to those who lived in seclusion. As long as they were famous, they were all found by Granny Wind. But from beginning to end, no one could repair the ancient rhythm ocarina. This matter had become a sore point for Lu Qingyan, which made Granny Wind feel sorry for her. Originally, she had no hope of solving Lu Qingyan's problem. Who would have thought that a young man in Mist City would give them a glimmer of hope again, which made Granny Wind sigh with emotion. At this time, Miss was as serious and devout as a little girl. Her eyebrows were glowing with a bright and beautiful look that hadn't been seen for many years. It could be imagined how much Lin's appearance had surprised her. For example, the ancient rhythm ocarina in your hand is missing one of its notes. This note is called void. Its sound quality is like the wind in an empty valley and abyss. It seems insignificant, but in fact, it is the core soul of the ancient rhythm ocarina. It is precisely because of its existence that it can echo the other 8 notes and produce completely different musical changes when it is played. Lin Sun also looked attentive and frowned. He was recalling Master Lu's analysis of the ancient rhythm ocarina. At that time, Master Lu also tried to refine a new ancient rhythm ocarina by himself. However, no matter how hard Master Lu tried, the ancient rhythm ocarina he refined was more or less defective. In order to fix the defects, Master Lu had put in a lot of effort. Although the defects were finally fixed, the quality of the music was still not satisfactory. Master Lu destroyed it as a defective product. Fortunately, although Master Lu's effort seemed to be a failure, Lin Sun learned a lot in the process of refining the ancient rhythm ocarina. The ancient rhythm ocarina in Lu Qingyan's hand was a perfect work. It had been handed down from countless years. The defects on it were completely different from those of the newly refined ancient rhythm ocarina, so there was no problem of it being irreparable. Then, young master, with your master's ability, can you repair this thing? This chapter is not over. Please turn the page. Lu Qingyan clenched the corners of her clothes tightly with her hands. Her eyes were shining with a touch of expectation and nervousness, as if Lin Sun's next words could determine her life or death. Even with such a nervous and expectant look, there was a kind of touching and pitiful charm. This was Lu Qingyan. Every frown and every smile of hers had a unique beauty. At this moment, even Granny Wind looked at Lin Sun coldly, as if to say, "Boy, you dare to say no." Although Lin Sun was somewhat against Granny Wind's aggressive attitude, when he saw Lu Qingyan's nervous look, he couldn't help but soften his heart. He coughed and said seriously, "It's not difficult, but it's not easy." Granny Wind looked as if she had seen through Lin Sun's little tricks. She sneered, "Boy, if you make me impatient, don't blame me for using force." Lu Qingyan next to her said anxiously, "Granny, if you use force, I will be angry." Granny Wind said helplessly, Okay, I promise you." Although she said so, she still glanced at Lin Sun without a trace. It was a silent threat. Lin Sun smiled as if he was unaware of it. He said, "Miss Yan, the reason why I said it is difficult is that it will take a lot of time and energy to repair it. I'm afraid it can't be repaired in a short time." Lu Qingyan seemed to be relieved and said, "As long as it can be repaired, it doesn't matter if it takes a little time." Lin Sun nodded and said, "That's good." Lu Qingyan immediately said with joy, "So, child agrees to help me repair this ancient rhythm ocarina? If so, no matter how much you pay, I will promise you." Granny Wind next to her heart thumped. This silly girl, Lin Sun hadn't even mentioned the conditions, and she had already agreed. This was not the way to be a fool. Granny Wind immediately said, "Boy, tell me your conditions." She stared at Lin Sun with cloudy eyes, as if saying that if Lin Sun dared to open his mouth, she would make him suffer the consequences. Lin Sun coughed again and said with a smile, "Miss Yan, you can rest assured and leave this matter to me." As for the conditions, speaking of this, Granny Wind's eyes had already narrowed, almost revealing a fierce light. Lin Sun said, "I will discuss it with Granny Wind." Suddenly, Granny Wind breathed a sigh of relief. This boy was sensible. Lu Qingyan also smiled. Her smile was as bright as the flowers blooming after the rain. She said, "Well, I'll leave it to you and Granny." Immediately, Lin Sun got up and left. However, Lu Qingyan gently bit her cherry lips and suddenly said, "Child, if you don't mind, can I also watch the repair process?" "No." Granny Wind and Lin Sun said in unison. Immediately, both of them were very satisfied with each other's performance. Lin Sun was worried that Lu Qingyan would see through his identity as Master Sun. Granny Wind was worried about Lu Qingyan's safety. What if she was abducted by Lin Sun? Lu Qingyan was disappointed to see the unanimous opposition of the two. She sighed softly, and her disappointed look was also very pitiful. What was a peerless beauty, that was it. P.S. 3 updates will be sent. If the monthly votes can exceed 500 tomorrow, 3 more updates will be sent. If the monthly votes are more, 4 more updates will be sent. After saying goodbye to Lu Qingyan and leaving the quiet courtyard, Granny Wind suddenly snorted, "Little guy, I advise you not to have any other thoughts about Miss, or I'll be the first to punish you." Lin Sun said helplessly, "Granny Wind, you invited me here this time. If you don't believe me, why do you have to do this?" Granny Wind's eyes turned cold. "You should know that I'm not talking about this matter." Lin Sun was speechless. You don't think I'll fall in love with Miss Yen, do you? Granny Wen said coldly, there are many young people in this world who admire my lady. It doesn't matter if you are one more. But I'll give you a piece of advice. If you think that by repairing the ancient rhythm ocarina, you can win my lady's heart, then you are gravely mistaken. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. This old woman seemed to be a very wise person, but when it came to Lu Qingyan, she suddenly acted like a tigress protecting her cubs, which really made people speechless. I'll bear that in mind. Lin Sun didn't want to say anything more. Although Lu Qingyan was a peerless beauty, it would be underestimating Lin Sun if he said that he would want to occupy her just because of love. Humph. It's good that you understand. Countless young men of the empire have tried to obtain Yen Er's heart in these past few years, yet all of them returned in failure in the end. There's no lack of geniuses whose backgrounds, statuses, and cultivations far surpass you. Even they don't have the qualifications to accomplish this. I believe that you ought to be clearly aware of the gap between you and Yen Er. An intelligent person would absolutely not do something that overestimates his ability. Granny Wen said slowly, with a touch of pride in her voice. Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, but he said calmly, Granny Wen, I'm here just to repair the ancient rhythm ocarina, not to discuss Miss Yan's marriage with you. If you think I'm not worthy of your trust, it's better to break up and pretend that nothing happened just now. How about that? Granny Wen narrowed her eyes and stared at Lin Sun coldly, but Lin Sun looked calm and didn't flinch. In the end, Granny Wen snorted coldly and said no more. Lin Sun didn't want to be perfunctory anymore. He had seen that no matter how strong Granny Wen was and how high her status was, she wouldn't dare to do anything to him before the ancient rhythm ocarina was repaired. Lin Sun said directly, Granny Wen, repairing the ancient rhythm ocarina requires some extremely rare spiritual materials on the market. I'll make a list now. If you can prepare them as soon as possible, I can ask my master to repair it. Lin Sun took out a pen and paper, wrote a long list of spiritual materials and handed it to her. Granny Wen glanced at it in her hand and her face suddenly stiffened. Even with her long-tempered state of mind, she couldn't help but feel a touch of anger at this moment. Boy, your appetite is too big. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? Look at the spiritual materials on the list: silver plume snow whale bone, netherworld fire lantern grass, azure frigid crystal water, 9 revolutions geocentric iron. Each of them was an extremely rare and precious spiritual material with amazing value. There were even some treasures that couldn't be found in the market. Like the netherworld fire lamp grass, this kind of spiritual material only grows in the bitter and cold land of the extreme north, and it is extremely rare. Even if it can be found, it is often guarded by fierce beasts with terrifying strength. If you want to collect this spiritual material, at least a Tao Insight Realm cultivator must be dispatched, and on this list, there were more than 10 kinds of rare spiritual materials like the nether fire lantern grass. Under such circumstances, everyone had to wonder whether Lin Sun was deliberately making things difficult for Granny Wen or asking for an exorbitant price. After all, the value of the spiritual materials on such a list, if put together, was absolutely a sky-high price beyond one's imagination. Lin Sun said calmly, Granny Wen, do you think it's easy to repair an almost lost instrument like ancient rhythm ocarina? Granny Wen's eyes flickered. To be honest, these spiritual materials might be of great value, but with her means, she could collect them all with some effort. However, when she thought of the favors and wealth she needed to pay in order to collect these spiritual materials, Granny Wen felt distressed. Finally, Granny Wen took a deep breath and said with a threatening coldness in her eyes, okay. I promise you, but if you dare to fill your own pockets with these spiritual materials, I'll be the first to punish you. Lin Sun nodded and said, of course. Then, he changed the topic and said with a smile, now that the matter of spiritual materials has been solved, it's time to talk about the remuneration needed to repair ancient rhythm ocarina. After all, it takes a lot of energy and time for my master to repair this thing. I can't let him work in vain. Granny Wen's face suddenly turned black. Remuneration? Paying so many spiritual materials was not enough. How dare this little bastard ask for remuneration? That was too much. Granny Wen said expressionlessly, oh, tell me how much you want. She had made a decision. If Lin Sun dared to be insatiable, she didn't mind using some tough means to let him know that a wise man submits to circumstances. Lin Sun corrected her, "It's not what I want. It's the remuneration my master deserves." Seeing that Lin Sun was still wrangling with her at this time, Granny Wind was so angry that she was about to lose control of her anger. With her current status, even the big shots in the upper class had to treat her with respect. However, this little brat in front of her was completely unscrupulous in extorting her. This made Granny Wind so angry that she was about to explode. If it weren't for the fact that her miss cared so much about the ancient rhythm ocarina, Granny Wind would have driven this ignorant little bastard away. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun's next words stunned Granny Wind. He took a deep breath and said sternly, "As for the reward, I'll leave it to Senior to decide. As for my master, I'll explain it to him." "What do you think, Senior?" Granny Wind was indeed stunned. She didn't expect Lin Sun to stop at such a critical juncture. She snorted coldly and said, "I'm not in the mood to argue with you about the reward. Just give me a number." Although she said that, her expression eased up quite a bit. Lin Sun nodded and said, "In that case, how about 10,000 gold coins?" 10,000 gold coins, Granny Wind's eyes widened. She had thought that Lin Sun would stop while he was ahead. Who would have thought that she had been fooled? This was clearly a trick of retreating in order to advance. He had deliberately dug a pit and was waiting for her to jump into it. Granny Wind gnashed her teeth with hatred. This little bastard dared to scheme against her. He was simply lawless, Lin Sun said in surprise. "Senior, you don't look so good. Do you think the remuneration is too high?" "Let me tell you, the remuneration is really low. If my master came in person, 10,000 gold coins would not be enough at all." Granny Wind really had the urge to kill at this moment. She stared at Lin Sun like a knife. After staring at him for a long time, she took a deep breath and said, 10,000 gold coins, right? Okay, I promise you. In her heart, she had already made up her mind to settle the score with this little bastard after the ancient rhythm ocarina was repaired. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it and said with a smile, "Granny Wind is really a straightforward person. I can't help but admire you." Granny Wind put on a fake smile and said, "You are also very good, boy. This is the first time I have met such an impressive young man in so many years." When she said the words impressive, it was like squeezing the words out of her teeth. Lin Sun said with a smile, "I'm ashamed. How can I deserve such a compliment?" Granny Wind didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Sun. She said directly, "You go first. I will send all the spiritual materials and remuneration to the commune of spiritual tattooists 7 days later." Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, "Then I will leave." After saying that, he turned around and left. No one noticed that a layer of cold sweat had appeared on his back. He seemed to be talking and laughing with Granny Wind just now, but only he himself knew that the invisible pressure emitted by Granny Wind made him feel a sense of suffocation that almost collapsed. Fortunately, Granny Wind didn't make a move in the end. Thinking of the scene just now, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel very happy. This old woman looked down on him so much. It was time to let her have a taste of his means. Otherwise, she would really think that he was a pushover. Of course, this behavior was no different from playing with fire. After all, Granny Wind's strength was too unfathomable. If she was angered and attacked him recklessly, Lin Sun would definitely suffer. However, Lin Sun was quite sure that Granny Wind wouldn't dare to do so. There should be few people in the world who could repair ancient rhythm ocarina, and even fewer who could do it like Lin Sun. Judging from Granny Wind's love for Lu Qingyan, she would naturally not make things difficult for him on this matter. It was with this belief that Lin Sun just listed the list of spiritual materials and the amount of remuneration that he asked for just now. It was even more outrageous than asking for an exorbitant price. Of course, Lin Sun would never admit this. It was also difficult for others to see through this. After all, how many people in the world knew how to repair ancient rhythm ocarina? This was called eating all over the world with one trick. However, Lin Sun had just left a few steps when Granny Wind's voice suddenly came from behind. "Boy, you just destroyed Huang Jianxiong's cultivation. I'm afraid that a disaster will befall you. You should be careful." How was this a reminder? It was clearly a tone of gloating over his misfortune. Lin Sun was stunned and said without looking back, Granny Wind, I believe that you won't want to see any accidents happen to me before I repair ancient rhythm ocarina, right? With that, he continued to walk forward with a smile. Behind him, Granny Wind's expression stagnated. She was so angry that she had to take a deep breath to suppress her anger. This little bastard was so hateful that he wanted her to clean up his mess. Unfortunately, in order to ensure that Miss Yanner's ancient rhythm ocarina could be repaired smoothly, she really couldn't tolerate any accidents happening to Lin Sun. Little bastard, don't be complacent too early. Just wait and see. Looking at Lin Sun's fading figure, Granny Wind gritted her teeth in anger. Watching Lin leave, Granny Wind suddenly thought of something and turned to walk towards the Hall of Green Tea Pavilion. Sure enough, before she got close to the hall, Granny Wind heard some people talking about how to deal with Lin Sun and avenge Huang Jianxiong, whose cultivation had been destroyed. Granny Wind was annoyed and walked into the hall with a cold face, silencing the discussion in the hall. Many people were keenly aware that Granny Wind seemed to be in a bad mood, which made their hearts tremble. They didn't know what happened after Granny Wind took Lin Sun away. Granny Wind ignored these gazes and said directly, now Lin Sun is of great use to Mississippi. If anyone dares to kill him, don't blame me for being merciless. Her voice was indifferent and full of threat. This made the young men from the aristocratic families frown and feel quite unwilling. When Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu, and other young men from the aristocratic families in Mist City were shocked. They thought that Lin Sun had completely offended these young men by destroying Huang Jianxiong's Sea of Qi and would inevitably be in trouble. But they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Granny Wind would take the initiative to help Lin Sun. This was incredible. What important role did Lin Sun play that made Granny Wind take such a stand? Granny Wind, Child Huang's cultivation was destroyed by that guy. Are we just going to let this matter go? A young man from the aristocratic family said in a low voice. Granny Wind said coldly, at least before Lin Sun helps Miss solve the problem, this matter can only be settled. This sentence was thought-provoking, and many people vaguely felt that there was a different meaning to it. At this time, young Sword King Shai Yutong finally said, Granny Wind, is it enough as long as you ensure that this boy doesn't die? His words attracted all the eyes in the room to Granny Wind. Granny Wind was silent for a moment and said, Yutong, come with me. Saying this, she turned and left. Seeing Granny Wind leave again and again, but the real owner of Green Tea Pavilion didn't show up, someone couldn't help asking, Granny Wind, Miss Yan today? Granny Wind was stunned and then realized something. She said casually, oh, you can all go now. Miss has something important to do today. You can come back another day. Suddenly, many people could not help but be disappointed. They were all here to visit Lu Qingyan. Now, after waiting for a long time, they got such a result, which made them quite depressed. Damn it, it's all Lin's fault. Someone complained, which immediately caused a lot of people to be angry. That's right. If it wasn't for this brat being too arrogant and crippling 7th young Master Huang's cultivation, how could so many things have happened? I think Miss Yanner is also very helpless. Otherwise, with her temperament, how could she leave us here? Let's wait and see what Granny Wind will say to Xianxia. Anyway, I can't let Lin go so easily. There was a lot of discussion in the hall. Many people gnashed their teeth when they mentioned Lin Sun's name. When Mingxiu and others were frightened. They didn't want to get involved in this feud again, so they left in a hurry without delay. But what happened today made them all realize that it was necessary to talk to the elders in their clans. Lin Sun's origin was not simple, and now he had a feud with these aristocratic children. They must discuss with the elders in their clans and then express their attitude on this matter. Should they stand on the side of the aristocratic children, Lin Sun, or choose to be neutral? This attitude was very important. If they didn't express it, they were bound to offend both sides in case something like today happened again, which was not something they could bear. Lin Sun didn't go home directly. Instead, he came to the commune of spiritual tattooists and told Chu Feng that the matter had been solved and that Chu Feng didn't need to worry anymore. Chu Feng was indeed worried. Or it could be said that he had been nervous since Lin Sun and Granny Wind left together. Seeing Lin Sun return safely at this moment, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, tell me, why did the old woman want to see you? Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, she just wanted to repair a unique musical instrument. I happened to be able to do that, so I agreed. Chu Feng was surprised. Musical instrument? Is the young lady of Granny Wind an artistic practitioner? Lin Sun praised, brother, you are really clever. You guessed it with just one sentence. Chu Feng became more curious, who on earth is she? Lin Sun said casually, you should have heard of her. She is the famous artistic practitioner of the empire, Lu Qingyan. Chu Feng was shocked and showed a rare look of excitement on his face. It's Miss Lu Qingyan. My God. She came to Mist City in advance. I'm her loyal fan. I was completely shocked by the song Water Dragon Chant, Sword Song that she played in the Forbidden City. For the first time in my life, I knew that there was such a beautiful voice in the world. Speaking of this, Chu Feng looked at Lin Sun with burning eyes. Brother, did you really see Lu Qingyan? What did she say to you? Lin Sun was stunned. He couldn't imagine that Chu Feng, as the chief steward of the commune of spiritual tattooists in Mist City and a senior spiritual tattooist, would become such a love-struck fool because of Lu Qingyan. Was Lu Qingyan really so charming? Lin Sun muttered in his heart, but said nothing. We just talked about repairing musical instruments. Instead of being disappointed, Chu Feng looked at Lin Sun enviously and said, brother, do you know how rare this opportunity is? Not everyone in the world can be treated by Miss Lu Qingyan in person like you. Damn, I really envy you, lucky guy. Lin Sun felt helpless and said, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. Chu Feng hurriedly said, don't. There's one more thing. Brother, can you find a chance for me to visit Miss Lu Qingyan? Lin Sun immediately rolled his eyes and turned away. He didn't expect that Chu Feng would be so obsessed with an art practitioner. What Lin Sun didn't know was that Chu Feng was quite normal. There were many big shots in the empire who also admired Lu Qingyan very much. Many of them even did a lot of absurd and crazy things in order to see Lu Qingyan. Lin Sun thought that Chu Feng was abnormal. In Chu Feng's eyes, Lin Sun, who didn't take it seriously after seeing Lu Qingyan in person, was abnormal. When Lin Sun returned home, the first thing he did was to find Xu Jin. He took out a jar of soul-burning wine and handed it to him. Thank you for today. Xu Jin was surprised and said, are you crazy? Lin Sun said with a smile, don't think I don't know that you have been hiding in the dark today and have seen everything in Green Tea Pavilion clearly, right? Xu Jin said, that's what you said. I don't admit that I have done such a shameful thing. But then again, you have a conscience. You even brought me a jar of wine. As he said, he raised the jar and drank happily. Lin Sun thought of what happened in the hall of Green Tea Pavilion today and frowned. Old Jean, how serious the consequences will be if I abolish the cultivation of a young man from an aristocratic family. Xu Jin looked at Lin Sun contemptuously and said, you have done it. Now you start to worry about regret? Lin Sun said with a smile, if I didn't know you were here, I wouldn't have done it. At least I would have endured it and acted like a coward. I will settle accounts with them later. Xu Jin was surprised and said, at that time, that guy used the bloody spirit-piercing crossbow to kill you. Could you really bear it? I thought that with your personality, you would regret not being able to kill him. Lin Sun said with a smile, Old Jean, you finally admit that you were there at that time. But you are wrong. I didn't intend to kill Huang Jianxiong. It is more painful to abolish his cultivation than to kill him. Xu Jin's eyelids twitched, you are really cruel. What if Shai Yutong killed you at that time? Lin Sun asked, will you watch him kill me without doing anything? Xu Jin glared at Lin Sun angrily and said, you are playing with fire. When you pass the province test, my task will be completed. At that time, who can you count on to save you? Lin Sun said indifferently, that was then, and this is now. I know clearly. As I said just now, if you weren't here today, I would hold back no matter how humiliated I am. I won't take my life as a joke. Seeing this, Xu Jin stopped talking at once. In fact, his heart was filled with emotion. Lin Sun was indeed different from other young people. He knew how to make use of all available forces and knew how to judge the situation. It seemed that for him, as long as he could live, he could do anything, be shameless or despicable. If he grew up in the future, no one could be sure what kind of person he would become. But there was no doubt that it would not be so easy for anyone to kill Lin Sun. Next, the two talked about the restoration of ancient rhythm ocarina. When Shu Jin learned that Lin Sun extorted a huge sum of money from Granny Wind in order to vent his anger, and Granny Wind could only pinch her nose and accept it, Shu Jin couldn't help laughing wildly. This old hag, I didn't expect to have such a day. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. Shu Jin laughed so hard that tears almost flowed down. Lin Sun looked at Shu Jin with a smile and suddenly asked, "Do you know Granny Wind?" Shu Jin was stunned and immediately stopped laughing. Knowing that he had to admit it, he sighed and said, "You're such a tricky boy. You've been tricking me since the beginning of our conversation. Do you really think I don't know?" Without waiting for Lin Sun's explanation, Shu Jin said to himself, "Granny Wind? Humph, people who know her call her crazy woman. This old hag is a powerful character. You don't need to know her origin. You just need to know that if she wants to hurt you, I will definitely choose to stand by and do nothing. There's no other way. Being entangled by this old hag is no different from having 8 lifetimes of bad luck." The more Lin Sun listened, the more uneasy he felt. A faint bad premonition rose in his heart. He had offended Granny Wind badly today. If what Shu Jin said was true, wouldn't it mean? Lin Sun shook his head fiercely and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He comforted himself that a master like Granny Wind would not care too much about a junior like him. Shu Jin looked at Lin Sun playfully, as if saying, "Boy, you're on your own," which made Lin Sun's hair stand on end. Fortunately, Shu Jin got down to business and said, "It's not a big deal to cripple Huang Jianxiong if you have the Mad Lady to stand up for you. Those aristocratic forces have no shortage of juniors. You'll understand in the future that it's not easy being a descendant of an aristocratic clan. In order to fight for power and profit, brothers often want to kill each other and sisters become enemies. There are countless dirty and dark things." After a pause, he continued, "Like Huang Jianxiong, he ranks 7th in the clan and is not a direct descendant. Even if you kill him, as long as someone comes forward to help you, it will be enough to turn a big problem into a small one." Lin Sun nodded. He had also heard that the more powerful the aristocratic family was, the more cruel the internal competition was. In order to seize more resources, it was not uncommon for the descendants of the aristocratic family to kill each other. However, even if that's the case, it's still better for you to be careful. In the eyes of those great clan's disciples, your status is too low, and you've crippled one of their companions. This won't be easily resolved." Shu Jin reminded him again. Lin sneered, "What do you mean by my status is not high? It's nothing more than these guys trying to maintain their so-called dignity and face. If they really dare to be unforgiving, I don't mind killing more people." Shu Jin didn't express an opinion. In fact, deep in his heart, he still appreciated Lin's ruthlessness. "No matter what kind of descendant you were, if you provoked me, I would still kill you." "Of course." Lin changed the subject, "Before I repair the ancient rhythm ocarina, Granny Wind will not watch me be killed by them." "That's enough." Shu Jin smiled and said, "Then I'm curious. When can you repair the ancient rhythm ocarina?" Lin smiled and said, "It's hard to say." Shu Jin couldn't help laughing and raised his thumb, "Great. You used the protection of the crazy woman as a weapon. Even I have to admire your courage." Lin Sun looked puzzled, "Did I?" Shu Jin said impatiently, "Don't play dumb. Do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? I doubt that you can repair the ancient rhythm ocarina before the province test." Lin Sun got up with a smile and walked to his room, saying, "This is what you said. I've never admitted it." Shu Jin snorted coldly, "You little brat, I know what kind of shit you want to shit just by sticking out your butt. Vulgar." Lin Sun rolled his eyes and slammed the door. At the same time, in the quiet courtyard of the Emerald Tea Pavilion, a string of laughter that sounded like the sounds of nature resounded, sweet and ethereal. Lu Qingyan laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled, and her eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. She said, I didn't expect that child Lin Sun was so treacherous. It's the first time for me to see you so angry. Haha, it's so funny." Lu Qingyan really didn't expect that Lin Sun was so cunning that Granny Wind had to pinch her nose and admit it. This was so novel. In the past, the younger generation that Lu Qingyan had contact with were either graceful, calm and elegant, or modest and polite. All of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. Only Lin Sun, who seemed to be a handsome, gentle, and harmless person, was so cunning that he could make Granny Wind suffer a loss. This was not something that ordinary people could do. But soon, when she noticed that Granny Wind's face was a little embarrassed, Lu Qingyan immediately stopped laughing and secretly stuck out her tongue, saying, "Granny, I'm sorry to make you feel wronged." Granny Wind said, "I'm not wronged. But this boy dared to plot against me. If I don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he will be more dishonest." Lu Qingyan couldn't help laughing again and joked, "Yes, I have to teach him a lesson. It's really bad that he dared to make you angry." Granny Wind glared at Lu Qingyan and said, "I'm not joking. Miss, you have to be careful. This little bastard is very cunning. In my opinion, if I don't teach him a lesson, he won't be so honest to repair the ancient rhythm ocarina." Lu Qingyan was stunned. "Haven't you promised to pay him?" Granny Wind sighed and said, "Miss, you are wrong about this little bastard. In my opinion, he will definitely help you repair the ancient rhythm ocarina, but it may take a long time." Lu Qingyan became more and more confused. "Why?" Granny Wind sneered, "It's very simple. This boy is also worried that someone will trouble him after he abolishes Huang Jianxiong's cultivation. As long as he doesn't repair the ancient rhythm ocarina, I will naturally not let him die. With how cunning he is, he will definitely take advantage of this and let me act as his protective umbrella. So, miss, do you think he will repair the ancient rhythm ocarina soon?" Lu Qingyan was speechless and said, "This is also Child Lin's means of self-protection. After all, he is different from those aristocratic children. If he doesn't want to be troubled, he can only use this method." Granny Wind suddenly became alert. "Miss, why do you start to think about this bastard? You had just met him once." "Is it?" Lu Qingyan blushed and said, "Granny, this is human nature. It's not as complicated as you think." Granny Wind said, "Oh, I'm relieved." Lu Qingyan asked curiously, "Granny, how are you going to make Child Lin suffer?" Granny Wind's eyes were suddenly filled with a touch of pride. She said, "Miss, just wait for the good news. 7 days later, someone will teach that kid a lesson. If he can survive, I don't mind being used by him once. If he can't, he'll have to fix your ancient rhythm ocarina first." Lu Qingyan said worriedly, "Granny, you can't embarrass Child Lin too much. It's not good if you completely hurt his face." Granny Wind twitched her lips and said, "Miss, don't worry. At least he won't lose his life." Sitting in his room, Lin Sun stopped smiling and his eyes were full of contemplation. There were too many things that happened today. If you just carefully thought about it, there were only 3 things. One was the impact that Huang Jianxiong might bring to himself after being disabled. The other was helping Lu Qingyan repair the ancient rhythm ocarina. As for the third, inadvertently, Lin Sun's fingers touched his throat again, thinking of young Sword King Shai Yutong and the sword against his throat. "Little ant, if you overestimate yourself, you will bring yourself a fatal disaster." This sentence was Shai Yutong's warning, full of a kind of superior indifference, which was a kind of disdain released from the bones. After a long silence, Lin Sun took a deep breath and his black eyes returned to calm. He murmured, "One day, I will let you taste this feeling." Chirp. At this time, there was a fluctuation in the palm of Lin Sun's hand, and Chirp rushed out with a clear cry. Its round body kept rolling in front of Lin Sun. Lin Sun was moved and said, "Chirp, you came at the right time. Let's start working." As he said, he took out the prepared spiritual materials and spiritual ink one by one and arranged them in front of him in an orderly manner. Now that there were more and more things to do, Lin Sun had to hurry up and refine a suitable saber for himself as soon as possible. And Chirp, who had Smashing Star Golden Fire, would play a vital role in this refining. As he said, Lin Sun took out a furnace and walked out of the room with Chirp. This furnace was a first-rate furnace called the 9 smelting furnace. It was specially prepared for smelting materials for sabers. Clatter. Lin Sun poured all the prepared spiritual materials into the 9 smelting furnace, and then patted Chirp's little butt and said, "Come on, smelt all these things for me." Chirp looked confused and didn't understand what Lin Sun was talking about. Lin Sun could only gesture with his hands and explain for a long time, which made Chirp understand. The little guy was excited. He opened his mouth and sprayed a ball of golden spiritual fire into the 9 smelting furnace. There was a faint star-like luster flowing in the flame, which was very beautiful. This was smashing star golden fire, a rare heaven-rank strange fire. Boom! In an instant, the 9 smelting furnace shook violently and started to operate. There were dense spiritual tattoo formations in the furnace. At this moment, a bright halo lit up and completely covered the spiritual materials that had been poured into the furnace. Well done! Lin Sun praised Chirp, which made the little guy very happy. He opened his mouth and sprayed several mouthfuls of smashing star golden fire into the furnace. Suddenly, a golden pillar of fire rose from the furnace, making the nearby air seem to be burning and evaporating, producing billowing white mist, which could be called golden fire. Lin Sun was shocked and quickly stopped Chirp, saying, "Take your time. Don't worry. The fire doesn't need to be too high, but the temperature must be maintained, just like now." He talked a lot and didn't care whether Chirp could understand him or not. Shujin was already alarmed and came over. Seeing this, he couldn't help asking in surprise, "Are you going to start refining the saber now?" Lin Sun nodded and immediately thought of something. He said, "Old Jean, do me a favor and watch Chirp spit fire. Don't waste this furnace of spiritual materials." Shujin was stunned. "How can I know these things?" Lin Sun said casually, "This is the material needed to cast the saber. It's very simple. You just watch the furnace and don't let it explode." Then, he turned and hurried into the house. He needed to prepare the spiritual ink. After the embryo of the saber was refined, he would immediately inscribe the spiritual tattoo formations on it. Shujin was stunned. He suddenly noticed that Lin Sun seemed to have become a completely different person at this moment, and there was an indescribable concentration and dignified expression between his brows. It was as if he was the overlord that controlled everything in the Tao of spirit tattoos, and he was filled with arrogance and confidence. It turns out that this boy has such a side. Shujin's heart moved. He was more confident that Lin Sun would help him refine the armor with spiritual tattoos in the future. The door was closed, so Shujin couldn't know what Lin was busy with. But he knew clearly that this saber was very important to Lin. He had heard about it from Lin many days ago. For this reason, Lin specially asked him about the structure and characteristics of the saber. As a strong man with rich combat experience, Shujin had seen countless spiritual sabers in his life. But he didn't know what kind of saber Lin wanted to refine, since Lin had to ask him about such a trivial problem. At this time, looking at the many spiritual materials in the 9 smelting furnace, and Chirps who was concentrating on controlling the fire, Shujin became more and more curious. He could vaguely feel that the saber Lin was going to refine this time was completely different from the ones he had seen before. In other words, in Lin's hands, it was very likely to give birth to a new type of saber unprecedented in the Empire. Rumble. As time went on, the 9 smelting furnace continued to boil, producing a roar like a tide. The dazzling fire waves gushed out. It could be clearly seen that all kinds of spiritual materials had begun to melt gradually at this time, turning into various illusory liquids such as red, indigo, cyan, white, aqua, and purple, which were so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. It was the first time for Shujin to witness the process of refining spiritual materials. Seeing such a magical and dreamy scene, he couldn't help being stunned. This was the means of a spiritual tattooist. It was like the work of the gods, and it seized the fortune of the heavens and the earth, causing the various spirit materials that originally seemed to be inconspicuous to suddenly reveal a miraculous aura. Whoosh whoosh. Every once in a while, Chirps would spray a mouthful of smashing star golden fire into the 9 smelting furnace. Although it was the first time for Chirps to do this, it could now control the fire skillfully. Under its control, the temperature of the spiritual fire in the 9 smelting furnace was perfectly maintained at an optimal state. This made Shujin, who was quite worried, completely relaxed. As he said before, Chirps with smashing star golden fire was a born smelting master. In this world, other smelting masters had to use complicated spiritual tattoo formations to control the temperature of the spiritual fire, and the higher the quality of the spiritual fire, the more difficult it was to control, which brought a great burden to the smelting masters. For example, a heaven-grade spirit flame usually required the cooperation of several smelting grandmasters in order to fully control it and bring out its best effects. But to Xianxia, there was no need to go through so much trouble. A rare heaven-rank spiritual fire like the shattered star golden flames was like a part of its body, and it could control it at will. When the two were compared, Qiuqiu's brilliance was immediately highlighted. Xu Jin even thought that if those old guys from the Academy of Spiritual Implements knew about Qiuqiu's power, they would be so jealous that their eyes would turn red. Just like that, time passed quickly, and before he knew it, night had arrived. The various spirit materials in the 9 smelting furnace had already been completely melted. All the impurities had been removed, leaving behind the purest essence. At this time, Qiuqiu had already spat out countless mouthfuls of fragmentary star golden flames, and it was clearly a little weak. Its round, ball-like body was constantly panting, as if it would collapse at any time. But at this moment, the little guy showed a kind of tenacity, and its dark and round eyes were full of concentration. This made Xu Jin feel distressed and surprised. He didn't expect that Qiuqiu, who looked stupid and cute, was so fierce, just like Lin Sun. If Qiuqiu wasn't a spiritual beast, Xu Jin would doubt whether they were father and son. Boom! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the 9 smelting furnace. All kinds of spiritual materials that had been completely melted into liquid were now covered by a spiritual tattoo, producing an amazing change. Xu Jin suddenly widened his eyes and saw that in the furnace, a peculiar saber embryo was gradually taking shape. The fire was dense, and the spiritual tattoo was flowing, looking mysterious and dazzling. At this moment, the door that had been closed for a day was opened, and Lin Sun strode out. When he saw this scene, a gleam of light flashed through his black eyes. "Qiuqiu, it's done," Lin Sun said. Qiuqiu seemed to be relieved. It took a deep breath and swallowed all the fragmentary star golden flames in the 9 smelting furnace. At the same time, Lin Sun made a spiritual incantation. In the rain of light, the 9 smelting furnace suddenly stopped running and fell silent. Xu Jin couldn't help approaching. Lin Sun casually took out a black saber with a length of 2 feet and 7 inches, 4 fingers wide, from the furnace. It looked ordinary, but the blade was quite unique. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the edge was like a perfect arc. In the center of the blade, there was a straight blood groove, which went straight to the tip of the blade, as if it wanted to drink blood. Xu Jin's eyelids twitched. Just by looking at the shape, he knew that this saber was a killing weapon. The perfect arc of the blade and the blood groove on the blade were all for the purpose of killing the enemy more effectively and directly. On the whole, compared with other more exaggerated and ferocious sabers, this saber was not amazing, and even seemed ordinary. But when you looked at it carefully, you would find that although this saber was not engraved with spiritual tattoos and couldn't be called a real spiritual weapon, the blade had shown a kind of threatening fierceness. It was like a dormant beast, and once it woke up, it would drink blood. What kind of saber was this? Xu Jin couldn't help being curious. But when he wanted to ask, he saw that Lin Sun had hurried back to the room with the saber embryo. Bang! The door was closed, blocking Xu Jin's sight. He was stunned. Were all spiritual tattooists at work like this? Qiuqiu lay on the ground and gasped for breath like a soft cake, making a weak chirping sound. It seemed that Qiuqiu was exhausted. Xu Jin felt distressed and scolded Lin Sun for being heartless. Lin Sun took the saber and left without saying a word. Qiuqiu was really heartless. If it weren't for Qiuqiu's help, how could he smelt the saber embryo so quickly? "Come on, let's drink." Xu Jin scratched his head, took out a jar of soul-burning liquor and handed it to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu shook its head and looked at Xu Jin pitifully with its pure black eyes. Xu Jin was stunned. He quickly took out a piece of green-white spiritual crystal and stuffed it into Qiuqiu's mouth. The little guy immediately cheered, and with a crunch, it swallowed the high-grade precious crystal that was worth 100 gold coins into its stomach. Soon after, it jumped up with a swoosh. Flames surged around its body, and it continuously chirped loudly like a happy child. Xu Jin couldn't help laughing. But when he thought that all this should have been done by Lin Sun, but he, a bystander, had to pay a piece of green-white spiritual crystal for it, his face suddenly became a little ugly. Looking at Qiuqiu, he murmured in his heart, "Could it be that the boy has already schemed against me? Otherwise, how could he be so calm when he saw Qiuqiu so weak just now?" This time, Xu Jin really wronged Lin Sun. Like other spiritual tattooists, once Lin Sun started to work, he completely devoted himself to the refining without any distractions in his mind. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was completely oblivious to himself. just like at this moment, he sat upright at the desk, picked up the inscribing pen, dipped it in the prepared spiritual ink, and began to inscribe spiritual tattoos on the saber embryo with all his heart and soul. The saber Lin Sun made for himself this time was a pioneering work that had never been done before. The material of the saber, the spiritual ink needed for inscribing spiritual tattoos, and the spiritual tattoo pattern required were all conceived and finalized by him. Every single minute step had been repeatedly deduced by him countless times, and it was all for the sake of preventing the slightest mistake during the refinement process. After all, there was no experience to follow in refining this saber. He had to complete everything by himself. Once he made a mistake, all the previous efforts and preparations would be in vain. Lin Sun was a spiritual tattooist who was extremely strict with himself on spiritual tattoos. This quality was inherited from Master Lu, so he would be fully prepared before every refining. As a popular saying went, the attitude of being picky and pursuing perfection was the supreme belief of every spiritual tattooist all his life. Swish, 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 he waved the inscribing pen, and the tip of the pen was as smooth as flowing water, sketching out mysterious and light traces of spiritual tattoos. Like slowly blooming fireworks, they were imprinted on the surface of the saber. Lin Sun's inscribing technique was calm and simple, vaguely like a towering mountain, but his movements were free and unrestrained, full of the style of the surging sea. This kind of inscribing style was formed after countless tempering, self-harsh corrections, and countless rebukes and instructions from Master Lu. It was not very mysterious, but it was the most suitable technique for Lin Sun. All this enabled Lin Sun to maintain an unprecedented precision, conciseness, and agility when inscribing spiritual tattoos. He could maximize the compatibility of spiritual ink and perceptual power, so that the spiritual tattoos he inscribed could produce the most wonderful effect. However, all the spiritual tattoos he inscribed were different from before. Lin Sun prepared a total of 49 spiritual tattoos. As the saying goes, there are 50 great ways, 49 heaven's birth, and only one of them. The number of 49 coincided with the circulation technique. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult for Lin Sun to make these 49 spiritual tattoos echo with each other, which was far more difficult than before. However, it seemed that everything was still under Lin Sun's control. Time passed quickly. The sun rose and the moon set. 3 days had passed unknowingly. Lin Sun kept the same posture without eating, drinking, sleeping, or sleeping. So far, he had inscribed 48 spiritual tattoos. He was refining the last spiritual tattoo. However, his face was pale at the moment, and there was faint sweat on his forehead. Although his eyes remained focused and calm as usual, it was obvious that he was about to collapse. In his body, the incomparably strong spiritual energy was already on the verge of exhaustion, and the power of spiritual perception was also seriously consumed. From the inside to the outside, there was a feeling of exhaustion. The situation was really serious. What Lin Sun had deduced up to now was far more complicated and difficult than he had imagined when he put it into practice. Even if he couldn't hold on at this moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain. There seemed to be countless spiritual tattoos buzzing in his mind, like thousands of bees flapping their wings, which made Lin Sun a little irritable. He took a deep breath, constantly analyzing his previous ideas and deductions, trying to find out the reason. Why didn't he have any problem when inscribing the previous 48 spiritual tattoos, but encountered a problem on the last one? What was the problem? Was it that the spiritual tattoos he had mastered were far from enough to inscribe such complicated spiritual tattoos, or that he neglected some hidden details in the process of inscribing? The problem was right in front of him, like the last straw to determine success or failure. If he could grasp it, he would succeed; if not, all his previous efforts would be in vain. At this moment, Lin Sun bit the tip of his tongue, trying to get rid of all the messy thoughts in his mind, and began to sort out all the refining process. After a long time, Lin Sun's heart thumped, and his face changed slightly. He finally grasped the key point. The problem was in the last spiritual tattoo. In the original deduction, the last spiritual tattoo was the finishing touch, which played the role of connecting and echoing other spiritual tattoos. If the other spiritual tattoos were a pile of scattered pearls, the last spiritual tattoo was like a line, which played the role of stringing the pearls together. But now, there was a problem with this line. However, the spiritual tattoo had already taken shape. If he wanted to change this line, he had to overturn all the previous efforts. If he didn't change it, the refining would definitely fail. What should he do? Lin Sun's heart sank. He never thought that the idea he had deduced countless times would make a mistake at the last moment. Was he careless? No, Lin Sun had already deduced all kinds of situations, but he didn't expect that there would be a certain gap when he put the idea into practice. And this gap became the fuse that determined the success or failure at this moment. What should he do? Should he give up like this? Lin Sun's mind was working crazily. His face became paler and paler, and his body was soaked with sweat. Obviously, his condition was getting worse. The fixed spiritual tattoo couldn't be replaced. Could he change the track of the spiritual tattoo and make it play another role? Suddenly, Lin Sun remembered the scene when he entered the heaven accessing place for the first time and passed the first test of Green Cloud Path. The checkpoint was called Spirit Refinement. As long as one could comprehend and master a flowing light spiritual rune, they would be able to pass the checkpoint smoothly. After Lin Sun passed the test, he knew that the meditating magic he obtained was hidden in the flowing light spiritual tattoo. For this reason, he was still amazed by the person who created this flowing light spiritual rune. It was unparalleled to be able to integrate an inherited cultivation method into a spiritual rune pattern. But later, Lin Sun gradually forgot about it. Now that he was in a desperate situation, he suddenly realized that the flowing light spiritual tattoo he had comprehended and mastered was a spiritual tattoo that could move. Every trace of the spiritual inscription was like a dancing flowing light, containing an unimaginable mysterious power. It was too unique. As everyone knew, the trace of each spiritual tattoo was fixed, so that it could have different magical effects. However, the existence of the flowing light spiritual tattoo broke the fixed way of inscribing spiritual tattoos and created a new unimaginable style. Because the traces of its spiritual tattoos could move, they circulated with each other like flowing light, which was unspeakably mysterious. In a trance, all the mysteries of flowing light spiritual tattoo seemed to emerge in Lin Sun's mind again, and a touch of enlightenment emerged in his heart. Swish, 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 the tip of Lin Sun's brush moved again, but the traces of the spiritual tattoos deviated from the original ones and became unrecognizable. It was impossible to see what kind of spiritual tattoo he was going to outline. However, as soon as these seemingly messy spiritual inscriptions appeared, they showed a kind of harmony with each other and a mysterious rhythm. Later, these spiritual tattoos became more and more like a group of fish swimming on the Saber, full of spiritual beauty. Buzz, finally, Lin Sun's brush suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound rang out, and the countless spiritual tattoo tracks that were engraved produced an amazing change. They spread to each other and merged into the other 48 spiritual tattoo patterns that had been formed long ago like a stream of water. The whole Saber suddenly lit up at this moment. Puff, at this time, Lin Sun seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was so eye-catching and dazzling on the black Saber. Outside the room, Shu Jin was drinking alone. 3 days had passed, but there was no movement in Lin Sun's room. However, Shu Jin was not in a hurry. As far as he knew, when a spiritual tattooist inscribed spiritual tattoos, the time it took him was not fixed. Some could finish quickly, while others needed 10 days or half a month. Even when refining extremely complicated top spiritual weapons, it was not possible to succeed in a year and a half. Now only 3 days had passed, so Shu Jin had enough patience to wait. However, Shu Jin didn't know that Lin could refine 2 or 3 spiritual weapons in a day in the past. It was the first time that it took him 3 days at a time. What? Suddenly, Shu Jin narrowed his eyes and put down the wine jar in his hand. The next moment, he disappeared. Outside the gate of the courtyard, 2 figures appeared. One was an old granny with white hair, and the other was an elegant middle-aged man with a delicate beard. They were Granny Wind and Chu Feng. But at this time, Chu Feng looked depressed and bitter, like a prisoner who had confessed his guilt. He sighed from time to time, which was very unusual. Granny Wind, on the other hand, looked indifferent. She looked at the gate of the courtyard in the distance and asked, "Is Master Sun here?" Chu Feng nodded with a heavy heart. Granny Wind snorted, "Don't worry. When you see Master Sun, you can say that I forced you to do this." Chu Feng felt bitter in his heart. This was a kind of coercion. Granny Wind ignored him and went straight to the gate of the courtyard. These days, the more she thought about it, the more unwilling she was. She thought that Lin Sun was just a disciple of Master Sun, but he dared to plot against her and made her suffer a big loss. She really couldn't swallow this anger. At the same time, she also wanted to see Master Sun in person, so as to avoid any mistakes. If all this was just Lin Sun doing what he wanted, and Master Sun didn't know it at all, it would be terrible. This was also the purpose of Granny Wen's visit this time. In order to achieve this goal, she caught Chu Feng in person and played the role of a guide. Chu Feng was naturally unwilling, but he was no match for Granny Wen. After being severely threatened and tortured, Chu Feng finally gave in. There was no other way. If he didn't give in, he had no doubt that Granny Wen would definitely destroy him. Fortunately, Chu Feng knew that Shu Jin was here. As long as Shu Jin showed up, he should be able to stop the old woman. Granny Wen suddenly stopped, and a frightening cold light appeared in her turbid eyes. Almost at the same time, the burly and majestic figure of Shu Jin appeared in front of the courtyard. But when he saw Granny Wen, his rugged face twitched imperceptibly. Then he grinned and said, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, crazy woman." "Shu Jin, how come it's you?" Granny Wen narrowed her eyes in surprise. Seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This old woman actually knew Shu Jin. Then things would be easy to deal with. "Senior Shu Jin, this Granny Wen is here to visit Master Sun," Chu Feng said hurriedly, deliberately emphasizing the 3 words Master Sun to remind Shu Jin that he did not reveal Lin's identity. Shu Jin didn't know whether he understood or not. At the same time, Chu Feng said to Granny Wen, "Granny Wen, you don't know that Senior Shu Jin is a good friend of Master Sun. In order to prevent Master Sun from being disturbed, Senior Shu Jin has been guarding here." This time, Granny Wen became more and more surprised. "Shu Jin, how did you suddenly become the guard of Master Sun? Haven't you been following him all the time?" Before she finished, Shu Jin interrupted her, "Don't mention the past, crazy woman. Master Sun is refining weapons in seclusion. Forgive me for not seeing you. You'd better go back." Granny Wen snorted coldly, "What if I don't go?" Shu Jin's face twitched imperceptibly again. He said with a smile, "Crazy woman, I already know your purpose. You just want to repair an ancient rhythm ocarina. Master Sun already knows about it. When he has time, he will help you as soon as possible." Granny Wen's expression relaxed. At least Shu Jin's words proved that Master Sun knew about it, which was enough. "So, you also know Lin Sun, the little bastard? Since Master Sun is not available, ask him to come out to see me." Granny Wen directly asked to see Lin Sun. Shu Jin frowned and said, "Crazy woman, although Lin Sun has done something wrong, you don't have to embarrass a junior like him, do you?" A cold light suddenly shot out of Granny Wen's eyes. "Why? You already knew about it? So, are you going to stand up for that boy?" Unexpectedly, Shu Jin smiled, "That boy is not qualified enough for me to stand up for him." "But, are you really going to embarrass a junior?" Granny Wen said expressionlessly, "Not really. But this boy is too treacherous and abominable. He must be taught a lesson." Shu Jin nodded with a look of deep thought. "Yes, this boy is very dishonest. He really needs to be taught a lesson." Granny Wen was stunned and immediately sneered, "Shu Jin, don't be careless. Hurry up and ask this little bastard to come out." Shu Jin shook his head, "I'm afraid I can't do it now. Why don't you come back in a few days?" Lin Sun was at the critical moment of refining weapons. How could he be disturbed at this time? Next to her, Chu Feng also persuaded, "Granny Wen, since you already know the address, you might as well come back another day." The more Lin Sun acted like this, the more suspicious Granny Wen became. Shu Jin's appearance here had already aroused her suspicions. Now that Shu Jin didn't give her any face for a little guy, Granny Wen vaguely felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flowed through them. Her momentum became terrible, and there was a sign that she was about to lose her temper. Shu Jin's heart thumped, and he sighed inwardly that this crazy woman was really as difficult to deal with as before. Now he had to do it even if he didn't want to. Chu Feng couldn't help but secretly complain. He was the one who brought Granny Wen here. If something bad happened to her, How could he face Lin's son? At this moment, a strange sound of saber suddenly rang out, like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, going straight to the sky. In an instant, Shu Jin, Granny Wind, and Chu Feng were all shocked. The sound of the saber seemed to have a life of its own, revealing a kind of transcendent spirituality, which was too unusual. Shu Jin, Granny Wind, and Chu Feng were all extremely experienced, so they instantly judged that a spiritual treasure was about to be born. Whoosh! Suddenly, colorful clouds appeared in the sky, shining brightly and reflecting the illusory shadow of a saber. All three of them couldn't help but be attracted by it, looking shocked. But in just an instant, this natural phenomenon disappeared, and it was as if nothing had happened. However, Shu Jin, Granny Wind, and Chu Feng were not calm at all. It's rumored that when a spiritual weapon is perfected, it's able to obtain the blessings of the heavens and produce a strand of perfect spirituality. It's called a spiritual treasure. I've seen such a treasure many times in these past few years, but I never imagined that I would be fated to witness the birth of a spiritual treasure today. Shu Jin's rugged cheeks were full of emotion. He looked relaxed, but in fact, there was a storm in his heart. If he didn't guess wrong, this spiritual treasure was made by Lin Sun. But who could imagine that Lin Sun was only a 14-year-old spiritual tattooist? Who could have imagined that the birth of this spiritual treasure only took 3 days? If those old guys in the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire who were proficient in spiritual tattoos knew all this, they would be ashamed to death. Is this the means of Master Sun? You've really reached the acme of perfection and are beyond my imagination. Just the fact that you're able to refine a spirit treasure has already convinced me. Granny Wind's expression was complicated, with shock and emotion. She had never heard of the name of Master Sun before, so she didn't pay much attention to him subconsciously. It was also when Lin Sun revealed that Master Sun could repair the ancient rhythm ocarina that Granny Wind became a little interested in him. But she was more doubtful about whether Master Sun could really do it. But now that she witnessed the birth of a spiritual treasure, Granny Wind was completely convinced, and the original doubts in her heart were all eliminated. Being able to refine a spiritual treasure has proved that Master Sun has the means to refine armors with spiritual tattoos. If there is a chance, I must pay a visit to this mysterious man in person. Granny Wind sighed. Shu Jin was shocked. He also remembered a rumor in the Empire that as long as a spiritual tattooist could refine a spiritual treasure, he would be qualified to explore and refine armors with spiritual tattoos. If so, didn't it mean that Lin Sun's current attainments in spiritual tattoos had also reached such a level? Neither Shu Jin nor Granny Wind noticed that Chu Feng's expression was dull and tongue-tied at the moment. He knew very well that the so-called Master Sun was just a cover, and the real one was Lin Sun, but he never expected that Lin Sun could actually refine a spiritual treasure. This was too shocking. A teenage spiritual tattooist could achieve this. Throughout the ages, how many people in and out of the Empire could be found? Just when the three of them were all in turmoil, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open, and Lin Sun came out. Seeing him, Shu Jin and Chu Feng immediately woke up from their chaotic thoughts, but their expressions became a little weird, as if they were getting to know Lin Sun again. When Granny Wind saw Lin Sun, she seemed to have lost the intention to denounce him. But she was surprised to find that Lin Sun's face was pale and his footsteps were weak. His whole body showed a kind of listlessness, which was very unusual. It turns out that Granny Wind is here. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Lin Sun cupped his hands and smiled, his voice also becoming a little hoarse and weak. Granny Wind frowned and snorted, "Little guy, it wasn't you who was refining just now. Don't pretend to be pitiful. Do you really think that I will beat you up in person?" Shu Jin and Chu Feng also noticed Lin Sun's abnormality. They were a little worried at first, but after hearing Granny Wind's words, their expressions became weird again. "Well, I don't want to argue with you, but there is one thing you must promise me," Granny Wind said in a low voice. Lin Sun was stunned. "What do you mean?" Granny Wind said coldly, "Of course it's about Huang Jianxiong. His cultivation was destroyed by you. Do you think it's easy to solve this matter?" Shu Jin frowned and said, "Crazy woman, if you have something to say, just say it." Granny Wind glanced at Shu Jin and then said to Lin Sun, "It's very simple. In a few days, those young men from the aristocratic families will send a person to fight with you to settle this grievance. If you win, they have nothing to say. But if you lose, they will have to pay a price." Settle the grievance by fighting? Shu Jin sneered, after so many years, these young men from the aristocratic families are still playing this old trick. They haven't made any progress at all. Chu Feng said worriedly, since they dare to make such a request, they will definitely send their most powerful person. In this way, how can Lin Sun be their opponent? Granny Wen said coldly, do you think this battle will be unfair if I come forward? Shu Jin's heart moved, so, the strength of the opponent must be in the human gang realm? Granny Wen nodded, of course. Otherwise, if Xia Yutong fights, I'm afraid this boy will be defeated in one move. Granny Wen nodded, of course. Otherwise, if Xia Yutong fights, I'm afraid this boy will be defeated in one move. Lin Sun shrugged, do I have any reason to disagree? Granny Wen shook her head resolutely, no. Lin Sun muttered helplessly, I knew it would be like this. Granny Wen looked very frank at this moment. She looked at Lin Sun with a sneer, for the sake of your master son, I don't want to argue with you. But a cunning and abominable little guy like you should also learn a lesson and know that there is always someone better than you. Lin Sun said with a smile, you're right. When will this battle start? Let me make it clear that I'm not free in the near future. Granny Wind also looked as if she knew he would say so. She said, 4 days later, Xia Yutong will send the spiritual materials and remuneration for repairing the ancient rhythm ocarina on behalf of me. At that time, he will tell you the time and place of the battle. A cold light flashed in the depths of Lin Sun's eyes. Is Xia Yutong also involved in this matter? Granny Wind showed a meaningful smile and said, they are all from aristocratic forces. Do you think you will stand by and watch? Lin Sun was silent for a while. After a while, he said, okay, I promise. But 4 days later, let Xia Yutong go to the commune of spiritual tattooists to find me. This place is where my master lives in seclusion and can't be disturbed by outsiders. Granny Wind was stunned and nodded, of course. Without staying any longer, Granny Wind turned around and left. Watching her leave, Shu Jin was obviously much more relaxed. He said, I'm really surprised that the crazy woman is so easy to talk to this time. Chu Feng immediately looked at Lin Sun with a smile and said, it's very simple. It's because our master's son has refined a spiritual treasure, which deterred the old woman at once and made her not dare to make trouble again. Shu Jin glanced at Chu Feng coldly, be careful what you say. If this woman goes crazy and wants to kill you, no one can stop her. Chu Feng suddenly shivered all over and looked embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh, I feel that this Granny Wind is reasonable. What I fear most is meeting unreasonable people. Cut the crap. Hurry up and let me see the saber you've refined. Shu Jin had been patient for a long time. At this moment, he couldn't help but be curious and said hurriedly, can I have a look at this peerless spiritual treasure? Chu Feng looked at Lin Sun hopefully. Come on. Lin Sun turned his head and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, a black saber with a length of 2 feet and 7 inches and a width of 4 fingers appeared in Lin Sun's hand. Shu Jin frowned. This spiritual treasure seemed to be no different from the original saber embryo. But when he held it in his hand, the saber suddenly trembled as if it was resisting, and a terrible light appeared on the dark blade. Shu Jin felt a sharp pain on his fingertip. He immediately circulated his cultivation base and exerted force in his palm. Only then was he able to hold the saber in his hand. It felt like he was holding a treasure with a soul. He could clearly feel that the saber was resisting him. This alone made Shu Jin's eyes brighten. He couldn't help but exclaim, good treasure. It's really a spiritual treasure with a wisp of heaven's luck. Spiritual weapon and spiritual treasure were only one word apart, but their spirituality was worlds apart. Chu Feng, who was at the side, was also envious when he saw this. He stepped forward with the intention of personally feeling it. Who would have thought that before his fingers could approach, he saw the saber suddenly emit a clear cry, and the edge of the saber gushed out a wisp of incomparably sharp ominous light. With a ripping sound, a wound was torn on the tip of Chu Feng's finger. If he hadn't dodged in time, his fingers would have almost been cut off. Chu Feng's heart trembled with embarrassment and shock. He said, this treasure is simply a peerless murderous weapon. It's rare in the world. It was also the first time for Lin to feel the spirituality of the saber so clearly. Seeing this, he couldn't help grasping in the void. With a clang, the black saber turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into Lin's palm, as if it took the initiative to throw itself into his arms. Xu Jin and Chu Feng widened their eyes at the sight. In an instant, Lin felt that the saber in his hand seemed to have become an inseparable part of him, connected with his flesh and blood, producing a sense of complete resonance. It was as if he could feel its happiness, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and all of his thoughts could be sensed by it. It was the first time for Lin to experience this feeling, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Without using his cultivation, he shook his wrist and waved the saber at will. With a crack, the air was torn like silk, making a sharp sound. At the same time, a wisp of fierce light flashed on the surface of the saber. Good saber, Xu Jin and Chu Feng's eyes brightened with envy. Xu Jin and Chu Feng, one was a strong practitioner with unparalleled fighting capacity, and the other was an experienced top-grade spiritual tattooist. They could tell at a glance that Lin's saber was too unusual. With the power of the saber itself, it could tear the air and produce a breathtaking fierce spirit, which was incomparable to other sabers. Chu Feng couldn't help taking out a black spirit saber and said with burning eyes, "Come on, chop it." Lin Sun was surprised and said, "That's not necessary. Such a black spirit saber is very expensive." "If it's destroyed," Xu Jin, who was at the side, said impatiently, "I told you to cut the ridge. What's with all this nonsense?" Lin glanced at Chu Feng, who was also impatient. Without hesitation, he raised the saber in his hand and chopped it down. He did not use his cultivation in this attack, but even so, with a bang, the black spirit battle saber, which was known as a middle-rank human spiritual weapon, was easily cut into two. Xu Jin and Chu Feng's pupils shrank at once. What a terrible sharp power, even Lin Sun couldn't help but feel surprised. He was extremely confident in the saber he refined, but it was still beyond his expectation that he could make it this far. Buzz, Lin poured the little spiritual gang energy left in his body into the saber. A strange sound like the roar of a dragon or a tiger sounded, as if a fierce beast had woken up from silence. In an instant, the saber, which was 4 feet and 7 inches long and 4 fingers wide, suddenly surged with countless bright spiritual tattoos. They flowed around the saber like tides, looking mysterious and dazzling. But soon, all these were replaced by a kind of real ominous light. The whole saber was as dark as the eternal night. The ominous light was so strong that the air around it was buzzing and trembling. Xu Jin was stunned. It was not like a spiritual weapon of human rank at all. It was no different from an earth-rank spiritual weapon. Clang, Lin withdrew his hand, and the saber became calm in an instant. The dark saber was full of mysterious and sharp spirit. Who can imagine that this is a spiritual weapon of upper grade of human rank? Who can imagine that its power can compete with an earth-rank spiritual weapon, which even the top spiritual weapon of human rank can't compare with? This is a spiritual treasure. It was born from the previous blessing, and its spirituality is extraordinary. Chu Feng's eyes were fanatical. As an experienced spiritual tattooist, he naturally knew the value of this saber at a glance. It could be called an unparalleled treasure. At this moment, the way he looked at Lin Sun changed. He admired Lin Sun so much that he wanted to worship him. At the age of 14, he had refined a spirit treasure that was different from the rest of the world. Who in the entire empire could compare to him? Give it a name, Xu Jin said. Yes. The magic of this saber is enough to be recorded in the history of spiritual tattooists. How can it not have a resounding name? Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Lin thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Flowing Light." Inspired by the Flowing Light spiritual tattoo, this saber was finally successfully refined. The name was also very memorable for Lin Sun. This was the origin of the Flowing Light saber. In the years to come, this saber would also become famous along with Lin Sun in the empire and leave a mark of its own in the history of the empire. Because of the Flowing Light saber, Chu Feng was completely convinced by Lin Sun. He made friends with Lin Sun because of his potential before, but now he really regarded Lin Sun as a friend. Also because of the Flowing Light saber, Xu Jin looked forward to the day when Lin Sun refined the armor with spiritual tattoos for him. Perhaps, it would also give him a surprise at that time. 3 days later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. He was in high spirits, and his whole body was surging with abundant vitality. It took him 3 days to recover just to refine a saber for himself, which made Lin Sun sigh with emotion. If he hadn't thought of flowing light spiritual tattoo at that time, this saber would not have been born at all. If he hadn't obtained the heaven accessing place, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend and master the unique spiritual tattoo of flowing light spiritual tattoo, which was full of magical colors. This was the chance, full of accidents. When Lin Sun walked out of the room, Shu Jin was teasing Chirps and competing with him in drinking, which made Lin Sun speechless. He was always worried that Shu Jin would infect Chirps with some bad habits. Tomorrow, Xia Yutong will come to send the letter of challenge in person. Are you ready? Shu Jin smiled and clinked his glass with Chirps, asking casually. There's only one step left. Lin Sun came over, grabbed Chirps, and took away the glass in the little guy's mouth. Drinking was a bad habit. Chirps acted like a spoiled child and wanted to take back the glass, but Lin Sun ruthlessly refused. In desperation, the little guy could only squat there and sulk. What's the last step? Shu Jin was stunned. With a clang, Lin Sun pulled out the flowing light saber and looked at Shu Jin, saying, I need to get familiar with the power of flowing light saber as soon as possible. Shu Jin seemed to understand and smiled, You want me to practice with you? Lin Sun smiled brightly, It's a waste of resources if I don't make full use of such a great master like you. Shu Jin smiled more and more maliciously, Okay, but I won't be merciful. Are you sure you want to do this? Lin Sun remained calm, I believe that with your cultivation and identity, you can definitely help me to do this as soon as possible. As for whether you will be merciful or not, it depends on whether you want to bully me. After all, I'm only 14 years old this year. If you bully me, it's not good to hear about it. On the contrary, if you do your best to practice with me, you can get a good reputation in the future. Shu Jin snorted, 14 years old? I've never seen a 14-year-old treacherous little guy like you. Lin Sun smiled and said nothing. That night, Lin Sun lay on the bed, gritting his teeth and gasping for breath. Shu Jin was too cruel. At this moment, his entire body was sore, and there were many red and swollen bruises in many places. Of course, Shu Jin was extremely restrained. The injuries he caused seemed insignificant, and he could recover after a good night's sleep. However, these insignificant injuries were really painful. Obviously, Shu Jin did it on purpose. When I refine armors with spiritual tattoos for you in the future, I'll let you taste this pain, Lin Sun angrily made a decision in his heart. But then again, fighting with Shu Jin for a day benefited Lin Sun a lot. He not only mastered the power of flowing light saber, but also practiced the 6-word saber play. Shu Jin was undoubtedly a master. Under his guidance, Lin Sun had a deeper understanding of the 6-word saber play, and was only a step away from the mastery of martial arts. Most importantly, through the fight, Shu Jin keenly perceived that the fighting methods Lin Sun had mastered were too simple, so he suggested Lin Sun to practice a punching method or palm method to defend himself in addition to practicing Taoism. According to Shu Jin, weapons were worldly possessions after all, which could be used but could never be relied on. The most fundamental thing was to tap the potential of one's own body. Lin Sun deeply agreed with this. The marching boxing he had mastered before was after all a basic punching method, and its power had reached the limit. For Lin Sun now, it was not enough. Therefore, Lin Sun immediately kept Shu Jin's advice in mind. He secretly thought that he must find a suitable punching method to practice when he had a chance. Of course, it would be better if he could get some secret books that were not available in the market. Unfortunately, there was not much hope. For example, those secret books were all inherited from the rich and powerful forces, and it was almost impossible for them to spread to the market. Lin Sun also tried to learn some punching methods from Shu Jin, but Shu Jin refused him with one sentence, The punching method I practiced is not suitable for you. Therefore, Lin Sun could only wait for an opportunity to learn a new punching method suitable for himself. The next morning, Lin Sun got up and went out. He had already made an appointment with Granny Wen to meet Xia Yutong in the commune of spiritual tattooists today. But when Lin Sun arrived at the commune of spiritual tattooists, he was surprised to find that many people had already gathered here, blocking the street. Most of them were practitioners. Some girls looked excited and frequently looked at the gate of the commune of spiritual tattooists. It turns out that man is young Sword King, Xia Yutong. He deserves to be an influential figure in the young generation of the empire. His demeanor alone makes people feel ashamed. Ah, young Sword King is so handsome. I really want to have children with him. Humph, don't worry. I heard that there are so many women chasing after young Sword King in the forbidden city of the empire that they can form a long street. There are many daughters of aristocratic families among them. Don't count on him. Hearing the bursts of discussion and looking at the excited and admiring expressions of the budding girls, Lin Sun finally clearly realized that Sha Yutong was so famous in the empire. Lin Sun looked up and saw Sha Yutong standing alone in front of the commune of spiritual tattooists. He was dressed in a green robe with his hair coiled into a bun and carried a blue spiritual sword on his back. Standing there casually, he was like a dragon among men and a phoenix among men, dazzling and unparalleled. This guy had been waiting here so early and had a dignified posture. No wonder he caused a sensation in this area. Lin Sun thought that Sha Yutong was obviously not a person who liked to show off, but now he seemed to be afraid that others couldn't recognize him, which was a bit strange. But Lin Sun couldn't figure out the reason after thinking about it, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Almost at this moment, a sharp gaze suddenly swept over and instantly locked on Lin Sun, making him squint his eyes. He looked up and saw Sha Yutong looking at him from a distance. Seeing this, Lin Sun no longer hesitated. He squeezed through the crowd and walked over there. Seeing Lin Sun coming over, Sha Yutong threw a storage bag to Lin Sun without saying a word. This is the spiritual materials and remuneration that Granny Wind asked me to send. Lin Sun put it away with a "oh." At this time, the crowd nearby found that the reason why young Sword King Sha Yutong appeared here was that he was waiting for someone. Many people couldn't help but look at Lin Sun, wondering what kind of person Lin Sun was and why Sha Yutong was waiting here in person. Who is this guy? Why is he treated so politely by young Sword King? He seems to be in his teens. Is he also a famous and powerful figure of the younger generation in the empire, just like the young Sword King? It's a bit weird. Even if he is a friend of young Sword King, he doesn't have to arrange the meeting place here. It's as if we don't know. The crowd was talking about Lin Sun's origin. Even some clear-minded people had vaguely seen that the scene in front of them was a little strange. Both Lin Sun and Sha Yutong turned a blind eye to it and seemed very calm, because both of them knew the purpose of this meeting. This is a letter of challenge. 3 days later, Huang Jianchen, the elder brother of Huang Jianxiong, will be waiting for you in the arena of Mist City. Sha Yutong handed a letter of challenge printed with gorgeous cloud patterns to Lin Sun, and then turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word of nonsense. He maintained an indifferent attitude and never showed a trace of emotion. But Lin Sun knew that this was the attitude Sha Yutong showed to him. Ignoring him, Lin Sun watched Sha Yutong leave without showing any emotion. He just gently opened the letter of challenge with his fingers. There was only one sentence written on it, one fight to settle all grievances. The handwriting was like a sword, revealing an incomparably fierce spirit, as if it would break the paper and fly out. Just by looking at the handwriting, one could know that this sentence was written by Sha Yutong. The fierce and unparalleled breath perfectly matched his temperament. Lin Sun squinted his eyes for a moment and put the letter of challenge away. Only then did he find that people nearby were whispering and looking at him with a strange look. A letter of challenge. It turns out that young Sword King came to issue the letter of challenge in person. He is not a friend of this young man. What I'm curious about is who this guy will offend. It's so unusual that Sha Yutong came out in person. Didn't you hear it? 3 days later, in the arena, Huang Jianchen. Huang Jianchen? Who is this guy? It must not be simple. Otherwise, how could young Sword King come out in person to issue the letter of challenge? Interesting. It's so interesting. 3 days later, I must go to the arena to watch this battle. The discussion was full of excitement. Sha Yutong, a well-known figure of the younger generation, suddenly appeared in Mist City and issued a challenge to a strange boy in public. This matter itself was filled with the flavor of fanciful thoughts, and it was difficult not to attract attention. Lin Sun frowned and vaguely guessed Sha Yutong's intention. Young master, Manager Chu Feng requests your presence. At this time, a maid ran out of the commune of spiritual tattooists and led Lin to the second floor. "Brother, Xia Yutong is really ruthless," Chu Feng said angrily as soon as he saw Lin Sun. "Brother, you noticed it too?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. "As long as you're not blind, you can definitely see that Xia Yutong only sent a letter of challenge, but now he's so ostentatious, as if he's afraid that others won't know. It goes without saying that he must be taking this opportunity to tell the whole Mist City that Lin Sun will fight in the arena 3 days later." Chu Feng sneered, "That's flattery. He will take this opportunity to push you to the cusp of the storm, and then let you fall down on the day of the battle and completely lose your reputation in Mist City." Lin Sun nodded, "But Xia Yutong's action makes me guess that he is obviously very confident in Huang Jianchen. He thinks that with Huang Jianchen's means, he can defeat me in the battle." Chu Feng patted his thigh, "That's right. Think about it, the venue of the duel is the first-class arena in Mist City, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people. If you lose at that time, it will be known by everyone in Mist City within a day. So, Xia Yutong is obviously hiding evil intentions and going too far." Lin Sun smiled and said, "Since he wants to make it known to the whole city, I'll play with him. But now I'm curious about what kind of opponent Huang Jianchen is." Chu Feng frowned and thought for a while. He couldn't help shaking his head. "I haven't heard of him, but he should be a powerful figure in the Forbidden City, right?" Lin Sun frowned and said, "Brother, help me check the details of Huang Jianchen. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles." Chu Feng immediately nodded and agreed to the task. As Chu Feng analyzed, it didn't take long before it caused a stir in Mist City. Young Sword King Xia Yutong, an outstanding figure of the younger generation of the empire, issued a letter of challenge to a young man in public today. This was definitely a sensational thing. Xia Yutong was not only an outstanding figure in cultivation and talent, but also a lineal descendant of the Xia family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families of the empire. This identity alone was enough to attract the attention of the major forces in Mist City. However, such a dazzling figure did not hesitate to condescend to act as a middleman and personally sent a letter of challenge. It was hard not to attract people's attention. Soon, new news came out. Lin Sun's identity was found out, but most people only knew that Lin Sun was a young man who was qualified to participate in the province test. A few days ago, he had defeated Xianxia and Yuan Shu in front of Mist College, which caused a lot of sensation. Only the powerful forces in Mist City knew that Lin Sun had killed many practitioners on a rainy night. He was not only extremely powerful, but also had a mysterious origin. He was a person who could never be provoked. When they learned that Xia Yutong's letter of challenge pointed at Lin Sun, these forces were immediately attracted. No one would take this matter as an ordinary trifle. Lin Sun's opponent, Huang Jianchen, was a descendant of the Huang clan, one of the aristocratic families in the Forbidden City of the empire. In addition, there was little news about Huang Jianchen. But the more it was so, the more attractive this matter became. Whether it was Lin Sun or Huang Jianchen, for most people in Mist City, they were far less famous than Xia Yutong, the young Sword King. However, Xia Yutong was involved in this matter. This unreasonable thing made many people feel that something was different. In short, as soon as the news spread throughout Mist City, it received unprecedented attention. Many people were attracted by it. Some people even rushed to buy tickets to the arena 3 days later as fast as they could, wanting to see this unusual duel in person. In less than an hour, the tickets for the Colosseum 3 days later were all sold out. From this, one could see how much attention this duel had attracted. In an elegant room of a restaurant, when Mingxiu, Xianxia, Yuan Shu, and other young men from the aristocratic families of Mist City gathered together again, all looking excited. As soon as I heard about it, I immediately informed everyone to come together. The purpose is to know, will you go to watch this duel? Xianxia glanced at the crowd, unable to hide the joy between his eyebrows. Of course, we will go. We dare not provoke Lin Sun, but if we can see him suffer a crushing defeat and make a fool of himself in public, who will miss this opportunity? I don't know how powerful Huang Jianchen is, but since Xia Yutong, the young Sword King, dares to stand up for him, it proves that he must think that Lin Sun can't be Huang Jianchen's opponent. Haha, Lin Sun is doomed this time. Others also responded excitedly. The forces behind them had suffered losses in the hands of Lin Sun, but because of Lin Sun's identity, they could only bear it and did not dare to retaliate. Now, they had the opportunity to see how Lin Sun would make a fool of himself. Of course, they were happy to see it. Only when Mingxiu seemed very calm and said, "It's not so easy to bully Lin Sun. I'm curious, if Lin Sun wins in this duel, how will young Sword King end up?" As soon as these words came out, everyone else was stunned. No matter what, let's just wait. 3 days later, a good show will begin. This time around, it's not just us. Even the old fellows from the various factions behind us are unable to sit still. They want to personally watch this showdown. Xianxia's eyes were shining. I heard that even Governor Lu Wujuan, great practitioner Yao Tuahai, Dean of Mist College Wei Lingzhen, and Xiling Army Du Dongtu are also paying attention to this matter. I just don't know if they will go to see it in person. Everyone else laughed. They also knew about this matter. They heard that it was impossible to buy tickets to the arena 3 days later in the current market, and in the black market, a ticket like this had already been hyped up to a jaw-dropping sky-high price. It could be imagined how spectacular the scene in the arena would be when the duel began. The most urgent thing is to find out the details of Huang Jianchen. This guy is not famous in the Forbidden City. He seems to be very low-key and mysterious. But since he can be endorsed by Shai Yutong, he must be a terrible character. Wen Mingxiu muttered. Others also nodded. They had all seen Huang Jianxiong. Although Huang Jianxiong's cultivation had long been destroyed by Lin Sun, his original combat effectiveness was also first class in the human gang realm. As Huang Jianchen, Huang Jianxiong's elder brother, was certainly not simple. Such discussions and conversations took place in every area of Mist City now. No matter which point they paid attention to, Lin Sun had become a household name. Of course, once he was defeated in the battle 3 days later, he was doomed to lose his reputation and become a well-known loser in Mist City. This was the strategy of praising first and then killing. It was an open and aboveboard plot. Even if it was seen by others, it would not affect Shai Yutong's reputation at all. When Lu Qingyan heard the news from Granny Wind in Green Tea Pavilion, she couldn't help biting her lips. An inexplicable anger welled up in her heart and she said, "Child Xia's action is a bit bullying." Who was Huang Jianchen, others might not know, but Lu Qingyan knew the details of this person very well. Last year, she was invited to a banquet belonging to the descendants of aristocratic families in the Forbidden City. At the banquet, there were all outstanding figures among the descendants of aristocratic families, including Huang Jianchen. This person looked extremely ordinary and inconspicuous. He sat there drinking in a low voice and did not attract attention at all. But something happened later, which left a deep impression on Lu Qingyan. At that time, in order to liven things up, some descendants of aristocratic families chose some people to practice martial arts, which made the atmosphere of the scene unprecedentedly hot. But at that time, Huang Jianchen shook his head and got up to leave directly. His move immediately caused many people's dissatisfaction. But Huang Jianchen didn't care at all. He turned around and left, which completely angered a famous aristocratic family in the field. The man was Lu Guanqing, a middle-level aristocratic family from the Lu clan. He was a talented genius and quite famous in the circle of aristocratic families. Seeing that Huang Jianchen didn't give him face, Lu Guanqing immediately stopped him and questioned him. He never thought that he, a genius with excellent combat effectiveness, was seriously injured by Huang Jianchen in one move. Suddenly, everyone was shocked, and the atmosphere was dead silent. At that time, Huang Jianchen just sneered and shook his head, leaving a comment of showy but not practical, and then left. Because this matter was too shameful, in order not to offend Lu Guanqing, all the aristocratic families in the field no longer mentioned it, so not many people knew it. But as the person involved, Lu Qingyan knew this matter very well. She knew how terrible Huang Jianchen's combat effectiveness was, which was not comparable to that of ordinary aristocratic families. Under his seemingly ordinary appearance, there was actually a heart like that of a fierce beast. Once he fought, the whole person was like a bloodthirsty beast, and his breath was extremely terrifying. Now, it was said that Huang Jianchen was going to fight with Lin Sun this time, and Shai Yutong made it known to the whole city. It was obvious that Huang Jianchen wanted to completely defeat Lin Sun and ruin his reputation. This made Lu Qingyan feel a little uncomfortable. Without Lin Sun, she didn't know where to find someone to help her repair the ancient rhythm ocarina. Now, Lin Sun was regarded as an enemy and suppressed by these young men who followed her. What would Lu Qingyan think? Seeing this, Granny Wind couldn't help but frown and say, indeed, although it's a battle to settle the scores, it's a bit too much to make such a big fuss now. Grandma, as far as I know, although Huang Jianchen is Huang Jianxiong's brother, I'm afraid Huang Jianxiong can't invite him. Lu Qingyan suddenly asked. Xia Yutong invited me. Granny Wind said, Huang Jianchen may not give face to a waste, but he has to give face to Xia Yutong. Lu Qingyan frowned and thought for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly. It has happened, and it's too late to reverse it. I only hope that Huang Jianchen will not go too far, otherwise, Granny Wind immediately said, don't worry, Mississippi. As long as I'm here, I won't just watch Lin Sun get killed. Lu Qingyan nodded, feeling a little depressed. She only hoped that Lin Sun could win so that nothing bad would happen again. Old Jean, do you know Huang Jianchen? As soon as he returned home, Lin Sun asked Shu Jin directly. Why do you mention this boy? Shu Jin asked in surprise. Lin Sun was surprised. He just asked casually. He didn't expect that Shu Jin had also heard of Huang Jianchen. At the moment, Lin Sun told his feelings about the duel 3 days later. Your opponent is him? Shu Jin frowned at once. It seems that Xia Yutong intends to make you fall into a situation of certain defeat. Lin Sun asked, is this person very powerful? Shu Jin pondered. 3 years ago, Huang Jianchen, at the age of 13, broke through to the human gang realm and condensed a rare second-grade pond of spiritual power, chain of dark prison, in his body. Although it is slightly inferior to the first-grade pond of spiritual power, he can sometimes practice some special fighting secret methods with this pond of spiritual power. The reason why I know this boy is that the pond of spiritual power he condensed can practice a kind of inherited secret method in Heiyao Shrine. Therefore, Heiyao Shrine once threw an olive branch to this boy and wanted him to practice in Heiyao Shrine. Lin Sun nodded, and then? Shu Jin's eyes flashed a strange color, then he refused. Refused? This time, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Heiyao Shrine was an extremely mysterious and powerful force, but Huang Jianchen refused the opportunity to join Heiyao Shrine, which was puzzling. Yes, the reason for this kid's refusal is very simple. He wants to rely on himself and walk a path that is completely different from the cultivators of the world. His tone is very arrogant, but this kid's willpower is indeed extraordinary, and he isn't the type to boast. Shu Jin's words had given Lin a vague impression of Huang Jianchen, whom he had never met. It was also very clear that the people who could be noticed by Heiyao Shrine were absolutely not simple. It seems that Xia Yutong has found me a strong opponent this time, Lin Sun thought. Are you afraid? Shu Jin asked. Do you think I will be afraid? Lin Sun got up with a smile, turned around and walked into his room. You are too cunning. God knows whether you are afraid or not. Shu Jin couldn't help but roll his eyes. According to his observation these days, Lin Sun's combat effectiveness was enough to fight against Huang Jianchen. The only thing that worried Shu Jin was that Huang Jianchen was from a powerful family. If he mastered some powerful secret methods, with the help of the pond of spiritual power of the chain of black prison in his body, he could burst out unimaginable power. Boy, you can only rely on yourself this time. If you win, it will be better. If you lose, it will be a lesson, Shu Jin murmured in his heart. In a closed secret room, there was a burst of roars of fierce beasts. The sound was ferocious and soul-stirring. Hearing it, the 2 guards in front of the secret room trembled and their faces turned pale. But it didn't take long for the roars of these fierce beasts to turn into mournful wails and finally fell silent. Bang, the tightly closed door of the chamber opened up before a young man walked out. His naked upper body was tainted with a large expanse of scarlet-red blood, and his entire body emitted a peerlessly ferocious imposing aura that caused others to feel dazed as if they'd seen a god of death that had walked out from hell. Seeing the teenager, the 2 servants became more frightened, and their eyes showed deep fear, as if facing this teenager was more terrible than hearing the roars of the fierce beasts just now. The teenager took a snow-white towel from the hands of a servant expressionlessly, wiped the bloodstains on his skin, and then said indifferently, "Go deal with it." As he spoke, he had already put on his clothes and was walking towards the outside. The two servants suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and could see the fear in each other's eyes. Immediately, they walked into the secret room. At a glance, they saw the blood all over the ground and the corpses of 3 fierce beasts, a windblade snow wolf, a cold-armored giant python, and a giant rock bear. 3 fierce beasts, whose strength was comparable to Earthgang realm practitioners, were killed in this narrow secret room in less than 10 minutes. Looking at the fear in their eyes when they were dying, the two servants couldn't help but think of the teenager bathed in blood, and they trembled all over. When the teenager walked out of the door, the monstrous murderous spirit flowing all over his body had dissipated like the tide and disappeared. In the sunshine, the teenager was neither tall nor short, not fat nor thin, not good-looking or ugly, very ordinary and inconspicuous, just like a different person. He walked silently into a hall, where someone was already waiting. "Xianxia, you are here." The man in a green robe with his hair in a bun was young Sword King Xianxia. There was no doubt that this ordinary-looking teenager was Huang Jianchen. Huang Jianchen nodded and sat silently on one side, looking very dull. This was his character. When he was not fighting, he was a man of few words and few words. Xianxia obviously knew Huang Jianchen's character very well. He said casually, "Things have been arranged. 3 days later, at noon, Lin will fight with you in the arena." Huang Jianchen was silent for a moment and said, "Killing him is the most effective way to solve the problem." Xianxia shook his head, "No, this boy can't die. Miss Yan still needs his master's help to repair a musical instrument." His voice was flat, but it could not be refused. Huang Jianchen was silent for a long time and finally nodded and said, "I will try my best." Xianxia frowned and seemed to be dissatisfied with the answer. He stared at Huang Jianchen for a long time and then said, "3 days later, I will pick you up." Then he got up and left. "Wait." Huang Jianchen stopped him. Xianxia stopped and said, "What else?" Huang Jianchen said, "The fierce beasts you sent are not strong enough. Remember to send some powerful ones tomorrow." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "As you wish." 3 days passed quickly. It was a sunny day. Early in the morning, Lin Sun woke up from meditation as usual. Washing, eating, practicing martial arts, everything was the same as usual. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so calm," Shu Jin joked. Lin Sun cleaned up and said with a smile, "It's just a fight. Do you need to be so worried?" Shu Jin laughed, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. You don't want to go? I heard it will be very lively this time." Lin asked. I don't want to watch the fight between the two little guys. It's not interesting at all. It's better to stay at home and drink and sleep." Shu Jin didn't care. Lin Sun replied with a smile and strode out. When he walked to the bustling streets of Mist City, there were discussions about this duel everywhere, and many figures were gathering in the direction of the arena. Even the spiritual screen in the center of the city was broadcasting the news of today's duel. The arena was located in the east of Mist City, covering an area of 100 acres. It could accommodate tens of thousands of people to watch the fighting together. It was still noon, but the arena was already crowded with people. The noise went straight to the sky, and the atmosphere was very lively. They all came for the upcoming duel today. One was Lin Sun, who was qualified to participate in the province test, and the other was Huang Jianchen, a young man from the aristocratic family in the Forbidden City. The most important thing was that this duel was arranged by young Sword King Xianxia himself. These days, the news about this duel had already made a lot of noise in the whole Mist City. Everyone knew about it, so there was such a hot scene in the arena today. There were 2 kinds of seats in the arena. One was the ordinary seats, distributed around the arena, and the other was the box, which was specially set up for the nobles. At this time, in one of the boxes, Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu, and other young men from the aristocratic families had already been sitting in it. Through the window in front of the box, they could have a panoramic view of the central ring of the arena. "Have you heard that Miss Lu Qingyan is also here? I really don't know what Lin Sun is capable of. It's just a duel about him, but Miss Lu Qingyan is also attracted here," Yuan Shu murmured. "Hey, when Lin Sun is defeated in front of tens of thousands of people, you won't envy him anymore." Qi Yunxiao smiled leisurely. Young Sword King is really influential. The duel arranged by him has attracted all the big shots in Mist City. I've asked around just now. Now in any box in the arena, there may be a big shot who can make Mist City tremble with a stomp of his foot. Someone sighed with emotion. Yes, I noticed it just now. I'm curious what these big shots will think when they see the scene of Lin Sun's fiasco. Haha, I don't know what those big shots will think. I only know that once Lin Sun is defeated this time, he is bound to lose his face and will never be able to raise his head again. Seeing them talking so excitedly about the scene after Lin Sun's fiasco, Wen Mingxiu couldn't help frowning and feeling a little disgusted. He didn't dare to fight back because he was forced by Lin Sun, but he hoped others would defeat Lin Sun and make a fool of him. What was the difference between this mentality and that of a clown? In another box, Lu Qingyan sat quietly in front of the window. From here, she could see everything outside, but the people in the box could not be seen from the outside. At this time, Lu Qingyan looked at the expectant faces in the arena and listened to their excited discussion about Lin Sun and Huang Jianchen. She felt a little depressed in her heart. Miss, just treat it as a show. Don't think too much about it. Granny Wen tried to persuade him. I just hope Lin Sun won't lose, otherwise I'll be guilty, Lu Qingyan whispered. Won't lose? Is that even possible? Granny Wen muttered in her heart. She didn't think that Lin Sun, a cunning boy, could be Huang Jianchen's opponent. Discussions like this took place in every corner of the wrestling ring. In those private rooms, the VIPs arrived one after another. Among them, there were not only the real power figures in the major forces, but also the famous great practitioners such as Wei Lingzhen, the president of Mist College, and Du Dongtu, the commander of Xiling Army. Even Mu Wansu, the new shopkeeper of Keystone Business, Yao Tuahai, who could keep pace with Governor Lu Wujuan, and Chu Feng, the director of the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, also came. Of course, young Sword King Shi Yutong and a group of young men from the Forbidden City would not miss this feast arranged by them. As time went on, there were more and more figures in the wrestling ring, and the atmosphere became more and more lively. As far as the eye could see, there were black heads everywhere. The people of Ziyao Empire had a martial heart in their bones, and they had a natural fanaticism for fighting. There were too many things to look forward to in this upcoming battle. It was an unprecedented event for the whole Mist City. Therefore, although the battle had not yet begun, there was a fanatical atmosphere in the field. Dong, with an earth-shattering sound of war drums, the curtain of the duel was opened, and the atmosphere in the field reached an unprecedented height at this moment. Under the gaze of countless people, a bright light curtain of spiritual tattoos rose in the center of the wrestling ring. This was a spiritual tattoo formation, which defended the surroundings of the ring and prevented the aftermath of the battle from affecting the audience in the surrounding stands. Soon, Lin Sun's handsome figure appeared on the ring, which immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. This guy is Lin Sun? He looks like a teenager. I heard that he not only has the qualification to participate in the province test, but also has a powerful fighting capacity. He is one of the best among his peers. That's the guy. I don't know how he offended Huang Jianchen, a young man from an aristocratic family. It's not easy for Shi Yutong to issue a challenge in person. Hey, I think Lin Sun will suffer in this battle. Yes, no matter how powerful Lin Sun is, how can Huang Jianchen, a young man from an aristocratic family, compare with him? Most people were not optimistic about Lin Sun, especially Qi Yunxiao and Yuan Shu, who were excited to see Lin Sun fail miserably and make a fool of himself. This time, this guy is finished. In one of the boxes, a group of young men from aristocratic families laughed complacently. Lin Sun destroyed Huang Jianxiong's cultivation in front of them, which made them feel ashamed. Now, they could finally vent their anger with the help of Huang Jianchen. Only Shi Yutong was expressionless. He was not interested in this battle because he had already determined that Lin Sun could not be Huang Jianchen's opponent. For him, it was just a piece of cake to deal with Lin Sun. There was nothing to be happy about. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the field. What? This is Huang Jianchen? It's impossible. Why does a young man from an aristocratic family look so ordinary? He doesn't have the demeanor of a genius at all. It's so disappointing. I thought this person had 3 heads and 6 arms. Who would have thought that he was so ordinary? Is he really a powerful character? What do you know? You can't judge a book by its cover. What's wrong with ordinary appearance? For the young Sword King to personally arrange this duel, it has already proven how powerful he is. On the platform, Huang Jianchen, dressed in black, had already stood there. There was nothing eye-catching about him. He was ordinary. When it came to demeanor, he was even slightly inferior to Lin Sun. But when Huang Jianchen appeared, some sharp-eyed people suddenly felt awe. From Huang Jianchen's silent temperament, they saw something unusual. The less eye-catching a master was, the more terrible he was. It's really him. In the box, Lu Qingyan's eyes narrowed. This man can't be underestimated. He deserves to be a young man from an aristocratic family. Huang Jianchen is as silent as a mountain, but he has a strong inner strength. Whoever dares to underestimate him is destined to suffer a big loss. Yes, this battle may be worth watching. In the human gang realm, there are many top talents. Huang Jianchen is undoubtedly the most unique one among them. Perhaps it is because he seems too ordinary that he is impressive. In some other boxes, some big shots saw something. Although their comments were different, the meaning was surprisingly similar. They were extremely optimistic about Huang Jianchen. At this moment, Lin Sun was also looking at Huang Jianchen. To be honest, when he saw Huang Jianchen's ordinary appearance and temperament, even he couldn't help but be surprised. But immediately, Lin Sun's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He smelled an indescribable sense of danger from Huang Jianchen, as if there was a deadly power hidden under his ordinary appearance. Huang Jianchen raised his eyes and looked at Lin Sun. His eyes were flat and indifferent. His whole body was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without any emotion. Just when the drums of the duel sounded, in an instant, Huang Jianchen, who was originally calm and emotionless, suddenly burst out a fierce light like electricity in his eyes. At practically the exact same time, strands of seemingly material bloody killing intent were released from his thin body. In a trance, the audience only felt that Huang Jianchen had become another person. His killing intent was overwhelming like a tide. He was like a killing god who had just walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The surroundings instantly became deathly silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide and revealed astounded expressions. Only now did they realize that this seemingly inconspicuous fellow's aura would actually become so terrifying when he was prepared for battle. That kind of bloody killing intent was obviously honed from countless bloody battles. It was hard to imagine how much blood Huang Jianchen's hands were stained with. Amazing. Who can imagine that this is the momentum that a teenager in the human gang realm can have? This time, Lin Sun can't escape. Many people exclaimed. Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu, and others, as well as the children of the aristocratic families, were extremely excited at this time. Huang Jianchen's performance amazed them. But people like Chu Feng, Lu Qingyan, and Mu Wansu's hearts sank. Huang Jianchen was so powerful that Lin Sun really met a tricky person this time. In contrast, Lin Sun was indeed a bit ordinary at the moment. After the battle drums sounded, he still looked as calm as before, but there were circles of energy fluctuations around him. No one knew that in Lin Sun's body, Windstorm Millstone had been running at full strength. The pure and majestic power of gang spirit was surging like a vast ocean, shining with an illusory and mysterious luster like sky green. Whoosh! Before the sound of the drum fell, Huang Jianchen, who had been standing still, suddenly had a whip of 15 meters in his hand. Without any nonsense, he attacked. Whining, the 50-foot-long whip was like a black phantom, emitting whimpering sounds that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was a soul-stirring sound. The whip was called Nether Spirit. It was an ancient spiritual weapon inherited from the Huang clan. Although it was only a high-grade spiritual weapon of human rank, its power was mysterious and unpredictable, which couldn't be compared with the spiritual weapons on the market. Crack, the air burst, and the Nether Spirit whip rose in the air, which made Huang Jianchen's ferocious spirit more blazing. He looked like a killing god, which made all the audience gasp. As soon as Huang Jianchen attacked, the power he showed was so terrible that he didn't look like a teenager in human gang realm at all. Compared with him, most human gang realm practitioners in the world were dim. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and realized that his opponent was quite different this time. The fighting power he showed was even more frightening than that of some Earthgang realm practitioners. Clang, almost at the moment when Huang Jianchen attacked, Lin Sun didn't see any movement, but a flowing light saber, which was 2 feet and 7 inches long and 4 fingers wide, appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The saber light, like a flowing light, suddenly tore the darkness and reflected the world. What? In different places of the arena, there were some sounds of surprise at the same time. They seemed to see some mystery from Lin Sun's saber. But for most of the audience, Lin Sun's saber might be very powerful, but when it came to momentum, it seemed that it couldn't compare with Huang Jianchen's attack. Bang! In an instant, the nether spirit whip collided with the slowing light saber, producing a terrible roar. The strong wind swept around and shook the defensive spiritual formation around the arena. But Huang Jianchen didn't move as before. On the opposite side, Lin Sun stood with his saber, also unscathed. This strike was actually on par with each other. Not bad. Huang Jianchen's lips were curved, and there was a faint bloodthirsty luster in his eyes. Whining, he waved the nether spirit whip, and his figure was like a ghost. His momentum was like a ferocious beast looking down on the world to crush the enemy in front of him. In an instant, Lin Sun's figure was shrouded by thousands of whip shadows, as if he was about to be submerged. The arena was full of sharp whistling sounds made by the whip shadows, which made people's scalp numb. Huang Jianchen's momentum is like that of a tiger, and his ferocity is revealed. His fighting capacity is strong enough to rank at the peak of human gang realm. Many people were amazed by Huang Jianchen's performance. Lin Sun isn't bad either. He's trapped in a tight encirclement, but he can still advance and retreat freely without revealing any flaws. Some people also found that although Lin's figure was shrouded by the overwhelming whip shadows, he was not immediately suppressed. On the contrary, his whole body, like a rock, remained motionless despite the attacks from all directions. Alright. I'm simply too excited that you're able to block my attack when we're at the same cultivation realm. Only an opponent like you is worthy of me going all out. On the arena, Huang Jianchen showed a bloodthirsty and crazy expression. He seemed to be very satisfied with Lin's performance. This made many people shudder. When he was not fighting, Huang Jianchen was as silent as a stone, ordinary and inconspicuous, but once he was in battle, he completely changed. His whole body was full of killing intent, and his expression was full of bloodthirsty madness. Even his words had increased, and they were filled with disdain and arrogance. This strong contrast made people unable to understand which appearance was the real Huang Jianchen. Should I be happy to be praised like this? A smile appeared on Lin Sun's face. I'm not that happy, but don't lose too quickly. Otherwise, I'll really be unhappy. Huang Jianchen looked up to the sky and laughed. His long hair was flying, and his eyebrows were full of madness. His figure flickered again and again, and his fighting momentum became more and more terrible. The overwhelming killing intent all gathered in the evil spirit whip in his hand, and he fought with Lin Sun. In an instant, the whip shadows on the arena were like a tide, layer upon layer, as if endless, and all of them were pressing towards Lin Sun. Every single strike contained the might to split open mountains and sweep through all obstacles, and it seemed to be terrifying to the extreme. Under such attacks, Lin Sun's movements were also not slow. The flowing light saber danced like lightning, drawing a simple, accurate and swift saber light, breaking the whip shadows one by one. Perhaps his momentum could not be compared with that of Huang Jianchen, but it seemed effortless. This made many practitioners in human gang realm shocked. If they were in the arena, they could not resist any of the attacks of Lin Sun and Huang Jianchen at all. It could be seen from this how unparalleled this battle was. It was definitely a peak duel in human gang realm. All of this ignited the atmosphere in the field and made it more and more fiery. Many people had stood up and shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The shouts were like surging tides, shaking the arena. Kill! Kill! Kill Lin Sun quickly, and let him be completely discredited and have no chance to raise his head again. In the box, Xianxia, Yuan Shu, and other young men from wealthy families also shouted with excitement. The power shown by Huang Jianchen shocked them and gave them the hope of suppressing Lin Sun. Naturally, they were very happy and excited. If it were so easy, Lin Sun would not be Lin Sun. Wen Mingxiu sneered. At this moment, Huang Jianchen seemed fierce and unstoppable, but she also knew what terrible power was hidden under Lin Sun's warm and handsome appearance. Otherwise, it was impossible for Lin Sun to persist from the abnormal and cruel bloodthirsty camp to the end and walk out smoothly. Otherwise, in that rainy night a few days ago, the Xianxia sent by more than a dozen powerful forces would not have been utterly defeated and scared out of their wits. When Mingxiu had a vague feeling that Lin Sun had not used his real strength until now. He seemed to have been testing Huang Jianchen's strength and hidden cards. If this speculation was true, it proved that Huang Jianchen's attack at this time did not threaten Lin Sun. Could it be true? When Mingxiu was a little uncertain. Ha ha ha, Lin Sun was forced to defend, but he had no chance to fight back. He was doomed. It's a pity that after Huang Jianchen was disabled, he has been recovering from his injuries and can't come. If he can see this scene, he must be very happy, right? If possible, I really hope that Huang Jianchen can also disable Lin Sun's cultivation, so as not to leave any hidden dangers in the future. In another box, the young men from the aristocratic families in the Forbidden City were also excited and beaming with joy. Only Xiaotong frowned slightly. His eyes were so sharp that no one else present could compare with him. At a glance, he could see that Huang Jianchen had not been able to suppress Lin Sun until now, which was something wrong. However, Xiaotong was not worried about the possibility of Lin Sun's comeback. As far as he knew, Huang Jianchen had cultivated a mysterious martial art that had been passed down for a long time and had not shown it yet. Grandma, what do you think of the battle? Does Child Lin have any hope of winning? Lu Qingyan gazed at the battlefield, and there was a lingering worry in her heart. Miss, you've asked this question many times. Granny Wen said helplessly, at present, Huang Jianchen has a greater chance of winning, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to suppress Lin Sun in a short time. Grandma, can't you see who will win in the end with your eyesight? Lu Qingyan was obviously dissatisfied with Granny Wen's analysis. Granny Wen thought, it's hard to say. These two little guys are both at the peak of the human gang realm. No one dares to judge the outcome until the end. The reason is actually very simple. They haven't used their real trump cards so far. Lu Qingyan frowned and felt inexplicably agitated. But she also knew that this was a battle full of variables, and no one could give a clear answer. I haven't seen him for more than a year, but he has not only become the famous Master Sun in Mist City, but also his combat effectiveness has become so outstanding. Mu Wansu was in a daze, and her mood was complicated. Compared with Huang Jianchen, who was a complete stranger to her, she naturally hoped that Lin Sun would win. But at present, although Lin Sun's performance was good, he seemed to be inferior to Huang Jianchen. Similar discussions were taking place in every box at this time. 4. Those big shots sitting in the box, they could naturally see all the mysteries in the battlefield at a glance. Some people were amazed by Huang Jianchen's fierce power, while others noticed Lin Sun's tenacity and calmness. But the conclusion was the same. Looking at the whole Mist City, it seemed that it was hard to find a few people who could keep pace with Lin Sun and Huang Jianchen in the human gang realm. Even looking at the whole empire, Lin Sun and Huang Jianchen could be called the peak of the human gang realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were young talents. After all, both of them were only in their teens. It was extremely rare to have such attainments on the road of cultivation at such a young age. Of course, those bigwigs who rejected and hated Lin Sun would not agree with him. On the contrary, they hoped that Huang Jianchen could defeat Lin Sun in one fell swoop this time, so that Lin Sun could never recover from this setback and be completely disabled. Yao Tuahai, a great practitioner, and more than a dozen powerful forces who had launched a killing campaign against Lin Sun on a rainy night all had this idea. Right when the various figures in the surroundings were discussing animatedly with various thoughts in their minds, a wave of clamorous noise that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted, and it instantly converged the gazes of everyone onto the battlefield. Huang Jianchen was like a demon at this moment. His figure was floating in the air, and his whole body was surging with green flames. The flames were like ghost phosphorescence, mysterious and awe-inspiring. They reflected in the air and dyed the area into a creepy green color. In a trance, people only felt that Huang Jianchen's momentum had changed again. He was like a king who controlled the ghosts of hell, which made people's hair stand on end. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I had expected. However, the more you are like this, the happier I am. Do you know, it's really not easy to meet a decent opponent among those of the same generation? You should be proud of yourself for being able to achieve this. Huang Jianquan's tone was awe-inspiring, and his eyes were full of green flames, like a bloodthirsty ghost. But from now on, your failure is irreversible. Huang Jianquan's change surprised the audience. They didn't expect that Huang Jianquan hadn't used his real trump card at this time. But soon after, many people became excited. This battle was too brilliant, and it was too much for their eyes to take in. It exceeded their imaginations. At this time, Huang Jianquan's momentum changed again. He was about to use his real trump card, which was undoubtedly like adding oil to the fire, making the audience completely boiling. Witnessing this scene, Wen Mingxiu, Mu Wansu, Lu Qingyan, Chu Feng and others were all nervous and couldn't help worrying about Lin Sun. On the contrary, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu and others, as well as the children of the aristocratic families, were all excited and eager to rush to the field to cheer for Huang Jianquan. They had all seen that if Lin Sun didn't change, he was doomed to lose. In fact, at this moment, the audience had seen that Lin Sun had been in a passive defensive situation from the beginning of the battle. Now Huang Jianquan obviously didn't intend to give him another chance and was ready to use his trump card. In this case, Lin Sun would be in danger. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of all this. His momentum and breath were as ordinary as usual. Hearing Huang Jianquan's words, Lin Sun said with a little surprise, "Dude, are you out of your mind? Why are you so excited?" Huang Jianquan was stunned and thought Lin Sun was being sarcastic. He immediately said, "When you are defeated by me, I will ask you again what you mean by this sentence." As soon as he finished speaking, the wisps of green flames surging around his body suddenly lit up. They were like ghostly flames that danced wildly in the air. Crack, with a flick of his wrist, the Yin spirit whip in his hand flew into the air. All the green flames gathered in the whip shadow and shook fiercely in the air. Whoosh, in an instant, the chilly wind whistled on the arena, the ghost fire raged, and the green phosphorus fire burned like an incarnation of a ghost domain. In a trance, people even had an illusion that the whip shadow was driving a ferocious and terrible ghost to rush out of the ghost domain and bring disaster to the world. The originally seething arena was terrified when they saw such a terrifying and ghastly scene, and their entire bodies emanated coldness while the arena was perfectly silent. Ghosts walk at night. In the private room, many great figures seemed to have recognized something, and they were unable to maintain their calm as their expressions changed incessantly. "Granny Wind, what kind of skill is this?" Lu Qingyan was shocked. The Child Mother Ghost Scripture is an ancient secret art that has been lost for many years. The requirements to practice it are extremely harsh and perverted. As far as I know, only the practitioners who have condensed rare pawns of dark spiritual power such as Chains of Dark Prison and Sword of Dark Night are qualified to practice such a unique art. Granny Wind's eyes were a little complicated. She didn't expect that Huang Jianquan's trump card was actually the Child Mother Ghost Scripture. Lin Sun was in danger. Even if he didn't die in the end, he would be seriously injured, and might even be unable to recover from the setback. She didn't tell Lu Qingyan about this, for fear that she would be worried. It was just that Lu Qingyan had a pure heart and extraordinary wisdom. Just by looking at Granny Wind's expression, she knew that the so-called Child Mother Yin Ghost Scripture was an extremely terrible secret method. If something bad happens to Lin Sun, I will never forgive myself, Lu Qingyan murmured in a low voice. Granny Wind suddenly felt distressed. She regretted that she had gone too far. She just wanted to teach Lin Sun a lesson, but Xia Yutong put on such a fierce battle, which really made her unable to bear it. Sure enough, he refused to enter the Heiyao Shrine because he already had the Child Mother Ghost Scripture. Now Lin Sun is going to suffer. In another box, Xia Yutong was expressionless, but he was thoughtful. While the audience was shocked, the arena was already filled with gloom. The green ghost fire was burning and dancing, and Lin Sun's figure was about to be submerged. That scene was too strange and shocking, and many people felt a chill run down their spines. This was the Night of Ghosts, one of the killer moves of the Child Mother Ghost Scripture. As soon as it was used, it was like hundreds of evil ghosts coming out of hell, with terrifying power. Lin Sun was going to die, this was what everyone thought. Even Huang Jianquan himself thought so. Since he mastered the Child Mother Ghost Scripture, this was the first time he used it in public. He was confident that this move alone was enough to defeat Lin Sun in one fell swoop. With your defeat, I will make a name for myself in the world. You can be defeated without regret. Huang Jianshan's lips curved proudly. But at this moment, Lin Sun, who was about to be submerged by thousands of ghost fire and chilly wind, suddenly showed a playful smile. This made Huang Jianshan frown, but then his face changed slightly. He suddenly heard a strange roar. At first, it was inconspicuous, but in the blink of an eye, it was like a raging storm and thunder, sweeping the whole audience. Not good, Huang Jianshan's pupils shrank. He saw a storm vortex rushing out of Lin Sun's body, running between heaven and earth, rotating wildly, producing a monstrous power that almost devoured the world and disturbed yin and yang. What is this? What a terrible storm power! The whole audience was shocked and exclaimed. They just thought that Lin Sun would be defeated. Who would have thought that in a twinkling of an eye, Lin Sun had shown incredible power? Did he hide his real strength like Huang Jianshan before? Many big shots in the box couldn't sit still, and their faces changed slightly. They had misjudged Lin Sun just now. This was too unusual. From this, it could be seen how deeply Lin Sun had hidden his strength. It was undoubtedly tantamount to slapping everyone in the face invisibly if he didn't break out until now. Before people could react, the situation on the platform had changed dramatically. Under the storm, all the ghost fire and chilly wind were swallowed up and swept away as if they were vulnerable. That scene perfectly illustrated what it meant to be a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Huang Jianshan had never thought that such a change would happen. He was caught unprepared and was directly hit by the storm power. The whole person was thrown up and smashed dozens of meters away. His blood was boiling, and he was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. His expression changed abruptly, and the will-o'-the-wisps burning in his eyes burned even brighter. He had a look of disbelief on his face. His night parade of 100 ghosts was destroyed just like that. He couldn't accept this result. More importantly, he was confident that he had figured out the details of Lin Sun and could completely suppress him at this moment. But he never thought that Lin Sun would suddenly break out. Didn't this prove that Lin Sun had never used his real strength when he fought with him before? At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. They were completely shocked by this scene. Finally, they dared to confirm that Lin Sun did reserve his strength. Otherwise, how could he counterattack at this moment? In the box, Xianxia, Yuan Shu, and others' excited expressions suddenly froze. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't understand why there was such a dull look. What a shrewd boy he is. Sha Yutong, who had never wavered, also darkened his face at this moment. Around him, the young men of aristocratic families had long been stunned by this scene, like a group of ducks being strangled by their necks. The fury of the storm reverses the universe. Chu Feng clapped his hands and laughed. All the tension, worry and uneasiness in his heart were swept away. Child Lin is really patient. He broke out at this moment. He must have done it on purpose. Lu Qingyan said in a reproachful tone, and a smile appeared on her fair and pretty face. Humph. I know this bastard is cunning. He didn't just do it on purpose. It's obvious that he didn't have any good intentions. He deliberately embarrassed those who looked down on him. Granny Wind snorted coldly. She felt a little strange in her heart. Lin Sun's attack just now was really terrifying. It was hard to imagine how he could have such strength in his thin body. More than a year has passed, and this guy is still as bad as ever. Mu Wansu spat with a smile and recalled some of her past contacts with Lin Sun. I knew it would be like this. When Mingxiu couldn't help but sigh with mixed feelings. Lin Sun was getting stronger and stronger, and even she had a feeling that he was beyond her reach. At that time, they were trainees who practiced in the same camp. At this time, on the arena, Lin Sun was surrounded by wisps of illusory green luster, which made his temperament more transcendent. Combined with Lin Sun's inconspicuous appearance before, Lin Sun's image in everyone's mind was filled with a touch of mystery. On the other hand, Huang Jianshan was ferocious from the beginning. When he displayed Ghost's Night, his power had reached the extreme, which was shocking. However, he was defeated by Lin Sun at this moment. Compared with him, Lin Sun was more and more unusual. He had a kind of unfathomable demeanor, as immovable as a mountain. The exclamations in the field and the strange eyes of the people were like knives for Huang Jianchen at this moment, making his heart bleed. He couldn't accept all this, he had been low-key for too long. He wanted to use this battle to show off his power completely. How could he stand such a sudden change? I admit that I underestimated you before, but I won't give you a second chance. Huang Jianchen climbed up from the ground with a cold look. His words seemed to be squeezed out of his teeth, and he was cold and cruel. You have been saying this since the beginning of the battle. I advise you not to do it again. Otherwise, once you lose, you will be slapping yourself in the face, which will be very embarrassing. Lin Sun said with a serious and sincere face. Many spectators couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. But when they thought about it carefully, as Lin Sun said, Huang Jianchen was arrogant and looked down on Lin Sun as if he was nothing. Now, it seemed a little weird to say such words again. Of course, if Lin Sun said this at other times, it would be fine. But at this time, it obviously gave people a sense of ridicule. However, Lin Sun said it so sincerely, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. In the box, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. For the first time, she found that Lin Sun was not nervous at all at this time. Instead, he was still so eloquent and good at making fun of people. When Granny Wen saw this, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Since her young miss met Lin Sun, she had become a little different from before. Granny Wind immediately shook her head and stopped thinking about it. If something really happened, Lin Sun had to go through her first. On the arena, when Huang Jianchen heard Lin Sun's words and looked at Lin Sun's serious and sincere expression, a strong impulse rose in his heart. He wanted to smash Lin Sun's face with his fist, it was so hateful. Huang Jianchen gnashed his teeth with hatred, and his face became ugly. Did this guy really think that he couldn't do anything to him? Huang Jianchen, who was extremely angry, let out a long and ferocious roar from his lips. His voice was like the scream of a ghost in hell, shaking the field and deafening the ears. The audience in the field was horrified. They realized that Huang Jianchen had fallen into a state of rage at this moment and wanted to fight desperately with all his strength. Sure enough, Huang Jianchen's whole body was burning with a green flame, like the phosphorescence of hell, releasing a frightening power. Clatter, the evil spirit whip in his hand swept up, leaving a circle of frightening green halo in the air. In an instant, hundreds of ghost phantoms emerged on the arena, each of them bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their ghostly aura soared to the sky, shocking the world. The audience was shocked. This scene was more than twice as powerful as the Night of Ghosts just now. Was this Huang Jianchen's real killing move? Chu Feng, Lu Qingyan, Mu Wansu, and others, who were still rejoicing for Lin Sun, all changed their faces at this moment. The change was so fast that they were all caught off guard. Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu, and others, as well as those young men from the Forbidden City, were excited again at this moment. Sure enough, how could Huang Jianchen be defeated so easily? This was the battle of the peak. There would be too many unexpected things and variables. But it was precisely because of this that this duel seemed to be full of twists and turns, thrilling and wonderful. At this time, on the arena, Huang Jianchen's momentum was monstrous. He was like the king of the ghost domain. His lips uttered a cold and chilling voice. With the spirit as the guide, thousands of ghosts turn into hell. Every word was like thunder, shaking the soul. In the end, Huang Jianchen's face suddenly turned pale and he coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood. Clearly, the power of this attack was too strong, and even he was somewhat unable to withstand it when he used it. Boom! On the arena, thousands of ghost phantoms danced wildly, and the green flame was steaming. In a trance, it seemed that there was really an entrance to the hell of ghosts, dragging Lin Sun in and suppressing him forever. This was too terrifying. Who could believe that a young man in the human gang realm could display such a shocking unique skill? Not to mention the spectators in the field, even some Earthgang realm practitioners felt cold and frightened when they saw the scene. Looking at Lin Sun, he was besieged by thousands of phantoms of evil ghosts, and his whole body was shrouded in green flames. His figure was almost invisible. This caused everyone to be astounded. The atmosphere was deathly silent, and it wasn't as bustling and clamorous as before. However, this deathly silent atmosphere was undoubtedly even more shocking. Everyone could see that victory and defeat might be decided at this moment. They opened their eyes wide for fear of missing the slightest detail. Many people could not help but clench their fists. Even the big shots in the private rooms pursed their lips and remained silent. Their attention was focused on the arena at that moment. Huang Jianchen enjoyed this feeling very much. The mood and atmosphere of the audience all changed because of him. The feeling of being the focus of attention swept away the anger and humiliation he had accumulated in his heart. This time, Lin Sun, what else could you use to fight against me? Today, you are destined to become my stepping stone, a sacrifice for my rise to fame, and you will forever live in my shadow. Huang Jianchen's eyes were full of excitement. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the audience, which made Huang Jianchen frown and unhappy. Damn it, which bastard was destroying the wonderful atmosphere at this moment? But before Huang Jianchen could find the source of the exclamation, there was a continuous uproar in the field, full of shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Immediately, this uproar became more and more, completely disrupting the originally deathly silent atmosphere. Huang Jianchen came to his senses and woke up from his thoughts just now. When he looked up at the field again, his face suddenly changed. The situation that he thought he would win for sure had changed once again while he was in a daze. There was a wisp of a pitch-black ferocious light flowing amidst the myriad of evil spirit phantoms, and it was like a star that had fallen from outer space. Every single strike easily crushed an evil spirit phantom. In the face of such an attack, the dense green flames and the evil ghost phantoms were simply as fragile as pieces of paper. It was Lin Sun who sent out that star-like ominous light. At this moment, his figure was like a sharp edge, rushing to all directions. The flowing lightsaber in his hand made a sound like a cheer. Every time he waved it, it was accompanied by terrible and turbulent ominous light. The brilliance of the light couldn't be described in words. The exclamation and uproar in the field just now were caused by this scene. Indeed, no one expected that under Huang Jianchen's desperate all-out suppression, Lin Sun could still be so strong and unstoppable. The whole audience was completely boiling. Lin Sun once again proved his strength with his powerful strength. His invincible demeanor even caused many women in the field to scream excitedly. Lin Sun, who was once looked down upon, now launched a gorgeous counterattack. The shock caused by this strong contrast could be imagined. In the box, many big shots were also moved. They were all speculating what kind of saber skill Lin Sun had used. But according to their experience and eyesight, it was difficult to see any clues. This made them more and more surprised. Boom! In just a few breaths, the purgatory scene on the arena was swept away, leaving only Lin Sun standing with his saber and Huang Jianchen, who had long been stunned. At this time, Xianxia, Yuan Shu, and other people, as well as the children of aristocratic families, were also stunned. Lin Sun defeated Huang Jianchen's unique skills twice in a row, which was like hitting them hard on the head twice in a row, which made them suffer a double blow and completely confused. Even so, they couldn't defeat Lin Sun? Why is it like this? On the arena, Huang Jianchen still couldn't accept all this. His face was pale, his eyes were dilated, and he looked like he had lost his soul. Is it my turn to attack? In this regard, Lin Sun still seemed very calm. As he spoke, he walked forward with his saber. Every step he took made many people in the audience frightened. Just now, Huang Jianchen had been taking the initiative to attack, which made people ignore one thing. From beginning to end, Lin Sun had never really taken the initiative to attack. Didn't this mean that he was not passive defense at all, nor was he unable to fight back? Instead, he had been waiting for Huang Jianchen to do his best. If so, it would be terrible. At least it proved that from the beginning of the battle, all the attacks of Huang Jianchen did not bring any threat to Lin Sun. Obviously, Huang Jianchen also realized this. He couldn't help but change his face. He looked at Lin Sun with doubts, unwillingness, anger, and confusion in his eyes. What kind of opponent was Lin Sun who had endured until this moment to take the initiative to attack? Clang! Lin Sun didn't pay attention to these. The flowing lightsaber in his hand suddenly made a clear sound and slashed out. But before this saber fell, Huang Jianchen on the opposite side suddenly screamed, "No, I give up." At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Did this guy just give up? Wasn't he too weak to fight? Hearing that Huang Jianchen took the initiative to admit defeat, the audience was in a complete uproar. They had expected that Huang Jianchen might not be able to turn this situation around, but they never expected that he would take the initiative to admit defeat. under the watchful eyes of the public, it was so surprising that he, a genius from an aristocratic family in the Forbidden City, did such a disgraceful thing. The outcome has been decided. Granny Wind let out a sigh with a strange look in her eyes. She could see that there was a completely different power in Lin Sun's saber technique. That power seemed to be faintly discernible, but it was actually terrifying, but Granny Wind couldn't see through it. What was the origin of this power? She couldn't help but be surprised. She felt that she had underestimated Lin Sun in the past. Lu Qingyan patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of her nervous appearance just now, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Chu Feng was already ecstatic. He cheered loudly in the box as if he didn't do this to vent his excitement. When Mingxiu glanced at the people around her and saw that Qi Yunxiao and the others were like being struck by lightning at the moment. They were like clay statues, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Who could they blame? How could Lin Sun be as simple as you thought? Sha Yutong frowned with a gloomy expression on his face. Huang Jianqin's initiative to admit defeat made him angry. In his opinion, Huang Jianqin could be defeated, but he couldn't be defeated in such a way. At the same time, he was also surprised by Lin Sun's strength. It was hard to imagine that a country boy who had been saved by him once had such achievements now. But in general, no matter what the result of this duel was, it could not affect Sha Yutong's state of mind. For him, when Lin Sun had enough strength to challenge him, perhaps he would really pay attention to this young man. Before that, he would not change his opinion about Lin Sun. As for the young men of aristocratic families around Sha Yutong, they all looked as if they had lost their parents at the moment. They were unwilling to give up, but the result had been decided and they could do nothing about it. The arena was completely boiling. Everyone's emotions were released at this moment. Many people were shouting for Lin Sun's victory, which was the glory that the winner deserved. As for Huang Jianqin, no matter how good his family background was, no matter how amazing his performance was just now, he had been reduced to a loser at this moment. All he could get was a sigh of regret and pity. Lin Sun was not carried away by the victory. He looked at Huang Jianqin, who had returned to his ordinary appearance and left the arena silently as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, an inexplicable killing intent surged in his heart. Lin Sun knew that it undoubtedly took a kind of unimaginable courage to take the initiative to admit defeat under such circumstances. For most of the strong who put dignity first, they would rather be killed than make such a humiliating decision. However, Huang Jianqin immediately admitted defeat when he saw the situation was not right. From beginning to end, there was no hesitation. Once such a person became an enemy, he was undoubtedly the most terrible. Finally, Lin Sun sighed in his heart and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. After all, this was a duel of life and death, not a real bloody battle. What's more, on such an occasion, there was no chance to kill Huang Jianqin. After the battle, Lin Sun left the arena directly. Walking out of the arena and walking on the bustling streets of Mist City, he suddenly thought of Sha Yutong. The duel arranged by Sha Yutong had come to an end. He probably didn't expect this result, right? What would his expression be when he saw Huang Jianqin take the initiative to admit defeat? But immediately, Lin Sun shook his head. No matter what Sha Yutong thought, the battle was over. From the moment Huang Jianqin admitted defeat, the grievances between him and Huang Jianxiong also came to an end. This was already determined before the battle. However, Lin Sun was also very sure that it was obviously impossible to stop those aristocratic families from provoking him with a battle. Whoever believed it would be an idiot, but at least in this Mist City, Sha Yutong would certainly not trouble him again. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass Granny Wind alone. For Lin Sun, this was enough. When he returned home, Shu Jin was drinking. When he saw Lin Sun, he asked casually, "Is it over?" Lin Sun nodded. There was no need to ask the result at all. Shu Jin knew that Lin Sun must have won. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so calm. Shu Jin grinned, "Since the trouble has been solved for the time being, how about having a drink with me?" Lin Sun sat opposite to Shu Jin and also smiled, "It's my pleasure." The night wind was blowing, and the starry sky was shining overhead. The small courtyard seemed particularly quiet. The two drank and chatted. They didn't discuss the duel in the arena. They seemed to be very comfortable. Cho was lying on the side, watching the two of them drink bowl after bowl of wine, looking pitiful and salivating. But Lin Sun would not be soft-hearted. He directly ignored the pitiful look of Chirps. He would never let Chirps become addicted to alcohol. Not long after, the quiet atmosphere of the courtyard was interrupted by a knock on the door. Chu Feng rushed in like a whirlwind with an excited face and shouted, "Great!" It felt so good. In today's battle, you are like the reincarnation of the god of war. Your power is boundless. As he spoke, he picked up the bowl and drained it in one gulp. But to Chu Feng's surprise, both Xu Jin and Lin Sun looked indifferent. They didn't look happy after winning at all. "Why, are you guys so calm?" Chu Feng couldn't understand what was happening. Is there a need to make such a fuss over such a trivial matter? Come, let's drink. Xu Jin picked up his bowl and clinked it with Lin's. Lin Sun also looked at Chu Feng strangely and said, "Is it really worth being so happy?" Chu Feng suddenly felt somewhat stifled. He couldn't help but say, "Isn't this something to be happy about?" "Brother, this duel has attracted the attention of the whole Mist City. You don't even know how many big shots came to the arena. The moment you win, I can guarantee that they will definitely be dumbstruck." The more he talked, the more excited Chu Feng became. He continued, "The moment where you are the center of attention and fame belongs to you alone, brother. I can even pat my chest and guarantee that from tonight on, the whole Mist City will be shocked by this duel, and your name will become the focus of countless practitioners. Think about it, what a great honor it is. Hey, are you listening to me? I say, can you guys give me some reaction?" Seeing that Lin Sun and Xu Jin were still indifferent to what he had said, Chu Feng felt frustrated. He even began to doubt whether he was too excited or they didn't take it seriously. In fact, it was not that Lin Sun was too calm, but that his biggest taboo was fame. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He didn't want to be stared at by many people. For Lin Sun, the so-called glory and fame were trouble. He would try to avoid it if he could. Otherwise, he would not have used the name of Master Sun to cover up his real identity. For Xu Jin, this kind of duel between young people in human gang realm was no different from a small game. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed here all the time instead of going to the arena to watch. As the saying goes, different pursuits naturally lead to different reactions to the same thing. However, no matter how taboo Lin Sun was, no matter how indifferent Xu Jin was, the impact of this duel could not be covered up and erased at all. Just as Chu Feng had predicted, news of the Battle of the Apex that had taken place in the arena swept through the entire arena like a storm, causing an uproar in the streets and alleys of the night. Lin Sun's name, like a rising star, dotted the night sky of Mist City and became a well-known young overmatch. Many people sighed with emotion that there was another dazzling genius in Southwest Province, and his rise was unstoppable. Some people envied and said that Lin Sun might be famous after this duel, but he was destined to encounter a lot of suppression and trouble in the future because he had offended the children of aristocratic families. Even some practitioners who were about to take part in this year's province test felt great pressure and worry when they learned that Lin Sun had also signed up for it. Even the children of aristocratic families from the Forbidden City were defeated by this guy. Who could be his opponent in the province test? In a word, there were all kinds of comments. But the impact was far from over, because this duel was too visually impactful, and both sides were the top figures of the younger generation in their teens, which could be called a rare peak duel. So it didn't take long for the news of this duel to spread out of Mist City and spread to other parts of the empire. Even the spiritual screens all over the empire began to spread the news of this duel, and some strong practitioners with rich combat experience were invited to make a long and detailed analysis of this duel. Finally, they unanimously praised this as a classic battle at the peak of human gang realm, which could be used as a textbook for human gang realm practitioners to figure out and learn. The spiritual screens faced the entire 34 provinces of the empire. When this news spread, it immediately caused a lot of sensation in other parts of the empire. Although it was not as amazing as that in Mist City, Lin Sun's name spread more widely in the empire. In the western border of the empire, the camp of the Blood Army. In a rugged tent, there was a sudden burst of laughter. Damn it, Lin Sun is too insidious. He held back until the last moment to make a big move. He deserves to be my brother. Ning Meng sat carelessly in an animal skin chair. There was a spirit developing plate opposite him, which reflected a light curtain. The scene of Lin defeating Huang Jianshan was reflected on the light curtain. At this time, Ning Meng looked excited and kept drinking, as if he was happier than Lin Sun. Not long after, a guard hurried to report, "Young master, I found out that child Lin destroyed the cultivation of Huang Jianshan's younger brother, which led to this duel." Ning Meng narrowed his eyes and sneered, "I see. When did my brother become so high profile? It turns out that he was bullied." The guard reminded, "Young master, it was child Lin who destroyed the cultivation of Huang Jianshan's younger brother, not bullied." Ning Meng rolled his eyes and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. I know what the sons of the aristocratic families are like. If they didn't provoke my brother first, how could such a thing happen?" Speaking of this, he suddenly sneered again, "What's more, even if my brother bullies others, what's wrong with that?" The guard immediately smiled bitterly. Only the young master in front of him dared to say such unreasonable words in such an imposing manner. "Wait and see. When I return to the Forbidden City next year, I will block the gate of Huang clan first. If I don't beat Huang Jianshan, my surname will not be Ning." Ning Meng said murderously. The guard had a headache again. Since he came back from the bloodthirsty camp, Ning Meng had become more and more lawless. He really didn't know how much trouble he would cause when he returned to the Forbidden City next year. In the headquarters of Keystone Business in the Forbidden City, more than a dozen young girls surrounded Shiryu, massaging his shoulders, feet, head, serving tea, pouring water. They served him meticulously. Only the children of the fortune godshur of the empire could enjoy such a luxurious life. At this time, Shiryu rested comfortably on a bed and murmured, "Huang Jianshan is nothing. He is just a son of an inferior aristocratic family. He can't make any waves. Xia Yutong, who arranged this duel, is a little tricky. If Lin Sun offends him, it will be troublesome." "Young master, who is Lin Sun?" A young girl opened her big watery eyes and asked curiously. "An interesting guy." With a smile on his lips, Shiryu said leisurely, "When he comes to the Forbidden City in the future, you have to entertain him well." "Well, let me think about it. This guy seems to be a virgin." "That won't do. Can a man who doesn't understand women be a man?" A group of young girls next to him couldn't help giggling, with different beauties and amorous feelings. At this time, Shiryu suddenly became serious and said, "I remember that in a few days, Keystone Business in Mist City will hold its centennial celebration, right?" Immediately, a young girl said quickly, "Yes, it will be more than a month later." Shiryu thought and said, "Go and arrange it. Tell the shopkeeper of Keystone Business in Mist City to invite Lin Sun to attend the celebration. Well, arrange him according to the treatment of the chief VIP. Don't neglect him." A group of young girls was stunned and realized that child Lin might have an unusual relationship with their young master. Woo, woo, woo. Spiritual tattoo shuttle, like a long dragon, flew in the air of Mist City, making a whistling whistle. It was early in the morning, and there were many pedestrians going out, which filled the carriage. Lin Sun could only stand in it and listen to the discussions around him. It had been more than 10 days since the battle in the arena. During these days, this peak duel was spread everywhere in Mist City. Until now, this heat had not subsided at all. But for Lin Sun, this period was very peaceful. Everything was back on track. Every day, in addition to practicing, he went to the commune of spiritual tattooists to accept tasks to make money. Occasionally, when he was free, he would drink with Xu Jin. Obviously, Lin Sun's earlier speculation had come true. After that duel, at least in Mist City, those aristocratic families dared not to target him blatantly. This undoubtedly made Lin Sun much more relaxed. He only needed to concentrate on practicing and wait for the province test to begin. There would be no more trouble. "May, what is Lin Sun? Can he give you pocket money? Can he go shopping with you like I do? Can he like you as attentively as I do?" "Humph, you are too tacky. Lin Sun is my role model. Do you know that now my friends around me have begun to worship Lin Sun? I can't fall behind." "May, you can't eat role models. Have you seen Lin Sun? Do you know what he looks like? What if he is a liar?" "That's enough. I won't pay attention to you if you say that again." Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that a young boy and a girl beside him seemed to be arguing, and they even mentioned his name in their words. He couldn't help but chuckle because of this. When did I become an idol that others hold in high esteem? Unexpectedly, his behavior was seen by the girl. She immediately glared at Lin Sun. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? I just like to worship Lin Sun. Can't I? Lin Sun's expression froze, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, the commune of spiritual tattooists arrived at this time. Lin Sun turned around and walked out of the carriage. Before leaving, he could still hear the girl murmuring angrily, he doesn't even dare to answer my question. He has no backbone at all. This kind of man is not even 1/10,000th of Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. He always felt strange in his heart. Perhaps, this was the feeling of being famous? While thinking, Lin walked into the commune of spiritual tattooists. Along the way, no one recognized this dazzling figure who was now famous in Mist City, and no one would associate him, a teenager who only traveled by spiritual shuttle every day, with the brilliant Lin Sun. After all, Mist City was so big that only a small number of people could see what Lin Sun looked like. Spiritual tattoo shuttles were the most common means of transportation, and most of the people who took them were ordinary people. Practitioners in the city would rather take chariots or ride spirit beasts than be associated with ordinary people. Under such circumstances, the chance of recognizing Lin Sun became slim. However, this was even better. If he could be recognized wherever he went, that feeling would undoubtedly be very painful. Entering the adytum on the second floor of the commune of spiritual tattooists, Lin Sun was about to receive a task as usual when he saw Chu Feng coming over with enthusiasm and saying mysteriously, "Bro, in a month, Keystone Business in Mist City will hold its centennial celebration. At that time, Miss Lu Qingyan will attend in person and play a wonderful piece of music. Don't you have any idea?" Lin Sun was stunned. What does it have to do with me? Chu Feng almost rolled his eyes and said, "Bro, do you know how difficult it is to get an invitation letter from Keystone Business now? You can't buy it in the black market, not to mention how high the price is. You can imagine how lively Keystone Business will be at that time. It will definitely be full of distinguished friends and distinguished guests." Lin Sun said angrily, "We haven't received an invitation letter. Why do we care about this? What's more, I'm not interested in this kind of occasion." Chu Feng was still unwilling to give up and said, "Bro, you are now a friend of Miss Lu Qingyan. With your help to repair her ancient rhythm ocarina, don't you worry about not getting an invitation letter?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, stared at Chu Feng for a moment, and said, "Bro, it's you who want to go. If so, I can help you fight for it." Chu Feng was overjoyed at once. He had been waiting for this sentence. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement and said, "Thank you, bro." Lin Sun said, "But I can't guarantee whether I can get an invitation letter." "Bro, don't be happy too early." Chu Feng said with a smile, "I think it will work. If I don't even give you face, who will help to repair the ancient rhythm ocarina?" Lin Sun smiled bitterly. This guy was determined to win. "Are you really not going to see the fun? Miss Lu Qingyan's performance is a great event. Once you miss it, it will be a pity." Chu Feng couldn't help asking. "No, I won't go." Lin Sun shook his head. In another month, it would be time for him to break through the third level of Green Cloud Path in the heaven accessing place. He had no mood to do other things. Chu Feng didn't insist anymore and soon left. Lin Sun also calmed down and began to accept refining tasks. Different from the past, he no longer rigidly chose spiritual weapons of middle-grade human rank to refine. Instead, he chose some refining tasks that he had never tried before according to his own interests. For example, he refined some strange weapons such as Thunder Fireball, Water Dividing Thorn, and Nine-Bend Whip, or equipment such as Heart Protection Mirror, Cloak, Boots, and Armor. There were even some custom-made spiritual hose, formation plates, beast-taming seals, and spiritual tattoo puppets, which were needed by different professions such as spiritual plant master, beast tamer, and puppet master. By doing so, Lin Sun wanted to further hone his mastery of spiritual tattoos. A truly powerful spiritual tattooist must master the cultivation of all kinds of spiritual weapons. Only in this way could he comprehend spiritual tattoos by analogy and have a deeper understanding of spiritual tattoos. Most importantly, by doing so, it would also be of great help to refine real spiritual tattoo armors in the future. Spiritual tattoo armors were a kind of treasure that could make all the strong practitioners of Tao Insight realm in the empire fight for it, and if he could refine spiritual tattoo armors, Lin Sun didn't need to worry about making money at all. Just by sitting there, people would take the initiative to send money to him. Of course, the reason why such a treasure was called a treasure was naturally that it couldn't be so easy to refine. At least at present, Lin Sun still had a long way to go before he could refine such a treasure. What he was doing now was to shorten the distance as soon as possible. However, spiritual tattoos couldn't be done in a hurry. It had to be honed and learned over a long period of time. Without extraordinary talent and understanding, it was even difficult to make progress on this road. The reason why spiritual tattooists had such a high status in the empire was that there were too few practitioners who could become spiritual tattooists, and those who could refine spiritual tattoo armors were even fewer. After receiving 2 tasks and completing them, Lin Sun got up and was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng came again at this time with an indescribably strange look. "What's wrong?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. "Keystone Business sent an invitation letter, saying that it was specially for you." Chu Feng looked a little absent-minded, puzzled and worried. Lin Sun was keenly aware that Chu Feng's tone was a little different. He couldn't help frowning. "Is it for Master Sun or me?" Chu Feng stared at Lin Sun and said, "It's you." Then he hurriedly explained, "Bro, I have never revealed your identity. Could it be that Miss Lu Qingyan helped you get the invitation letter?" Lin Sun shook his head. "I haven't visited her these days." "How could there be such a good thing? By the way, what else did the person who sent the invitation letter say?" Chu Feng patted his forehead and cried, "Yes, the attendant specially told me that the invitation letter was specially sent to you by their shopkeeper." Lin Sun was stunned. "Who's their shopkeeper? I don't seem to know him." Chu Feng also felt very strange and said, "Almost a month ago, Keystone Business in Mist City changed a new shopkeeper. It seems that she is a woman named Mu Wansu. It is said that she was dispatched from Donglin town." Before Chu Feng finished, Lin Sun suddenly laughed. "It's her." "That's right. Only she knows who Master Sun is." Chu Feng was stunned. "Do you know him?" Lin Sun nodded and didn't explain much. He said, "Don't worry, bro. Since he did this, he will not reveal my identity." Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. In fact, he was still a little surprised. Through these days of contact, Lin Sun brought him too many shocks. He never thought that Lin Sun even knew the shopkeeper of Keystone Business whom he trusted, which made him more and more confused about Lin Sun. How many secrets did Lin Sun have that he didn't know? Lin Sun patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "Bro, it's good now. You don't need to go to Lu Qingyan to get an invitation letter. Just take it." Chu Feng hurriedly said, "This is for you." "How can I take it?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "You can go in my name. Don't worry, she won't think too much about it." As he said, he turned around and left. Chu Feng stood still for a moment and finally couldn't refuse. At the same time, in an antique hall of Keystone Business, Mu Wansu sat in the main seat and asked casually, "Has it been done?" The attendant next to her hurriedly said, "The invitation letter has been sent to Child Lin of the commune of spiritual tattooists according to your order." Mu Wansu nodded, but she was in a trance. She received a message from the headquarters of Keystone Business in the Forbidden City a few days ago, saying that the third child Shiryu invited Lin Sun to participate in this grand meeting and asked to prepare a chief VIP seat for Lin Sun, which made Mu Wansu secretly surprised. If the eldest child Shishuan did this, she might be able to understand. After all, Shishuan once appreciated Lin Sun. But this time it was not the eldest child Shishuan, but the third child Shiryu. As far as she knew, the third child Shiryu was a playboy who only loved beauties but not the country. Although he was the brother of the eldest child Shishuan, the relationship between them was not very good. But now, he also attached so much importance to Lin Sun, which made Mu Wansu feel a little incredible. When did Lin Sun, the little bastard, have a relationship with the third child Shiryu? While Mu Wansu was in a trance, the attendant next to her also seemed to have something on his mind. After a little hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Shopkeeper, with Child Lin's current status, It seems that he is far from qualified to be the chief VIP, right? Mu Wansu said casually, why not? The attendant took a deep breath and said, Child Lin is now famous in Mist City, but he is still a human gang realm practitioner, and his identity is not obvious. It seems that he is not a descendant of a rich family. The chief VIP seats are reserved for the most important VIPs in the city, such as Governor Lu Wujuan, President of Mist College Wei Lingzhen, and Xiling Army Du Dongtu. After a pause, he continued, if Child Lin sits side by side with these big shots, it will violate the taboo and cause many people's dissatisfaction. Mu Wansu said indifferently, have you finished? The attendant was stunned, shopkeeper, what do you mean? Mu Wansu said coldly, you're right, but you're wrong about one thing. Lin's son is different from others. Remember, he must be the chief VIP. If anyone dares to neglect him, pack up and get out of here. The attendant trembled all over, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He finally realized that the shopkeeper was serious about arranging Lin's son as the chief VIP this time, but what was different about Lin's son, the attendant never understood. In fact, Mu Wansu also didn't understand why Shiryu, the third child, gave such an order in person. Was Lin's son so important now? Mu Wansu couldn't help but feel jealous of Lin's son. She hadn't seen him for more than a year, but this little rascal was getting better and better. After leaving the commune of spiritual tattooists, Lin's son walked along the street into Treasure Pill Store. Treasure Pill Store was the top elixir store in Mist City, selling a dazzling array of elixirs of first-class quality, which could meet the needs of most practitioners. Of course, the elixirs were also extremely expensive, which ordinary practitioners couldn't afford. The most important thing was that there were powerful pharmacists in Treasure Pill Store. Many unique elixirs were peddled in it, which couldn't be bought in the commune of spiritual tattooists. What Lin's son needed was a kind of elixir called Cloud Gang Purple Spirit Pill, which could only be bought in Precious Pills Store. Up to now, Lin's son's cultivation had a faint sign of reaching the mastery of human gang realm. Especially after many battles during this period, his cultivation had obviously improved a lot. If he continued to practice in this way, he could at least reach the mastery of human gang realm before the province test began. But Lin's son couldn't wait any longer. In another month, he would enter the heaven accessing place to pass the third test of Green Cloud Path. There were only 3 chances this time, so Lin's son didn't dare to be negligent. In order to be more prepared, improving his cultivation had undoubtedly become a top priority. In order to improve his cultivation, the supply of elixirs was indispensable. In the past, Lin's son had been taking the Green Gang Spirit Enhancing Elixir. This kind of elixir was good in terms of quality, but it was inferior to the Cloud Gang Purple Spirit Elixir. This could be seen from the price. A bottle of 60 Azure Gang Spirit Enhancing Elixirs was worth 50 gold coins, while a bottle of 30 Cloud Gang Purple Spirit Pills cost 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins were worth 10,000 silver coins. But it could only buy 30 Cloud Gang Purple Spirit Pills. Such a high price was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. In the past, Lin's son was certainly reluctant to buy such elixirs. But because he promised to help Lu Qingyan repair the ancient rhythm ocarina, Lin's son received a total of 10,000 gold coins as a reward. Therefore, it was not a big expense for him to buy the Cloud Gang Purple Spirit Pill. When Lin's son came out of Treasure Pill Store, he had lost 1,000 gold coins and gained 10 bottles of Cloud Gang Purple Spirit Pills. This speed of spending money was enough to make many practitioners dumbfounded, but Lin's son didn't think so. In his opinion, the purpose of making money was to cultivate better. If he didn't spend money, it would be a waste of resources. With these elixirs, I should be able to reach the mastery of human gang realm before I pass the test, Lin's son thought as he walked. Not long after, Lin's son was suddenly attracted by a quarrel. He looked up and saw that on the side of the street, more than a dozen strong ruffians surrounded a shop and were cursing loudly. It seemed that they were looking for trouble with that shop. This kind of thing was very common in Mist City, so it was not surprising. Where there were interests, there were disputes, and where there were disputes, there were bound to be some desperados who licked blood at the tip of a knife. But when Lin's son saw the name of the shop, he couldn't help being stunned. Golden Hall. In an instant, he remembered that when he was in Donglin Town, Gu Yanping, the boss of Golden Hall, took good care of him and even helped him resolve a danger once. Now, seeing the sign of Golden Hall in Mist City should have made Lin Sun very happy. But when he saw more than a dozen strong men looking for trouble, Lin Sun couldn't be happy at all. Lin Sun stepped forward and glanced around. At a glance, he saw Gu Liang, who was surrounded in the depths of the crowd. Gu Liang was the son of Gu Yanping, the boss of Golden Hall. When he was in Donglin town, he had a good relationship with Lin Sun. Seeing him here, how could Lin Sun not be sure that Golden Hall in front of him belonged to Gu Yanping? We have taken a fancy to this shop. If we tell you to get out of here, just get out. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll cut you to death. A leading man in black said with a grim smile. His face was ferocious and he looked unscrupulous. He was not afraid of causing trouble in the public at all. Obviously, he had the confidence. Friends, let's talk it out. If you need tea fees, I promise to pay them in full every month. I hope you can be merciful and let go of my shop. Although Gu Liang was young, he had obviously been honed for a long time. He was calm and composed, with a kind smile hanging on his lips. As he said, he took out a money bag and handed it over with a smile. Please accept it. The burly man in black slapped the money bag away and said disdainfully, tea fee? Do I need it? To tell you the truth, if you don't give up this shop today, don't blame us for being rude. The strong man next to him also sneered. Gu Liang's heart suddenly sank. He knew that this was not as simple as ordinary protection fees. Someone was targeting him. Damn it, why don't you speak? Are you deaf? Seeing that Gu Liang didn't speak, a ruffian rushed out and raised his hand to slap Gu Liang's face. Gu Liang's eyes flashed. He had long suppressed a lot of anger in his heart. Seeing that the ruffian dared to bully him, he was completely enraged. But when he was about to take action, he felt that there was a blur in front of him, and there was a handsome figure in front of him. Crack! After that, the ruffian's wrist was twisted like a fried dough twist, and it hurt to the point he held miserably without end. Lin Sun lifted his foot and kicked him away. Lin? Gu Liang never thought that he would see Lin at this moment. He was surprised and happy. Let's talk later. Lin nodded with a smile and looked at the leading man in black. Do you want to get out of here yourself, or do you want me to send you out? Good boy, you have a fucking helper. You're dead. The strong man in black was furious. Crack, but before he moved, he was slapped in the face, which made his teeth fall off, his nose and mouth bleed, and his whole body flew out severely. Seeing that Lin Sun was so powerful, the other ruffians were scared and trembled all over, realizing that the situation was not good. But someone still shouted harshly, Boy, do you know who we are representing? Let me tell you, no matter where you come from, if you dare to intervene in this matter, you will never live through tonight. Lin Sun didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly slapped him again. The guy's body spun a few times like a top, and then he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unable to stand up again. This time, the other ruffians were completely panicked. They picked up their injured companions and fled in panic. Before leaving, they left some harsh words. You wait. You're completely finished. No one can save you if you dare to offend us. Lin Sun couldn't help shaking his head. These were a group of ruffians who couldn't be seen in public. He really didn't know where they got the courage to be so arrogant. Lin Sun, I didn't expect you to see such a scandal. Alas, it's really shameful. If my father was here, such a thing would never happen. Gu Liang laughed at himself. With your means, you should be able to deal with these guys. Why didn't you take action just now? Lin Sun frowned. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go inside. Gu Liang glanced around and led Lin Sun into a quiet room in the shop and sat down. Then he said, They are just a group of small fries. I worry about the person behind all this. At the end of his words, there was a touch of worry between his eyebrows. Lin Sun nodded and said, Do you know the identity of the person behind all this? Gu Liang's lips curled up with a touch of helplessness. Who else can it be? It must be other businesses in Mist City. After all, if Golden Hall takes root here, they will undoubtedly have one more competitor. How can they watch all this happen? Lin Sun was speechless and said, This is somewhat similar to the situation when your father opened Golden Hall in Donglin town. Gu Liang also laughed and said, yes, but I can't compare with my father's means to establish a foothold in Donglin town in such a short time and open up a new situation. There was a touch of pride in his voice. He had always regarded his father as an example. Lin Sun said in a low voice, Gu Liang, do you have a specific suspect in mind? Maybe I can help you solve this problem. Gu Liang was stunned, and a touch of warmth welled up in his heart. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year, but now they met by chance in Mist City. He was a little uncertain whether Lin Sun had changed, but through these words, he knew that Lin Sun was still the same Lin Sun. Gu Liang thought for a while and shook his head with a wry smile. I've just arrived in Mist City for less than 7 days. It's hard for me to figure out who's behind all this. It turned out that Gu Liang came to Mist City this time because he was entrusted by his father, Gu Yanping, to open a golden hall in Mist City as a stronghold. When he accumulated enough strength and materials, he could expand the golden hall to the whole southwestern province. According to Gu Yanping's plan, Mist City was the capital of Southwest Province. If he could open up the market here, he would be able to attract a lot of business talents and further expand the strength of Golden Hall. But even Gu Liang didn't expect that trouble would come to him as soon as he settled in Mist City, which really made him distressed. When Lin Sun learned all this, he couldn't help sighing secretly. Gu Yanping and his son were definitely unwilling to be mediocre. In just over a year, they had set their sights on the whole southwestern province, but thinking about it, Gu Yanping was indeed a rare and powerful figure according to the business means he had shown in the past. Gu Liang seemed to feel that the topic was a little dull, so he said with a smile, by the way, I heard a lot about you when I entered Mist City this time. Your reputation is so resounding that it can be said to be like the sun at high noon. Everyone knows you. I almost doubt whether it is you or not. There was a touch of heartfelt amazement in his voice. It had only been more than a year since he saw Lin Sun, but Lin Sun had already made such remarkable achievements. Compared with himself, a group of local ruffians came to make trouble even when he settled in Mist City. All this made Gu Liang sigh with emotion. What on earth had happened to Lin Sun in the past year that made him achieve what he had today? It's just an undeserved reputation. Lin Sun shrugged and said, people are afraid of fame as pigs are afraid of being fat. The more famous one is, the more trouble there will be. Gu Liang laughed heartily. The reputation that others yearn for has become a problem for you. You are indeed different from the rest. Lin Sun smiled and said, let's not talk about this. Are you going to stay in Mist City all the time? Gu Liang nodded and said, if I can overcome the current difficulties and completely establish Golden Hall in Mist City, I will definitely not leave in a short time. Speaking of this, he suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Lin Sun, although you have made more progress than me in the past year, when the power of Golden Hall develops in the future, I will not be too inferior to you. Without waiting for Lin Sun to speak, he continued, according to my father's plan, if we want to develop Golden Hall into a famous first-class business in the empire, we can't take the usual way. Now, my father has found this way. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, what way? Gu Liang smiled. You'll know in the future. If this path can be taken, I won't be left behind by you in the future. Lin Sun laughed and scolded, it's the same as not saying anything. Gu Liang chuckled and said, in short, I can guarantee that if everything goes well, the power of Golden Hall is destined to flourish everywhere in the empire, and even expand to further places in the empire. As he spoke up to hear, his eyes were filled with bright longing. Lin Sun was shocked. Expand beyond the empire? Gu Yanping was really bold. If so, wouldn't Golden Hall become a huge force like Keystone Business in the future? Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside, interrupting the reunion of old friends. Where's the shop owner? Get out. And the guy who just hurt people, come out quickly. Obviously, the ruffians came back aggressively and seemed to be full of confidence. Obviously, they had found helpers. Lin Sun got up and said, let's go out and have a look. Gu Liang reminded with a worried look, Lin Sun, I know you are famous now, but in Mist City, all kinds of forces are complicated. Don't be impulsive. Even if the shop is smashed this time, as long as you are alive, you will eventually have a chance to fight back. Before he finished, he was helplessly interrupted by Lin Sun, well, let's go. Gu Liang wanted to say something more, but was dragged out of the quiet room by Lin Sun. In front of the shop, a group of ruffians surrounded it, each of them looking fierce. The leading man in black was also there, but his cheeks were red and swollen like a pig's head, which looked very funny. But at this time, they were not the protagonists. The protagonist was an old man with a goatee, who was sitting leisurely on a chair in the shop with his eyes closed, looking arrogant. When Lin Sun and Gu Liang came out, the man in black suddenly showed resentment in his eyes. He pointed to Lin Sun and shouted, "Old Qian, it's that guy who intervened in this matter. If it weren't for him, we would have succeeded." The ruffians also shouted, "Yes, it's that bastard. He is so abominable that he doesn't take our Azure Light Pavilion seriously at all." Azure Light Pavilion, Gu Liang's face suddenly changed. Even if he didn't know much about Mist City, he knew that Azure Light Pavilion was a first-class force in the city. What he never expected was that it was Azure Light Pavilion who targeted him this time. This was too unexpected. How could Golden Hall offend Azure Light Pavilion before it took root in Mist City? When Lin Sun heard Azure Light Pavilion, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and his lips raised a faint curve. He said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be so courageous. You even dare to bring people back to kill us. You're courting death. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of old Qian? You're dead. Boy, don't blame us for not telling you that old Qian is a master of Azure Light Pavilion. If you don't want to die, quickly kneel down and apologize." The ruffian scolded angrily. "Lin Sun, don't be impulsive. We can't afford to offend Azure Light Pavilion. Let me deal with this matter." Gu Liang was worried. He was afraid that Lin Sun would be impulsive, so he quickly reminded Lin Sun in a low voice. Seeing this, all the ruffians laughed with complacency and resentment on their faces. If they had known this, why did they do it in the first place? However, Lin Sun smiled more brightly and said, "You really found the right person to threaten me with Azure Light Pavilion. Say no more. Who is old Qian? Stand out and let me know you." The old man with a goatee was sitting there, but Lin Sun ignored him. This arrogant look made all the ruffians furious. They wanted to kill the boy in front of them. Gu Liang felt helpless. He knew that he couldn't persuade Lin Sun at all. But at this moment, he had to go all out. At worst, he would make trouble with Lin Sun, and then choose another opportunity to go back to Mist City. At this time, the arrogant old man with a goatee, who had been closing his eyes to rest and was called Old Qian by those ruffians, suddenly snorted coldly. "Young man, it's not good to be too angry. I've given you the opportunity, but you don't take it well. Then don't blame me." Old Qian's voice was low and deep, and it was filled with undisguised coldness. As he spoke, he opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. But, when he saw Lin Sun, his eyes suddenly popped out as if he had seen a ghost, and his voice stopped abruptly. When those ruffians saw Old Qian speak with indescribable majesty, they couldn't help but feel refreshed. Old Qian was indeed worthy of his title. His words didn't contain any dirty words at all, but they carried an invisible oppressive force. Brilliant, really brilliant. They still didn't notice that Elder Qian, who could only be described as a high mountain in their hearts, was currently surging endlessly like raging waves in his heart, and his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, causing him to feel dizzy. How could it be this guy? Old Qian's expression was sluggish. His mind naturally recalled the massacre that happened on that rainy night a few days ago, as well as the pinnacle duel that happened in the arena. Why could he meet this devil here? Old Qian's lips couldn't help twitching. If those big shots in Azure Light Pavilion knew that he had provoked this devil, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Why don't you speak?" Lin Sun looked at Old Qian with a smile. At a glance, he could see that the old guy was completely listless. Elder Qian's lips trembled. Just as he was about to speak, the black-shirted macho man scolded him first. "Good, you reckless thing. At this time, you still dare to disrespect Elder Qian. It's like drinking arsenic. You're tired of living." Slap! Old Qian couldn't help but stand up and slap the black-clothed man hard in the face. The sound was clear and loud. The black-clothed man covered his cheek and screamed, looking at Old Qian incredulously. His companions were also stunned by this sudden scene. "Old Qian, did you hit the wrong person?" The black-clothed man asked innocently. "That's what I want to beat up, you blind fool." Old Qian trembled with anger. He raised his hand and slapped the black-clothed man again. He vented his anger on the black-clothed man, making him wail and beg for mercy. The ruffians next to him were shocked and horrified. Looking at the crazy old Qian, they finally realized that they seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked this time. Gu Liang had made up his mind to make a scene with Lin Sun. Who would have thought that he would see such a good show of dog biting dog? He couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell was going on? He couldn't help but look at Lin Sun. Seeing Lin Sun watching all this with a smile, he vaguely understood something and was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Sun had such power now. And you, kneel down and apologize to Child Lin. After fighting for a long time, old Qian was also tired. If he continued to fight, someone would die. So old Qian directly glared at those ruffians and ordered them to apologize to Lin Sun. What a joke. If he couldn't get the forgiveness of this devil today, the consequences would be so serious that even he couldn't afford it. With a series of thuds, those ruffians suddenly knelt down. They had already been frightened. How could they dare to hesitate at this moment? Didn't they see that old Qian's face was pale with fear? Looking at the figures kneeling on the ground, Gu Liang couldn't help but gasp. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't say any harsh words at all, but forced these ruffians to kneel down and apologize. His power was too strong, but this was not the end. Lin Sun didn't even look at the ruffians kneeling on the ground, but looked at the uneasy old Qian. As soon as Lin Sun opened his mouth, the old guy also knelt on the ground and said bitterly, I know my mistake. Child, please forgive me and let me go this time. Lin Sun slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This old guy was really shrewd. He completely lowered his attitude, which made Lin Sun feel a little sorry to trouble him again. Gu Liang was completely shocked at this moment. The ruffian knelt on the ground, but the old man with a goatee was a member of Azure Light Pavilion, but now, even he directly knelt down, which seemed too incredible. Gu Liang didn't know that after that night of fighting in the rain, Lin Sun had already become the most feared opponent of more than a dozen forces in the city. Even Xianxia, the young master of Azure Light Pavilion, suffered a lot in Lin Sun's hands, let alone old Qian in front of him. Speaking of which, old Qian was not an important role. He was just a steward of Azure Light Pavilion. There were a lot of people like him in Azure Light Pavilion, and only those ruffians would treat him as a big shot. Tell me what's going on. Lin Sun sat in the chair and asked casually. Old Qian shivered all over and his face was pale. He thought that Lin Sun still didn't intend to let him go. He gritted his teeth and reached out to slap his old face. The slap was crisp and loud, and soon his thin cheeks were red and swollen. I know I'm wrong. Child, please forgive me. Old Qian begged as he slapped himself. He knew very well that if Lin Sun didn't forgive him, Azure Light Pavilion would definitely dare to eat him alive, whether for his own future or to save his life, he had to do so. He had seen Lin Sun's means. This guy seemed to be young and looked harmless and handsome, but anyone who knew him would know that he was a killer who killed people without blinking an eye. Nowadays, among more than a dozen forces in Mist City, Lin Sun's name was like a taboo. Who dared to make trouble for him? He must be tired of living. Gu Liang was stunned. The ruffians kneeling on the ground were also stunned. Was this the old Qian they knew? Well, I just want to know why you want to deal with Golden Hall. Make it clear, and you can leave. Lin Sun glanced at old Qian. When old Qian heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as he could live, so what if he was embarrassed? Young master, this is actually a misunderstanding. Elder Qian took a deep breath and explained, if I knew that Golden Hall has something to do with you, I wouldn't dare to send people here to make a scene. It turned out that before Gu Liang rented this shop, Elder Qian had also taken a liking to this shop, but he was a step too late. He had originally given up, but who would have thought that after a little investigation, he would find out that the person who rented this shop, Gu Liang, was an outsider, and was also a young boy. Thus, the following matters were simple. Elder Qian used the power in his hands to send a group of hooligans to find trouble with him. He wanted to drive Gu Liang away and take the shop for himself. But he never expected that the outsider Gu Liang, who was easy to bully in his eyes, actually knew Lin Sun. Knowing all this, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. He thought that Azure Light Pavilion had realized Gu Yanping's ability, so they sent their forces to prevent Golden Hall from gaining a foothold in Mist City. Who would have thought that the reason was so strange? Gu Liang was completely relieved when he learned all this. As long as Azure Light Pavilion didn't target him, it would be easy to deal with it. Go away. Lin Sun waved his hand. Old Qian was stunned. It seemed that he couldn't believe that Lin Sun would let him go so easily. He couldn't help asking, "Young master, you really don't care about my mistakes anymore?" Lin Sun said angrily, "Go away. Don't blame me for beating you if you don't go away." This time Old Qian was finally completely relieved. He got up and ran away with the group of hooligans. "It's time for me to go. If you encounter any trouble in the future, be sure to find me. Of course, the premise is that I am still in Mist City." Lin Sun got up, told Gu Liang his address with a smile, and was about to leave. Gu Liang called out, "Wait." Lin Sun was stunned. "Is there anything else?" Gu Liang seemed to hesitate in his heart. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Sun, since we are friends, I will tell you directly. I want to invite you to join Golden Hall. In the future, you will also have a share of Golden Hall's income." Lin Sun was stunned. "Why do you want to do this?" Gu Liang said impatiently, "There is no reason. I just want to do this. Tell me whether you agree or not. Of course, I know that you are a busy man and will definitely not develop business with me. I won't force you. You just need to be a nominal member. If you don't want to be known by others, I can keep it a secret for you." After saying so much, Lin Sun suddenly understood that Gu Liang was trying to give him benefits. "You really don't have to do this." Lin Sun said helplessly, "Since we are friends, it is natural for us to support each other." Gu Liang said seriously, "Lin Sun, do you look down on Golden Hall? Do you think it is useless to join Golden Hall?" Lin Sun was completely convinced. He knew that Gu Liang was goading him, but he had to admit that this trick was really useful. At least, he didn't know what to say. "Well, I have a batch of spiritual materials here. Just take it that I am a shareholder of Golden Hall." Lin Sun said, took out a storage bag and handed it to Gu Liang, "Take it. If you don't accept it, I won't join." Gu Liang glared at Lin Sun angrily. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would play such a trick on him, but he had no choice but to accept it. "Well, whether Golden Hall can rise in the empire in the future depends on you. I am only responsible for a nominal member." Lin Sun teased Gu Liang with a smile and strode out of Golden Hall. But when he walked on the street, he couldn't help turning his head to look at the signboard of Golden Hall. He couldn't help thinking that one day, Golden Hall could rise like a comet and become the first business force in the empire. Immediately, Lin Sun shook his head and disappeared in the vast crowd. That guy is really the same as before. In the shop, thinking of what had just happened, Gu Liang couldn't help feeling warm. He didn't regret his decision just now. Even if his father Gu Yanping knew it, he would do it resolutely. Gu Liang knew that Lin Sun was a pure practitioner. Lin Sun's path was completely different from his, and it was even impossible for Lin Sun to help Golden Hall in the future. But did it matter? Not at all, at least for Gu Liang, it was not a big deal to give some of Golden Hall's income to Lin Sun. After all, Lin Sun was his friend. As the saying goes, if you treat me as a national scholar, I will treat you as a national scholar. After a while, Gu Liang played with the storage bag left by Lin Sun. He intended to put it away, but after thinking about it, he opened it and took a look. Just a glance made Gu Liang stunned. Silver plume snow whale bone, netherworld fire lamp grass, 9-turn geocentric iron. Gu Liang couldn't imagine that there were dozens of rare spiritual materials in the storage bag left by Lin Sun casually. Each kind of spiritual material could definitely be sold at a sky-high price on the market. How much would the total value of these dozens of spiritual materials be? As a commercial practitioner, Gu Liang soon roughly calculated an astronomical figure in his mind, which was at least no less than 100,000 gold coins. If it was done well, it could even be sold at a higher price, and this price was enough to buy all the properties of Golden Hall that Gu Liang and his father, Gu Yanping, had built up. This guy actually left such an amazing wealth so casually. He. Gu Liang sat there in a daze, his mood fluctuating. He didn't know what to say to Lin Sun. After a long time, Gu Liang took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the fluctuations in his heart. His eyes had become bright and firm. Since you dare to throw a lot of money at me, how can I live up to your trust if I don't develop Golden Hall into a world-famous first-class business? Lin Sun, wait for me. I will give you an unexpected return in the future. Those spiritual materials were naturally given to Lin Sun by Granny Wind for repairing the ancient rhythm ocarina. But in order to vent his anger, Lin Sun didn't need most of the spiritual materials he asked for, so he gave them to Gu Liang casually. These spiritual materials were very expensive. As for how expensive they were, Lin Sun couldn't tell the specific figure. But now he was not short of money, so it was worth it to invest in Golden Hall. Of course, if Golden Hall really rose in the empire in the future and completely developed into a first-class business force, Gu Liang would definitely share more profits with him according to his character. Even if Golden Hall failed to develop and completely closed down, it didn't matter. He didn't take out these spiritual materials to make money. In the final analysis, the reason why Lin Sun did this was largely because of Gu Yanping. If Gu Yanping hadn't personally helped him guard the gate and resist the enemy in Donglin town, he and Xia Ji would probably have been killed. How could Lin Sun forget such a life-saving grace? Of course, Gu Liang regarded him as a friend, which Lin Sun could also feel. Since Gu Liang invited him to join Golden Hall and gave him benefits only in name, Lin Sun naturally wouldn't let Gu Liang suffer losses. When he returned home, Lin Sun had already put this matter behind him. From today on, he planned to refine his cultivation wholeheartedly and prepare for the third test of the Hall of Green Cloud that would be opened in a month. In his mind, every challenge in the heaven-accessing secret land was a rare opportunity. He had to grasp it firmly and not allow any mistakes to occur. The most tragic thing was that my friend's car was also flooded and broke down. As a northerner, this was the first time in years that I had encountered such a violent downpour. It was an eye-opening experience. From that day on, Lin Sun began a closed-door training and devoted himself to cultivation. As time went on, many practitioners who went to the commune of spiritual tattooists found that Master Sun, who often accepted tasks in the past, seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. This made many practitioners disappointed. They thought that Master Sun had left the commune of spiritual tattooists and there was little hope for them to entrust tasks to him. There were also many practitioners who were unwilling to give up and urged the commune of spiritual tattooists to invite Master Sun back, which made Chu Feng feel helpless. Of course, he hoped that Lin Sun would stay in the commune of spiritual tattooists all the time, but this was obviously impossible. Even if Lin Sun didn't completely leave the commune of spiritual tattooists, Chu Feng was very clear that Lin Sun was still young and had infinite potential. Such a genius could not be kept by the commune of spiritual tattooists at all. Of course, Chu Feng was also very happy about this. Of course, he hoped that Lin Sun would become stronger and stronger. Only in this way could Lin Sun's help solve his most difficult problems when he needed help in the future. Chu Feng knew that he established contact with Lin Sun with a certain selfishness at the beginning. But as time went on, he had completely regarded Lin Sun as a friend now. Occasionally, he even thought that even if Lin Sun couldn't help him in the future, it was not a big deal. He had done his best and left it to fate. In the courtyard, Shu Jin teased Chirps with a glass full of mellow liquor with a smile on his face. To Shu Jin's surprise, Qiu Qiu was obviously drooling, but in the end, she still shook her head and refused. Her black eyes were filled with a solemn and resolute expression. Shu Jin couldn't help laughing and thought that Chirps was really obedient. Lin Sun only corrected it twice, and Chirps didn't dare to drink anymore. What virtue and ability does this kid have to actually make a spiritual beast like you submit to him? The heavens are truly blind. Shu Jin murmured and couldn't help glancing at Lin Sun's room. Different from before, there were faint wisps of obscure power flowing around Lin Sun's room, which looked very mysterious. This was the simplest kind of spirit-gathering formation. It used high-grade spirit stones as its source, and when it was activated, it could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for the cultivator's cultivation. Of course, no matter how simple the spirit-gathering formation was, it was still a spiritual tattoo formation, not a simple spiritual tattoo pattern. Generally, only the rich and powerful forces would spend a lot of resources to invite a spiritual tattooist to arrange a spirit-gathering formation for their own clansmen for their cultivation. Moreover, a spirit-gathering formation would consume at least 10 high-grade spirit stones to operate for a day. This was a huge expense that ordinary cultivators could not afford. The reason why Lin Sun built this formation was not because he was rich, but because he wanted to refine the power of Cloud Gang Purple Spirit Elixir at the beginning of his closed-door cultivation. When the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture and the Windstorm Millstone in his body ran at full strength together, it immediately caused a lot of noise, like the roar of wind and thunder, which could be perceived by the whole courtyard. Shu Jin was shocked at once. When he learned that it was caused by Lin Sun's cultivation, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He judged that Lin Sun's cultivation method must be extraordinary. Out of a kind of protection, Shu Jin advised Lin Sun to use the spirit-gathering formation with the help of it, so that the noise during cultivation could be covered, and at the same time, the spirit-gathering formation could be used for better cultivation. This practice was very common in the rich and powerful forces. There were even some practitioners who dug a basement at home and arranged layers of spiritual tattoo formations in order to concentrate on cultivation and avoid being spied on by others. After all, when a practitioner was cultivating, he was the most defenseless. If an enemy came to assassinate him, the consequences would be unthinkable. I don't know what the pond of spiritual power in this boy's body is. He has been cultivating for so many days. Isn't he afraid that he can't bear it? Shu Jin calculated that Lin Sun had been cultivating for more than 20 days without leaving home. The spirit-gathering formation was running all the time without any rest. This was too rare. When a practitioner cultivated, there was a limit. When the spiritual energy in his body exceeded the limit that his body could bear, he would either be possessed by the devil or explode and die. For a human gang practitioner, even if he had a first-class pond of spiritual power and a talented cultivation foundation, few people could cultivate for more than 20 days without rest. Shu Jin had been staying in the yard and saw all this. Naturally, he knew how abnormal and horrible the potential of Lin Sun's cultivation was. Because of this, although he seemed calm on the surface, he was actually a little shocked and even worried that Lin Sun's cultivation would cause a backfire. Whatever, this boy is as treacherous as a ghost. He must know the consequences of more haste, less speed. People like him will not do things that are disadvantageous to themselves. Shu Jin muttered to himself and shook his head. For Lin Sun, his life seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. It was so peaceful that there was no disturbance at all. But in today's Mist City, there was a grand event that attracted the attention of the whole city. That was the centennial celebration of Keystone Business, which was about to begin soon. It was said that Keystone Business had spent a lot on this celebration. It was said that on the day of the celebration, all the top figures of the city, such as Lu Wujuan, the governor of the city governor's mansion, Wei Lingzhen, the president of Mist College, Du Dongtu, the commander of Xiling Army, each of them was a giant with the ability to turn the clouds and rain. They were famous not only in Mist City, but also in the whole southwest province. From the identity of these distinguished guests, it could be seen how much Keystone Business had spent for this celebration, which could not be achieved by just throwing money. Of course, the most interesting and anticipated thing was that Miss Lu Qingyan, who was famous all over the world and was fanatically sought after by the younger generation of the empire and had a heavenly voice, would also attend the celebration. It could be imagined what a great sensation such an unprecedented event would cause in Mist City. As the time of the celebration approached, the atmosphere became more and more lively. The topic of the celebration was everywhere in the streets, restaurants, and teahouses. Of course, Lu Qingyan was undoubtedly the most talked about topic. This might be the celebrity effect. The name Lu Qingyan was like the brightest star in the night sky. As long as she appeared there, she would attract countless eyes. Unfortunately, no matter how great the sensation caused by this grand event was, Lin Sun was unaware of it. There were more important things in his mind, that was, to meet the challenge of the third pass of Green Cloud Path in the Heaven Accessing Place, Green Tea Pavilion. Lu Qingyan sat at the desk, supporting her chin with her smooth white elbows, looking lazy. On the table, there was a piece of snow-white paper with lines of elegant handwriting written on it. These were the new lyrics she had recently written for a piece of music. She had only written it halfway and had yet to finish it. Time is fleeting, and the road to cultivation is difficult. After hundreds and thousands of twists and turns, I look for the sound of Tao. In the end, I can't see the road to immortality, only the grave of heroes. My white hair withered and became nothing. Who can say I am lonely? Lu Qingyan murmured softly. Her starry eyes were blurred and illusory, and there was a trace of sadness between her bright eyebrows. Standing on one side, Granny Wind couldn't help but feel shocked when she heard this. In an instant, she gave birth to a lot of emotions. The road to cultivation was so cruel. Time was too fast, and the road to cultivation was uncertain. She was afraid that all her efforts might be in vain. She didn't expect that her miss would have such feelings. Is this a new lyric for the new song? Granny Wind couldn't help asking. Lu Qingyan shook her head and said with a smile, Granny, if I sing such a sad song at the celebration of Keystone business, I'm afraid it will make a lot of people unhappy. Granny Wind snorted, Miss, you don't have to pay attention to this. They invited you. How dare they be picky? Lu Qingyan nibbled the tip of her pen with her moist lips and suddenly said, Granny, is there any news from Child Lin? At the mention of Lin Sun, Granny Wind's face darkened. And she said, how can this little bastard hand over the repaired ancient rhythm ocarina so easily? Don't worry, Mississippi. I'll find a chance to visit Master Sun in person. Lu Qingyan quickly dissuaded, no need. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Granny, don't embarrass Child Lin anymore. What happened in the arena last time made me very sorry. Before Granny Wind could speak, she changed the topic and said, by the way, will Child Lin attend the celebration of Keystone business? Granny Wind narrowed her eyes and said vigilantly, Miss, that boy is not a good person. Before Granny Wind finished, Lu Qingyan said helplessly, Granny, you think too much. I just think that Child Lin helped me a lot this time. But last time, because of me, he had to duel with Huang Jianchen. I really feel a little guilty, so I want to make it up to him. Granny Wind nodded and said, Miss, you don't have to do this. As far as I know, Keystone Business has already sent an invitation to Master Sun, the boy's master. I think Master Sun will definitely take the boy with him. Lu Qingyan nodded and said softly, that's good. Since Child Lin knows ancient rhythm ocarina, he must have dabbled in music theory. I don't know how he will evaluate my performance at that time. Granny Wind suddenly became vigilant again. But when she wanted to say something, she saw that Lu Qingyan had begun to fill in the lyrics seriously. She immediately held back and said no more. But in her heart, she had put Lin on the blacklist of people who should never be allowed to get close to Mississippi. A few days later, in the early morning, the whole Mist City seemed to wake up from a deep sleep and gradually became lively. In front of the magnificent and gorgeous building of Keystone Business, there was already a sea of people. Many people had been waiting here last night. The reason was very simple. Today was the beginning of the centennial celebration of Keystone Business. Many distinguished guests and Miss Lu Qingyan would arrive one after another today. What a grand scene it would be, countless people were looking forward to it. Outside Keystone Business, the floor was covered with red carpets and many waiters. It was very lively. Elite and powerful guards guarded the road leading to Keystone Business so as not to block the arrival of distinguished guests. On both sides of the road, there was already a sea of people. As far as the eye could see, there were blackheads everywhere, blocking the area. Most of them were practitioners, but there were also some ordinary people. They all came to watch the fun. They were not qualified to receive the invitation letter of Keystone Business. Naturally, it was impossible for them to enter Keystone Business and attend the celebration in person. But even so, they didn't want to miss such a grand event. Today, all the big shots in Mist City would come as appointed, including Lu Qingyan, a world-famous legendary art practitioner. If they could see them before they entered, it would be a worthwhile trip. In the crowd on both sides of the road, there were even many young men and women holding banners with many exaggerated and eye-catching slogans written on them. For example, the picturesque landscape can't compare to your sweet smile. Welcome Miss Lu Qingyan to Mist City. The heavenly voice belongs to me, Qingyan. The beauty of a sweet voice should only exist in heaven. It was exaggerated, but it also showed how great the influence of Lu Qingyan was among the younger generation of the empire. When Chu Feng arrived here with the invitation letter, he saw such a lively scene. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion that Keystone Business was really generous. Chu Feng didn't rush in, but stood in the crowd to see how many big shots would come to this grand event today. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd in the distance, and there was a burst of exclamation. The Dean of Mist College is here. Senior Weilingzhen is a famous strongman in Tao Insight realm. He has been teaching in Mist College these years and rarely shows up. I didn't expect that he would come in person this time. In the uproar, an old man in plain clothes riding a green donkey came from the distance. He was thin and indifferent, like a wild crane in the clouds, with the bearing of a grandmaster. Seeing him, many of the Xianxia had expressions of admiration, their gazes filled with awe. This was Weilingzhen, a famous big shot in Mist City. Weilingzhen is the first one to appear. Chu Feng was a little surprised. As far as he knew, Weilingzhen was aloof and indifferent, and he didn't like to show his face in public. But this time, he not only came in person, but also was the first one to appear, which was really abnormal. From this, it could be seen how powerful Keystone Business was. Not everyone could invite Weilingzhen, such a reclusive big shot, to come out. Not long after Weilingzhen arrived, there was a burst of exclamation in the field again, which made it very lively. Big shots, who were rarely seen in the past, came in one after another, either in chariots, or in companions and riding spirit beasts. All of them were dignified and emanated a noble aura that assaulted the face, causing wave after wave of exclamations to resound out in the surroundings, and it was extremely shocking. When Governor Lu Wujuan's team appeared, the atmosphere became more and more sensational. Lu Wujuan was the most powerful figure in the entire southwest province of the empire. At this time, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly, with a touch of indescribable complexity. He watched Lu Wujuan's team enter Keystone Business. However, when he was about to take back his eyes, he saw a middle-aged scholar coming out of Lu Wujuan's team and walking straight towards him. Seeing this person, Chu Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression became cold. A trace of hatred flashed imperceptibly in the depth of his eyes. "I didn't expect to see you here. It's really surprising." The middle-aged scholar came over. He put his hands behind his back, slightly raised his chin, and glanced at Chu Feng with a trace of arrogance. "If you can come, why can't I?" Chu Feng didn't have the former elegant temperament, and his voice became cold and low. He seemed to be enduring something in his heart, and his face was full of haze. "Oh, after so many years, you still don't give up? You should know that as long as I am in Mist City, you will never be able to raise your head again." The middle-aged scholar said slowly, "Look, I'm not only here, but also can enter the celebration side of Keystone Business. But you, the great director of the commune of spiritual tattooists, didn't even receive an invitation. You can only stand outside the door and watch the fun. If your relatives and friends in the Forbidden City know this, they will definitely despise you more." Chu Feng seemed to be irritated with blue veins on his forehead. He stared at the middle-aged scholar. After a long time, he suddenly smiled and said leisurely, "I'm sorry to let you down. I came with an invitation this time. Unlike you, you can only be a lackey of Lu Wujuan and can only participate by virtue of Lu Wujuan's face." With that, he didn't look at the middle-aged scholar again, turned and walked towards the gate of Keystone Business. He took out the invitation letter, and immediately an attendant respectfully led Chu Feng inside. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar couldn't help but be stunned. Especially when he saw Chu Feng enter Keystone Business openly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "So what? With your identity, you will only be treated coldly in this celebration." The middle-aged scholar sneered and followed Chu Feng in. At the same time, there was a burst of earth-shattering cheers in the field. The atmosphere suddenly reached an unprecedented height. Many people were excited and shouting loudly. Needless to say, it was Lu Qingyan. If Chu Feng saw this scene, he would be excited with his admiration for Lu Qingyan. Unfortunately, he was in a bad mood now when he saw the middle-aged scholar, so he didn't pay much attention to this. The middle-aged scholar was Ruan Lingdu, now a counselor of the governor Lu Wujuan. But only Chu Feng knew that Ruan Lingdu had another identity. He was a guest elder of the Chu clan in the Forbidden City and was highly valued by the Chu clan. Chu Feng also came from the Chu clan. Different from Ruan Lingdu, he was a real member of the Chu clan and a direct descendant, but more than 10 years ago, because of a conspiracy to fight for the power of the clan, Chu Feng was schemed against and completely expelled from the Chu clan. Otherwise, with Chu Feng's identity, how could he be reduced to Mist City? What chilled Chu Feng most was that after he was expelled from the clan, those enemies didn't dare to kill him easily, but they still didn't give up. So they sent Wan Lingdu to Mist City, who had been secretly rejecting and suppressing Chu Feng, bringing him a lot of humiliation and torture. In these years, with his identity as the director of the commune of spiritual tattooists, he could have made friends with many powerful forces in the city. But since Wan Lingdu became the counselor of the governor Lu Wujuan, Chu Feng became the object of exclusion of many forces in Mist City. No one wanted to make friends with him, just like the centenary celebration of Keystone Business, according to common sense. With his identity as the director of the commune of spiritual tattooists, he could easily get an invitation letter. However, he didn't get one and had to borrow Lin Sun's invitation to attend the celebration. This was Chu Feng's current situation. He was expelled by the clan, suppressed and humiliated by Wan Lingdu. It seemed to be glorious on the surface, but in fact, he was in an extremely humiliating situation. However, after years of suppression, Chu Feng had already honed his extremely tenacious mind. Naturally, he would not admit defeat. Even because of the appearance of Lin Sun, he had seen some hope. Walking into Keystone Business, Chu Feng was soon led into a spacious palace by the attendants. The palace was beautifully carved with carved beams and painted pillars. Different areas were divided into different seats in good order. It was roughly estimated that this hall could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Luxurious, generous, stylish, this was Chu Feng's intuitive impression of Keystone Business. At this time, many people had already come to the hall. Any one of them could be a powerful figure of a big force in Mist City. The celebration had not yet begun. These big shots, who used to be very prestigious in the past, were talking with each other at the moment. It seemed that the hall was full of friends and they were talking and laughing. But when they saw Chu Feng, no matter who they were, they all showed a touch of surprise. Then they looked away coldly, as if they didn't care about Chu Feng at all. Even if he had been prepared in his heart, Chu Feng still felt aggrieved in the face of these cold and indifferent eyes. But soon, he got over it. He came here to see Lu Qingyan's elegant demeanor with his own eyes. Apart from that, he had no other thoughts. As for those disdainful eyes in the field, he didn't care about them. Wan Lingdu followed into the hall. Seeing the cold treatment and disregard suffered by Chu Feng along the way, he couldn't help feeling proud. So what if he had an invitation? If this wasn't asking for humiliation, then what was? Looking at Wan Lingdu, no matter where he went, there would be big shots taking the initiative to talk with him. He seemed to be extremely popular. Compared with the treatment received by Chu Feng, it was a world of difference. Chu Feng was very disdainful of this. He knew that the reason why Wan Lingdu was so popular was that he was the closest counselor of Governor Lu Wujuan and had the support of the Chu clan in the Forbidden City, which made him like a fish in water in Mist City. Otherwise, it was impossible for Wan Lingdu to make all the major forces in Mist City reject and ignore Chu Feng. Unconsciously, Chu Feng had been led to the front row of the hall by the attendants, where only the chief VIP was qualified to sit. When he saw this scene, Chu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. How could this be? Even if he didn't receive exclusion and ridicule, it seemed that he was not qualified to sit here according to his identity as the chief director of the commune of spiritual tattooists. But immediately, he vaguely guessed that this might have something to do with the invitation sent by Lin Sun. Practically at the same time, a wave of ridiculing laughter suddenly sounded out from behind him. Some people really don't know how to appreciate favors and actually have delusions of thinking about things that they shouldn't be thinking about. Should I say that he's full of courage, or should I say that he's stupid and ignorant? Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Have you ever seen such a reckless clown? Without looking back, Chu Feng knew that this was Wan Lingdu's ridicule. Wan Lingdu was sneering, and many big shots around him also showed a playful smile more or less. Chu Feng's move was a little too rash. How could he be qualified to think about the chief VIP position? Such a reckless move was just like a monkey wearing a crown, which was ridiculous like a clown. Being stared at by all kinds of eyes, Chu Feng only felt like there was a knife on his back, and he couldn't help but feel humiliated again. Over the years, although he was frequently excluded and ridiculed, it was the first time for him to be ridiculed by so many big shots present. Chu Feng took a deep breath and looked at the attendant beside him. His voice was a little cold. Did you do it on purpose? Who arranged you to do this? He wanted to probe the situation and see if there was someone secretly instructing him to embarrass him on purpose, or if there was some other hidden reason. The attendant was taken aback and quickly said respectfully, "Senior, the invitation in your hand shows that this seat was prepared for you." Chu Feng couldn't help but take out the invitation letter, looked at it carefully and said, "Really?" Seeing this scene, Wan Lingdu laughed more and more exaggeratedly. If it wasn't for the occasion and losing his demeanor, he really wanted to go forward and humiliate Chu Feng. Even some big shots nearby couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. Chu Feng, the director of the commune of spiritual tattooists, was really shameful. The commotion on their side attracted the attention of many people in the distance. Immediately, a middle-aged man who looked like a steward came over and asked about the situation. He said in astonishment, "Dao friend Chu Feng, may I ask who gave you this invitation letter?" Chu Feng looked at Wan Lingdu in the distance, and then said to the middle-aged supervisor, "I come on behalf of Child Lin." The middle-aged supervisor immediately smiled, "That's right. This seat is prepared for Child Lin." Chu Feng was stunned and couldn't help but be surprised that the chief VIP position was really prepared for Lin. His entire body instantly felt relaxed, and he slowly sat down in his seat while completely ignoring the ridiculing gazes from all around him. Seeing this scene, Wan Lingdu, who was laughing proudly, suddenly froze and his voice stopped abruptly. His mouth seemed to be stuffed with a stone, and he looked incredible. And the big shots nearby were also stunned. How could this happen? With Chu Feng's identity, how could he possibly be qualified to sit in the VIP row? Did you make a mistake? A strong unwillingness surged in Wan Lingdu's heart. He couldn't help calling the middle-aged manager and asked with a frown, "Fellow Daoist, there's no mistake. The arrangement of the head seats this time was personally selected by the shopkeeper, and there's no room for error." The middle-aged steward replied with a smile. "But, how can Chu Feng be qualified to sit there?" Wan Lingdu's face darkened, and he was a little confused by this fact. "Oh, you're talking about that seat? It was originally prepared for young Master Lin Sun. Daoist Chu Feng has come to attend the ceremony in young Master Lin's place." The middle-aged manager replied casually. Wan Lingdu blurted out, "What bullshit, Child Lin Sun? Who is he?" After that, he noticed that many great figures of the great clans in the surroundings were looking at him with strange gazes. "Wait a minute, Lin Sun." Suddenly, Wan Lingdu completely woke up from his anger, and he couldn't help sweating all over. It turned out to be this evil star. Wan Lingdu also heard about the fight on a rainy night a few days ago. As a counselor of Lu Wujuan, the governor of the city lord's mansion, he even knew what Obsidian's invitation represented that night. The last battle between Lin Sun and Huang Jianchen, a young man from the Forbidden City, made Wan Lingdu more and more aware of Lin Sun's terrible power. Even the young men from the Forbidden City couldn't do anything to him. It could be imagined how powerful Lin Sun was. "I see," Wan Lingdu said vaguely, and finally understood why those big shots next to him looked at him with strange eyes. These guys obviously knew how powerful Lin Sun was. Even some of them had received Obsidian's invitation. When he looked at Chu Feng, who was sitting in the VIP position in the distance again, Wan Lingdu's eyes had become extremely gloomy. Thinking that he had just laughed at Chu Feng's arrogance, Wan Lingdu felt that his cheeks were burning, as if he had been slapped in the face invisibly. On the other hand, the expressions of those great figures were slightly unnatural. With their status, even though they could have a seat in this hall, they were still lacking if they wanted to sit at the head of the VIP seats. Now, a person like Chu Feng actually used Lin Sun's name to obtain a seat in the VIP seat. This was undoubtedly like a silent counterattack, causing them to feel uncomfortable. But they also felt strange. No matter how powerful Lin Sun was, he was just a teenager after all. Why was he qualified to sit in the VIP position? Isn't this arrangement a little too absurd? Of course, it could not be ruled out that there were other secrets in it. Perhaps in the eyes of the shopkeeper of Keystone Business, Lin Sun's background was enough to have a chief VIP position. If so, it would be unusual. Lin Sun was just an unknown teenager, but he could make Obsidian's invitation appear and escort him. Later, he offended those young men of aristocratic families in the Forbidden City, so they had to give up. Until now, he even had a place in the VIP position in the centennial celebration of Keystone Business. How could people not be shocked by all this? Chu Feng also sighed in his heart at the moment. It was hard to imagine how much neglect and exclusion he would suffer today without Lin Sun's invitation. Similarly, he didn't expect that the relationship between Lin Sun and Keystone Business had reached such a level that Lin Sun personally arranged a chief VIP position for him. Such an honor was given to a teenager. Who wouldn't be shocked? Before long, all the distinguished guests who could participate in the celebration had arrived. There were many powerful big shots beside Chu Feng, such as Wei Lingzhen, the president of Mist College, Du Dongtu, the commander of Xiling Army, Yao Tuahai, the great practitioner, Shi Yutong, the young sword king, and Governor Lu Wujuan also sat next to Chu Feng. The funniest thing was that Ruan Lingdu followed Lu Wujuan and had no seat. Now he could only stand on Lu Wujuan's side to serve him. And Chu Feng was sitting in front of him. This scene almost made Ruan Lingdu gnash his teeth in hatred. For more than a decade, he had always humiliated Chu Feng. When was it Chu Feng's turn to sit while he was standing? If it weren't for the different occasion, Ruan Lingdu would definitely leave. But now, he could only stand there like a wooden stake, accompanying Governor Lu Wujuan and waiting for the end of the celebration. Undoubtedly, this was a great torment for Chu Feng. All this undoubtedly made him happy and grateful to Lin Sun. If it weren't for Lin Sun, how could he have such an honor today? The most interesting thing was that when Wei Lingzhen, Du Dongtu, Yao Tuahai, Shi Yutong and others learned that Chu Feng came here on behalf of Lin Sun and that his seat was originally prepared for Lin Sun, the expressions of these big shots became subtle. Wei Lingzhen and Du Dongtu looked at each other and smiled. They secretly sighed that Lin Sun was really unexpected. Yao Tuahai's eyes narrowed, and a touch of complex feeling surged in his heart. There was anger and fear. In the past, how could he put an ant like Lin Sun in his eyes? But after experiencing so many things, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that this young man, who had been oppressed by him in Donglin town, had really become different from before. However, as a practitioner of Tao Insight Realm, Yao Tuahai was afraid of the force behind Lin Sun, not Lin Sun himself. As for Shi Yutong, he just frowned and didn't say much, but he couldn't help but feel a little restless in his heart. How could it be Lin Sun again? Governor Lu Wujuan sat there silently, looking dignified and motionless. But when he heard the name Lin Sun, he couldn't help but think silently in his heart. This was the third time he had heard the name. The first time was the fight on a rainy night a few days ago. The second time was the peak duel in the arena. Now it was the third time, which made it hard for Lu Wujuan not to pay attention to it. Not long after, the centennial celebration of Keystone Business came. On a high platform made of white jade in the center of the hall, the graceful figure of Mu Wansu walked out. Dressed in a black dress, her eyebrows were charming and beautiful, and her every movement revealed a mature and capable elegant temperament, just like a black rose. That kind of charming style made people's eyes light up. Everyone realized that the celebration had finally begun. At the same time, Lin Sun, who had been in closed-door practice for a long time, also woke up from deep meditation and opened his eyes. Whoosh, in an instant, there seemed to be a burst of divine light in his eyes, cutting through the darkness in the room. At this time, Lin Sun's breath was like boiling magma, and a wisp of almost illusory azure luster lingered on the surface of his skin, clear and holy, with a kind of transcendent spirit. His black eyes were deep and clear like the stars, and there wasn't a trace of immaturity on his handsome face with distinct features any longer. He revealed a composed aura that could only be obtained through tempering himself for a long time. Finally, I've reached the perfect step. Lin Sun exhaled a long breath. Like a bolt of lightning, he tore through the air and pierced a hole in the wall. His breath was like a waterfall, and his breath was like thunder. This was the unique symbol of human gang realm that could only be obtained when one reached the perfect step. In Lin Sun's body, the pool of spiritual power transformed by the storm whirlpool was filled with cyan spiritual power, pure, clear and mysterious. It constantly set off circles of ripples as the whirlpool rotated. But the breath released in it was enough to make countless practitioners in the same realm feel numb and tremble. They couldn't believe that there was such a horrible and vigorous spiritual power among human gang realm practitioners in the world. This closed-door training made Lin Sun's cultivation improve significantly. He reached the mastery of human gang realm. And his combat effectiveness also rose. If he met Huang Jianchen again at this time, Lin Sun was absolutely confident that he could defeat him easily without using RFS, but speaking of it, Lin Sun didn't feel too threatened when he fought with Huang Jianchen in the arena last time. The last time he defeated Huang Jianshan, it only contained 30% of the true meaning of RFS, not the real RFS. As for how strong he was now, even Lin Sun couldn't judge for a while, but at least he wouldn't have any scruples even if he met someone in Earthgang realm. After silently experiencing the changes in his strength, Lin Sun took a deep breath and converged all his qi. In an instant, his sharpness was restrained, and his temperament returned to its former indifference. Buzz in the room, the spirit-gathering formation was put away by Lin Sun and disappeared completely. Even though he had only been in seclusion for a month, he had used up a lot of resources. First of all, he had already refined all of the Cloud Astral Violet Soul pills he had bought. At the same time, every day that the spirit-gathering formation was in operation consumed 10 high-grade spirit stones. In this way, Lin Sun had spent more than 6,000 gold coins in just 1 month. Such a huge expense was absolutely unbearable for ordinary practitioners. Even those from rich and powerful families couldn't spend so many materials in a month's practice. But there was no way. Lin Sun's body with Windstorm Millstone was like a bottomless pit. While he had a strong foundation for practice, he also had to consume resources far beyond the needs of his peers. As the saying goes, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Lin Sun needed more resources to practice since he could have the power to go against the natural order today. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding his talent and foundation were, it was doomed to be impossible to go far on the road of practice without the support of matching cultivation resources. This was the saying that a clever housewife couldn't cook without rice. Out of the room, Xu Jin, who was drinking, looked up at Lin Sun for the first time. After looking at him carefully for a moment, he murmured, "What a monster." Lin Sun was stunned and smiled. "Why do you say so?" Xu Jin said grumpily, "I have never seen any human gang realm practitioner who can continue to cultivate for a month without eating or drinking. Some practitioners who tried to do so were either possessed by the devil or exploded. Unlike you, you have been cultivating for a whole month, but nothing happened to you. On the contrary, your cultivation has improved. Aren't you a monster?" Lin Sun said seriously, "Old Jin, if you want to praise me in the future, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. It will be too polite." Xu Jin held his breath and rolled his eyes. "Brat, you're getting more and more shameless. Aren't you afraid of retribution for being so shameless?" Lin thought for a while and said with a smile, "It's okay. There are too many shameless people in the world. I'm not one of them." Xu Jin had no way to deal with Lin Sun. He said angrily, "Tell me, are you going to attend the centennial celebration of Keystone Business? It's not too late yet, you can still make it if you go now." Lin Sun shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in this. I've already asked Chu Feng to go for me. I come to you for something else." Xu Jin sighed. "I knew it. The more familiar I am with you, the more impolite you will be. Now, you even ask me for help as if it is a matter of course. Do you think I should keep some distance from you in the future?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "That's fine. But in this case, it will be difficult for me to refine a set of armor with spiritual tattoos for you in the future. After all, you have drawn a clear line between us. I can't help you even if I want to." Before Lin finished, Xu Jin felt a headache and hurriedly shouted, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. Tell me what you want me to do." Lin Sun stopped and said seriously, "From today on, I may need to practice for some time. It will take at least 1 day, and I don't know how long it will take at most. I only hope that you can guarantee that no one will disturb me during this period." Xu Jin was stunned. "What's the difference between this and the 1 month you practiced before?" Lin Sun said, "It's different. Without your protection this time, if something happens, the consequences will be very serious." Xu Jin narrowed his eyes and vaguely realized that Lin's practice should not be as simple as cultivation. "Okay." Xu Jin thought for a moment and agreed. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Today was the 3rd passive green cloud path in Heaven Accessing Place. Lin knew very well that once he entered Heaven Accessing Place, he would lose all senses of the outside world. At this time, if someone came to disturb him, it would absolutely be fatal. In the past, because he was in safe places like Feiyun Village and Bloodthirsty Camp, he didn't worry about any danger when he broke through the pass. But now it was different. There were many enemies in Mist City. They might be afraid of him and dare not attack him rashly, but what if such a thing happened? Therefore, Lin asked Shu Jin for help. Back to his room, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the bed. His mind was clear and ethereal, and he calmly perceived the gate to heaven that had been floating in his sea of consciousness. After a long time, Lin Sun only felt that his sea of consciousness was shaking. In a trance, a familiar feeling came over him. It seemed that Lin Sun had reappeared in that mysterious space in an instant. The straight green cloud path stretched across the void, leading to a very far distance. At the end of it was the mysterious and towering gate to heaven. Standing on the green cloud path, Lin Sun looked around and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Unconsciously, it had been a whole year since the last time he broke through the pass. Soon, the familiar obscure wave swept over Lin Sun's body. Immediately, a cold and emotionless voice sounded in this world. Practitioner, the third pass of Green Cloud Path is called 100 Battles. You have 3 chances to break through it. Each time you fail, you will have 7 days to adjust. If you fail all 3 times, you will lose the qualification and the heaven accessing place will be sealed again. I see. Lin Sun nodded. He had been here many times and was very familiar with this voice. Let's start. Along with the voice, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on the green cloud path and instantly covered Lin Sun's figure. Enter the secret realm of 100 battles and fight with 100 strong practitioners of the secret realm. If you don't fail in 100 battles, you can pass the level smoothly. No reward. If you win 100 battles, you can pass the level smoothly. No reward. If you fail in 100 battles, you can pass the level smoothly. No reward. The cold voice kept ringing, announcing the rules of the third pass of Green Cloud Path. Lin Sun found that he appeared in a huge arena, which seemed to be built in the void. Looking around, it was a vast world of nothingness. Around the arena, there were sculptures, each of which showed different shapes. Some were human, some were demon, some were ghost, some were spiritual monsters, and even some were strange creatures. Lin Sun had never seen or even heard of them. There were skeletons with 2 pairs of wings and a vertical eye between their eyebrows. There were giants with black scales all over their bodies, standing on tortoises and hanging on their ears. There were taurens with golden skin, wearing heavy armor, riding nameless fierce beasts and holding lightning in their hands. Each of them was strange and had different shapes. They were just like the representatives of ancient creatures coming out from the endless years, which was indescribably shocking. Lin Sun glanced around and was also surprised. These sculptures were too mysterious and strange. He had never heard of such creatures in the world. There were also many legends about ancient times in the empire, such as human beings, gods, demons, and so on. But Lin Sun couldn't combine these legends with the sculptures in front of him. It was too mysterious and too amazing. It was hard to imagine the origin of these creatures and why they appeared in the heaven accessing place in the form of sculptures. But the cold voice only said that in this secret realm of 100 battles, he would fight with strong practitioners of the secret realm. Could it be that the so-called strong practitioners of the secret realm had something to do with these sculptures? Lin Sun felt a little uneasy. Practitioner, in this secret realm of 100 battles, you have 100 chances to fight. If you can't stick to the end, you will fail this time. Every time you fight, failure means death. After resurrection, you have a quarter of an hour to adjust. Suddenly, that chilly and empty voice resounded once more, and it described the rules of the test in detail once more. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned. There were 3 chances in total, and each chance included 100 chances to fight. Was there such a strange way to break through? What surprised Lin Sun most was that there was a chance to resurrect after death in the battle. Isn't this a little too shocking? But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that the heaven accessing secret land was a mysterious place, and everything that appeared in front of him must be derived from some mysterious and terrible power. In this case, the so-called death and resurrection should also be deduced by the rules of the dreamland, rather than real death and resurrection. Otherwise, all this was too against the natural order and completely broke the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Sun carefully pondered the rules and found that even if he failed 100 times, he could pass the test smoothly, which was a little strange. If so, with the idea of failing 100 times, he could easily pass the test by virtue of the resurrection condition in the rules, but immediately, Lin Sun frowned. It couldn't be that easy. There were only 3 chances to pass the test, and each chance contained 100 fighting opportunities. If it was so easy, the conditions for passing the test wouldn't be so complicated. But the statue burst into pieces, and a snake-headed creature with 4 arms suddenly came to life. Lin Sun's pupils shrank and he became alert. Buzz, with another strange buzz, a plain saber suddenly appeared in Lin Sun's hand. At this time, the creature had already flown to the arena, and a pair of scarlet eyes instantly locked on Lin Sun, looking ferocious. Its 4 rock-like arms grasped a peculiar long saber, which was 3 meters long and glowed with frightening bloody light. Just standing there casually, there was a horrible bloodthirsty atmosphere. The first battle, against the strong snake spirit. A hollow voice that was cold like ice suddenly resounded in the heavens and the earth of the arena. Boom! Before his voice fell, the snake spirit clan powerhouse suddenly let out a loud roar and slashed out with the blood saber in his hand. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and an indescribable horrible atmosphere enveloped Lin Sun. In a trance, he seemed to see stars suddenly falling from the boundless night sky, like falling comets, to destroy the world and shatter the universe. This scene seemed so shocking, yet so familiar. Wasn't this RFS? As soon as this thought flashed in Lin Sun's mind, he felt a tearing pain all over his body. That feeling was like his soul was torn apart and his body was split apart. Lin Sun had no time to react at all. His eyes turned black and he immediately lost consciousness. After a long time, when Lin Sun woke up, he found himself still standing on the arena, surrounded by strange statues, as if nothing had happened. However, when Lin Sun's eyes fell on the statue of the snake spirit with 4 arms, his face turned pale in an instant. In his mind, the scenes of the previous battle emerged like a tide. They were so clear that they were branded in his heart like a nightmare. That saber, it was horrible. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. When the saber fell, he felt the breath of death for the first time. It was so strong and horrible that it was hard to describe it if he didn't experience it himself. RFS reaching for the stars. That guy also knows RFS reaching for the stars, and the power he exerted is more than twice as strong as mine. Lin Sun was shocked. The first chance to fight was decided in an instant, and what defeated him was his most familiar saber play. This hit Lin Sun hard, especially at the moment when he was killed just now. The feeling of terror, abruptness, and despair made Lin Sun realize for the first time what a real moment of life and death was. Too scary. If it really happened in reality, would there still be any possibility of resurrection? Resurrection? Wait a minute. In an instant, Lin Sun suddenly realized a problem. According to the rules, he would be given a quarter of an hour to rest after each battle. In other words, it wouldn't be long before the second battle would begin. This won't do. I must figure out what exactly this test is. If the experts represented by the 100 statues on the arena are as strong as that serpent spirit clan expert, then I practically have no chance of victory. Lin Sun took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and began to think quickly. There are 100 chances to fight in the secret realm of 100 battles. The test should be related to fighting. Apart from cultivation, fighting skills, martial arts, and experience may all be the key to the test. So, what on earth is the test? According to the fighting power shown by the snake spirit, even if I have the power to fight back, I am doomed to be no match for him. So the test must not be fighting skills. The disparity in strength is too great. This is just the first battle, and there are still 99 more battles. No matter how superb my fighting skills are, I can do nothing in the face of absolute power. In this case, the test is fighting skills? Yes. RFS reaching for the stars. Suddenly, Lin Sun realized a key problem. As soon as the snake spirit attacked, it happened to be reaching for the stars that he was most familiar with, which was obviously abnormal. As Lin Sun pondered, time flew by quickly. Not long after, with a buzzing sound, another statue suddenly broke, and a strange creature woke up. This was an over 3 m tall man with a robust and slender figure. He had handsome and fair facial features that seemed as if they were carved by a blade. Only his eyes were suffused with a mysterious blue color, and his entire body was suffused with strands of flames that seemed like black mist. The second battle, against the demon spirit clan. When he heard the voice, Lin Sun held a saber in his hand again. But this time, he was ready. His chi was running and boiling like lava. Kill. With a cold and stern voice, the strong demon spirit strode forward. His slender white palm suddenly turned into a saber and gently cut down in the void. His movements were clean, neat, accurate, and simple to the extreme, but there was a kind of tyrannical feeling that went straight to people's heart. At this moment, Lin Sun didn't have time to resist. He only felt that his eyes were blurred, and he seemed to see countless stars falling from the eternal night sky like a rain of light from the Milky Way. The horrible and desperate breath of death surged into Lin Sun's heart again, making him feel cold all over. His mind suffered an unprecedented impact. Immediately, the boundless pain hit him, and he died again. When he woke up, Lin Sun's face had become extremely gloomy. Although he was resurrected again with his body intact and his soul as before, there were still the emotions of fear, despair, and helplessness from death in his mind. As long as he was distracted, he would think of the scenes when he was killed by the snake spirit and the demon spirit. It was like a shadow that shrouded his mind and couldn't be dispelled. Lin Sun knew that if he couldn't get rid of this shadow of death, it would become a devil in his heart. The more it accumulated, the more dangerous it would be for him. In serious cases, it would even make him collapse completely and lose all his cultivation. Through these two examples of failure and death, Lin Sun had vaguely understood why the rules stated that even if he failed in 100 battles, as long as he could hold on to the end, he would still pass the test. The reason was that if he failed again and again, the impact of death would continue to accumulate, which would only make him collapse in advance. He couldn't bear it at all and would be eliminated. Therefore, if he continued to fight like this, it was almost impossible for him to hold on to the end. Just think about it, if even one's fighting spirit and state of mind were to collapse, and one's cultivation went berserk, what else could one use to fight? And if he didn't want to be possessed by the devil, he could only take the initiative to admit defeat. This was the most terrifying part of the third test of Green Cloud Path, 100 battles. Compared with it, the first two tests of Green Cloud Path were not worth mentioning. How could it be so cruel and perverted? Which bastard created such a barrier back then? It's simply insane. Realizing all this, Lin Sun's face became more and more gloomy. Even if he had made full preparations before, he found that no matter how much preparation he had made, it was useless in the face of Secret Realm of 100 battles. Lin Sun even doubted that the third test of Green Cloud Path was so difficult. Wouldn't the following tests be more and more abnormal? A wave of fluctuation reminded Lin Sun that the third battle was about to begin. This time, his opponent was a giant covered with black scales, who stepped on a green turtle and had a snake hanging on his ear. He was called Pale Scale Clan. When all this happened, Lin Sun learned from the previous two lessons. Without hesitation, he directly used his most powerful trump card, RFS, reaching for the stars. However, after only one confrontation, Lin Sun was killed on the spot again without any room for struggle. He was defeated by the same RFS. Damn it, it's impossible to pass this test. When Lin Sun was resurrected, he couldn't help cursing. He was really angry. He thought that if he reached the mastery of Human Gang Realm and mastered RFS, he would have a great chance to pass the third level of Green Cloud Path. Who would have thought that the reality was so cruel? The most troublesome thing for Lin Sun was that every failure was like being killed alive. The fear of death was like a ghost, constantly accumulating in his heart, constantly eroding and impacting his reason and consciousness. This was the devil in his heart. If he could get rid of it, even if he failed every time, he could naturally persist to the end and pass the test smoothly. But how could it be so easy to get rid of the devil in his heart? There were too many practitioners in the world. Once they encountered a major setback on the road of cultivation, they would be unable to recover and completely lose their mind. Eventually, their cultivation would collapse, they would lose their cultivation, become disabled, or die directly. Why? It was because they couldn't defeat the devil in their heart. Now, Lin Sun also faced this kind of danger. The most terrible thing was that the setback he suffered was directly facing death and experiencing death. Although he could be resurrected, the impact of the shadow of death was really there. It could be imagined what a terrible blow it would cause to Lin Sun if the devil in his heart accumulated again and again. However, Lin Sun was never a person who was willing to admit defeat easily. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, he forced himself to abandon all distractions in his mind and began to think about a solution. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to go all out and fight. Instead of being dissatisfied with the cruelty of this test, it was better to accept all this and then change it all. The most terrible thing was to be defeated by setbacks and failures when he didn't try his best. How could such a person become a real strong? RFS, death, the devil in the heart is left in my heart. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He stood alone on the arena as if he had turned into a statue, motionless. In his heart, he was madly thinking about the solution. The devil in my heart is caused by death, and death is caused by RFS. If I want to defeat and get rid of the devil in my heart, I can only start with RFS. Lin Sun vaguely grasped the key of the problem. But how can I solve it? To defeat the devil in his heart, he needed to be better than his opponent in the comprehension and control of RFS. This was the most direct way that Lin Sun could think of after thinking for a long time. It was easy to say, but it was not easy to do it. The cultivation of martial arts was divided into 4 levels: initial glimpse, nuance, accuracy, and mastery. Now Lin Sun's control of RFS barely reached the level of nuance. He began to understand and comprehend the essence of RFS, but there was still a long way to go before he could master it. In contrast, the 3 opponents in the previous battles, whether it was the strong man of Snake Spirit Clan, Demon Spirit Clan, or the strong man of Pale Scale Clan, all displayed RFS at least at the level of accuracy. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Lin Sun to master RFS to the same level in a short time, let alone surpass his opponent. But at present, this was the only feasible way. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the devil in his heart to take root and his state of mind to collapse completely. The most terrible thing was that if he failed in the end, he would not only lose the opportunity to enter the heaven accessing place, but also leave behind the devil in his heart, which would seriously erode his state of mind. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun had to fight anyway. Not long after, the familiar fluctuation sounded on the platform again. The 4th battle was about to begin. Lin Sun immediately calmed down, and his heart was burning with the desire to fight. Since it was a battle and he was most familiar with RFS, it was undoubtedly the best learning opportunity from another point of view. The opponent's control of RFS and the power it exerted might bring him the most direct death blow every time. But at the same time, he could also directly and comprehensively experience the real mystery and power of RFS. If he could learn from the opponent's strong points to make up for his weak points, he might really have a chance to turn the tables. Lin Sun thought so. While Lin Sun was fighting, the celebration in Keystone business was in full swing. By the time the night fell, the celebration was coming to an end. But none of the distinguished guests present was in low spirits. On the contrary, as the end of the celebration approached, they became more and more expectant. Because soon, Lu Qingyan, the world-famous legendary art practitioner, would perform on the stage as the finale. This was undoubtedly what all the distinguished guests were looking forward to the most. To be honest, in this celebration, Keystone Business arranged all kinds of extremely wonderful links. For example, they invited Liang Daqian, the descendant of the puppet family, which was second to none in the empire, to perform a puppet battle play. Thousands of vivid puppets, large and small, were controlled by Liang Daqian alone. They fought and killed each other, just like a real war. There were golden spears and iron horses everywhere, and the smoke of war was billowing, which fascinated people and made them exclaim that it was amazing. Another example was the 100 Birds Reverence of the Phoenix performed by the beast taming clans. The beast taming clans merely utilized techniques to draw over 100 spirit birds that fluttered about on the high platform and sang loudly. Their superb beast taming techniques gave rise to wave after wave of uproar in the surroundings. In short, the scale of the celebration this time was so high and grand that it was absolutely worthy of being a first-rate event in the world. Even the prominent figures present felt that this trip was worthwhile. Only Wanlingdu felt uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. Since the beginning of the celebration, he had been uneasy and wanted to eat Chu Feng, who was sitting in the chief VIP seat in front of him. But he could only think like this. This occasion was so grand that even he dared not act rashly. From this, it could be seen how much grievance and anger had accumulated in Wanlingdu's heart for him to hold on until now. Chu Feng, on the other hand, had been watching and admiring happily since the beginning of the ceremony. He looked as if he was enjoying himself. Especially when he was sure that Ruan Lingdu had been standing stupidly behind him like a wooden stake, Chu Feng felt more and more happy. However, when it was announced on the high platform that Lu Qingyan was going to appear, both Ruan Lingdu, who was angry and unwilling, and Chu Feng, who was happy and comfortable, calmed down their minds, threw away all distractions, and looked at Lu Qingyan together. It seemed that Lu Qingyan could make them temporarily forget each other's hatred. Not only that, at this moment, in the hall that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, all the guests stopped what they were doing and talking, and their eyes all gathered on the high platform. Because Lu Qingyan was going to appear, this was the charm of Lu Qingyan. This world-famous and legendary art practitioner had too many dazzling halos. Now, she would appear in front of them. Who wouldn't be excited, even though sophisticated and dignified big shots couldn't help showing curiosity at this moment. It seemed that they wanted to know whether Lu Qingyan deserved her reputation. The atmosphere in the hall had actually become perfectly silent at this moment, and it was extremely quiet. Not long after, the high platform that was constructed from white jade was enshrouded with strands of light that curled up like a sea of clouds and was suffused with an illusory sheen. At the same time, strands of chilly and pleasing music sounded out like a stream in an empty gorge, and it resounded out amidst this silent atmosphere. The music was beautiful and ethereal, like the clear cries of red-crowned cranes dancing in the sky, or the whistling of the wind when the bamboo forest swayed. Sometimes, it was like the melodious sound of camel bells in the desert, and sometimes, it was like the sound of waves on the blue sea. In a trance, everyone seemed to be in another world. They saw, the haze was scattered, and the sun and moon were shaking. Thousands of old cypresses were green in the middle of the sky with rain. Thousands of secluded bamboo were green with smoke in the valley. Outside the door, there were exotic flowers and brocade, and the jade grass beside the bridge was fragrant. The stone cliff was abrupt, and the moss was moist. The hanging wall was high and the moss was long. Sometimes, cranes could be heard, and their cries shook the sky. Every time, phoenixes could be seen, and their feathers were colorful. Black apes and white deer could be seen, and golden lions and jade elephants could be seen. Such a mysterious scene was like a fairyland, which shocked all the big shots present. They couldn't believe that this was a wonderful scene produced by a piece of music. The music came from the ears, and the appearance came from the heart. Lu Qingyan hadn't been seen yet, but the music alone had been so shocking that all the distinguished guests present couldn't help admiring her. When Lu Qingyan came out, all the people present couldn't help but look at her with a touch of burning admiration. On the high platform made of white jade, a dream-like slender figure stood upright on the high platform, enshrouded in a gorgeous and colorful mist. Different from the appearance of a woman disguised as a man that Lin Sun had seen before, Lu Qingyan was dressed in a plain white dress and green cloth shoes. She was dressed very simply, without any decoration or embellishment. Her long lavender hair hung down to her slender waist, her eyes were crystal clear, and her skin was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. Her delicate and beautiful face had a unique aura as cold as snow. This was Lu Qingyan, the soul singer in the hearts of the young people in the world. She had a unique voice and was famous all over the empire. Lu Qingyan! Lu Qingyan! Lu Qingyan! In the hall, there was a sudden burst of excited shouts. Most of them were from rich and powerful families. Their faces were full of excitement and fanaticism, regardless of their manners. But no one scolded them. Although the big shots present didn't say much, they were also shocked by the scene and sighed with emotion. Lu Qingyan lived up to her reputation. As soon as she appeared, she was as amazing as the rumor said. After Lu Qingyan appeared, she didn't say much. She glanced at the audience with her clear eyes and then withdrew her gaze. No one noticed that when she glanced at Chu Feng's position, she paused imperceptibly. There was a trace of surprise and a flash of loss in her eyes. Immediately, she said in a clear voice, "Today is the centennial celebration of Keystone Business. I'm honored to participate in it. I have no way to repay you. I can only present a song to express my congratulations." Secret Realm of 100 Battles. Kill. When another concealed realm expert transformed from a statue came to life, Lin Sun did not hesitate and slashed down with his saber. RFS, at this moment, Lin Sun looked extremely calm, but there was an extraordinary ruthlessness in his calmness. He gathered all his strength in this strike. Boom, with an earth-shattering collision sound, Lin Sun was killed on the spot again without exception. But it didn't take long for him to resurrect with the shadow of death. This was his 27th failure. Every failure brought him endless pain and fear of death. The experience of life and death was more torturous than purgatory. However, as the number of failures increased, Lin Sun gradually mastered some tricks. He knew that every time he failed, the shadow of death in his heart would increase a little and keep attacking his mind. However, as long as he operated the meditating magic and visualized the star cycle, he would be able to suppress the evil spirits in his heart without thinking or thinking about them. Of course, it was just suppression, not expulsion. But this method was only suitable for a quarter of an hour after each death. Once in a battle, meditating magic would be of no help. But even so, it was enough for Lin Sun to take a breather. And through these battles and deaths, Lin Sun also comprehended many mysteries and true meanings of RFS between life and death, and made some progress. Without hesitation, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground and ran meditating magic. His sea of consciousness was empty, and he visualized the star circulation to suppress the evil spirits in his heart. At this time, Lin Sun was in a strange state. He kept fighting, facing death, resurrecting, running meditating magic to suppress the evil spirits in his heart, and then started a new battle. It was like a cycle, constantly repeating. But the opponents in each battle would be different, and the momentum and style of RFS displayed by each opponent were completely different. After a long time, when Lin Sun was about to fight for the 47th battle, he suddenly frowned. The shadow of death accumulated in his heart had reached a limit. As soon as he lost the suppression of meditating magic, he was about to erupt like a volcano and was about to lose control. However, Lin Sun had already predicted that such a thing would happen, and he even made full preparation for it. Without any hesitation, he said directly, "I give up this chance to pass the test." The night was as clear as water. Shu Jin was lying in the corner, snoring loudly. Suddenly, Shu Jin opened his eyes. At this moment, he was keenly aware that there was a sharp saber intent in Lin's room, full of tyrannical and destructive aura. Damn it, Shu Jin's heart thumped. The next moment, he had disappeared and rushed to Lin's room. But, before he got close, a flash of saber light suddenly appeared in Lin's room and split the room into two. Seeing that the saber light was about to hit the ground and cause more damage, Shu Jin suddenly stretched out his palm and pressed hard in the void. A shapeless force surged into appearance and forcefully restrained that wisp of blade light, causing it to stop in midair, and then it rumbled as it exploded into pieces and vanished. Boom! The walls of the house that was split in half collapsed and were about to be completely destroyed. Shu Jin cursed Lin Sun in his heart. Was he playing demolition in the middle of the night? If he hadn't taken action in time just now, the power of the saber alone would have been enough to destroy the courtyard and even affect the buildings and streets further away. At this time, Lin's figure had rushed out. At this time, he was surrounded by killing intent, and his eyes were full of surging fighting intent. He was like a peerless saber unsheathed from the abyss, ready to kill the world. Shu Jin's pupils shrank, and his expression became solemn in an instant. Something was wrong. This boy seemed to be possessed by the devil in his heart. With Shu Jin's eyesight, he could naturally see at a glance that Lin was like a powder keg at this time. His mind was crazy and his mind was clouded. His chi and killing intent were overflowing on the surface of his body. It was obvious that he was about to be possessed by the devil. In cultivation, there was only one reason that would cause such signs: the devil in his heart. Damn it, this boy just started his closed-door training today and seriously asked me to protect him. Now, he has encountered the karma of cultivation. Shu Jin's heart sank, and he felt it was extremely tricky. The devil in one's heart was illusory and seemingly invisible, but it was the most terrible karma on the road of cultivation. Once the devil in one's heart appeared, one's life and death would be out of control. If it was light, one's cultivation would be destroyed, and if it was heavy, one's body would disappear. The only one who could resolve the devil in one's heart was himself. No one else could help him at all. Kill! Lin Sun roared, his killing intent surging like a waterfall, and the saber in his hand roared wildly. Shu Jin gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He pinched Lin's neck with his palms and fingers before he could react. With a bang, Lin Sun's body softened and collapsed to the ground. However, he didn't lose consciousness. He struggled to get up, and his demented demonic appearance was like a completely different person from before. At this point, Shu Jin could be sure that Lin's inner demons were too deep this time, and the situation was so serious that it was critical. What to do? Shu Jin's expression kept changing. He appreciated Lin Sun very much and thought that Lin Sun was a peerless genius in both cultivation and spiritual tattoos. It would be too much of a pity if such a fellow were to self-destruct. But this time, Lin Sun was facing the heart devil, and even Shu Jin couldn't do anything to help. Looks like I can only bring him to that place. Shu Jin gritted his teeth and seemed to make a decision. He immediately picked up Lin Sun in his hand and was about to leave, but Lin Sun suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Jin, put me down, let me do it myself." Shu Jin was shocked. He looked down and saw that although Lin Sun looked crazy, there was a trace of clarity in his deep eyes. However, Lin Sun was overflowing with violent killing intent. His expression was sometimes distorted and sometimes ferocious, which made people worry whether he could keep this trace of clarity. "Hurry up!" Lin Sun roared hoarsely like a beast. Shu Jin sighed in his heart and let go of his hand. Lin Sun sat on the ground with a thud, took a few deep breaths, closed his eyes directly, and ran meditating magic. Shu Jin didn't dare to be careless. He guarded Lin Sun on one side. As long as he found something wrong, he would immediately take action and take Lin Sun away. As time went by, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was still full of killing intent, but he didn't show any crazy actions, which made Shu Jin feel relieved. Immediately, Shu Jin's eyes became complicated. The heart devil was extremely terrible. No matter who encountered it, he would be in danger. This time, could Lin Sun resolve this disaster with his own strength? Shu Jin didn't know. He sat quietly at the stone table and looked at Lin Sun in silence. Keystone business. It was late at night, but the hall was boiling, and the atmosphere reached an unprecedented height. Many people from many years ago were shouting excitedly. Even those great figures from the rich and powerful families were all stirred up at this moment, their thoughts running wild. On the high platform made of white jade, Lu Qingyan had already left. But in the hall, no one was willing to leave. It seemed that they were all recalling the wonderful music just now. Flying light, persuade you to have a glass of wine. I don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. I only see the moon is cold and the sun is warm. Eating bears makes you fat, eating frogs makes you thin. Where is the divine Lord? Where is Tai? There is a wood in the east, and a candle dragon in its mouth. I will cut off the dragon's feet and eat the dragon's flesh, so that it can't return in the morning and fall in the night. Naturally, the old will not die, and the young will not cry. What is eating gold and swallowing white jade, who is like child wren, riding a green donkey in the cloud, under the great way? Many bones are stagnant, but the road of Tao is not empty. Flying light song. This was the music that Lu Qingyan would sing at the finale tonight. It was rumored that this song was an ancient tune handed down from ancient times. Interpreted by Lu Qingyan with new lyrics, it had undergone a rebirth, which was too wonderful for words. In the hearts of those young practitioners, the most favorite was naturally the sentence, I will cut off the dragon's feet and eat the dragon's flesh, so that it can't return in the morning and fall in the night. How domineering and heroic it was. She wanted to cut off the candle dragon and eat the dragon's flesh, so that there was no day and night, and time was still. For those big shots, what made them most sad was I don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. I only see the moon is cold and the sun is warm, but the sun is cold and the sun is warm. How much frustration, struggle, helplessness and unwillingness were expressed by the word fry. As for Governor Liu Wujuan, Wei Lingzhen, president of Mist College, and Du Dongtu, the commander of Xiling army, who had already reached a high level in cultivation, what shocked them most was the last sentence of the music, under the great way, many bones are stagnant, but the road of Tao is not empty. The higher one's cultivation was, the more clearly he could find that under the vast great way, there were only bones left in the dust. No one knew how many powerful practitioners died because they could not reach the great way. This caused one to be unable to help but wonder if the end of the path towards the Tao was all an illusion. A piece of music resonated with all the people in the hall. Only Lu Qingyan, an artistic practitioner, could display such superb attainments in music. Many people were sure that from tomorrow on, this flying light song would cause a sensation, sweep the world, and be passed on by word of mouth and enjoyed by the world. At this time, Lu Qingyan had left Keystone business alone in the chariot. For her, today's song was just a fulfillment of an invitation, so she was not too happy. Especially when she learned that Lin Sun had given the invitation letter to others, but he did not show up in person. Lu Qingyan couldn't help feeling a little upset. Granny Wind, you said that all the people who should come to this celebration are here, but I didn't see Child Lin. Is he still angry with me? In the chariot, Lu Qingyan suddenly said. Why is this bastard angry with you, miss? Granny Wind was stunned and confused. Last time, he fought with Huang Jianchen passively, which made the whole city know. If it weren't for me, how could he have been involved in this? Lu Qingyan pursed her lips. She did feel a little guilty. Lin Sun kindly helped her repair the ancient rhythm ocarina, but because of her, he was involved in the dispute with those aristocratic children, which made her want to find an opportunity to make up for it. Originally, she thought that if Lin Sun participated in the celebration today, she would find a chance to apologize to him when she sang. Who would have thought that Lin Sun did not come? This made Lu Qingyan wonder if Lin Sun had a grudge against her because of what happened last time. Granny Wind said disapprovingly, Miss, you think too much. That boy defeated Huang Jianchen. Don't you see that he is now very famous in Mist City? Lu Qingyan shook her head, that's another thing. If Child Lin had lost at that time, his reputation would have been ruined. Who would bear the consequences for him? Granny Wind raised her eyebrows, Miss, what's wrong with you? She saw that Lu Qingyan seemed to have something on her mind. I want to talk to Child Lin and apologize to him in person. Otherwise, it will make me feel uneasy. Lu Qingyan thought for a while and said seriously. Granny Wind asked suspiciously, you really don't have any other ideas? Lu Qingyan was stunned and glared at Granny Wind reproachfully, Granny, you think too much again. Granny Wind was quite worried. She was experienced and knew very well that Lu Qingyan's state was not right. If she had some entanglement with Lin Sun, something bad might happen. In this world, emotions were the most complicated thing. Often because of a careless little thing, a relationship might arise. And this was what Granny Wind was most worried about. The only thing that reassured her was that at least until now, Lu Qingyan had not shown any too unusual behavior. Otherwise, she would definitely take Lu Qingyan away immediately and completely eliminate the possibility of contact between her and Lin Sun. What a joke. Lu Qingyan was one of the best artistic practitioners in the empire. She was well known all over the world. No one knew how many princes and nobles admired her. How could a treacherous bastard like Lin Sun be qualified to be with her? Granny Wind had decided that as long as she was here, she would never let this thing happen. Granny, what do you think? Lu Qingyan looked at Granny Wind with a slight pleading look. It's so late today. How about another day? Granny Wind hesitated. Let's do it tonight. Anyway, we have nothing to do. We can also take this opportunity to see Master Sun and see when the ancient rhythm ocarina can be repaired. Lu Qingyan said seriously. Granny Wind thought for a while. Looking at the pleading look between Lu Qingyan's smooth eyebrows, her heart finally softened and she said, okay. Immediately, the chariot changed direction and drove to the place where Lin Sun lived. Lin Sun sat quietly, and the wonderful image of the universe void and the circulation of stars appeared in his mind. This was the meditating magic, star circulation, which could help him visualize himself, guard and nourish his spirit. In his mind, the shadows of death collided with each other, producing dark emotions such as terror, despair, and death, which were constantly fermenting and causing chaos. Each shadow of death represented a scene in a battle. Different strong creatures, different styles of RFS, and different feelings of death, everything turned into the power of the heart devil, constantly impacting the mind. It could be imagined how dangerous and horrible this scene was. If it were an ordinary practitioner, he would have already been unable to bear it, and his mind would collapse and be completely possessed by the devil. Although Lin Sun did not fall into such a situation for the time being, the situation was not optimistic, and could even be described as precarious. At this time, he was like being in a sea of fire at the tip of a knife. He could only rely on the power of meditating magic to get rid of distracting thoughts and ensure that his consciousness would not be eroded by the heart devil. But if this situation continued, his mind would collapse sooner or later, and the heart devil would spread all over his body. At that time, no matter how powerful he was doomed to be helpless. What should he do? In Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, the image of star circulation appeared, which kept his consciousness absolutely clear and calm like ice and snow. He could perceive that his mind was on the verge of collapse. The shadows of death accumulated together, constantly fermenting and erupting, and were about to break through the blockage of his mind. If he wanted to change all this, he must drive out all the shadows of death. RFS. Lin Sun silently recalled the mystery of Tianyuan saberplay in his mind. As early as when he entered the secret realm of 100 battles, he had already determined that if he wanted to drive out the heart devil, he must be better than his opponent in the understanding and control of RFS, because the inner demon was caused by death, and death was caused by RFS. If he could suppress the opponent in the control of RFS, it would be enough to shatter the shadow of death, so that he would no longer have to fear, unwillingness, and despair, and finally completely erase the inner demon. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to give up looking for the answer from Tianyuan saberplay, because there were only so many mysteries in the secret method, and the key depended on his own understanding and control. If I can pick out those death shadows one by one and kill them individually, I might be able to solve this crisis. An idea suddenly came to Lin Sun's mind and he fell into contemplation. Doing this was very dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause one's mind to be completely corroded by one's inner demons and fall into eternal damnation. But if he didn't do this, it would be no different from waiting for death. What to do? For the first time in his life, Lin Sun was caught in a dilemma. When the chariot arrived at the courtyard where Lin Sun lived at night, Lu Qingyan got off the chariot and asked curiously, "Master Sun and Child Lin live here?" "Great masters hide in the city. This Master Sun is not simple. He only accepted a disciple, but it seems that he is too incompetent." When it came to Master Sun, Granny Wind admired him quite a lot. A few days ago, she witnessed Master Sun refining a peerless spiritual treasure. Lu Qingyan smiled lightly, "Grandma, let's go now. I also want to see the elegant demeanor of Master Sun." As he spoke, he walked towards the courtyard gate. But at this moment, Granny Wind seemed to notice something. Her eyes suddenly narrowed and she said, "Miss, wait." With a swish, she stood in front of Lu Qingyan. "There is a murderous intent lingering in this courtyard. Something seems wrong." Lu Qingyan was stunned. At this time, Shu Jin appeared in front of the courtyard. Seeing Granny Wind and a girl, he couldn't help frowning. "Crazy woman, it's late at night. What are you doing here?" Granny Wind snorted coldly, "Do you think I want to come? By the way, what's the matter with the murderous intent in the courtyard? Are you fighting with someone?" Shu Jin shook his head and didn't explain. "Granny, do you know this senior?" Lu Qingyan couldn't help asking. Granny Wind didn't explain Shu Jin's identity to Lu Qingyan. Instead, she said, "Shu Jin, we are here to visit Master Sun tonight." "Please make an exception," Shu Jin interrupted. "No, Master Sun is not available tonight." Granny Wind's face darkened. Shu Jin didn't give her face at all. When she was about to say something, Lu Qingyan spoke first. "Senior, is Child Lin here?" Shu Jin was startled. "Crazy woman, is this girl Lu Qingyan?" Granny Wind said coldly, "It's none of your business." "Is the little bastard Lin Sun here?" Shu Jin hesitated. He didn't want to be entangled with Granny Wind at this time. But if he didn't answer, according to Granny Wind's character, she would definitely not agree. Suddenly, Shu Jin thought of something and said, "Come with me." Saying this, he turned and walked into the courtyard. Granny Wind and Lu Qingyan looked at each other and followed him in. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw Lin sitting cross-legged in meditation. "What?" Granny Wind's eyes narrowed. She sensed a raging murderous intent from Lin. It seemed that something was wrong. Lu Qingyan also seemed to see something, and her starry eyes were full of surprise. "Heart devil?" Granny Wind asked. Shu Jin nodded. "It seems that something went wrong during cultivation." His voice was low and heavy. Granny Wind originally wanted to ridicule Lin Sun, but when she saw Shu Jin's expression, she immediately knew that the problem should be extremely serious. She stopped thinking and frowned. This boy is only in the human gang realm and is not qualified to touch the great way between heaven and earth. According to common sense, it is almost impossible for the heart devil to enter his body. Could it be that there is something wrong with his cultivation method? Shu Jin invited Granny Wind in to see if there was a way to help Lin with her wisdom. Hearing this, he suddenly became spirited and said, "Crazy woman, do you have a solution?" Granny Wind stepped forward and stared at Lin Sun for a long time. Finally, she shook her head and said, "No, this boy's heart devil is so deep that he is on the verge of collapse. Even if a life-death realm king comes, he can do nothing about it." Shu Jin's face was suddenly covered with a layer of haze. Was this boy completely finished? Although the heart devil must be eliminated by himself, it doesn't mean that we can't help him. Lu Qingyan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Her starry eyes were full of wisdom. It seemed that she had thought of a way. This shocked Shu Jin and he asked, "How can I help?" Granny Wen's face changed and she said, "Miss, with your current cultivation, you can't use this kind of secret skill." This made Shu Jin more certain that this beautiful girl in front of him might really be able to help Lin Sun. "Granny, I want to have a try." Lu Qingyan bit her cherry lips and said in a clear and sweet voice with a touch of firmness, "If you don't help him now, child Lin will be completely finished." Miss, Granny Wind was extremely anxious, but Shu Jin interrupted her, "Crazy woman, why don't you let this girl have a try? You know nothing." Granny Wind scolded. Obviously, she was furious. It seemed that if Shu Jin dared to say more, she would fight him to the death. At this moment, Lu Qingyan seemed surprisingly calm. Her speech and behavior inadvertently carried a touch of indescribable majesty. "Granny, this matter is up to me. You don't have to say anything more." Granny Wen's face suddenly changed. After a long time, she sighed and said, "Forget it, forget it." Shu Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but be surprised that the problem that even he and Granny Wind found difficult seemed to be unable to baffle the girl in front of him. This was too incredible. As far as Shu Jin knew, although Lu Qingyan was famous all over the world and had a dazzling halo, she was after all an artistic practitioner. Judging from her cultivation, it seemed that she was only in Heaven Gang realm, one step away from Sea Spirit realm. But now, she actually had a way to help Lin Sun, who was possessed by the heart devil. Who wouldn't be surprised? At this time, Lu Qingyan was sitting on a stone chair on the side of the courtyard, holding a verdant bamboo flute in her slender hand. She put it to her lips and blew it gently. The sound of the flute was ethereal, like a primitive sound from ancient times. It was indescribably mysterious and desolate. In an instant, Shu Jin sensed that there seemed to be an additional indescribable power in this courtyard. It seemed to be a copious amount of vitality, causing beautiful flowers to grow on the ground in the blink of an eye. Stalks of grass seemed to be cheering as they swayed in the night wind. On the other hand, in the sky, the silver starlight was like mist, drifting down and enveloping the courtyard. It was like a dream, and it was indescribably ethereal. Shu Jin was shocked. What kind of music was this? Even he felt that his whole body was transparent at this moment. His mind seemed to be gently wiped by a soft force, and all distracting thoughts disappeared, becoming clear and empty. Looking at Granny Wind, Lin Sun found that her expression was extremely complicated, with anxiety, gratification, worry, and distress. The world seemed to be completely quiet at this moment. The flowers and plants in the courtyard were swaying, the starlight was overflowing, and wisps of ethereal and desolate flute were spreading. The girl beside the stone chair was dressed in a plain white dress. Her long lavender hair fell to her waist. Her starry eyes were sparkling and calm. Sitting there casually, she was playing a verdant bamboo flute. She was as beautiful as a painting. In the end, Lin Sun decided to stake everything on one throw. He had no time to waste. He had to go all out. In his mind, the consciousness as calm as snow began to spread, cautiously approaching the demons in his mind that were constantly in conflict and fermenting. If he could pick out a single shadow of death to crack and erase, this test would be a success. If not, it would mean his mind would completely collapse. Therefore, Lin Sun dared not to be careless. However, before his consciousness could approach the rampaging shadows of death, an indescribable power of emptiness and desolation suddenly surged into his mind. What was this? Lin Sun's consciousness suddenly trembled and he almost lost control of it. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. but in the next moment, he was completely stunned. At this moment, the numerous shadows of death that were colliding ceaselessly actually seemed as if they'd been poisoned, and they strangely calmed down. They were like ferocious beasts that had laid dormant, and they didn't possess the imposing aura of intense conflict from before any longer. In an instant, Lin Sun realized that the opportunity had come. No matter where the mysterious ethereal and desolate force came from, how could he miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Whoosh, a wisp of consciousness suddenly swept out and shrouded a shadow of death. When his consciousness struck like a sharp blade and shrouded the shadow of death, Lin Sun felt as if he had returned to the secret realm of 100 battles. His opponent was the strong man of Snake Spirit Clan. He had the head of a snake and the body of a human. He held a bloody saber in his forearms and chopped out, RFS. Such a familiar scene made Lin Sun clearly remember his shock, unwillingness, despair, and helplessness when he was killed by this saber. This was the shadow of death, a residual demonic thought in his mind. Kill. The strong man of Snake Spirit Clan had come to kill. A saber appeared in Lin Sun's hand. His eyes were like lightning and full of killing intent. He also used RFS to kill. Boom, the two collided, bursting out a rain of light. Lin Sun's figure was annihilated, but it didn't mean death, because all these scenes were transformed by the shadow of death, and Lin Sun's death only represented the collapse of a wisp of consciousness in his mind. In short, this was a fight between the shadow of death and Lin Sun's consciousness, and the illusionary scenes were the specific presentation of this fight. When this wisp of consciousness collapsed, Lin Sun seemed extremely calm and terrible, as if he had no emotional fluctuations. Once again, he separated a wisp of consciousness and fought with the shadow of death. Now, the opportunity had been seized by him. Even if he failed again and again, he could kill again and again until the shadow of death was wiped out by his powerful spiritual power. This fighting method was extremely unique. The real Lin Sun was sitting cross-legged on the ground, running meditating magic and visualizing star circulation to keep his consciousness absolutely calm and focused without any emotional fluctuations. All this made Lin Sun fight with the shadow of death with his consciousness, just like fighting with the remaining demons in his heart with the combat experience and control of RFS. It seemed illusory, but in fact, the danger of such a battle was no less than that of a real fight, or even more terrible. After all, there were too many shadows of death. Now he finally seized the opportunity to separate one of them. Once he aroused the vigilance of other shadows of death and killed them together, the consequences were doomed to be disastrous. But Lin Sun had no way out. He had to stake everything on one throw. Kill. The familiar scene was reflected again. The strong man of Snake Spirit Clan killed him in the same way as before. And Lin Sun also fought against it. In the following time, Lin Sun kept failing, and his consciousness kept breaking. It seemed that he had no chance of winning at all. But every time he fought, he gained a deeper understanding of RFS. With the accumulation, the power of his counterattack also increased. Fighting was the most effective way to practice martial arts, which also applied to Lin Sun at the moment. As Lin Sun had speculated before, the opponent's control of RFS and the power it exerted might bring him the most direct fatal blow every time. But at the same time, he could also fully experience the true mystery and power of RFS. Failure. 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 Lin Sun didn't know how many times he had comprehended the mystery of RFS more and more. Soon, Lin Sun's consciousness suddenly stopped. Time seemed to stand still. Countless insights merged together like tides, making Lin Sun subconsciously slash with his saber. This saber strike was like the horn of an antelope, and it was traceless. Boom! On the other side, the powerhouse of the Snake Spirit Clan didn't even have time to attack before he was crushed by the saber. Success. This also meant that Lin Sun was already better than the powerhouse of the Snake Spirit Clan in terms of control and comprehension of RFS, but Lin Sun was calm as usual. Without any hesitation, his consciousness began to shroud the second shadow of death. The courtyard was silent, and the night was getting darker. Pieces of dreamy silver starlight shrouded the courtyard, and the mist was steaming, holy and ethereal. On the ground, the flowers and plants were full of vitality, swaying gently with the ethereal and desolate flute music. Shujin and Granny Wind suddenly narrowed their eyes. They were keenly aware that the originally violent and fierce murderous aura of Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was obviously reduced by 30%. This refreshed both of them. Obviously, Lu Qingyan's method was feasible, however, when they looked at Lu Qingyan, their hearts tightened again. At this time, although Lu Qingyan's expression was still tranquil, there was a deep trace of exhaustion between her eyebrows. Her pure and beautiful face was faintly pale. This made them worried. Obviously, the ancient music she was playing at this time had caused great consumption and burden on her body, but it was obviously impossible to stop Lu Qingyan at this time. Xu Jin and Granny Wind could only hope that Lin Sun could cut off the devil in his heart as soon as possible. The battle that took place in the consciousness was completely different from that in reality. The confrontation between the consciousness and the shadow of death seemed to be long, but in fact, it was completed in a flash. As the saying goes, the world changed with a single thought. With the experience of killing the first shadow of death, coupled with the transformation of his comprehension of RFS, Lin Sun failed less and faster in the following battles, and the speed of his victory became faster and faster. Every secret realm powerhouse reflected in the shadow of death came from a different mysterious race. Although the mystery of RFS they mastered was the same, the style and momentum were completely different. It was like there were no two identical leaves in the world. The same RFS was used, but because of the different understanding of its mystery, the power and style produced were naturally different. Therefore, fighting with these secret realm powerhouses was like fighting with a variety of completely different styles of RFS, so that Lin Sun could directly learn from each other's strong points and make up for his shortcomings, so that his mastery of RFS could be improved. Lin Sun's fighting speed was getting faster and faster, and his control of RFS was getting more and more skillful. He was able to display the essence of RFS with great precision. Even after the polishing of different styles of RFS, Lin Sun's RFS had a kind of magnificent atmosphere of drawing on the strengths of various styles and mastering them. In his mind, the shadow of death was constantly erased, and the emotions of fear, death, and unwillingness contained in it were no longer there. In the end, Lin Sun was sure that there was no possibility for Chen to threaten him in this life-or-death crisis. It has become less. Obviously, the speed of killing the devil in my heart is faster now. In the courtyard, Xu Jin and Granny Wind's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and the original worries in their hearts were gradually reduced. An inner demon that was deeply rooted in one's heart was able to turn danger into safety. Such a thing that could be said to be one of the most dangerous things in the world was being displayed right before their eyes, and this caused these two great cultivators that possessed monstrous might to be unable to help but sigh endlessly with emotion. They even judged that after this incident, Lin Sun's cultivation would undergo an amazing transformation, and his future path was destined to be broader and immeasurable. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan, who was sitting beside the stone chair, frowned and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful face was pale, and her sparkling eyes were dim. The ethereal and desolate flute music stopped abruptly. Granny Wind exclaimed and rushed over, holding Lu Qingyan's fragile body in her arms. Her face was full of worry. "Miss, are you okay?" Xu Jin's heart also sank, and he had no time to pay attention to Lin Sun. Lu Qingyan's appearance was very likely because she couldn't bear the consumption and hurt herself. This was an extremely serious thing for cultivation, and it might even leave irreparable sequelae. "I'm fine." Lu Qingyan took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then she looked at Lin Sun in the distance and asked worriedly, "Child Lin hasn't woken up yet?" Granny Wind was so angry that she said, "Miss, at this time, you still care about that boy. It's really." She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Lu Qingyan quickly apologized, "Granny, I'm really sorry to make you worry. I'm really fine, but I'm afraid I can't use my cultivation in a short time." Granny Wind was still unwilling to give up. She used her power to check Lu Qingyan's whole body. Although her face was gloomy, she was obviously relieved. The injury was indeed not serious, but it was extremely troublesome to completely recover. If anything happens to you today, this boy will also pay for it." Granny Wind snorted coldly. As soon as he heard her tone, Xu Jin knew that Lu Qingyan's problem should be solved, and it was not an irreparable injury. This made him feel much more relaxed. He said, "Yes. This boy is such a bastard. It's his own business, but he harmed others. It's really hateful. When he wakes up, I'll teach him a lesson first." With that, Shu Jin suddenly turned his head and sneered, "Boy, you're already awake. How long are you going to pretend?" Lin Sun, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes with embarrassment. He had indeed woken up. Immediately, he rose to his feet and avoided Granny Wen's murderous gaze. He stepped forward and said to Lu Qingyan, "Thank you for your help this time. I will definitely repay this life-saving grace in the future." His voice was serious and sincere. Because he had heard the conversation just now, he finally knew that it was Lu Qingyan's help that helped him successfully erase the shadow of death this time. He was extremely grateful. "Child, you're too polite. As long as you wake up, it's fine. Last time because of you and Huang Jianchen, I was still very uneasy. This time, it's an eye for an eye," Lu Qingyan said softly. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but stare at Lu Qingyan. He never expected that this girl, who was famous throughout the empire, would care about such a trifle. "Child, what's wrong?" Lu Qingyan was a little embarrassed by his gaze. Her pale face was a little hot. It was the first time that she had been stared at so closely. "Nothing. I'm just thinking about how to repay you." Lin Sun took back his gaze, took a deep breath, and said seriously. He was indeed serious. He had never been as serious as he was now. "You want to repay me? It's very simple. Hurry up and repair the ancient rhythm ocarina," Granny Wind next to him said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Sun said without thinking, "This is not a problem for me. Within 3 days, I promise to repair it as before." After that, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When he looked at Granny Wind and Lu Qingyan again, both of them were staring at him in amazement. Shu Jin also had a strange look on his face. Lin Sun quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. It's my master, Master Sun, not me. But I can guarantee that it will be repaired in 3 days. That's for sure." "You can repair the ancient rhythm ocarina?" After hesitating for a long time, Lu Qingyan asked with a hint of surprise. Looking at the pure and beautiful face of the girl, Lin Sun thought of what she had done for him before and suddenly felt sorry for her. Finally, he nodded. If he continued to hide it, his conscience would be condemned. Granny Wind snorted coldly. How dare this bastard deceive them? Then, what about Master Sun? Lu Qingyan couldn't help asking again. Lin Sun was a little embarrassed and said, "Actually, I am Master Sun." Both Lu Qingyan and Granny Wind were stunned. Master Sun was Lin Sun. They were really shocked by this answer. They never thought that Lin Sun not only knew how to repair the ancient rhythm ocarina, but also was the so-called Master Sun himself. This was incredible. Who was Master Sun? He could refine spirit treasures and was well known in Mist City. But Lin Sun was just a teenager of 14 or 15 years old, which made it difficult for people to connect the two together. After all, who would dare to imagine that the famous Master Sun was actually just a teenager? That's impossible. Granny Wind frowned. How can you, a little guy, refine such a peerless thing as a spirit treasure? Lu Qingyan also found it hard to accept. In her impression, the powerful spiritual tattooists were all old guys. But how old was Lin Sun? How could he have such superb attainments in spiritual tattoos at such a young age? Lin Sun was stunned. He had already admitted it, but they didn't believe it. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Granny Wind looked at Shu Jin. Really? Shu Jin smiled. It should be true. With his confirmation, Granny Wind and Lu Qingyan were finally sure that Lin Sun didn't seem to be lying. But when they thought that he was Master Sun, they were still a little confused. They didn't see it. They really didn't see it. But why did you hide it before? Granny Wind stared at Lin Sun as if she was looking at a monster. I was afraid of being famous. Lin Sun said helplessly, after all, I'm too young. If others know it, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Granny Wind pondered for a moment and then understood. Indeed, even she was shocked and couldn't believe it. One could imagine what a sensation it would cause if others knew about it. As far as Granny Wind knew, once the identity of a young spiritual tattooist with extraordinary means like Lin Sun was exposed, he would definitely attract the attention of the major forces in the empire. At that time, no one knew how many storms and turbulences would be caused, which would only do harm to Lin Sun. Despite her understanding, Granny Wen still couldn't get rid of the shock in her heart in a short time when she was sure that Lin Sun could refine such a blessed treasure as the spiritual treasure at the age of 10. So young master is already so powerful. Lu Qingyan's eyes were bright, and she looked at Lin Sun with curiosity. Originally, she only regarded Lin Sun as a great cultivation genius. Who would have thought that Lin Sun had another more dazzling identity, which really surprised her. The most incredible thing was that she had never thought that Lin Sun could repair the ancient rhythm ocarina at such a young age. In the whole empire, even those spiritual tattoo masters who lived in seclusion couldn't do it. Well, since we have known each other, this is the end of the matter. Next, I will urge this boy to help you repair the ancient rhythm ocarina. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Shu Jin said immediately. Yes, it can be done in 3 days. Lin Sun also nodded. In addition, please keep it a secret for me. After all, this matter is too big. If it is spread out, Lu Qingyan blinked and said with a smile, well, I understand. Young master, don't worry. I know best how troublesome it is to be famous. Lin Sun said with a smile, I know Miss Yan is the most considerate. Humph. Granny Wind couldn't stand it anymore. She glanced at Lin Sun coldly and said to Lu Qingyan, Miss, your injury must be treated immediately. Now that the matter has been solved, let's go back. Then she left with Lu Qingyan without allowing Lin Sun to refuse. Young master, please take care of the ancient rhythm ocarina. I will come to pick it up in 3 days. Lu Qingyan showed a helpless look to Lin Sun and was taken away by Granny Wind. Don't worry. I'll make you satisfied. Lin Sun waved his hand. Until Granny Wind and Lu Qingyan disappeared, Shu Jin said in surprise, I didn't expect that you would start to hook up with a girl as soon as you got rid of your inner demon. You're crazy. Lin Sun said angrily, why does everything sound so different when it comes to your mouth? Old Jin, it seems that you don't understand women at all. Shu Jin sneered, I really don't understand women, but I know you. If you hook up with that girl, that crazy woman will castrate you immediately. After saying that, he turned around and walked to the corner, hugging the wine jar and falling asleep. Lin Sun smiled and looked up at the sky. There was a sense of relief on his face as if he had just survived a disaster. Dawn was about to break. In the end, he had managed to survive this night of danger. 3 days later, Lin Sun repaired the ancient rhythm ocarina, but it was not Lu Qingyan who came to pick it up, but Granny Wind. Before leaving, Granny Wind suddenly asked Lin Sun indifferently, do you remember what I said to you after you met Yen for the first time? Lin Sun smiled, of course I remember. How could he forget? At that time, Granny Wind had made it clear that Lin Sun was not qualified to match Lu Qingyan's current status. She told Lin Sun not to have other thoughts so as not to make mistakes. Speaking of which, Lin Sun really didn't try to pursue Lu Qingyan until now. Everything was caused by Granny Wind's excessive concern for Lu Qingyan. In Lin Sun's view, Lu Qingyan was a very good girl. She was not only beautiful, smart, and kind-hearted. She was a friend that he appreciated very much and was willing to make friends with. Lin Sun was not sure whether he would like Lu Qingyan in the future, but at least for now, he was sure that he had no desire to pursue her. I hope you keep it in mind. Before leaving, I don't mind telling you that Yen like you, is not only an artistic practitioner. She is very special and not everyone can miss her. Granny Wind took a deep look at Lin Sun, dropped these words, and floated away. Lin Sun was in a daze for a long time. He felt helpless and muttered in his heart, I'm not even 15 years old. Is it necessary to be so vigilant against me? At the same time, a sense of loss suddenly surged in his heart. According to Granny Wind, she would leave with Lu Qingyan today. He didn't know when they would meet again, or whether they would have a chance to meet again in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Sun regretted that he had promised Chu Feng to go to the celebration of Keystone business together. If he could listen to the wonderful sound of Lu Qingyan with his own eyes, it would be a good memory worth recalling in the future. Flying light, I advise you to drink a cup of wine. I don't know the height of the blue sky, nor the depth of the yellow earth. Only when the moon is cold and the sun is warm, I will fry my life. In the courtyard, Shu Jin slapped his thighs and made a pleasant sound while drinking. What he recited in his rough and low voice was the Song of Flying Light, which had already shocked Mist City and spread in all directions. After hearing it, Lin Sun couldn't help but praise, "Good poem." Xu Jin said casually, "It's Lu Qingyan who sang it." Lin Sun was stunned and regretted that he didn't attend the celebration of Keystone Business in person that day. Another 4 days passed. Lin Sun entered the secret realm of 100 battles, the third test of Green Cloud Path for the second time. This was the second chance to pass the test, which was very precious. But compared with the first time, Lin Sun was no longer afraid. In the previous test, he had a total of 47 duels with 47 strong people from different races, and then withdrew because of the deep inner demons. But because of this withdrawal, Lin Sun had the opportunity to face the inner demons and erase the 47 shadows of death left in his mind one by one. As a result, Lin Sun's mastery of RFS had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had reached the level of precision in the realm of martial arts. He drew on the strengths of Bai family and mastered it through a comprehensive study. He was only one step away from reaching the level of mastery. At the same time, his state of mind had been reborn after this test. Even if he was invaded by the inner demons again, he would not be as passive and powerless as the first time. This was undoubtedly the most important transformation. Before long, the test began. The familiar strong man of Snake Clan was the first to appear. Without hesitation, Lin Sun jumped up. The following battles could be described as unstoppable. One battle after another began and ended with Lin Sun's victory again and again. Until the 48th battle, Lin Sun encountered a completely strange strong man of the secret realm, and the style of RFS was completely strange to him. But the result was, Lin Sun still won. It was not that the opponent was not strong, but that Lin Sun had already mastered the mystery of RFS of the previous 47 strong people. The power of RFS displayed by him was naturally very great. As time went by, the battle played out one after another. Lin Sun, like an invincible general, killed his opponents again and again. He was invincible and unparalleled. However, as the battle went on, the strong men of the secret realm appeared more and more, and the power of RFS displayed by them became more and more terrible, causing more and more pressure on Lin Sun. Until the 90th battle, Lin Sun encountered an extremely strong opponent, and finally ended in a lose-lose situation. When it came to the 91st battle, Lin Sun tried his best, but he was finally defeated and killed on the spot. Once again, he experienced the fear of death. But all this did not pose much threat to Lin Sun. His state of mind was no longer as fragile as it was when he first entered the secret realm of 100 battles. The most important thing was that even if he failed, the battle would continue. As long as he persisted in completing 100 battles, he could pass the test smoothly. However, when it came to the 100th battle, Lin Sun chose to give up again. It was not the invasion of the inner demons that made him unable to bear it again, but because he also remembered that if he passed the test in this way, he could only pass the test and could not get the reward. If he wanted to get the reward, he must do one thing: win 100 battles. What? When Lin Sun just returned from the heaven accessing place, Xu Jin, who was drinking in the courtyard, suddenly felt a chill in his heart and his expression changed slightly. The familiar killing intent gushed out from Lin Sun's room again. Was this boy possessed by the heart devil again? Xu Jin rushed into the room without thinking too much. When he saw Lin Sun sitting cross-legged and meditating, his face suddenly became interesting. Sure enough, Lin Sun was suffering from the heart devil again. The violent killing intent surged from Lin Sun's body. His expression was sometimes ferocious and sometimes crazy, almost exactly the same as the last time he encountered the heart devil. Damn it, what the hell is this boy doing? Wasn't the last lesson enough? Xu Jin was so angry that he almost swore. Lu Qingyan and Granny Wind had already left, and no one could save Lin Sun this time. What to do? Xu Jin really wanted to twist Lin Sun's head and see what he was thinking. The same thing happened twice. Did he really want to die? Old Jin, I'm fine. You go out first. This time I can kill the heart devil alone. Suddenly, Lin Sun spoke in a calm voice. Xu Jin was stunned and couldn't believe it. He looked at Lin Sun carefully for a long time and found that the violent killing intent of Lin Sun was indeed gradually weakening. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and turned out of the room. Back to the courtyard, Xu Jin looked a little strange. He really couldn't figure out what secret method Lin Sun was practicing. In just a few days, Lin Sun had attracted the heart devil twice, which was too abnormal. What puzzled Xu Jin most was that in the face of the second heart devil, Lin Sun showed an unprecedented confidence, as if the heart devil was nothing. This time, Xu Jin couldn't help but wonder whether the cultivation method Lin Sun practiced needed to be tempered by the heart devil. He couldn't figure it out. Xu Jin increasingly felt that Lin Sun was more than a pervert. He was simply a monster who didn't play by common sense. If such a person grew up, God knew what he would become. Xu Jin didn't know that when he was in the bloodthirsty camp, the chief drillmaster Xianxia and Young Ku also had such feelings. One day later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation with all his inner demons removed. In fact, although Lin Sun had a lot of inner demons this time, they could no longer shake his state of mind. Under such circumstances, the shadows of death were like experiences. When Lin Sun got rid of them one by one, he also understood more about RFS. This was a crisis. Danger and luck went hand in hand. When danger was no longer a threat, what was left was luck. In Xu Jin's opinion, for Lin Sun, experiencing the tempering of fighting against the heart devil twice was no less than getting a rare chance. It allowed Lin Sun to experience the mystery and power of the heart devil in the human gang realm, which was destined to be of immeasurable benefit to his future cultivation. This could be seen from the transformation of Lin Sun's state of mind. Even the inner demons couldn't shake him, which showed how tough and powerful Lin Sun's state of mind had become. Another 7 days passed. Lin entered the secret realm of 100 battles for the third time. Lin Sun, who had long been familiar with this, launched one battle after another without any hesitation. All the way, Lin Sun was unstoppable and unbeatable. Until the 99th battle, Lin Sun had never failed again. No failure naturally meant that he wouldn't be possessed by the heart devil. Similarly, it meant that Lin Sun's control of RFS had reached an unprecedented terrifying height. The 100th battle, against the strong man of the human clan. A familiar cold and hollow voice sounded, announcing that the last battle was about to begin. This made Lin Sun couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Human clan, swish, a statue shattered, and a slender figure rushed out. This was a man with an imposing appearance and stood out from the crowd. His entire body was filled with an ancient aura. He wore a cyan feather robe that only existed in ancient legends. He walked barefoot, with long hair draped over his shoulders and an ancient-looking long curved saber in his hand. His bearing, dressing, and the aura he revealed with every single move he made was like an ancient cultivator that had walked out from the primeval times, and he seemed to be extremely unique. To Lin Sun's surprise, just as he was about to take action, the ancient practitioner suddenly said, "My fellow practitioner, wait a minute. Listen to me." This was the first time that Lin Sun met someone who talked to him since he got the heaven accessing place. This surprised him. Although he didn't take action, he was still vigilant in his heart. "Say it," Lin Sun said, looking at him up and down. "My Dharma name is Wei Mingzi, and I was once the 15th generation successor of the Taiyi immortal sect. Because I mistakenly entered this place, I suddenly encountered a calamity and ended up dying. Only a strand of my remnant soul was sealed here, and I will never be able to escape. I'm truly delighted to be able to meet fellow Taoist by chance this time. I wonder if fellow Taoist can lend me a hand to completely free myself from this place and no longer suffer such torture?" Wei Mingzi's voice was sad, full of desolation, pain, and helplessness, which was moving. Lin Sun didn't comment, but he was quite surprised in his heart. Taiyi immortal sect? What kind of force was this? Judging from Wei Mingzi's dress and speech, he must be an ancient practitioner from a long time ago. The so-called Taiyi immortal sect must also be a force from a long time ago. Lin Sun's reaction made Wei Mingzi slightly stunned. Then he took a deep breath and said, "My fellow practitioner, if you help me get out of trouble this time, I will give you a supreme opportunity." Lin Sun asked with interest, "What opportunity?" Seeing that Lin Sun was obviously persuaded, Wei Mingzi was excited and said, "After you help me, you will naturally understand. I can swear by my Taoist heart that if I lie, I will be killed by the great Tao and never die a good death." Lin Sun couldn't help but be speechless. "You can neither live nor die now. This kind of oath is useless." Wei Mingzi said with a bitter smile, "My fellow practitioner, what I said is true. I dare not deceive you." Lin Sun thought and said, I can promise you, but you have to wait until I get through this level. Wei Mingzi was originally happy, but when he heard the second half of Lin Sun's words, his face suddenly changed and he cried out involuntarily, never. Lin Sun was keenly aware that Wei Mingzi's mood seemed to be a little too excited. He couldn't help asking in surprise, why? Wei Mingzi's face showed a touch of monstrous hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, my fellow practitioner, you don't know that this place is a trap. Any practitioner who enters this place will be manipulated and influenced by the master of this place, turning into a puppet in his hands. If he wants you to die, you will die. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and pondered. Wei Mingzi frowned and said, my fellow practitioner, do you think I'm alarmist? To tell you the truth, all those years ago, I'd once tried to overcome this test as well. But later on, I noticed that it was a scam. Fortuitous encounters and rewards were all for the sake of using and controlling us. If you don't obey or resist, you will end up like me. Lin Sun was puzzled, my fellow practitioner, I have never encountered such a thing as you said since I broke through the level. Wei Mingzi looked distressed. Fellow Taoist, why haven't you been enlightened? How can there be opportunities and benefits that can be obtained so easily in this world? When you think you can get more, you have already fallen into the trap. Otherwise, how could I be trapped here? Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, I don't agree with you. Before entering this place, I was almost a waste who couldn't cultivate. It was because of entering this place that I changed my fate and set foot on the road of cultivation again. After a pause, he suddenly laughed, as for whether I will be used and manipulated, I don't worry about it at all. What's the use of a human gang realm practitioner like me? What's more, even if I am used, so what? At least it proves that I still have some value to be used. Even if I have to pay some price for it, I am not unwilling. This was his real thought. If it weren't for the heaven accessing place, how could Lin Sun be today? You. Wei Mingzi was speechless for a while, and his expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something, and he said anxiously, fellow Taoist. There isn't much time left. I beg you, help me this time. Once I escape, I'll definitely fulfill my promise and give you a supreme fortuitous encounter. Speaking of this, Lin Sun had roughly understood something and sighed, my fellow practitioner, this supreme opportunity can't help you. Now you come to ask me for help. Do you think I will believe you? At the end of his words, Lin Sun's deep black eyes were filled with a touch of coldness. From the beginning, Lin Sun didn't believe Wei Mingzi at all. His appearance was too sudden and strange. Even his words had many flaws, which made Lin Sun unable to believe him at all. What was more, this was the last battle in the secret realm of 100 battles. Even if what Wei Mingzi said was true, Lin Sun would still choose to break through the secret realm instead of listening to Wei Mingzi and stopping to help him. My fellow practitioner, when Wei Mingzi said this, his face became distorted and ferocious. His whole body surged with endless tyrannical and dense killing intent. His whole person seemed to have become a bloodthirsty demon king, and there was no trace of his previous demeanor. He roared angrily, fellow Taoist, you're the one who forced me to do this. Originally, if you agreed to help me, you might have been able to keep your life. But now, not only am I going to kill you, I'm going to forcefully occupy your body and extract all of your consciousness so that I can be reborn and completely leave this damned place. At the end of his words, his voice was like a roar, extremely frightening. Boom, with his long hair flying, he attacked boldly. The long saber in his hand swept like a galaxy. It was RFS. If you knew it would be like this, you are still too anxious. If you can delay it a little longer, maybe I will really hesitate to help you. What a pity. Lin Sun sneered. Almost at the same time, the saber in his hand made a clear sound. Without hesitation, he struck at Wei Mingzi's head. What help? It was obvious that Wei Mingzi wanted to trap him in the name of help, so as to achieve the purpose of occupying his body and being reborn. Originally, Lin Sun thought that since Wei Mingzi had wisdom, the secret fighting method he mastered must be extraordinary. But he never thought that Wei Mingzi was still using RFS. This made Lin Sun suddenly understand that no matter what Wei Mingzi's origin was, in this secret realm of 100 battles, Wei Mingzi was the strongest in the 100th battle. Naturally, he must fight according to the rules of the heaven accessing place. In just a moment, under Lin Sun's extremely strong attack, Wei Mingzi was killed. Before he died, he shouted like a madman, "I don't accept it. I don't accept it." In the end, he turned into a rain of light and disappeared completely from the arena. Seeing this, Lin Sun didn't feel anything. Maybe Wei Mingzi was just a remnant soul sealed here as he said, but since he schemed against Lin Sun and wanted to occupy Lin Sun's body to get out of trouble, he deserved to die. What's more, death was another kind of relief for Wei Mingzi, who had been suppressed here for many years. As for the supreme opportunity, Wei Mingzi said, Lin Sun didn't want to believe it. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that there was an unusual light in the place where Wei Mingzi was killed. Lin Sun walked forward and saw that the light was a snow-white feather about the size of a baby's palm. It seemed to be made of wisps of spiritual light, pure and ethereal, exuding a mysterious aura. Lin Sun held it in his hand. Suddenly, the light flashed and disappeared in his palm. In Lin Sun's mind, there was the same snow-white feather. This made Lin Sun feel awestruck and alert. But after careful observation for a long time, he couldn't find anything. Lin Sun couldn't help wondering what this thing was. This thing was obviously left by Wei Mingzi. The fact that it could appear in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness proved that this thing was extremely unusual. But Lin Sun didn't feel happy at all. On the contrary, because he knew it was left by Wei Mingzi, he was extremely vigilant. The only thing that made him feel at ease for the time being was that this feather with a holy and ethereal taste had not changed. Buzz with the end of the 100th battle, the arena, which seemed to be opened in the void, was covered with countless light rain, bright and blazing, like a miracle. Almost at the same time, that cold and emotionless voice rang out, "You've successfully passed the trial. You've won 100 battles and will be rewarded." Lin Sun's heart shook, and his eyes brightened. Finally. After that, he saw the countless droplets of light that arose on the arena start to fuse together, and they gradually formed 3 extremely dazzling balls of light that floated in midair and were extremely dazzling. Taoist Seeker, you have the chance to choose one of the treasures as your reward for clearing this trial. If you don't make your choice after 15 minutes, it will be regarded as you forfeiting this reward. Lin Sun was surprised that there was a time limit. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He walked forward and sized up the 3 bright orbs of light. He could only choose one of them as the reward, so he naturally had to be very careful when choosing. In the first light orb, there was an elixir, which was purple like a precious pearl and covered with blurry auspicious clouds. There was a hole on it, from which black and white qi gushed out, which evolved into the wonderful image of dragon roar, tiger roar, heaven and earth in harmony, which looked extremely magical. At the first sight of it, the introduction of this elixir emerged in Lin Sun's mind. Yin and Yang Insight Elixir, after being swallowed by practitioners below Sea Spirit Realm, could help them open their mind, break the barrier of cultivation, and improve their cultivation by 1 level. Lin Sun was shocked, and his eyes suddenly became extremely bright. It could open one's mind, break the barrier, and improve one's cultivation by 1 level. How could there be such an elixir in the world? As far as Lin Sun knew, no alchemist in the whole empire had the ability to refine such an unparalleled elixir. Lin Sun was immediately tempted. Even if he didn't swallow it, he could sell it at a sky-high price that could drive the world crazy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun forcibly moved his eyes away and looked at the second light orb. Although Yin and Yang Insight Elixir was extremely mysterious, it was of little practical use for him. With his current realm, he could break through to the Earthgang realm at any time. There was no chance to use this elixir in a short time. In the second light orb, there was a treasure armor, which was silver all over and painted with various strange patterns, including cloud patterns, mountains and rivers, and auspicious beasts. It was filled with a soft silver luster, which looked magical and extraordinary. Silver Star Armor, all cultivators under the Spirit Sea tier could wear it. It could help cultivators cultivate, nurture the soul, refine the flesh and blood, and when in battle, it had the most powerful defensive power. It could withstand a full blow from a Spirit Sea tier elite. Hiss, Lin Sun couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. It was a good treasure. If he wore it, he would not only benefit his cultivation, but also not be afraid of the blow from a Sea Spirit Realm practitioner. The most important thing was that cultivators below the Spirit Sea Realm could wear it. Didn't it mean that even ordinary people could enjoy the magical effect of this treasure? Lin Sun believed that if this treasure came to the market, it would definitely cause a sensation in the world and make countless practitioners fight for it. Lin Sun was tempted again. He didn't expect that the reward for passing the third test of Green Cloud Path would be so magical. Looking at the yin and yang enlightening elixir and the silver light star armor in front of him, which one was not a rare treasure, it couldn't even be bought in the Empire. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Sun looked at the last light orb again, and his eyes couldn't help brightening. Yet a damaged piece of copper floated up into appearance within his ball of light. It was extremely simple, yet it emanated an extremely terrifying oppressive force, and it seemed as if it wasn't a piece of copper but a divine mountain that could suppress the ages and be unshakable by anyone. It was one of the 9 treasures of the wilderness, the fragment of ancient seal of shaking heaven. It contained the magic of 9 strikes for shaking heaven, and its power was immeasurable. Lin Sun was completely shocked. Almost in an instant, his mind had been firmly attracted by this fragment of ancient seal of shaking heaven and could no longer move. That was it. If the yin and yang insight elixir and the silver star armor made Lin Sun extremely tempted, then at this moment, when he saw this fragment of ancient seal of shaking heaven, he almost instinctively longed for it. Lin Sun knew in an instant that this was what he wanted. Xu Jin once pointed out that although Lin Sun's fighting capacity was extraordinary among his peers, the fighting means he mastered were too simple. Lin Sun had also thought about this problem, and even made a decision that he must find an opportunity to find a suitable martial art for himself. And now, the opportunity was in front of him. 9 strikes for shaking heaven, just from the name, was a unique secret method to fight without the help of weapons. The most incredible thing was that such a secret technique was actually imprinted in the fragment of the ancient heaven-shaking seal, which made this secret technique even more extraordinary. Lin Sun would not forget that the introduction said that ancient seal of shaking heaven was one of the 9 treasures of the wilderness. Although he didn't know what the so-called 9 treasures of the wilderness represented, there was no doubt that the things mentioned by the heaven-accessing place were destined to be extraordinary. If he had this fragment of ancient seal of shaking heaven, there was no doubt that he had the opportunity to see such treasures with his own eyes. He could even find some clues from this fragment to explore the real ancient seal of shaking heaven. Clatter. When Lin Sun made a choice, he only felt dizzy, and the scene in front of him disappeared like illusions. Practitioner, the 4th pass of the heaven accessing place is called Conquering the Domain. The next time you try it, you need to reach Sea Spirit Realm. The cold voice sounded, and Lin Sun had opened his eyes in the room. The next pass was called Conquering the Domain? What did it mean? When Lin Sun was thinking, he suddenly found a piece of rusty iron beside him. The iron seemed to be split, with an irregular shape, dark gray, simple and unadorned. But when Lin Sun tried to hold it in his hand, he couldn't pick it up. Lin Sun was surprised. He ran his strength to barely hold it in his hand. It weighed at least 10,000 kilograms, it was only the size of a coin, but it was so heavy, which made it more mysterious in Lin Sun's eyes. There was no doubt that this was the fragment of ancient seal of shaking heaven. Thinking of the introduction of this treasure, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel excited. He wanted to divide his consciousness to carefully investigate the secret imprint hidden in it. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his sea of consciousness, as if he had been severely scratched by a saw. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Lin Sun was shocked. He found that the holy and ethereal feather in his sea of consciousness had changed at this moment. It was shining and filled with terrifying power. Ha ha ha, my fellow practitioner, thank you for your help this time. In order to express my gratitude, I have decided to give you a supreme opportunity. Laughter came from the white feather, full of pride and happiness. It was the voice of Wei Mingzi. In an instant, Lin Sun's face changed. This guy was not dead. Boom, his sea of consciousness was tumbling, and Wei Mingzi's figure suddenly appeared from the white feather. He was looming, looking up and laughing. What opportunity? Lin Sun tried to calm himself down. Well, didn't I tell you? It's your body that will help me return to the top of the Tao. Think about it. With my wisdom and soul, and your flesh and blood body, the world is destined to belong to us in the future. Wei Mingzi's voice was wild and full of endless aggressiveness. He made a despicable plan of rebirth in a shell sound dignified. This guy really had no good intentions. Ha ha ha, come on, lend me your body. In the future, I will be you and you will be me. I will help you realize your unfulfilled wishes one by one. Who in the world can give you such a supreme opportunity? In the laughter, Wei Mingzi's body suddenly emerged with thousands of golden brilliance, sweeping through Lin Sun's sea of consciousness. Obviously, he intended to obliterate Lin Sun's soul. As he spoke, Lin Sun had already run meditating magic to visualize the wonderful image of star circulation to guard his soul. Buzz, in the sea of consciousness, the scene of the vast universe and the circulation of tens of thousands of stars suddenly appeared. The stars shone brightly, releasing clear and bright starlight. That was the power of the soul, which was fully operated by Lin Sun with meditating magic. Suddenly, Wei Mingzi, who was laughing proudly, froze. His pupils dilated and his face was full of horror and disbelief. It was as if he had seen a living ghost. He trembled all over and roared furiously, meditating magic. Damn it, how could you crack the flowing light spiritual tattoo? That thing is the power that can only be controlled by a divine tattoo walker. How could it be controlled by a human gang realm bastard like you? It's impossible. His voice was hysterical and full of fear. Wei Mingzi's looming illusory figure was frantically dodging in Lin Sun, as if he wanted to avoid the bright starlight. But the sea of consciousness belonged to Lin Sun. Here, he was like the master. As soon as he thought of it, the starlight poured down like a waterfall, covering Wei Mingzi's figure, making it impossible for him to escape. Wei Mingzi screamed in pain and trembled all over. His face was horrified and ferocious to the extreme. He was no longer arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Indeed, he had never expected that after being trapped in the heaven-accessing place for so many years, he would encounter a disaster all of a sudden when he finally found a chance to get out. Even in the era he lived in, the meditating magic was the most terrible martial art in the world. If it was in the past, Wei Mingzi would not be afraid. After all, it was just a secret method to cultivate the soul. What was worse was that he only had a wisp of soul left now. What he feared most was the power of the soul. Damn it, how could this be? The great Tao of heaven really can't tolerate me. Wei Mingzi, boom, starlight swept like a waterfall. Wei Mingzi was trapped in it, like a straw in the vast sea. His illusory figure was collapsing inch by inch. It was as if Wei Mingzi was a piece of ice being smelted in a sea of fire. No. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Wei Mingzi was completely terrified. He had been trapped for countless years, and it was not easy for him to escape, but he was going to die like this. He was too unwilling. Taoism pure, don't kill me first. Don't you want to know why I can survive in the heaven-accessing place until now? Fellow Taoist, I beg you to let me go. I guarantee that I'll teach you everything I know so that you can ascend to the peak of the great Tao and rule the world. Fellow Taoist, why aren't you saying anything? Isn't that enough? As long as you let me go, I'm willing to be your slave and go through fire and water for you, even if I have to die 10,000 times. Fellow Taoist. No matter how Wei Mingzi begged and screamed, Lin Sun turned a deaf ear and was indifferent. He never stopped running meditating magic. Wei Mingzi was too cunning and dangerous. Lin would not be careless again. Boom, in the end, Wei Mingzi's figure was completely crushed and disappeared. His voice full of panic, unwillingness, pleading and despair stopped abruptly. Lin Sun was still worried. While running meditating magic, he checked repeatedly. Finally, he was sure that Wei Mingzi had been killed. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and he still had a lingering fear. The scene just now was too dangerous. If he hadn't run meditating magic in time, his body would have been occupied by Wei Mingzi at this moment, and his soul would have disappeared. He would have completely become a puppet of Wei Mingzi's reincarnation. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly remembered that Wei Mingzi also seemed to recognize meditating magic and knew that it was hidden in the flowing light spiritual tattoo. Wait, Lin Sun soon noticed another detail. Wei Mingzi once said that the flowing light spiritual tattoo was the power that only the divine stripe walker could control. What was the matter with the divine stripe walker? At that time, when Wei Mingzi saw that Lin Sun could crack the flowing light spiritual tattoo, he seemed to be extremely shocked and unbelievable, which proved that the divine stripe walker was extraordinary. Lin Sun vaguely felt that the divine stripe walker was a title, which referred to those powerful figures who could control the magical spiritual tattoo like the flowing light spiritual tattoo. Soon, Lin Sun's attention was attracted by the scene in the sea of his consciousness. Although Wei Mingzi had been erased, the pure white and sacred feather was still there. It emitted glittering light and floated quietly in the sea of his consciousness, looking extremely mysterious. If Lin Sun's speculation was right, Wei Mingzi was hidden in this feather and was brought out from the heaven accessing place by him. But when Lin Sun's consciousness probed this feather, it was blocked by an invisible force around the feather, which made his consciousness unable to approach it. Lin Sun's pupil shrank. He was unwilling to give up and tried all kinds of methods, but he still failed in the end, which made Lin Sun more and more surprised. Was this small white feather a treasure of unknown origin? Lin Sun suddenly thought of Wei Mingzi. This guy had obviously been trapped in the heaven accessing place for a long time, but he could still maintain a wisp of his soul and not be obliterated. Was it because of the help of this white feather? Lin Sun pondered for a long time, but he couldn't be sure. Finally, he gave up. Maybe one day, when his cultivation reached a certain terrifying height, he would be able to crack the real mystery of this white feather. In fact, in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness now, in addition to this mysterious feather, there was a towering gate to heaven and an Amrita Saint Pearl. Needless to say, the gate to heaven represented the existence of the heaven accessing place. The Amrita Saint Pearl was the sacred treasure of Water Barbarian, one of the 9 branches of Voodoo Barbarian. It was unfathomable. In the assessment of the Demon Cloud Ridge theater of operations, it helped Lin Sun escape danger and successfully broke through the realm. However, at that time, the pearl seemed to be exhausted and fell into silence. It had been floating around the gate to heaven in the sea of consciousness. Until now, there was no way to take it out. Lin Sun had also tried to understand the mystery of this bead, but found that the bead was empty like chaos and boundless. Even with Lin Sun's powerful spiritual power, he couldn't determine how big the bead was and what mysterious power was hidden in it. In the end, Lin Sun could only give up. At present, although this pearl was of no help to him, it was the supreme sacred treasure of Water Barbarian after all. There must be many wonders in it. If he had the opportunity to contact the strong Water Barbarian again in the future, he might be able to find some answers. Of course, before that, Lin Sun would never mention this to anyone. There was no other way. If the Water Barbarian knew it, they would send countless elites to kill him. Withdrawing from the sea of consciousness, Lin Sun's eyes fell on the fragment of the ancient heaven-shaking seal again, and his heart became hot again. This was the reward chosen by him after passing the 3rd test of Green Cloud Path. Its origin was mysterious, and it was closely related to the ancient heaven-shaking seal, one of the so-called 9 treasures of the Great Wilderness. The most important thing was that this fragment was imprinted with a secret skill, 9 strikes of shaking heaven. How could a secret skill that could appear in the heaven accessing place and be passed down in such a unique way be simple? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Sun divided a wisp of his consciousness into this fragment. In an instant, it seemed that he came to an ancient and primitive world. The sky was dark and the earth was yellow, and there were ancient and primitive mountains everywhere. The sky seemed to be boundless, with a big sun hanging above, illuminating the universe. Where was this? As soon as this thought flashed through Lin Sun's mind, he saw that under the sky, an incomparably majestic figure suddenly appeared, standing on the mountains and stepping on the top of the clouds. His body, which seemed to be made of bronze, was surging with terrible and tyrannical spirit. This majestic figure was overflowing with light, illuminating the mountains and rivers. He was just like a legendary god overlooking the world. Suddenly, he moved. He clenched his palms and fingers into a fist, jumped up and punched the sky. Crack! This punch actually caused the sky to suddenly collapse like a mirror. Countless horrifying rifts split open on the sky, and they spread towards the surroundings like a spiderweb. The sky seemed to collapse, and the sun in the sky was shaking as if it was about to fall. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion resounded in all directions. Just the sound wave alone smashed the mountains, cracked the earth, and everything seemed to be unable to bear it and collapsed. It was like the heavens and the earth were like a canvas that was forcefully torn apart and crushed by this punch. Terrible, it was unimaginable horror. It was hard to imagine how terrible the power must be to shake the universe with one punch and make everything disappear. Lin Sun only felt a buzz in his mind, as if he was struck by lightning. All the scenes in front of him disappeared. Almost at the same time, countless mysteries of inheritance surged in his heart. 9 strikes of shaking heaven. They were divided into mountain-splitting collapse, sea-splitting collapse, void-refining collapse, soul-shattering collapse, python-dragon collapse, great phoenix collapse, hell-suppressing collapse, sky-devourer collapse, and all-spirits collapse. There were a total of 9 moves. Each move contained the ultimate power of destruction, which could split mountains and seas, suppress hell and swallow the sky. It was infinitely mysterious and powerful. The most terrible thing was that when all the 9 moves were mastered to perfection, it was like mastering the profound meaning of the Great Way, and they could be superimposed perfectly. For example, 2 moves superimposed could become mountain-splitting collapse, soul-shattering collapse, python-dragon collapse, great phoenix collapse, hell-suppressing collapse, and so on. Moreover, this superposition started with 1 and ended with 9. They were integrated and evolved, and they could deduce infinite mysteries and deduce the power to the extreme with infinite power. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of cultivation method was more than powerful. It simply contained a kind of wonderful Tao and began to touch the profound meaning of Tao. Soon, Lin Sun calmed down. The secret of the 9 strikes for shaking heaven had been fully imprinted in his mind, but it was impossible to comprehend and control it in a day and night. Even this cultivation method was difficult and complicated, far beyond imagination. It would certainly not be easy to practice. From that day on, Lin put the cultivation of 9 strikes for shaking heaven on the agenda. In addition to meditation, he pondered and practiced this martial art every day. It was a pity that although the courtyard where Lin lived was large, it was too narrow and fragile to withstand the devastation of gang spirit power. Therefore, Lin could only restrain his gang spirit and use the route of 9 strikes for shaking heaven as a guide. He only practiced the movements of this martial art and comprehended its mystery, but dared not easily display its power. Even so, when Xu Jin saw this martial art for the first time, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes and feeling excited. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the secret martial art Lin practiced was extremely unique. Each movement seemed strange, but it contained the magic of movement, softness and hardness, yin and yang, and was full of indescribable grandeur, and this was just a move. It was hard to imagine what kind of amazing destructive power Lin would produce when he released all the power of this martial art with a unique route. What martial art is this? On this day, Xu Jin was unable to restrain the curiosity in his heart in the end, and he said, merely based on the aura revealed by the move, it can already be considered to be first-rate, and it's not inferior to the ancient secret techniques passed down in the clans. Kid, where did you obtain such a cultivation technique? Lin only mentioned the name of 9 strikes for shaking heaven, but didn't mention where he got it. He also wanted to test whether Xu Jin had heard of this martial art. Xu Jin was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and thought for a long time and finally shook his head. I probably know some of the top secret martial arts in the empire, such as Sword Sutra of Crossing Heaven practiced by Shai Yutong, Infinite Prajna art inherited from the royal family of the empire, Fuyao Tao scripture of Green Deer School, and so on. Among the top ancient martial arts or the second-class martial arts, there is no one called 9 strikes for shaking heaven. In the end, Xu Jin looked at Lin with a strange look. Could it be that the martial art you practice is a kind of unique martial art that has never been seen in the world? Not appearing in the world meant that it had not appeared in the world for a very, very long time. It was possible that it was an ultimate art that had been passed down in the ancient times a very, very long time ago. However, it had been lost in the river of time for many years and no one had ever learned it. According to Xu Jin's knowledge, there had been examples like this before. For example, the Blood King Ning Bugui's thunder power of all 8 desolation was obtained by Ning Bugui when he was young. It was rumored that it was inherited from a mysterious Taoist orthodoxy that controlled the power of thunder. For example, in the treasury of the royal family of the empire, there were more than 10 ancient secret methods that were on par with the thunder power from all directions. I don't know either. Lin Sun shook his head. He really didn't know. He only knew that the 9 strikes for shaking heaven was imprinted in the fragment of the ancient seal. Apart from that, he knew nothing else. Oh. Xu Jin was deep in thought. As time went on, Lin Sun mastered all the 9 movements of 9 strikes for shaking heaven. However, the mystery contained in the movements was too difficult and huge. It was not possible to comprehend and master all of them in a short time. On this day, after breakfast, Lin Sun pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard. These days, he had been practicing without going out or listening to the outside world. Now, walking on the bustling streets of Mist City again, he couldn't help being in a trance. Immediately, Lin Sun shook his head and quickened his pace. He didn't go out for a stroll today. Azure Ashram. This was a place specially for cultivators to train their martial skills. It was extremely popular among cultivators. As the day of the province test approached, Mist City became more and more lively. Many practitioners who were qualified to participate in the province test came from different cities in the southwestern provinces of the empire. In order to make full preparation for the test, many practitioners seized every opportunity to improve their strength and hone their martial arts. Under such circumstances, the business of the Jade Sea Dojo was extremely prosperous, and there was an endless stream of experts coming every day. When Lin Sun arrived, many strong practitioners had already gathered in the Azure Ashram. Most of them were young and in their teens, including men and women. In half a month, the province test will begin. It is said that the number of applicants has already exceeded 5,000. Wow, only 100 people can pass the province test each time. In this way, only one out of at least 50 people can pass the test. The elimination rate is too high. Alas, compared with previous years, the competition of this year's province test is really too cruel. It is said that the top practitioners of the younger generation in our southwestern province have all participated in it. Under such circumstances, let alone ordinary practitioners, even those first-class figures may be eliminated. Don't sigh. The province test is to select the most outstanding talents for the empire. Only such people are qualified to represent our southwestern province to participate in the highest-level nation test of the empire. Hurry up and practice. Even if the competition of this province test is fierce, who will be willing to give up until the last moment? Yes, it is a test that changes the fate of both the rich and the poor. If you can pass it, you must be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate and rising to the sky. Many people were talking about the upcoming province test. Lin Sun suddenly realized that the province test would begin in only half a month. It seems that I have to hurry up to collect some information about the province test and see how many powerful figures will participate in it. Lin Sun thought to himself. Shu Jin had told him very early that he must not underestimate the people who participated in the province test. Among these young people who were under the age of 18 and selected through county test and state test, there were many amazing and unparalleled geniuses. If he was careless, he was very likely to fail. It was reasonable to think about it. The southwestern province of the empire was so large that there were more than 5,000 young people who participated in the province test. How could there be no extremely powerful figures among the 5,000 elites and outstanding people who had been selected through many stages? Without thinking more, Lin Sun found a waiter and paid 10 gold coins to arrange a secret room for practicing martial arts, which was specially provided for human gang realm practitioners. The waiter soon left, leaving only Lin Sun and 10 copper puppets in the secret room. Each copper puppet had the fighting power of human gang realm, and its defensive power was equally amazing. Practitioners could choose different numbers of copper puppets to fight with. Lin Sun thought about it and directly started all 10 copper puppets. With his current realm, ordinary human gang realm practitioners were nothing in his eyes, let alone copper puppets. But this time he came to practice the 9 strikes for shaking heaven, so he didn't need an opponent with equal strength. Rumble! The eyes of 10 copper puppets suddenly lit up, as if waking up from a dead silence. The next moment, they rushed towards Lin Sun from different directions. What was amazing was that these puppets' attacks were extremely powerful and they knew how to use martial arts. If they had intelligence, they were almost no different from real practitioners. Seeing this, Lin Sun was also quite satisfied and felt that the expensive price of 10 gold coins was not in vain. Boom! Suddenly, a copper puppet had already attacked Lin Sun, bursting with spiritual light and smashing towards Lin Sun's throat. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun took a deep breath, and the gang spirit in his body ran along a unique way and began to boil and surge. Almost at the same time, he pushed his palms flat, and illusory cyan flowed between his palms and fingers. Immediately, he clenched his palms into fists, and the power that had been accumulated for a long time burst out in an incredible way in an instant. Mountain splitter, boom, in an instant, the copper-skinned puppet that was charging over was like a piece of paper. Its body, which possessed astonishing defensive power, suddenly exploded, turning into dust that filled the sky in an instant. The most surprising thing was that the power of Lin Sun's move did not decrease, but spread forward, crushing a long gap in the air. The three copper puppets in the rear had no time to dodge and were hit head-on by the fist wind. With three loud bangs, the three copper puppets were easily smashed into powder. They were smashed into powder in an instant. The terrible killing power shook the walls of the secret chamber, producing a violent vibration and rumbling sound. And this was just the power of one blow of Mountain Splitter. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned and a little surprised. This was the first time he really exerted the power of 9 strikes for shaking heaven since he practiced it. But he never thought that this power was so terrible. This blow alone made Lin Sun realize that if he fought against Huang Jianchen, he might not be able to bear it. Most importantly, Lin Sun's understanding of 9 strikes for shaking heaven was just at the beginning. He had just touched the surface, but he already had such a destructive power. It could be imagined that when Lin Sun mastered all the essence and mystery of this martial art, he would be able to exert a terrible power. Boom! At this time, the other 6 copper puppets had come, but before Lin Sun could take any action, the door of the secret chamber was opened with a bang. Suddenly, the 6 copper puppets stopped in place, stiff and motionless. This was because the opening of the door of the secret chamber had triggered the mechanism on them, so as to avoid accidents and affecting the innocent. A waiter rushed in anxiously. What happened? What happened just now? Child, are you hurt? God! Why are there only 6 copper puppets left? When seeing the scene in the secret chamber, the waiter was stunned. Obviously, he was alarmed by the movement caused by Lin Sun just now, so he hurried here. But he never thought that the practitioners in the secret chamber were safe and sound, but 4 copper puppets were missing. Sorry, I didn't control well just now and destroyed them. Lin Sun was apologetic and a little embarrassed. Destroyed? But why does it look like they disappeared? The waiter looked confused. Even if they were destroyed, there would be a broken body, but there was no such thing in the field. Oh, they are there. Lin Sun pointed to some residue powder on the ground. A copper puppet was worth 800 gold coins. Although the price was high, its material was extremely excellent. Otherwise, it couldn't stand a few tosses in a fight. This kind of puppet, which was specially designed for human gang practitioners to hone their martial arts, could withstand a full blow from an earth gang practitioner in terms of defense, so it was difficult to be damaged. In the worst-case scenario, even if it was damaged, he would only need to hire a puppet master to repair it, which would cost him a lot of money. But now, for copper-skinned puppets had been blasted into powder, what was there to cultivate? Even if they invited a puppet grandmaster, they might not be able to do anything about it. The waiter's face changed with horror and pain. He wanted to cry but had no tears. After a long while, he looked at Lin Sun with a strange look and said, "Child, are you here to make trouble?" Lin Sun said helplessly, "Who would have thought that this thing is so fragile? It's so vulnerable. If you are embarrassed, I can compensate you for your loss." The attendant shook his head again and again. No, you have paid the fee. All the losses will be borne by us." Then, he suddenly asked, "Child, since this is the case, why don't we change to a secret chamber specially prepared for Earthgang practitioners?" Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "All right." Immediately, under the guidance of the attendant, Lin Sun came to another secret chamber, where there were also 10 copper puppets, but their material and appearance were obviously much better than the previous ones. Obviously, these were puppets with the power of Earthgang realm. After leading Lin Sun here, the attendant left in a hurry. Not long after, Lin Sun came to a luxurious room. This was the room of Yin Daxu, the person in charge of Azure Ashram. At this time, Yin Daxu was lying comfortably in the chair, quickly calculating the revenue of these days. "Boss, something strange happened just now." After coming in, the attendant told everything he had seen just now without concealing anything. Yin Daxu was stunned for a moment and immediately got up from the chair, saying angrily, "Did that guy come from other ashram to make trouble?" He was indeed shocked. The 4 copper puppets had been crushed into powder in an instant. This was simply too inconceivable, and it caused him to be unable to help but suspect whether his competitors had sent people to cause trouble. The waiter hesitated. It doesn't look like it. That child is obviously in human gang realm. Dax's eyelids twitched, he cursed loudly, bullshit. That's a treasure that can withstand the full blow of an Earth gang practitioner. How can a human gang practitioner do that? The attendant immediately felt wronged and said, Boss, this is true. I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely not fake. Daxa clenched his teeth. With that lousy eyesight of yours, how can you tell if it's real or fake? I'm asking you, where is that brat now? I've arranged for him to enter the Earth gang realm puppet chamber, the attendant said quickly. You idiot, if they're here to cause trouble, then you're inviting a wolf into the house. If you destroy those Earth gang realm puppets that are worth thousands of gold coins, I will be the first to peel your skin. The corner of Dax's mouth twitched fiercely as he rushed out in a hurry. The waiter shivered all over and quickly followed him. When they arrived at the front of Lin's chamber, they heard a loud rumble, and the door of the chamber swayed unbearably. Dax's face turned extremely pale. How the hell could a human gang cultivator do this? Obviously, he was here to cause trouble. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door of the chamber and rushed in fiercely. When he saw the scene in the chamber clearly, Daxa couldn't help but gasp with a gloomy face despite his shrewdness. On the ground, there were copper puppets lying in disorder. Most of them had broken arms and limbs piled up like a pile of rags. Almost none of them was intact. These were puppets comparable to Earth gang realm. Each of them was worth thousands of gold coins, and their defensive power could even withstand the attack of Heaven gang realm, but now, all of them were seriously damaged. Daxu only felt his heart convulsing fiercely. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn, what a bullshit human gang practitioner. He must be here to cause trouble. Seeing this scene, the waiter who followed him couldn't help but gasp again and again, dumbfounded. Wasn't this too cruel? This was a chamber prepared for Earth gang practitioners, but now it was destroyed by a human gang practitioner. Well, would you believe me if I said it was still an accident? Lin Sun looked at the waiter solemnly, feeling quite helpless in his heart. Just now, he just started to warm up. He never thought that these 10 copper puppets comparable to Earth gang practitioners should fall down like this. Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder if this thing was of inferior quality. It couldn't stand being destroyed at all. The waiter wanted to cry but had no tears. I believe you. Now, he also began to seriously suspect that Lin Sun was here to cause trouble. Damn. This is going too far. Suddenly, Daxu woke up from his endless anger and let out a roar. He looked at Lin Sun like a fierce beast. But when he saw Lin Sun's appearance clearly, he was stunned and cried out, Lin Sun. How could it be you? Do you know me? Lin Sun was surprised. Daxu's face turned green and white, and his arrogance plummeted. He was completely listless like a frosted eggplant. He said bitterly, Child, in today's Mist City, as long as they have a reputation, how can they not know you? He did recognize Lin Sun. He had also gone to the arena to watch the battle between Lin Sun and Huang Jianchen. Under such circumstances, if he still didn't recognize Lin Sun, this devil, he would be blind. Child Lin, what are you here for this time? Daxa took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress all kinds of emotions in his heart, put on a smiling face and asked respectfully. The waiter looked confused and didn't know what was going on. Of course, I'm here to hone my martial arts. Lin Sun said with a smile. Daxa nodded. His gaze swept across the miserable state of the secret chamber. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, It seems that this secret chamber is not suitable for you, young master. How about I arrange another secret chamber specially prepared for Heaven gang realm practitioners? Lin Sun hesitated, Is that okay? Daxu's heart was bleeding, but he said with a smile, Child, you're welcome. It's an honor for Azure Ashram to have you here. Lin Sun became more and more embarrassed when he saw Yin's enthusiasm. He pointed to the bronze puppets destroyed in the secret chamber and said, Then these. Before he finished, Daxu interrupted him, It's no big deal. They can continue to be used after some repairs. Child, don't worry about it, lest they spoil your mood. Then, Daxa said to the waiter, Go and arrange a good secret chamber for Child Lin Sun. If there's any neglect, I'll hold you responsible. The waiter was shocked and nodded quickly. Now he finally realized that even if the young child in front of him came to make trouble, he was not someone they dared to offend at all. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. He had a good impression of Yin Daxu. Haha, if child is polite, it means that you look down on me. Please come in, come in. Yin Daxu laughed heartily. Immediately, the waiter took Lin Sun away. Yin Daxu stood alone in the secret chamber, looking at the destroyed bronze puppets on the ground. The smile on his face disappeared, and his heart felt like being cut by a knife. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Even if they were all repaired, it would cost thousands of gold coins. Why did Lin Sun, the devil, come here? Not long after, the waiter came back. Seeing the boss's mournful look, he couldn't help whispering, "Boss, that guy has completely destroyed 4 human gang realm puppets and damaged 10 earth gang realm puppets. This loss is too great. You really don't want to pursue this matter?" Yin Daxu slapped the waiter's face and roared, "Pursue this matter my ass. Do you know who that guy is? In today's Mist City, which powerful force dares to offend him? Azure Ashram is the property of Azure Light Pavilion. Haven't you heard that the young master of Azure Light Pavilion was beaten up by that guy and didn't even dare to fart?" The waiter was stunned. No wonder, no wonder. This guy is only in human gang realm, but he can destroy earth gang realm puppets. He is really abnormal. What's more, he has a powerful background. Who dares to offend such a person? Yin Daxu sighed and walked out of the secret chamber with a lonely face. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the secret chamber specially prepared for Heaven Gang realm strongmen, 10 puppets started to attack Lin Sun constantly, producing bursts of roars. Lin Sun finally felt the pressure this time. Instead of being surprised, he was happy. He displayed the moves of 9 strikes for shaking heaven one by one, constantly refining his martial arts. Even though his current comprehension of this technique could only be considered to be superficial, the might it displayed could be said to be world-shocking and boundless. If it was seen by other practitioners that Lin Sun, who was only in human gang realm, could fight against 10 heaven gang realm puppets, they would be shocked. It was common to fight across realms, but it was too rare to fight across 2 realms, but Lin Sun not only did this, but also fought with 10 puppets whose power exceeded his by 2 realms. This was no longer a pervert in the ordinary sense. Of course, puppets were just puppets after all. They could only be equal to practitioners in terms of strength and had no wisdom. There was still a great gap between them and real practitioners after all. But even so, the combat effectiveness Lin Sun showed at the moment could be described as against the natural order. All of this was naturally inseparable from his incomparably deep cultivation foundation and 9 strikes for shaking heaven that he mastered. The power produced by the tyrannical and abnormal cultivation coupled with the tyrannical and abnormal fighting methods was absolutely beyond imagination. While Lin Sun was refining his martial arts, in the hall of Azure Ashram, someone leaked the news that Lin Sun was practicing martial arts here, which immediately caused an uproar among many practitioners present. What? Lin Sun is also here? He finally showed up. Since he defeated Huang Jianchen, the son of a powerful family from the Forbidden City, in the gladiator arena, this guy seemed to have disappeared from the world. I never thought that he would appear in the Azure Ashram today. With Lin Sun's fighting capacity, it seems that he can easily pass the province test without practicing martial arts. It's true. Among the more than 5,000 practitioners who signed up for the province test this time, Lin Sun is recognized as the opponent you don't want to meet. In the hall of the Azure Ashram, knowing that Lin Sun was also here, a group of practitioners was in an uproar. They were all alarmed and kept talking about it. An informed person said with a shocked face, "I just heard from a waiter that Lin Sun had crushed 3 human gang realm puppets." In desperation, he could only enter the secret room arranged for Earth Gang realm practitioners. Who would have thought that the puppets in the secret room were not Lin Sun's opponents at all and were seriously damaged? Finally, under the arrangement of the boss, Yin Daxu, Lin Sun was allowed to enter the secret room prepared for Heaven Gang realm practitioners. As soon as the words came out, there was a sound of gasping nearby, and everyone's expression changed abruptly. Doesn't this mean that this guy's fighting capacity is now enough to compete with Heaven Gang realm practitioners? How is this possible? Someone screamed. Others were also shocked and speechless. They all knew that the Battle of the Pinnacle happened in the arena a few days ago, and they also knew that Lin Sun's fighting capacity was extremely strong, far beyond his peers. But they didn't expect that he was now strong enough to compete with Heaven Gang realm practitioners. This was too frightening. Is this true? Someone couldn't help but ask. It can't be false. The boss of the Azure Ashram saw it with his own eyes, and Lin Sun is now fighting with Heaven Gang realm puppets. Someone obviously knew the inside story and affirmed it with certainty. For a while, the atmosphere in the hall became dignified. Most of them were qualified to participate in the province test. When they thought that Lin Sun was one of the competitors of the province test, they couldn't help but feel weak in their hearts. They secretly prayed that they would not meet this guy at that time. Although Lin Sun is powerful, he doesn't have to destroy his own ambition and boost the prestige of others. As far as I know, there are some powerful figures who can compete with Lin Sun in this province test. Someone sneered, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Many people immediately reacted and nodded secretly. Indeed, the matter of the province test was spread everywhere in Mist City. Among the practitioners who participated in the province test, in addition to Lin Sun, there were dozens of top talents of the younger generation who were the focus of attention. For example, Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Lu Jiao, and Yun Zitong from Mist College were known as the four most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation of Mist College. They were considered the most promising practitioners to reach the top 10 in this province test. Besides them, there were also some outstanding talents of the younger generation from other cities in the Southwest Province. All of them had come prepared and possessed shocking combat strength. Alas, no matter what, I don't want to meet Lin Sun. This guy's fighting capacity is too fierce. He's simply not a human being. Some people sighed, which aroused many people's agreement. They were not sure how powerful Lin Sun was, but they were very clear that Lin Sun, who could defeat Huang Jianchen and now could fight with Heaven Gang puppets, was not someone they could provoke. Until 10 in the evening, Lin Sun came out of the secret room. Although he was tired, his spirit was unspeakably high. Through actual combat, he finally roughly judged to what extent his control of 9 strikes for shaking heaven had reached, and also realized how powerful this secret method was. If he practiced it to the deepest level, he could indeed split the mountains and seas, break the soul and swallow the sky and suppress the hell. It was not an exaggeration. Just like now, the power of 9 strikes for shaking heaven displayed by Lin Sun might not be as powerful as that of RFS, but it was enough to overshadow many first-class secret methods. At that time, the child mother ghost scripture practiced by Huang Jianchen was already very powerful, which caused a lot of big shots in the arena to exclaim, and even made Lin Sun feel a lot of pressure. But now, after practicing 9 strikes for shaking heaven, compared with the child mother ghost scripture, the latter was obviously a little inferior. Without comparison, there would be no difference between the two. Through comparison, Lin Sun concluded that what Xu Jin said was true. The 9 strikes for shaking heaven he got from the 3rd test of the Green Cloud Path was indeed a top-notch inheritance of secret methods. Lin Sun exhaled a turbid breath and walked out of the Azure Ashram. Along the way, he found that all the practitioners he met glanced at him with a strange look, which contained fear, vigilance, and awe. It seemed that he was a scourge, which made Lin Sun frown slightly. What happened? He didn't know that in the hearts of many practitioners who participated in the province test, he had long been recognized as the opponent they didn't want to meet. Child, please wait a moment. Suddenly, the bossing Daxu walked over quickly with a humble smile on his face. He handed a storage bag to Lin Sun. In order to show our sincerity, please accept this. Lin Sun was surprised. What are you doing? Daxu quickly said, nothing else. I just want to show my respect to you. It's a small gift from Azure Ashram. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, I see. You want to drive me away and won't let me come here in the future, right? Daxu suddenly sweated and said embarrassedly, I don't dare. As long as you come, the door of Azure Ashram is always open for you. Lin Sun waved his hand and said, okay, I see. After saying that, he strode away. Child, please accept this gift, Daxu shouted. Thank you for your kindness. Goodbye. Lin Sun didn't look back and disappeared outside the gate of Azure Ashram. Seeing this, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and rejoiced that he had finally sent this demon away. If he had come 2 more times, he would have torn down his Azure Sea dojo. Boss, I've checked clearly. All the puppets in the Heaven Gang's secret room are not destroyed. Before long, the waiter ran over and reported in a low voice. That's good, that's good. Xianxia suddenly felt relaxed again. However, although those puppets are not destroyed, there are many damages. If you want to repair them, ordinary puppeteers may not be able to do it. You have to hire a puppet master. Roughly speaking, it will cost at least 2,000 gold coins. Xianxia was stiff all over and his face was cloudy. After a long while, he stared at the waiter and gnashed his teeth. Can't you speak properly? Can you suffocate if I say it in one breath? Ah? He roared loudly and flew into a rage, but his heart was bleeding. Damn it, this fiend was too cruel. Just by coming here today, he had made the Azure Sea Ashram lose thousands of gold coins. This was a huge sum of money. It was equal to a month's income of Azure Ashram. But he had lost all of it today. Xianxia was on the verge of breaking down. Who the hell did I offend? Why did the heavens send this malefic to torment me? It was dusk when Lin Sun walked out of Azure Ashram. A round of sunset dyed half of Mist City red. The streets were still bustling and bustling. Lin Sun was about to call a roaring spiritual tattoo shuttle to go home. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure not far away. Gu Liang, why did he come here? That person was Gu Liang. At this time, he was enthusiastically introducing something to a young man in white. Child, don't worry. I will never delay your duel in the province test. I only have a small request, that is, when you win, you can help to promote my shop. Before he finished, the young man in white impatiently pushed Gu Liang away and said, Get out of my way. I can't afford to lose face like this. Then he left. Child, isn't 10 gold coins enough? Gu Liang shouted unwillingly. Damn, don't insult me again. I don't lack money. A disdainful voice of the young man in white came from afar. Gu Liang shrugged helplessly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Gu Liang looked up and saw Lin Sun's familiar face. He immediately said with joy, Lin Sun, why are you here? Lin Sun explained casually and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing here? Gu Liang said helplessly, what else can I do? To promote Golden Hall. It turned out that although Gu Liang had successfully rooted Golden Hall in Mist City, its business was very bleak these days. In desperation, he could only find another way to promote the reputation of Golden Hall through the province test. As long as it had a reputation, it could attract a steady stream of customers, and the business of Golden Hall would inevitably improve step by step. Lin Sun suddenly understood and said with a smile, no wonder you stopped that guy just now. It turns out that you want him to help you promote in the province test. Gu Liang said seriously, it's not that simple. The province test attracts the attention of the whole Mist City, and it can even be called an annual event of the whole Southwest province. If we can promote the name of Golden Hall in the province test, many people will definitely know the existence of Golden Hall. Lin Sun thought for a while and couldn't help but praise, good idea. Indeed, according to what Gu Liang said, it was enough to spread the name of Golden Hall in the province test without any effort. This publicity strategy was really wonderful. Gu Liang said with a wry smile, it's just that I ignored one point. Those who can participate in the province test, whether poor or rich, are all proud and conceited. They disdain to cooperate with me and think that it is too low to do so, which is tantamount to disgrace their identity. No matter how many benefits I offer, they don't agree. So I haven't found a suitable partner until now. Lin Sun was speechless. This was normal. No one who could participate in the province test was simple. Whether they could pass the test or not, as long as they were willing, they could get a good future. Under such circumstances, how could they condescend and use their reputation to help a merchant advertise his store? Do you think I can do it? Lin Sun suddenly said with a smile. You? Gu Liang was stunned. To be honest, Lin Sun was the first person he thought of when he started to publicize Golden Hall. But he didn't do so in the end. Lin Sun had helped him too much. The value of the peerless spiritual materials Lin Sun had given him was equivalent to more than 100,000 gold coins. Under such circumstances, how could he have the face to ask Lin Sun for help? In particular, Gu Liang was also an extremely proud and self-respecting teenager. He didn't want to ask Lin Sun for help when he encountered some difficulties, which would make him look too incompetent. Therefore, when Lin Sun mentioned this matter at this moment, Gu Liang hesitated in his heart. There was no doubt that choosing Lin Sun as the propagandist was undoubtedly the most effective. Gu Liang now had a great reputation in Mist City. If he could help with this matter, he would definitely be stronger than other practitioners. But Gu Liang couldn't say it for the time being. Alright, it's settled then. Lin Sun seemed to have seen through Gu Liangxing's thoughts. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, since we are friends, it is natural for us to help each other. What's more, I am also waiting to make a fortune through Golden Hall. How can I watch my business lose money?" Gu Liang smiled bitterly and wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Sun. "Tell me, how are you going to publicize it?" "I'll just do it then." Gu Liang said grumpily, "First of all, it's you who asked me to help you." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Of course. Let's go to Golden Hall and have a good talk. I haven't seen you for a long time." Gu Liang couldn't help laughing and felt warm in his heart. This was Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't leave Golden Hall until late at night. He negotiated with Gu Liang for a long time and finally finalized a set of publicity plans. According to Gu Liang, he actually had a more perfect publicity strategy, but it was too late to do it now. He could only find another opportunity to do it later. After learning Gu Liang's strategy and ideas, Lin Sun couldn't help marveling in his heart. Sure enough, everyone had his own specialty. Perhaps Gu Liang was far inferior to him in cultivation, but in business, Gu Liang was definitely a rare genius. The concept and plan that Gu Liang had described that night were already too marvelous to be described with words. It was a strategy that was rarely seen in the Imperium right now. Lin Sun couldn't help but look forward to how much attention he would attract when he started to help publicize Golden Hall after the province test began. Although it was late at night, Shu Jin did not fall asleep as usual. Instead, he sat alone in the courtyard, drinking wine, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Lin Sun coming back, he said casually, "The province test will begin in half a month." Lin Sun nodded and said, "I already know." Then he was startled and keenly noticed that Shu Jin was a little absent-minded. "Old Jin, is there something on your mind?" Lin Sun could not help asking. "Nothing. It's just that when the province test is over, I will leave." Shu Jin took a sip of wine and sighed. Lin Sun was stunned. Unconsciously, he and Shu Jin had been together for more than half a year, and now it was time to separate. He couldn't help but feel slightly complicated. Shu Jin had helped him a lot these days. If it weren't for Shu Jin, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in Mist City. Knowing that Shu Jin was about to leave, it was absolutely false that Lin Sun didn't feel sad. Shu Jin suddenly laughed and said, "What's wrong? Are you very sad?" Lin Sun nodded, but this time he was not in the mood to joke. Instead, he asked seriously, "Old Jin, where are you going after leaving?" Shu Jin thought for a while and then said, "I should go to the Wasteland of Turmoil." The Wasteland of Turmoil, it was the base camp of the Empire of the Dark, where the three dark races, Voodoo Barbarian Tribe, Abyss Devil Spirit and Cold Moon Soul Tribe, were stationed. When he was in the Bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun had learned that the Wasteland of Turmoil was an area more vast and ancient than the territory of the Imperium. Numerous dark races were distributed there, which was the most dangerous place. Among them, the Voodoo Barbarian Tribe was the real enemy of the Imperium, but this tribe alone had brought countless blood and destruction to the Imperium in the past 1,000 years. Even now, the Imperium didn't have the power to completely defeat the Voodoo Barbarian Tribe. It could be imagined how terrible the background of the Voodoo Barbarian Tribe was. And in the Wasteland of Turmoil, there was not only the Voodoo Barbarian Tribe. If Shu Jin went there, it could be imagined what terrible dangers he would encounter. "Why?" Lin Sun frowned and asked. "In recent years, the Imperium has become more and more powerful. Those dark bastards have become more and more restless and are ready to make trouble. The war may break out at any time. I'm going there to find out the truth. I won't encounter any danger." Xu Jin said casually. You have to go? Lin Sun asked. Xu Jin suddenly said, do you remember the words on the stone tablet in front of the gate of the bloodthirsty camp? Ziyao flower is invincible because of bloodthirsty, and the Imperium is everlasting because of war. Speaking of this, the usual rudeness and unruly look on his face disappeared, and he became extremely serious. As a practitioner of the Imperium, there are some things that must be done. Lin Sun was in a daze, and his heart was inexplicably touched. He thought of Drillmaster Shu Sanqi, young Ku, young man and old Mo. Have a drink with me? Xu Jin suddenly asked. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. They didn't talk more and drank in silence. The night passed, and neither of them mentioned this matter again. They did what they should do, which seemed no different from before. But Lin Sun knew that after this province test, Xu Jin was destined not to stay. As time went by, the time of the province test was getting closer and closer, and Mist City became more and more lively. All kinds of topics were related to the discussion of the province test. Almost all the inns in the city were full. Practitioners from other cities in Southwest Province could be seen everywhere on the streets. Most of them came to see the fun, and some of them came on behalf of their respective forces and families with important tasks. The reason was simple. In this province test, more than 5,000 young strongmen who stood out through layers of selection would participate, but only 100 people could pass the test in the end. Even though there would be a few thousand people that would fail in the end, every single one of these people that failed were outstanding figures with enormous potential. If they were able to rope them into their powers and clans, then it would undoubtedly be equivalent to adding a new force to their powers and clans. This was also the reason why Gu Liang was repeatedly refused when he asked people to help promote Golden Hall. Those who could participate in the province test, whether rich or poor, were the targets of the major forces and had a bright future. How could they be interested in the rewards offered by Gu Liang? In short, this province test was a grand event for the whole Imperium to select the pillars of the Imperium. When the time came, there would be a gathering of geniuses. Those who were lucky enough to pass the test were destined to be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. For those major forces and clans, this was a feast to carve up and attract talents, which was absolutely not to be missed. Similarly, for all the ordinary people in the whole southwestern province, this was also a wonderful event, so that they could see the style of the young generation of practitioners, so that they could encourage their children to work hard and strive to become a practitioner. In short, the province test was different from the county test and the state test. Its standard was extremely high, second only to the nation test. None of the practitioners who could reach this step was simple. Similarly, the test participated by them together was destined to be an unprecedented event. Soon, under the expectation of countless people, the day of the province test in the southwest province of the Imperium finally came. On this day, the sky was clear and the wind was gentle. At dawn, Mist City was already lively. If you looked down from the sky, you could clearly see that on the streets of Mist City, people were gathering in the same direction like a tide. That was Mist College. As the venue of the province test, Mist City had an open field that could accommodate 100,000 people. Every year, in addition to those who participated in the test, other practitioners could also enter the field with the prepared certificate to watch the test. Of course, it was impossible to enter without the certificate. Lin Sun also went out early in the morning. When he arrived at Mist College, there was already a sea of people. As far as the eye could see, there were blackheads everywhere, which was extremely spectacular. In front of the college, many guards had already been arranged. Only those with the token of participating in the test or the certificate of watching the test could enter. But even so, it did not affect the enthusiasm of those onlookers. This was the province test. The popularity alone was enough to show how amazing the attention this grand event received. Lin Sun did not rush in. After waiting there for a moment, he saw Gu Liang's figure rushing over. Look, how popular it is. If today's publicity is successful, Golden Hall will be popular tomorrow. Gu Liang said excitedly. Lin Sun smiled and said, Is everything ready? Gu Liang nodded. Immediately, the two lined up and walked into Mist College. When they walked into Mist College, it was another scene. Almost no ordinary people could be seen. All of them were practitioners. There was no need to ask the way at all. Lin Sun followed the crowd in front of them and soon came to an open field. In the center of the field there were a total of 100 arenas, each of which was the size of an acre. They were scattered there and looked extremely magnificent. Around the field there were densely packed seats, which could accommodate 100,000 people. At this time, those seats had already been filled with black figures, who were talking with each other. Just those voices gathered together, like rolling thunder, constantly echoing between the heaven and the earth in this field. When seeing this scene, Lin Sun could not help but take a breath. Look at this scene, wasn't it too spectacular? Gu Liang's eyes were shining with excitement. He murmured, with your means and my cooperation, it's hard for our golden hall not to be famous this time. There was a hubbub of voices in the field, which was unprecedentedly grand. Lin Sun told Gu Liang casually, and then walked forward alone with the token of participating in the assessment. Not far ahead, there was a special assessment area. All the practitioners who participated in the assessment needed to go there and wait for the assessment to begin. When Lin Sun arrived, there were already many figures gathered in the assessment area. There were men and women, all under the age of 18. There were thousands of people. Most of them were from rich families, and there were also some practitioners from poor backgrounds, but they were relatively few. Before the assessment began, the boys and girls in the assessment area were talking and chatting. Their faces were full of longing, expectation, nervousness, excitement and other emotions. The province test was an opportunity for them to change their fate. If they could pass it, they would be famous all over the world, and from then on, they would rise to the sky and be detached from the world. I heard that in this province test, the big shots in the southwestern province will come to watch. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if you fail in the end, as long as you perform well, you will surely have a chance to be noticed by those big shots. That's too harsh. It's too spineless to think that you will fail before the assessment begins. It's not a matter of having the backbone, but the reality. Do you think that people like us can fight against those real top geniuses? Save your breath. There will be no place for you among the 100 people who will pass the assessment. Sigh, that's right. Actually, I don't have any extravagant hopes of passing the exam. I only hope that I don't encounter those peak figures in the exam so that I can display my strength. If I can catch the eye of some peak power, that would be enough. Yes, those top figures are too powerful. I heard that many of them have the powerful cultivation of Earth Gang realm. Even top figures such as Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Lu Jiao, and Yun Zitong, who have long been famous, have the cultivation of Heaven Gang realm. Heaven Gang realm. God, it's too scary, isn't it? What's the fuss? The province test only stipulates that practitioners must be under the age of 18 and above the human gang realm. Practitioners without higher cultivation are not allowed to participate. Damn, it's infuriating to compare with others. Who can imagine that a guy under the age of 18 could have the cultivation of Heaven Gang realm? I just hope that I don't run into these freaks during the assessment later. Haha, a high cultivation is undoubtedly powerful. Don't forget that there are also some powerful figures in the human gang realm. Some people can even fight across realms. Who? Of course, it's Lin Sun. I knew it was him. This guy is publicly acknowledged as the most undesirable opponent. Damn, he's a living freak. I heard that a few days ago, Lin Sun fought directly with Heaven Gang realm puppets in the Azure Ashram to hone his martial arts. Don't you think he's a freak? The sounds of discussion resounded ceaselessly within the test area. All of them were analyzing the situation that the test would face, and it seemed to be extremely bustling. When it came to those famous top young people, all of them would mention Lin Sun's name. Lin Sun, who had just arrived here, couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that he was already so famous. The weirdest thing was that those guys were talking about him, and he was standing here, but no one recognized him, which made Lin Sun a little funny. Suddenly, he was stunned. He saw a little fat man next to him with his eyes closed and his hands clasped together. He kept muttering and praying devoutly. Vaguely, the little fat man seemed to be saying, God, please, don't let me meet a freak like Lin Sun. Lin Sun almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. Am I so terrible? At this time, the little fat man opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of Lin Sun's speechless appearance. He couldn't help but say, "Dude, don't be ridiculous. As far as I know, Lin Sun is a devil. Whoever provokes him will suffer." Lin Sun, seeing that Lin Sun didn't believe him, the little fat man was anxious. "I really don't lie to you. I watched the battle between him and Huang Jianchen a few days ago. You can't imagine how terrible he is." Lin Sun finally couldn't help but say, "Since you have watched that battle, can you tell me what Lin Sun looks like?" The little fat man said without hesitation. "It was too far away at that time. I only vaguely saw that the guy was 9 feet tall, with a green face and fangs. He looked ferocious, like a devil rushing out of hell." Lin Sun suddenly rolled his eyes, resisted the urge to beat him, and turned away. It was so annoying. Green face and fangs? Ferocious? When did he become a devil? "Hey, dude, why are you leaving? I didn't lie to you," the little fat man cried. But Lin Sun didn't pay attention to him. It was already very kind of him not to beat him. Lin Sun finally confirmed that those practitioners who participated in the assessment might have heard something about him, but most of them were just rumors. Not long after, Lin Sun finally saw some familiar figures, such as Wen Mingxiu, Yuan Shu, Xianxia, and so on. Obviously, they were also going to participate in the province test. Almost at the same time, Wen Mingxiu and others also saw Lin Sun alone, and their expressions suddenly became strange. Most of them had complicated feelings about Lin Sun, including hatred, fear, awe, and admiration. It was extremely complicated. "Sister Mingxiu, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, a young man in brocade clothes came over and glanced at Wen Mingxiu and others with a little surprise. "Brother Shui. Nice to meet you, Brother Shui." Suddenly, Wen Mingxiu and others woke up from their thoughts. When they saw the young man in brocade clothes, they couldn't help showing a touch of respect. This young man in brocade clothes was Xu Shaolin, one of the 4 most famous geniuses of Mist College. At the age of 17, he already had the high cultivation of Heaven Gang realm. "We've embarrassed ourselves in front of senior brother Shui, we just saw an acquaintance," Wen Mingxiu explained in a low voice. "Who? Is he the successor of our Mist College?" Xu Shaolin asked with interest. "No." Wen Mingxiu shook her head. When she was about to explain, Xianxia said first, "Brother Shui, aren't you also curious about who Lin Sun is? Look, he is over there." Xianxia said and pointed to the distance. "Lin Sun," Xu Shaolin's eyes flashed with a touch of light. He looked into the distance, but only saw Lin Sun's back, and soon disappeared in the crowd. However, Xu Shaolin could remember Lin Sun just by looking at his back, because he often heard the name Lin Sun a few days ago. He couldn't help but wonder who the guy who could defeat Huang Jianchen was. Now, he finally saw Lin Sun with his own eyes, but it was just a back. "If there is a chance, I hope to fight with him in the province test. It must be very interesting," Xu Shaolin said with a chuckle. Wen Mingxiu and others were all stunned with complicated feelings. Although Xu Shaolin had the cultivation of Heaven Gang realm, which was 2 realms higher than Lin Sun, it was hard to say who would win if they fought. It was not that they had no confidence in Xu Shaolin, but they all knew very well that Lin Sun was a pervert who didn't play according to common sense. Whoever dared to underestimate him was absolutely an idiot. Seeing their reaction, Xu Shaolin couldn't help but be stunned. After a little thought, he understood and couldn't help frowning. Was Lin Sun so powerful that he could keep Wen Mingxiu and others silent? It was getting more and more interesting. Xu Shaolin's heart surged with an irrepressible fighting intent. If he just said it casually before, at this moment, he really wanted to fight with Lin Sun. Xu Shaolin suddenly thought that if Yu Wenjing, Lu Jiao, and Yin Zitong knew all this, they might have the same idea as him. Before long, a melodious and clear bell suddenly sounded between heaven and earth, which immediately made the noisy and lively atmosphere in the field quiet. Whether it was the audience around the field or the participants waiting in the assessment area, they all looked at the easternmost part of the field. There was a white jade platform floating in the air, overflowing with spiritual light, like a pavilion in the air, which looked very mysterious. At this time, there was already a row of figures sitting on the white jade platform. In the center was the governor Lu Wujuan. On both sides of him sat Wei Lingzhen, the president of Mist College, Du Dongtu, the leader of Xiling army, and other respected great practitioners. they were the witnesses of the province test. In the next time, they would cooperate with the chief examiner Lu Wujuan to evaluate the assessment. The whole field was silent, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn. Under the attention of the crowd, Wei Lingzhen got up and first announced some rules and precautions of the province test, and then encouraged those who participated in the assessment. His voice was as clear as the morning bell and evening drum, drifting between heaven and earth. Finally, he glanced at the whole field and announced the start of the assessment. Almost at the same time, in the assessment area, a group of practitioners who participated in the assessment were arranged in different areas and began to draw lots. The stick Lin Sun drew was marked with First Battle, number 36, opponent Tan Long, which also meant that he would fight with an opponent named Tan Long on the number 36 platform in the field in the first battle. According to the rules of the province test, there would also be battles on the other 99 platforms in the field at the same time. The time was 30 minutes. The winner would enter the next round of assessment, and the loser would be directly eliminated. When the time for a stick of incense to burn is up, if there is no winner, then the two participating practitioners will both be eliminated. When the first battle was over, the other 200 practitioners would continue to fight on the platform, and so on. When all 5,436 participants had fought, the first round of the assessment was over. In other words, in the first round of assessment, all the practitioners who participated in the assessment would go to the 100 platforms in the field in order and fight with their opponents who drew lots. In this way, when the first round of assessment was over, it meant that half of the participants would be eliminated. Counting only half of the eliminated people, it was equivalent to 2,718 people. This elimination rate was more than cruel, it was simply abnormal. This was the province test. Only the real top powerhouses of the young generation could pass through rounds of cruel assessment and finally stand out. The list of the first battle was soon released. A total of 200 practitioners would fight on 100 arenas in the field. The time was 30 minutes. When this list spread throughout the entire place, it instantly aroused countless discussions. The spectators that were seated with nearly 100,000 people started to analyze this list. No way. There don't seem to be many top geniuses in the list of the first battle. What's there to see? Open your eyes and look. Arena number 36, Lin Sun. Isn't he a top genius? It's really Lin Sun. This guy is a tough guy. Damn. I didn't expect to see Lin Sun fight in the first battle. I don't know if he is really as powerful as the rumor says. Ha ha ha, which family does Tan Long belong to? It's really unlucky for him to meet such a tyrannical figure as Lin Sun in the first battle. There was a constant uproar in the field. After analysis, everyone agreed that the upcoming battle on Arena 36 was the most worthwhile to watch. There was no other way. There were 100 arenas in the field that were about to start at the same time. No one could watch all 100 battles, so they could only choose the most interesting ones to watch. Obviously, the appearance of Lin Sun in the first battle was undoubtedly the most worth looking forward to. Almost all the audience in the field knew that Lin Sun had beaten Xianxia and Yuan Shu, and they also knew the peak duel between him and Huang Jianchen, a young man from the Forbidden City. In their hearts, Lin Sun had long been a dazzling figure with fierce fighting power. Now they could see Lin Sun's performance in the first battle. How could they not be excited? For a while, the whole field seemed to be echoing Lin Sun's name. Standing in the auditorium, Gu Liang couldn't help feeling shocked when he saw this scene. Back then, Lin Sun was just a small role in Donglin town. Who could imagine that he had become a dazzling figure in Mist City now? On the White Jade platform, big shots such as Lu Wujuan, Wei Lingzhen, and Du Dongtua couldn't help sighing with emotion when they heard the heated discussion in the field. It had been less than a year since Lin Sun appeared in Mist City. This young man had risen like a star and attracted the attention of thousands of people, which was simply a miracle. When they thought of what had happened to Lin Sun, these big shots had to admit that Lin Sun did have the capital to be proud of. A fight on a rainy night caused more than a dozen powerful forces to suffer heavy losses, but they dared not speak out. A peak duel defeated Huang Jianchen, a young man from the Forbidden City, and he had to leave in dismay. Now, he participated in this province test again. No one could be sure what result he would get in the end. But there was no doubt that it would not be difficult for him to pass the province test based on his previous performance. Of course, before the final result was out, no one could be sure whether there would be any accidents. At this time, even those practitioners who participated in the assessment focused their attention on Lin Sun. They had heard too many rumors about Lin Sun these days, and even many people had made a profound analysis of Lin Sun's fighting capacity. Of Lin. However, they heard that Lin, they of the battle of Lin. Tan Long felt a little dazed. Damn it, how unlucky am I to be sent out in the first match. How unlucky it was for him to meet Lin Sun, the evil star. There were so many participating Xianxia, why did they choose him? The heavens are so unfair. When he walked onto the 36th combat ring, Tan Long was able to clearly feel that the countless gazes in the surroundings were like sharp blades that locked onto him in unison, and it was as if they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Tan Long felt uncomfortable all over. He took deep breaths and cheered himself up. It didn't matter. No matter how powerful Lin Sun was, he was still in the human gang realm like himself. What was there to be afraid of? Suddenly, Tan Long caught a glimpse of a familiar figure approaching the stage from the other side. He couldn't help being startled and said, "Brother, what are you doing?" "My opponent is Lin Sun, not you." That figure was Lin Sun. When he saw Tan Long, he couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this the little fatty who said he had a green face and fangs? Immediately, Lin Sun smiled and walked onto the combat ring. He said with a smile, "Your name is Tan Long, right?" Tan Long suddenly felt a little scared. He had a bad premonition. He swallowed hard and nodded. He couldn't help but say, "Brother, you can't be." Before Tan Long finished, Lin Sun nodded and said, "Yes, I am Lin Sun." Hiss, Tan Long took a deep breath. His heart was cold. It was really him. When Tan Long thought of the first time they met, he called Lin Sun a devil from hell in front of him, and he felt dizzy for a while. What the f***ck? God, you must be kidding me. Well, brother Lin Sun, I didn't mean it before. I heard it from others. I didn't mean to scold you. Tan Long said with a bitter face. Before the match began, he was already a little scared. I understand. It's okay. I don't blame you. You can fight with me later. Lin Sun said with a smile, looking quite generous. Can I give up? Tan Long's face wrinkled and he said bitterly. He really didn't have much fighting spirit in the face of Lin Sun. It was not that he was timid, but he knew very well that the gap between him and Lin Sun was too big. Even if he went all out, it was no different from hitting a stone with an egg. Rather than being beaten up and making a fool of himself, it was better to just admit defeat. This way, he would be able to retain some face. Lin Sun was stunned. He didn't expect the little fatty to be so timid. He couldn't help saying, "Don't you want to fight? Maybe a miracle will happen." Tan Long shook his head repeatedly, "I never believe in miracles." Lin Sun was completely speechless and said angrily, "Impossible. You have to fight even if you don't want to. Even if you give up, it's up to me." Tan Long suddenly felt like being struck by lightning. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Sun was so overbearing that he didn't even allow him to give up. How could he bully others like this? The discussion and expressions of the two were seen by many in the audience, and they couldn't help but be speechless. They despised Tan Long endlessly. They had seen cowards, but they had never seen such a coward. He admitted defeat before the battle even started. It was simply shameful. However, it could also be seen from this scene how fierce Lin Sun was. Before the fight began, his opponent was so scared that he wanted to take the initiative to admit defeat. Clang, the bell rang between heaven and earth, opening the curtain of the first fight. On the 36th platform. With a clang, Lin Sun pulled out a huge broadsword with a wide mouth. It was shining with cold light and fierce light. It was like holding a door plank, giving a strong visual impact. What kind of broadsword is this? What an exaggerated shape. I don't know. It should be a newly developed spiritual weapon, right? All of a sudden, the eyes of the people in the field were attracted by the huge broadsword in Lin Sun's hand. The size of this broadsword was too amazing. The blade was 4 feet long, dark, and full of dazzling cold light. It could be imagined how lethal it was. Tan Long shivered all over and wailed in his heart. Damn it, it was inevitable that he would be beaten by Lin Sun this time. But when it came to the critical moment, he made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and took out a pair of brass sledgehammers. Then he took a deep breath, ran all his strength, and stared at Lin Sun. It seemed that he was ready to fight desperately. Lin Sun, give me a good time. Let's decide the winner with one move, shall we? Tan Long shouted. Okay, as you wish. Lin Sun readily agreed. Kill. Before he finished speaking, Tan Long's figure suddenly dashed forward, leaving an afterimage in the void. His chubby body was actually extremely agile. Boom, his whole body was overflowing with red light, and his whole body was like a burning volcano. At the moment of his attack, his momentum suddenly soared, with a kind of wanton and terrifying momentum. All the audience in the field were shocked. What a strong momentum this fat man had. How could he look like a coward? Obviously, this guy just pretended to be a coward. Many people secretly scolded Tan Long for being despicable and insidious. Although his momentum could not be compared with those top figures, it could also be regarded as first class. Just now, he was crying for his parents' death. Wasn't he pretending to be a coward? Oh, this little fat man is interesting. On the white jade platform, Wei Lingzhen was speechless, and other big shots also laughed. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Tan Long had played some tricks. The reason why he acted so cowardly just now was obviously to numb Lin Sun. But this was also normal. Those who could pass through layers of selection and participate in the province test couldn't be ordinary at all. If Tan Long was really a big coward, how could he participate in the province test? Boom, two brass sledgehammers rose into the air, like a pair of frightening dragons entangling with each other, squeezing and collapsing the air, producing terrible destructive power. At this moment, Tan Long had obviously used all his strength in the face of Lin Sun, who had long been notorious. All the audience in the field couldn't help but feel nervous with their eyes wide open. In the face of such a swift and violent blow, how should Lin Sun deal with it? Would he be caught unprepared because of his carelessness? Lin Sun smiled and stood still until Tan Long's attack came from the air. Then he turned his wrist and raised the exaggerated broadsword in his hand. It was as if he had swung a door. Boom, after an earth-shaking bang, Tan Long's whole body was swatted out like a fat fly. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. This is too cruel, isn't it? Bang, Tan Long flew out uncontrollably and fell hard on the ground outside the arena. He looked shocked and couldn't believe that Lin Sun had defeated him with one strike. Damn it, this guy was as abnormal as the rumor said. At this time, there was a sound of gasping in the audience. They were shocked by this scene. Originally, they thought that Tan Long deliberately pretended to be a coward. In fact, his fighting capacity was so great that he could have a fierce competition with Lin Sun. Who would have thought that Lin Sun just swatted Tan Long away with one strike, which was even easier than swatting a fly? It ended way too king fast. Many people were still a little confused. They couldn't believe that the anticipated duel ended like this. On the white jade platform, Wei Lingzhen and Du Dongta looked at each other and couldn't help showing a wry smile. Lin Sun was really cruel. Governor Lu Wujuan narrowed his eyes and didn't say much. Tan Long's defeat was indeed unexpected, but combined with the fighting capacity shown by Lin Sun in the past, it was reasonable for him to achieve this step. Damn it, this guy is really a devil. I know Tan Long. He is also a first-class figure in the human gang realm, but he was defeated in one move. You can imagine how powerful Lin Sun is. Those practitioners who had not yet fought on the arena could not calm down at this moment. Although the battle ended quickly and they didn't get a glimpse of Lin Sun's real fighting capacity, it could be seen from his absolute crushing power that ordinary first-class figures could not be Lin Sun's opponent at all. Perhaps, to suppress Lin Sun, at least the top figures above the Earth Gang realm must be dispatched. The audience was silent, and all eyes were fixed on Lin Sun standing on the arena. They looked strange and their mood fluctuated. At this moment, no one seemed to pay attention to the battles taking place on the other 99 arenas. In this silence, Lin Sun suddenly straightened his body. His eyebrows were as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were like lightning, showing a spirit of looking down on the mountains and rivers. What was he going to do? Many people narrowed their eyes. Lin Sun casually picked up the huge broadsword in his hand and put it in front of him. The blade was dark and full of cold light, making a long and clear sound. Lin Sun glanced at the audience and concentrated his chi in his dantian. He said in a low voice, "Oh, I'm sorry to make you laugh at me. In fact, I won the battle easily because of this saber in my hand." Everyone was stunned. What the hell was this? "Child Lin, where did you buy this saber?" Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Lin Sun said with a smile, "A saber will last forever. This saber was forged by a spiritual tattoo master of Golden Hall. It can be called a magic weapon in the middle grade of human rank. I like it very much. In the future, I will only choose Golden Hall when I buy spiritual weapons." "Golden Hall?" the man shouted. "Yes, Golden Hall," Lin Sun affirmed seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone's expression was extremely interesting. "Damn, this is a publicity for Golden Hall." Someone suddenly understood. What the hell is Golden Hall? How could it invite Lin Sun to promote it in person? It's 2F** ket up. Someone exclaimed. Bah. Shameful. This is the province test, which is watched by the whole empire. Lin Sun is obsessed with money and promotes irrelevant things on such an occasion. What does he take this province test for? Does he still have dignity and integrity as a practitioner in his heart? Some people were indignant. Why did my idol become like this? His lofty image in my heart has collapsed. My heart hurts so much. Many girls made a sad voice, thinking that Lin Sun's action was too disrespectful and disappointing. Many people also pointed the spear at Golden Hall, thinking that this business was simply blinded by lard and dared to think about the province test, which was simply a blasphemy to this grand event, when Mingxiu, Xianxia, and other practitioners who participated in the assessment were also stunned. Was Lin Sun so poor that he couldn't even eat? How could he do such a disgraceful thing? With his current reputation and strength, was it not easy for him to make money? Some people speculated that Golden Hall must have a close relationship with Lin Sun, otherwise Lin Sun would not do such a disgraceful thing. This speculation was quickly recognized by many people. If Golden Hall really had an inseparable relationship with Lin Sun, then all this made sense. On the white jade platform, Governor Lu Wujuan's face darkened, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Lin Sun was too mischievous. Suddenly, Wei Lingzhen's chuckle came from the side. "I'm curious. Who is the boss of Golden Hall? How could he invite Lin Sun to support him? This can't be done by any chamber of commerce." Lu Wujuan's heart moved, and he heard Du Dongtu on the other side said, "It's true. Lin Sun has recently become famous in Mist City. If he only wants to make money, he would never do such a disgraceful thing." It suddenly occurred to Lu Wujuan that Lin Sun was not just an outstanding human gang realm practitioner. Behind him, there was also a monster that could make more than a dozen powerful forces fear, and even Huang Jianchen, a young man of the aristocratic family, could only swallow his anger. How could a person like Lin Sun help a chamber of commerce to publicize for no reason? Lu Wujuan suddenly remembered that in the last centennial celebration of Keystone Business specially arranged a chief seat for Lin Sun, who was right next to him. It was not easy. If he really pursued Lin Sun in this province test, it seemed, it was really inappropriate. Lu Wujuan frowned and finally held back a trace of unhappiness in his heart. He decided to watch from the sidelines. After the province test, he would check the details of Golden Hall in detail. There was an uproar in the field. At this moment, everyone seemed to forget that the province test was still in progress. All of them were attracted by Lin Sun's unexpected action. Lin Sun had already walked down from the arena. Along the way, he heard all kinds of voices of praise and criticism. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. No matter what, judging from the noise this time, the name of Golden Hall could be spread all over Mist City in less than a day. After leaving the examination site, Lin Sun directly left Mist College. The battle with Tan Long just now had allowed him to successfully pass the first round of assessment. He only needed to wait for the second round of assessment 3 days later. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun naturally would not stay here any longer. It was not that he was not interested in the next battles, but that no matter where he went, he would be noticed by countless strange eyes and heard all kinds of comments. This made Lin Sun feel uncomfortable all over. He could only choose to leave and temporarily avoid the limelight. When he walked out of the gate of Mist College, there was still a sea of people waiting to watch the fun everywhere. They were not qualified to enter the site, but it didn't mean that they couldn't watch the fun. For example, as soon as Lin Sun's battle ended, the news had been spread here as soon as possible, causing a great sensation. What? Lin Sun is so weird that he would not hesitate to damage his own reputation in order to help the Chamber of Commerce to publicize? God, Golden Hall is really capable. This time, with Lin Sun's publicity, it's hard for it not to be popular. Although Lin Sun's fighting capacity is powerful, his conduct is questionable. I've decided not to regard him as an idol from now on. Look at your ugly appearance. If I were Lin Sun, I would wish you to make such a wise decision as soon as possible. The heated discussion spread from mouth to mouth, making the news that Lin Sun helped Golden Hall to publicize spread at an incredible speed like a wildfire. Lin Sun was speechless again. Fortunately, few people on the scene recognized him, so he left this troublesome place without any mishap. However, through this scene, Lin Sun knew that the name of Golden Hall would be spread all over Mist City before tomorrow. Instead of returning home, Lin Sun planned to go to Golden Hall to have a look. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he saw that the door of Golden Hall had already been crowded with dense figures, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Most of them were practitioners who had just heard the news of the province test and came to see what was the background of Golden Hall. There were also many people who were filled with righteous indignation and came aggressively to accuse and scold Golden Hall. They thought that Golden Hall's move had ruined the reputation of the province test and insulted Lin Sun's image in their hearts. Looking at Golden Hall again, Gu Liang had already rushed back and was dispatching attendants to help maintain order, sweating profusely. Golden Hall was going to be popular, Lin Sun made an intuitive judgment in his heart. Whether the reputation was good or not, at least the name of Golden Hall had been publicized and known by people, not as unknown as before. As long as the reputation spread, there was no need to worry about the flow of customers. As long as Gu Liang managed it properly, he could take this opportunity to expand Golden Hall quickly. Of course, Lin Sun also knew that the rise of Golden Hall would inevitably arouse the vigilance and suppression of other chambers of commerce in the city. But this kind of business affairs could be handled by Gu Liang himself. If Gu Liang couldn't even handle this kind of thing well, it would be better to close Golden Hall as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun turned to the commune of spiritual tattooists and talked to Chu Feng about this matter. He asked Chu Feng to send some people to Golden Hall to help maintain order. In these days, Golden Hall would definitely fall into the vortex of public opinion and become a place of public concern. It was impossible for Gu Liang to maintain order with his current strength. If some people with bad intentions took the opportunity to make trouble, the consequences would be unpredictable. Chu Feng had already heard about this matter. He agreed without hesitation and immediately sent a large number of guards to Golden Hall. After this, Lin Sun didn't stay long and left in a hurry. But as soon as he walked out of the gate of the commune of spiritual tattooists, he was stunned because a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Wearing a black dress, the woman's soft black hair was tied up in a bun, revealing a charming and beautiful face, and her skin was as smooth and white as cream. She had a graceful figure with the style of a mature woman. Standing there casually, she attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Mu Wansu, Lin Sun recognized her at a glance. This Black Rose from Donglin Town was now the shopkeeper of Keystone Business in Mist City. Her status and power were not the same as before. And Lin Sun himself was no longer the weak boy who had just entered Feiyun village. Seeing Mu Wansu again after nearly 2 years, Lin Sun couldn't help but think of the past and sighed with emotion. At this time, Mu Wansu also saw Lin Sun coming out of the commune of spiritual tattooists. She raised the corner of her mouth and waved her hand with a faint smile. Lin Sun stepped forward and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Sister Wansu here." "It's not a coincidence. I'm here to see you." As soon as she saw the warm and bright smile on Lin Sun's face, Mu Wansu's mood became subtle. If she didn't know this little bastard, she would be deceived by his harmless appearance. "You want to see me?" Lin Sun was surprised. Mu Wansu nodded and said, "How about taking a walk with me?" Lin Sun thought for a while and said naturally, which man can refuse the invitation of such a beauty like you, Sister Wansu? Mu Wansu glared at him, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your mouth is getting smoother and smoother. As she said, she turned around and walked along the street at will. Why didn't you come in person at the celebration of Keystone Business last time? Lin Sun stepped forward and walked side by side with Mu Wansu. He said casually, I had something urgent to deal with at that time, so I couldn't get away. Mu Wansu nodded and didn't say anything more. Lin Sun said, What's wrong, sister? You're not here to denounce me, are you? Mu Wansu snorted, I'm not in the mood to be angry with you. I'm here to ask you what's the relationship between you and Golden Hall. Lin Sun was surprised, Sister, you also heard about it? Mu Wansu said angrily, I not only heard about it, but also saw your performance in the province test. I just want to know that even if you are short of money, you should choose to cooperate with Keystone Business. With your attainments in spiritual tattoos and the strong financial resources of Keystone Business, you can enjoy endless glory and wealth. Why do you do that kind of thing that damages your reputation? Mu Wansu looked at Lin Sun thoughtfully and said, Of course, since you're doing this, you won't just do it for money. Am I right? Looking at her charming and beautiful face, Lin Sun praised sincerely, Sister, you really have a keen eye and foresight. Mu Wansu snapped, Don't talk nonsense. Because of the relationship between eldest young Master Shi Xuan and third young Master Shi Yu, I don't treat you as an outsider anymore. If you continue to make jokes, it will seem too insincere. Lin Sun suddenly became serious and said, Sister, you're right. I'll keep it in mind. He muttered, The boss of Golden Hall has saved my life. We're already close friends. Golden Hall has not yet become famous in Mist City. As a friend, I naturally have to help. Mu Wansu also knew the background of Golden Hall because the first Golden Hall shop opened by Gu Yanping was in Donglin Town. She knew it too well. It was because of this that she felt strange. The background of Golden Hall was not powerful at all. It was even far inferior to the ordinary forces in Mist City. It seemed that such a small force that had just risen could not ask Lin Sun for help at all. Fortunately, Lin Sun's explanation at this time dispelled many doubts in her heart. I didn't know that you are a person who values friendship and righteousness. Mu Wansu chuckled, not ironically, but a little surprised. It seemed that she didn't expect that a little bastard like Lin Sun was also a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Lin Sun replied with a smile, When you know more about me, you will find that I have more advantages. Mu Wansu said, I didn't see any advantages, but you are more shameless than before. Lin Sun shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Mu Wansu tucked her hair behind her ears and suddenly said, I originally planned to pull you into Keystone Business and give you the identity of a special spiritual tattooist. But now it seems that it's impossible. Lin Sun suddenly realized that this was the real purpose of Mu Wansu looking for him. He didn't say anything, but his silence had already shown his attitude. Well, we can cooperate again when there is a chance in the future. Mu Wansu seemed to have made a decision and looked very decisive. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. By the way, Mu Wansu suddenly said, Golden Hall doesn't have a deep foundation, and now it's making a lot of noise in Mist City. You should remind your friend that Golden Hall's reputation is just a reputation. Whether Golden Hall can really gain a foothold in Mist City depends on its own strength. Without enough foundation, it's impossible to compete with other established businesses in the city. She said with fervor and assurance, the business world is like a battlefield. No matter how famous Golden Hall is, if it has a weak foundation, it will be eliminated by itself without the suppression of other forces. For example, there are hundreds of businesses in the city, big or small, selling everything. If Golden Hall doesn't have unique products, how can it compete with other businesses? What you have, others have, and it's likely to be cheaper than yours. Even if there is a price war, how can Golden Hall compete with those strong businesses with a shallow foundation? In the final analysis, Golden Hall has solved the problem of reputation. The first thing to do next is to develop its own unique products, so that it can avoid competition with other businesses. Unconsciously, Mu Wansu said a lot. Her voice was calm and her words were meticulous, just like a strong woman who was devising strategies, elegant and charming. In the end, she suddenly realized something and showed a touch of happiness on her face. Since I entered Mist City, there are few friends around me who I can talk to. I didn't expect to meet you this time, so I talked too much unconsciously. Lin Sun said with a smile, what you said is all insightful and insightful. This is a rare and valuable business experience. I can't wait to hear more. At this moment, Mu Wansu suddenly found that Lin Sun's smile didn't seem to be as annoying as before. It was late at night when Lin Sun said goodbye to Mu Wansu. The province test was still in full swing, day and night. As the test went on, more and more news came out, causing a sensation in Mist City, which was very noisy and lively at night. Those Xianxia who won naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Those who failed in the first round were also paid attention to by the forces and families from different places in Southwest Province. Those who failed would become the first batch of recruitment targets. Everyone knew that this kind of failure was just a failure in the province test, which could not completely negate the potential of a practitioner. On the contrary, these losers were all under the age of 18, with cultivation above human gang realm, and had the qualification to participate in the province test. They had surpassed their peers too much. If they could recruit the best of the young generation, it would be a profitable business for any force. Lin Sun didn't care about these. In other words, he only cared about whether he could pass the province test smoothly. Apart from that, there was really nothing worthy of his concern. At this time, sitting in a secret room of Golden Hall, he handed a stack of paper full of dense spiritual tattoos to Gu Liang. On these papers, there were the ideas of 7 new spiritual weapons, including the shape, materials, spiritual tattoos and so on. The design ideas of each kind of spiritual weapon had never appeared in the market. As early as when he refined the flowing lightsaber, it had proved that Lin's attainments in spiritual tattoos had reached the point where he could independently design and refine new spiritual weapons. However, the ideas of the 7 new spiritual weapons he took out this time were not from his own creation, but from the animal skin notes of Master Lu. Although the animal skin notes had long disappeared with the appearance of the heaven accessing place, the contents of the notes had long been imprinted in Lin's mind. The conception of the 7 new spiritual weapons was Master Lu's idea. Look, I have listed the methods and steps of refining these 7 spiritual weapons in detail. You just need to find some spiritual tattooists to refine them. Lin Sun picked up the teacup and took a sip, looking relaxed. With a swish, Gu Liang grabbed the thick stack of paper and put it in front of his eyes to read it carefully. Before Lin Sun found him, he was also having a headache. Although Golden Hall became famous today and its reputation spread all over Mist City, Gu Liang knew very well that there was still a thorny problem in Golden Hall at present. But Gu Liang knew best that there was still a thorny problem in Golden Hall at present, that was, there was no unique brand top-grade spiritual weapon of its own. If this problem could not be solved, Golden Hall would be suppressed by other businesses in the city sooner or later, no matter how famous it was. When Lin Sun came in a hurry and talked to Gu Liang about this, Gu Liang was overjoyed. It was no different from providing charcoal in snowy weather. Especially at this moment, when Lin Sun took out the ideas of 7 new spiritual weapons, Gu Liang felt as if he had been hit on the head by a pie from the sky. He was a little confused. He knew very well what a new spiritual weapon meant, which was no different from an exclusive secret recipe. It could be regarded as the biggest secret of the business. If this new spiritual weapon could meet the market demand after testing, then it was destined to become a resounding brand of Golden Hall and bring continuous long-term benefits to Golden Hall. And now, there wasn't just one type of brand new spiritual weapon conception, but a total of 7 kinds. Gu Liang was so excited at this moment that he wanted to dance with his hands and feet. His heart was beating so violently that it was about to jump out of his throat. After taking a few deep breaths, Gu Liang suppressed the joy and excitement in his heart and said, Lin Sun, you've helped me a lot this time. I don't know how to thank you. His words came from the bottom of his heart, and his true feelings were overflowing. Just a while ago, Lin Sun not only helped him solve a trouble from Azure Light Pavilion, but also gave him a batch of spiritual materials worth more than 100,000 gold coins. This money alone was enough to buy all the assets owned by Golden Hall today. Now, Lin Sun helped Golden Hall to publicize in the province test, and he also sent out 7 new conceptions of spiritual weapons, which was too much to pay. Gu Liang was very sure that these 7 new conception maps of spiritual weapons could definitely be exchanged for an unimaginable fortune for Lin Sun if they were taken to other trading firms. But now, Lin Sun gave them all to him without any hesitation. How could Gu Liang not be moved? Even if Lin Sun asked him to work for him at this moment, Gu Liang would not frown. Looking at Gu Liang's moved appearance, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh and scold. I also have a share in Golden Hall. I'm not helping you, but helping myself. If you really appreciate me, you can set up Golden Hall for me. Didn't you say that you would develop Golden Hall beyond the Empire? Don't be a coward. Gu Liang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, boy, just wait and see. One day, I'll let the whole world know the name of Golden Hall. Lin Sun said with a smile, then I'll wait and see. As he said, he pointed to the 7 new conception maps of spiritual weapons in Gu Liang's hand and said, this thing is like a unique recipe. You must not let it leak out. Otherwise, if other trading firms know it in the future, you should know what the consequences will be. Speaking of business, Gu Liang's eyebrows flashed with confidence and he said, don't worry about this. My father has a set of special confidentiality means, and will never leak out a trace. At this point, he suddenly frowned. What I'm most worried about is whether or not the 7 new spirit artifact blueprints you gave will be easily copied. Lin Sun immediately smiled. I can tell you that there are many unique imprints in the refining process of these 7 spiritual weapons. You can trust other spiritual tattooists to refine them. They definitely can't crack the mystery unless what? Gu Liang could not help but ask. Lin Sun said, unless they come to beg me to tell them the secret. His words were casual, but revealed his absolute confidence. This was a brand new spiritual weapon designed by Master Lu himself. If it could be copied so easily, Master Lu's capability would be underestimated. If Lin Sun hadn't known the secret, he wouldn't have succeeded if he tried to refine it in this way. Hearing this, Gu Liang laughed heartily. He was finally at ease. He had decided to invite his father, Gu Yanping, over from Donglin town tomorrow to make good preparations for this event. As long as it operated properly, the rise of Golden Hall was destined to be unstoppable. Having solved the problem of Golden Hall, Lin Sun felt much more relaxed. He had done what he should do, and the rest could only be solved by Gu Liang. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when Lin Sun returned home. Xu Jin was sleeping in the corner as usual. The courtyard was very quiet under the clear starlight. Lin Sun didn't disturb Xu Jin and walked lightly to his room. Xu Jin suddenly turned over and opened his eyes, saying, what happened today is not like your style. Lin Sun was stunned and said, you also heard about it? Xu Jin sat up and frowned, of course. The propaganda between you and Golden Hall has caused a lot of noise in Mist City. How can I not know about it? But I'm very confused. Are you sure about the possible consequences of this matter? Before Lin Sun opened his mouth, Xu Jin said in a deep voice, boy, I have to remind you that your fame has gradually become more and more well-known and has begun to attract many people's attention. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. At least those forces who have a grudge against you will never miss any opportunity to attack you. Although you are safe and sound in Mist City now, it doesn't mean that your enemies have completely given up the idea of attacking you. In this case, your relationship with Golden Hall will become your weakness. If your enemies want to attack you, they only need to attack Golden Hall, and you will be in a passive situation. Speaking of this, Xu Jin's expression had become serious. In the past years, there have been many similar things. Have you really thought about the consequences of this matter? Lin Sun fell into silence and said after a while, there is nothing without risk in this world. If Golden Hall wants to develop, it will be attacked by competitors sooner or later. I believe Gu Liang has long realized this. As for whether my existence will bring a bad influence to Golden Hall, this is also a helpless thing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun continued, but no matter what, even if there are many risks, you still have to do it. If you don't have this kind of courage, what's the point of living if you are overcautious and worried about gains and losses every time you do something? Xu Jin's expression became complicated. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He suddenly found that he seemed to think too much and forgot that things in this world were always like this. There was no smooth sailing at all. What's more, if someone really dares to retaliate against me by attacking Golden Hall, don't blame me for retaliating at all costs. Lin Sun looked calm, but his voice was cold and ruthless. I don't believe that they have no family or friends behind them. The implication was that if anyone dared to retaliate against him by attacking Golden Hall, he wouldn't mind retaliating against their families and forces. Shu Jin understood the meaning of the words. Looking at Lin Sun's indifferent and calm expression, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He was sure that Lin Sun dared to do so, and once he retaliated, he would be more ruthless and terrifying. Alas, I'm too old to be compared with you young people. As the saying goes, the older you are, the more timid you are. Maybe your approach is also right. Shu Jin sighed. Lin Sun said, Old Jin, you're right. It's just that our views on things are somewhat different. Shu Jin waved his hand and said, well, I'm talking too much. After I leave, you can do whatever you want. As long as you have the ability, you can even poke a hole in the sky. Lin Sun was silent for a moment. Then he smiled and turned into the room. Watching Lin Sun's back disappear, Shu Jin didn't continue to sleep. He suddenly found that he couldn't understand Lin Sun more and more. What kind of teenager was he? 3 days passed quickly. The first round of the province test came to an end yesterday. More than half of the 5,436 practitioners who participated in the test were eliminated. In the end, only 2,600 people successfully advanced. Originally, half of the participants should be eliminated in the one-on-one duel. However, due to the time limit in the assessment, some practitioners were eliminated within 30 minutes. Finally, both of them were eliminated. Every practitioner who could participate in the province test was the best in the younger generation. However, in the first round of assessment, more than half of them were eliminated. It could be imagined how cruel and abnormal the competition of the province test was. Of course, compared with the losers, the winners who successfully entered the second round of assessment were naturally paid more attention. Among them, the most eye-catching were naturally the top. Figures of the younger generation such as Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Lu Zhiyou, and Yun Zitong. Almost all of them had the cultivation above the Earth Gang realm, and many of them were in the Heaven Gang realm. They shone in the first round of assessment, causing countless exclamations and sensations. Lin Sun was also one of them, but he seemed to be quite special. First, his cultivation was only at the level of Human Gang realm. Second, in the first round of assessment, his and Golden Hall's propaganda methods were actually mixed, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. But in any case, the powerful strength shown by Lin Sun in the battle was beyond doubt. No one would deny this. Even compared with some other practitioners who participated in the assessment, Lin Sun's way of winning was more overbearing and the winning time was shorter. Merely a single slash was enough to send his opponent flying out of the ring. Just this alone was enough to make many people tremble in fear. Assessment area of Mist College. The second round of assessment would be carried out today. More than 2,000 practitioners who passed the first round of assessment as smoothly as Lin Sun had gathered here. Even the seats around the venue were the same as 3 days ago, filled with densely packed figures. In fact, it was even more crowded than before. It was obvious that the second round of battle would be more intense than the first round. Naturally, it would attract more attention. When the figure of Lin Sun was seen, there was a sudden sensation in the field. Look, that guy is Lin Sun. I don't know if he will publicize Golden Hall again in the second round of assessment. Ha ha ha, this guy is really a weirdo. He is obviously not short of money, but he does such a thing that damages his reputation. I really don't know what he is thinking in his mind. I only know that this time Golden Hall is completely popular. Now in Mist City, no matter who, has not heard of the name of Golden Hall? All this is caused by Lin Sun. This alone can prove how successful the propaganda strategy of Lin Sun and Golden Hall is. I have to admire it. All kinds of comments sounded, with praise and criticism. As soon as Lin Sun arrived, he became the focus of attention of the whole audience. Seeing this, many practitioners who participated in the assessment couldn't help showing a strange expression. No matter what they thought, they had to admit that Lin Sun was definitely the most popular person in this assessment. Of course, not everyone wanted to be in the limelight with such mixed praise and criticism. On the white jade platform, Governor Lu Wujuan, Wei Lingzhen, Du Dongtu, and others couldn't help but show subtle expressions when they saw this. Lin Sun was really an alien that couldn't be described by common sense. P.S. 1 update tonight and 4 updates tomorrow. I'm really busy today. Please forgive me for the time being. Goldfish here guarantees that this month's update will be more than 200,000 words. And it will break out frequently. If you can't do it, don't ask for a monthly ticket in the future, too. My good friend Stranger Knight's new book, The Strongest Evildoer, is on the shelves. This book is very, very good. Goldfish patted her chest and guaranteed that the quality is excellent. I'm also following it. I hope you can subscribe to The Strongest Evildoer and give this guy a first order so that he can concentrate on breaking out. The first order of The Strongest Evildoer is in Zongheng. You can find it if you search it. Being watched by the whole audience, Lin Sun was also a little uncomfortable. He smiled bitterly in his heart. It was really troublesome to be famous. Fortunately, it didn't take long for a melodious and clear bell to ring through the world, and the curtain of the second round of assessment began. There were a total of 2,600 practitioners participating in the second round of assessment. The assessment rules were the same as the first round. They also needed to choose their opponents by drawing lots, and then go to the arena to fight. Only the time was changed from 30 minutes to half an hour. This also meant that in the second round of assessment, if the winner could not be determined within half an hour, both sides would be eliminated. Lin Sun's opponent this time was Yu Zhongtian, a very strange name to him. His fighting ring was number 49, and his order of appearance was the 4th. That was to say, Lin Sun would fight with 99 other practitioners on the arena in the 4th round. Soon, the first match began. 200 practitioners boarded 100 arenas and began to fight with their chosen opponents. For a while, the huge venue was filled with all kinds of cheers, shouts, and excited roars. The atmosphere was earth-shaking, and the atmosphere was hot. Lin Sun waited in the assessment area. He looked around and found that every practitioner he faced today was indeed the elite of the elite. Each of them was very extraordinary, and they staged fierce battles one after another. However, there were very few top figures worthy of attention. It was not that those practitioners' combat effectiveness was poor, but that Lin Sun's strength had already exceeded the ordinary level. Although the strength of these practitioners was good, they could not arouse Lin Sun's interest at all. Even so, Lin Sun still watched with relish. Different practitioners had completely different cultivation methods and fighting methods, and there were many things that could be used for reference and learning. Suddenly, a sneer came from a distance. No need to remind me. I know Lin Sun is very powerful, but do you think I, Yu Zhongtian, am a vegetarian? You are afraid of Lin Sun, but I am not. There was a hint of displeasure in the voice. Lin Sun looked over and saw a group of people admonishing and reminding a thin man not far away, but the thin man retorted unhappily. Judging by the voice just now, it was obvious that the thin man was Yu Zhongtian, Lin's opponent in the second round of assessment. This person was thin and tall, wearing a sapphire blue robe. His eyes shone brightly, and his aura was extremely fierce. He raised his chin slightly while a wisp of faintly discernible arrogance hung on his face, and every single move he made revealed a sense of superiority. Obviously, he was an extremely proud young man. Seeing Lin Sun looking at him, Yu Zhongtian raised a cold smile and looked at Lin Sun provocatively. When the practitioners around Yu Zhongtian saw Lin Sun paying attention to them, they couldn't help but show a trace of unnaturalness. They secretly complained that Yu Zhongtian didn't cover his mouth. They kindly reminded this guy to be careful of Lin Sun. Not only did this guy not appreciate it, but he also deliberately said it, lest Lin Sun didn't hear it. Wasn't this embarrassing them? What surprised Lin Sun was that among the practitioners around Yu Zhongtian, there were Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu, and others. Seeing Lin Sun looking at them, Wen Mingxiu and others couldn't help but avert their eyes. It seemed that they were afraid of Lin Sun's misunderstanding. They also quietly distanced themselves from Yu Zhongtian. It seems that this guy should also be a student of Mist College. Lin Sun withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. For Yu Zhongtian's provocative look, Lin Sun directly ignored it. He was not so narrow-minded that he wouldn't get angry just because of a glance. Who would have thought that Lin Sun's reaction seemed to be a kind of fear and retreat in Yu Zhongtian's eyes? He chuckled and walked over with large strides. Lin Sun, now many people think that you are not to be trifled with, but I don't think so. Yu Zhongtian stopped 3 feet in front of Lin Sun, narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced at Lin Sun with a haughty attitude for a while. This was a naked provocation. Seeing this, Yu Zhongtian's companions couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. They secretly scolded Yu Zhongtian for looking for trouble and being too arrogant. But they all knew that Yu Zhongtian had such a temper, and no one could do anything about it. As Lin Sun had speculated before, Yu Zhongtian did come from Mist College and was a celebrity. He was just over 16 years old this year, and he already had the cultivation of Earthgang realm. Although he was not as dazzling as the top figures such as Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Lu Zhiyou, and Yin Zitong, he could be called a stunning first-class figure. It was just that he was arrogant, talkative, and very unpleasant. He had caused a lot of trouble in Mist College. If it weren't for his excellent cultivation talent, he would have been expelled from the college long ago. At this time, seeing Yu Zhongtian, a thorn, not only did not listen to the warning, but also took the initiative to provoke Lin Sun, those practitioners from Mist College couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Some people looked on coldly, holding the attitude of watching the fun. However, Lin Sun didn't look at Yu Zhongtian at all, and directly ignored the guy who took the initiative to provoke him. He felt that Yu Zhongtian was obviously a little abnormal. It was an insult to his intelligence to argue with him. But the more Lin Sun behaved like this, the more disdainful Yu Zhongtian was. He asked aggressively, "Do you want to know how I evaluate you?" "No." Lin Sun's answer was very simple. Yu Zhongtian's expression stagnated, and he sneered, "You are really arrogant. I admit that your combat effectiveness is indeed very strong, but your conduct is very unbearable. In order to make money, you do not hesitate to help a business to promote its reputation. You have ruined the integrity and character of our practitioners." This was more than impolite. It was no different from pointing at Lin Sun's nose and scolding him. Many people were dumbfounded. They all knew that Yu Zhongtian was arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be so arrogant. His opponent this time was Lin Sun. If he was beaten down by Lin Sun in the arena, how could the consequences not be serious? But this was not the end. Yu Zhongtian sneered again and again, with an arrogant attitude, and said, "Of course, this is your personal clown behavior. As long as it doesn't hinder others, it's okay. But don't forget, this is the province test, and it will affect more than you." "You." Lin Sun finally responded. He looked at Yu Zhongtian and interrupted, "What on earth do you want to say?" This guy was too noisy, just like a nasty fly. No matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't stand it. Many practitioners nearby were shocked. They realized that Yu Zhongtian's unscrupulous attack had finally angered Lin Sun. This fellow is simply courting death. Does he think he can look down on Lin Sun because he is in the Earthgang realm? He is still too young and naive. Xianxia whispered. Even if he hated Lin Sun in his heart, he had to admit that Lin Sun was definitely a monster. All kinds of facts had already proved that whoever underestimated Lin Sun would suffer. It was ridiculous that Yu Zhongtian dared to provoke Lin Sun. There were many people who thought the same as Xianxia, such as Wen Mingxiu and Yuan Shu, who had experienced Lin Sun's means, knew very well how stupid Yu Zhongtian's behavior at this time was. But unexpectedly, in the face of Lin Sun's question, Yu Zhongtian said, "It's very simple. I want to make a bet with you." Lin Sun frowned, "What do you want to bet?" Yu Zhongtian sneered, "I bet that you can't knock me out of the arena as you did to Tianlong within one move." What kind of bet was this? Everyone was stunned and almost couldn't believe their ears. Yu Zhongtian was so arrogant just now. How could his bet be so ridiculous? Couldn't knock him out of the arena within one move. Was there such a strange bet in the world? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that Yu Zhongtian was crazy. Not to mention Lin Sun, they would never agree to this shit bet. One move, obviously, he was deliberately making things difficult for Lin Sun. Only an idiot would agree to such a thing so that he could stand firmly in an invincible position. In the eyes of many people, Yu Zhongtian might not be Lin Sun's opponent, but if he wanted to block Lin Sun's blow without being defeated, it was a piece of cake. Under such circumstances, Yu Zhongtian's proposal for a bet was absurd and completely unreasonable. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned for a moment. He had thought that since this guy was so arrogant, he must have something to rely on. Who would have thought that everything just now was just an act? His real purpose was actually to carry out a ridiculous bet with him. Why, are you afraid? 10 moves is fine. Of course, since it's a bet, there must be a prize. Let's bet 10,000 gold coins. Seeing that Lin Sun didn't speak, Yu Zhongtian became more and more complacent, and his face was full of disdain. Just when everyone thought Lin Sun would refuse, Lin Sun smiled and said, "Well, I promise you. 10,000 gold coins, right? Prepare it for me." Yu Zhongtian's eyes lit up. Lin Sun actually agreed. Others thought that he was arrogant and provoked Lin Sun again and again, which was a stupid behavior, but only he knew that he did all this for this bet. No matter how arrogant Yu Zhongtian was, he was not a brainless fool. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have today's strength and reputation. He had already determined that if he fought with Lin Sun, the chance of winning was extremely small. In such a case, how to minimize the impact of failure was what Yu Zhongtian had to consider. The bet this time seemed shameless and absurd, but as long as Lin Sun agreed, Yu Zhongtian had full confidence to win this bet. In this way, even if he lost to Lin Sun in the second round of assessment, at least it would not be shameful. What's more, he had won Lin Sun in the bet. This was Yu Zhongtian's calculation. At this moment, seeing that Lin Sun finally agreed, he was very proud and excited. But Lin Sun's next words made his heart tremble. "There's no need to change the bet to 10 moves. 1 move is enough." After Lin Sun said this, he turned and left the area. When Yu Zhongtian heard this, he should have been more excited and happy. But he didn't know why. When he saw Lin Sun's handsome figure go away, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Yu Zhongtian was completely stunned, and his expression changed. At this time, a group of practitioners nearby also vaguely guessed Yu Zhongtian's mind, and they couldn't help but show a strange expression. Only then did they realize that Yu Zhongtian's arrogance just now was simply an act, and his real purpose was for this bet. What they never expected was that Lin Sun actually agreed to such an obvious scheme, which was too unexpected. Was Lin Sun really confident that he could knock Yu Zhongtian out of the arena in 1 move? Some practitioners who knew Yu Zhongtian couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Lin Sun might have absolute confidence in his combat effectiveness, but if he thought Yu Zhongtian was so easy to deal with, it would be a big mistake. Others didn't know, but they were very clear that Yu Zhongtian cultivated a unique secret method called cloud light movement technique. Once it was used, his figure would move erratically, like a flowing cloud shadow, like a flash of flying light, which was extremely magical. Especially when dodging attacks, it could play an incredible role. Under such circumstances, it was obviously impossible to knock Yu Zhongtian out of the arena in 1 move. Lin Sun was going to be defeated by Yu Zhongtian this time. This was the thought of many people. Some people secretly scolded Yu Zhongtian for being shameless. They didn't expect that such a wild and arrogant guy would have such insidious thoughts. At this time, people like Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, and Yuan Shu couldn't help but wonder whether Lin Sun could beat Yu Zhongtian, who cultivated cloud light movement technique, in 1 move. The hope was very slim. Of course, they didn't think that Yu Zhongtian would be Lin Sun's opponent in the second round of assessment, but at least in the bet, Lin Sun had almost no chance of winning. As time went on, the battle in the field continued. It was brilliant and fierce, making the audience completely excited. Outside the field, someone leaked the bet between Lin Sun and Yu Zhongtian, and it immediately set off a lot of uproar. This bet is obviously a trap set by Yu Zhongtian, but Lin Sun actually agreed. I really don't know whether he is stupid or bold. Some people were puzzled. Beat Yu Zhongtian in 1 move? Are you kidding me? Lin Sun is obviously going to fall. Someone sneered. Lin Sun really likes to be in the limelight. In the first round of assessment, he made such a big noise because of his cooperation with Golden Hall. Now he wants to make a 1-move pact. Will he die if he doesn't show off? There were also people who were disdainful. In a word, after knowing the conditions of the bet, almost no one thought that Lin Sun could do it. Even Lu Wujuan, the governor sitting on the white jade platform, was speechless when he heard this. What was Lin Sun thinking? Wei Lingjun, Du Dongtu, and other big shots also looked at each other. It was the first time for them to hear such an absurd bet, but Lin Sun actually agreed, but at this time, Lin Sun looked very relaxed, watching the battle in the field leisurely, as if he was not affected by what had happened just now. When he decided to agree to bet with Yu Zhongtian, Lin Sun already knew that since Yu Zhongtian put forward such an absurd condition, he must have great confidence to avoid his attack in one move and win the bet. Otherwise, Yu Zhongtian would not have done this. However, Lin Sun was not worried about it. Since he dared to agree, he also had his own confidence and confidence. When the third batch of practitioners began to enter the field, all eyes looked in the same direction. That was the number 49 platform. It was Lin Sun and Yu Zhongtian who were about to fight on the platform. As for the one-move pact, everyone wanted to see whether Lin Sun could do it in the end. After all, this bet was too absurd. No one could imagine where Lin Sun's confidence came from and how he dared to agree to it. On the platform, Yu Zhongtian smiled with a complacent look. He had strong confidence to win this bet. What a joke. Couldn't he resist Lin Sun's one move? Of course, when facing Lin Sun, Yu Zhongtian did not dare to be careless. The reason why he made this bet was that he knew he was not Lin Sun's opponent. In order to save some reputation, he made such a calculation. Now that Lin Sun had agreed, Yu Zhongtian would naturally not allow this opportunity to be missed. He was even ready to go all out. Lin Sun, if you regret now, it's not too late. Yu Zhongtian said leisurely. I should be the one asking you this question. Lin Sun smiled slightly. Haven't you ever thought that if you are defeated in this move, you will not only lose the bet, but also the whole assessment? At that time, you will only lose face, your reputation will be ruined, and you will become a joke. You will never be able to lift your head again. Yu Zhongtian's face changed slightly. It was not that he didn't think of this result, but that it was impossible. Then I'd like to see how you can knock me out of the platform in one move. Yu Zhongtian gritted his teeth, and a ruthless look flashed across his face. He took a deep breath and circulated his cultivation to the limit. In an instant, he seemed to have become a completely different person. His entire body was enveloped by a dazzling golden light, and a shapeless imposing aura rumbled as it swept towards the surroundings, causing even the air to wail without end. Many people's eyes lit up. Perhaps Yu Zhongtian was not as famous as Lin Sun, but he was also a young talent of Earthgang realm and a stunning figure in Mist College. If he attacked with all his strength, how could Lin Sun eliminate him in one move, no matter how strong he was? However, Lin Sun stood still in the same place with his bare hands. He didn't show any emotional reaction. Only his whole body was surrounded by strands of dreamlike and translucent spiritual gang qi, which made him quite extraordinary. His entire body was like a rock that was immovable, causing others to be unable to fathom his depth. Clang, when the bell rang, everyone in the audience was refreshed. It was about to begin. Even on the white jade high platform, the eyes of all the big shots were unconsciously looking at the number 49 arena. One move would be over in the blink of an eye, and the winner of this bet would also be decided. No one wanted to miss such an exciting moment. Whoosh, before the bell fell, Yu Zhongtian, who had been waiting for a long time, made a long roar and rose into the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, his figure moved in the void, turning into a series of afterimages. Each afterimage was almost no different from a real person. Because of his speed, it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Looking from a distance, it was as if dozens of Yu Zhongtian were fighting together, moving and shuttling on the arena like clouds and mist, flickering like light and shadow. The scene was mysterious and shocking. What kind of secret method was this? The whole audience was shocked, and many people exclaimed. They didn't expect that Yu Zhongtian had mastered such an incredible secret method. No wonder he dared to propose this bet. It turned out that he had been prepared for it. Under such circumstances, ordinary practitioners might not be able to tell which one was the real Yu Zhongtian, let alone knock him out of the platform in one move. It's really the cloud-moving skill. There were also some people who knew the details of Yu Zhongtian. When they saw this scene, they all showed a look of anticipation. They couldn't help but wonder what Lin Sun would do in the face of such a secret method. Ha ha ha, Lin Sun, come on and knock me out of the platform. Are you regretting it now? Ha 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 ha. On the platform, Yu Zhongtian laughed. His voice was full of sarcasm. He wanted to irritate Lin Sun and make him lose his judgment. Strangely, at this moment, Yu Zhongtian's eyes were closed, but his figure was like a ghost, like a streamer, like a cloud. When he shuttled on the platform, he left a series of afterimages. There was not even a trace of flaw at all. Those who knew the cloud-moving skill knew that this was the feature of this secret method. It replaced the eyes with the perception power of the practitioner's soul. Wherever the perception covered was the place where the figure moved, making it impossible for others to catch him. At this time, Lin Sun stood still, but a faint cold smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly, he made a move. His figure was still standing in the same place, but his hands were raised in a strange way. At the same time, the windstorm millstone that had been accumulating power in his body for a long time suddenly boiled to the extreme. The majestic ocean-like gang spirit poured into his arms and gathered on his palms along a unique way of running. At this moment, his palms seemed to turn into two scorching suns, dazzling and gorgeous, illuminating the whole venue. What was this? The audience fell into a dead silence. Many people's hearts palpitated and their eyes widened. What kind of power was this? Powerful people like Lu Wujuan, Wei Lingzhen, and Du Dongtu couldn't help but twitch their eyelids and change their faces slightly. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Lin Sun seemed to be using an extremely terrible secret method. Boom, in a flash, Lin Sun clenched his fists and pushed them forward, like pushing a mountain, showing an irresistible momentum. It could be seen with the naked eye that the air on the platform seemed to be crushed fiercely, making a rumbling sound and stinging the eardrum. It was so terrible that the void seemed to collapse in all directions. Yu Zhongtian, who was laughing proudly, stopped abruptly. He smelled an extremely dangerous atmosphere. Without any hesitation, he ran the cloud-moving skill to the extreme. But at this time, he was shocked to find that every inch of the void on the platform seemed to turn into stormy waves, constantly impacting and oppressing him, making him like a small boat going against thousands of waves. He was constantly pushed back by the impact, his blood and qi tumbling all over his body, and he almost coughed up blood. What kind of secret method was this? Yu Zhongtian's scalp was numb, and he was shocked and angry. He flashed frequently, but found that Lin Sun's single blow had shrouded the whole platform and crushed him fiercely. No matter where he dodged, he would suffer the same terrible attack. Boom! Yu Zhongtian's figure staggered and was almost blasted out of the platform, which made many people's hearts beat fiercely and gasp. But in the end, Yu Zhongtian stabilized his figure, gritted his teeth and roared, and began to confront the crushing fist wind head-on. He had realized that dodging was useless. Only by confronting head-on might there be hope to not be defeated. There were some things that you understood, but when you tried to do it, you would find how terrible the difficulties you would face were. Just like at this moment, Yu Zhongtian wanted to fight with Lin Sun with all his Earthgang realm cultivation and completely resist this blow. But he obviously underestimated the horror of Lin Sun's blow. In just a moment, Yu Zhongtian seemed to be oppressed by a holy mountain, and his bones made unbearable sounds. The impact was so terrible that his face was distorted, and every inch of his skin was about to explode. In the eyes of all the people present, at this time, Yu Zhongtian was like a leaf of duckweed going against the current, or like an overconfident ant trying to shake a big tree. He seemed extremely small, as if he would fall down at any time. Many people were shocked speechless. They couldn't imagine how Lin Sun's blow could be so terrible that a first-class Earthgang realm practitioner could hardly move forward. Boom! Finally, under everyone's gaze, Yu Zhongtian coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body was suddenly lifted up. Spin. Jump. He closed his eyes, then, with a plop, he fell on the ground more than 30 meters away from the arena. He twitched as if having an epileptic seizure, and was unable to get up again. The audience was shocked and silent. Their eyes were fixed on Yu Zhongtian, and they couldn't believe all this was true. Yu Zhongtian was really defeated and knocked out of the arena in one move. Who could believe this before? Gulp gulp. All the practitioners in the assessment area couldn't help but swallow their saliva at this moment. They were shocked by this scene and felt a chill in their hearts. It was too fierce. How on earth did Lin Sun do it? Even with the cultivation of Earthgang realm, Yu Zhongtian couldn't resist his blow at all. This was too abnormal. What he just used should be a top-level ancient secret method, otherwise it would be impossible to have such power. On the white jade platform, Lu Wujuan's eyes were cold, and his words were full of amazement. He seemed to be surprised by Lin Sun's performance. Other big shots were also in a bad mood. They had witnessed the battle between Lin Sun and Huang Jianchen, and they were amazed by Lin Sun's strength. But compared with that time, the power Lin Sun showed at this time was obviously more terrifying. This was not the power of a human gang realm teenager. Haha, Yu Zhongtian shot himself in the foot this time. Not only did he lose the bet, but he also lost the assessment. Finally, he lost 10,000 gold coins to Lin Sun. His reputation is ruined and his situation is miserable. Du Dongtu chuckled. This boy is wild and arrogant. This ordeal is not necessarily a bad thing for him. Fortunately, he is 16 years old. It doesn't matter if he comes back for the province test next year. Wei Lingzhen commented. As the dean of Mist College, he naturally knew Yu Zhongtian. In next to no time, the deathly silent atmosphere in the surroundings was broken, and countless clamorous noises resounded. Damn it, Lin Sun is too powerful. When he defeated Tan Long last time, he used a saber. This time, with his bare hands, he actually blew Yu Zhongtian away in one move. Alas, what's more abnormal is that Lin Sun is only in the human gang realm, but he can already defeat opponents of higher realms. Compared with him, those so-called geniuses are not worth mentioning at all. There's always someone stronger than you, and there's always someone stronger than you. Lin Sun's performance at the moment perfectly illustrates what a real genius is. In the midst of the discussion, Lin Sun walked down the platform and came to Yu Zhongtian, who was lying on the ground. He said, "You see, I warned you earlier, but you didn't listen. Now you are defeated. Who can you blame?" Yu Zhongtian's face was pale, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger after failure. Seeing that Lin Sun was still making sarcastic remarks to him at this moment, he was so angry that he trembled all over and said, You are too much." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Too much? You are wrong. This is called an eye for an eye. You know, I didn't provoke you today, but you took the initiative to provoke me. Do you really think I am broad-minded and won't care about this?" Yu Zhongtian's face changed. Only then did he realize that all this Lin Sun did was to retaliate against his previous provocation. This guy was too vengeful, wasn't he? He'd already won and become the center of attention, whereas Xianxia's reputation had been completely swept to the ground, and he'd lost all face. He was already in such a miserable state, yet he was actually still thinking about taking revenge on Xianxia. He was simply too petty. Don't be angry. You should be grateful that this is the province test. Otherwise, your end will not be so simple. Oh, by the way, remember to send me 10,000 gold coins after the assessment. Lin Sun smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then he got up and returned to the assessment area. Watching Lin Sun's back leave, Yu Zhongtian's expression changed. Finally, he sighed, knowing that he had made a mistake this time. A ruthless person like Lin Sun was not someone he could calculate at all. The duel caused by a ridiculous bet came to an end with the blow of Lin Sun's mountain breaker. This was also the first time that 9 strikes for shaking heaven appeared in front of the world. It caused a great sensation in one fell swoop and attracted the attention of all the practitioners present. The audience's impression of Lin Sun changed again. In the past, they might have looked down on Lin Sun and Golden Hall's cooperation in publicity. But now, even if they despised it, they could only hide it in their hearts. This was power. When one proved his fighting power, it would affect the opinions of many people, which was one of the reasons why many practitioners were so persistent and crazy about power. When they returned to the assessment area, many practitioners' expressions changed. They looked at Lin Sun with more and more fear, as if they were staring at a scourge. This was also normal. After defeating Huang Jianchen, Lin Sun became famous in Mist City overnight and became a dazzling young strongman. He was recognized as the most unwilling opponent in the province test. If this matter was a little exaggerated, through the first and second rounds of the province test, those practitioners had completely seen the terrible fighting power of Lin Sun. Under such circumstances, if anyone dared to look down on Lin Sun, he must be out of his mind. Even Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Lu Zhiyou, and Yun Zitong, the top practitioners with Heaven Gang Realm Cultivation, began to pay attention to Lin Sun at this moment. So what if Lin Sun had the cultivation of Human Gang Realm? As long as you looked at his performance in the battle, you would know that Lin Sun's strength could not be measured by the cultivation strength shown on the surface. Standing in the assessment area, Lin Sun didn't pay attention to the strange eyes cast on him. Instead, he was thinking about the details of the battle just now. This time, if he used RFS, he could also defeat his opponent in one fell swoop. But in that case, he would expose his trump card. But the 9 strikes of shaking heaven was different. Lin Sun's understanding of this secret method inherited from the fragments of the ancient seal of shaking heaven had just stepped into the initial glimpse stage and could only exert about 1/10 of its power. Therefore, even if it was exposed, it was difficult for practitioners who didn't understand the mystery of this method to judge the real power of this method. While thinking, Lin Sun looked at the arena in the field. This time, he didn't leave because the 3rd round of assessment would begin immediately after the end of the 2nd round of assessment. The 3rd round of assessment was called 6 Warriors Fighting for the Ring. That was to say, every 6 practitioners would be divided into a group and go to the arena to fight. Among the 6 people, only the last one could enter the final round of assessment successfully. To put it simply, it was to let 6 practitioners ascend the ring together and engage in a free-for-all battle. The one who won in the end would be able to smoothly enter the next round of assessment. There was no time limit for the 6 warriors fighting for the ring, nor did it prohibit practitioners from fighting in groups. There were no particularly cruel rules. But as long as you carefully thought about it, you would know that this 6 warriors fighting for the ring was really cruel. Anything could happen in the scuffle of 6 people. No matter how strong one's fighting capacity was, he had to guard against other practitioners ganging up to deal with him. Lin Sun had a feeling that when the 6 warriors fighting for the ring was carried out, the guys in his group would definitely get rid of him first. This was also helpless. His performance was so eye-catching that he was regarded as a scourge by others. Naturally, he would become the target of public criticism. As time went by, the 2nd round of assessment finally came to an end when the night fell. In this assessment, a total of 1,400 people were eliminated, leaving only 1,200 people behind. The losers became the targets that the major forces scrambled to win over. The winners became the more eye-catching existence, and the 3rd round of assessment was about to begin. It was worth mentioning that after the first 2 rounds of elimination, among the remaining 1,200 people, the number of Human Gang Realm practitioners had decreased sharply, while the number of Earth Gang Realm and Heaven Gang Realm practitioners had hardly changed. Of course, if Yu Zhongtian hadn't met Lin Sun, he would have been able to enter the 3rd round of assessment smoothly. In any case, the practitioners who could persist to the 3rd round were the elites of the elites. In the outside world, all of them were geniuses. Lin Sun was keenly aware that among Wen Mingxiu's group, Xianxia and Yuan Shu had been eliminated in the 2nd round of assessment. To Lin Sun's surprise, he actually saw Lian Fei enter the 3rd round of assessment. After 2 years, Lian Fei had obviously become stronger than before, which could be seen from the fact that he could enter the 3rd round of assessment. The rarest thing was that Lian Fei was also in the Human Gang realm. It seems that this guy has been greatly valued by Yao Tuahai in the past 2 years, so he can have such achievements today. Lin Sun was thoughtful. On the first day he entered Mist City, he learned from the spiritual screen in the center of the city that Lian Fei was now the son-in-law of Yao Tuahai, a great practitioner. And when he was promoted to Human Gang realm, he condensed a second-class pond of spiritual power. Lian Fei's achievements today were naturally inseparable from the cultivation of Yao Tuahai. At the thought of Yao Tuahai, Lin Sun couldn't help but have a strong killing intent. In the county test of Donglin Town, Yao Tuahai almost killed him and Xia Ji. Now there were only 1,200 practitioners left in the assessment area, which seemed to be much more spacious. When Lin noticed Lian Fei, the latter also looked at him. It was hard to describe Lian Fei's expression at the moment. There was deep hatred, deep fear, and unspeakable resentment on his face. Lin Sun was his enemy who killed his father, but up to now, every revenge action against Lin Sun had ended in failure. Without Yao Tuahai's reminder, Lian Fei knew that it was impossible to deal with Lin Sun with his current strength. The saddest thing was that even his wife Yao Susu and his father-in-law Yao Tuahai forbade him from retaliating against Lin Sun. Was he reconciled to it? Lian Fei was certainly not reconciled to it. But after 2 years of tempering, he had already developed a forbearing character and would not act rashly again. But he had already made up his mind that he would kill Lin Sun with his own hands sooner or later. Suddenly, Lian Fei's pupils shrank. He saw Lin Sun in the distance suddenly waving to him with a smile, which made his face extremely gloomy. Provocation, this damn bastard was provoking him. The hatred in Lian Fei's heart was like boiling lava, and he almost couldn't control himself. Lin Sun was too arrogant. Did this guy really think that he dared not do anything to him? Just wait and see, sooner or later, I'll make you pay for what you've done. You'll suffer a fate worse than death. I'll make you pay 10 times, 100 times the price. With a livid face, Lian Fei turned his head angrily and didn't look at Lin Sun again. At this time, Lin Sun also withdrew his eyes with a smile, but the killing intent in his heart increased. At a glance, he knew that if people like Lian Fei were not killed, there would be endless troubles in the future. Don't let me get a chance to deal with you, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. It was late at night, but the field was still noisy. Looking around, no audience left. Obviously, they were waiting for the start of the third round of assessment. The bright lights, like coiling fire dragons, dotted around the field, illuminated the world, and dispelled the night. With the ringing of the bell, the third round of assessment began. This time, the assessment of top 6 fighters would be carried out. After drawing lots, 1,200 practitioners would be divided into 200 groups, with 6 people in each group. They would be divided into 2 batches to compete in 100 arenas in the field. After drawing lots, Lin Sun smiled bitterly in his heart. He was really unlucky. It turned out that among the other 5 practitioners who were about to enter the ring for a scuffle, 4 of them were in Earth Gang realm, 1 was in Heaven Gang realm, and only he was in Human Gang realm. The 4 Earth Gang realm practitioners were Lu Kexing, Wu Zhen, Zhai Shouyuan, and Chen Qing. Although the names were strange, they were all top figures in different cities of Southwest Province. The most noteworthy thing was that the Heaven Gang realm practitioner was Lu Zhio, one of the most famous top students in Mist College. This was a powerful character who was on par with Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, and Yun Zitong. At the age of less than 18 years old, he could have the cultivation of Heaven Gang realm. It could be imagined how excellent his talent and root bone were. This was a little troublesome, Lin Sun frowned. He was very sure that he was undoubtedly the most vulnerable to the joint attack of these 4 Earth Gang realm and 1 Heaven Gang realm. One was that he was a great threat, and the other was that he was in Human Gang realm. Compared with Lu Zhio, who was in Heaven Gang realm, others would definitely choose to deal with him at the first time. And Lin Sun could not determine whether Lu Zhio would also join in the fight against himself once there was a scuffle. It's really unlucky. Well, it seems that I can only fight with my real ability, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. This was the result of the draw. There was nothing he could do about it. While Lin Sun frowned and sighed, there was a burst of wailing in other places in the field. Obviously, the draw results of other practitioners were not optimistic. Of course, there were also cheers of joy. They should be very satisfied with the result of the draw. It was the moon shining on Jiuzhou, some were happy and some were sad. When Lin Sun, Lu Zhio, Lu Kexing, Wu Zhen, Zhai Shouyuan, and Chen Qing appeared together on the 9th platform, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. There was no way. The lineup of practitioners in this group was too strong. It was hard not to attract attention. Damn it. Look, Lin Sun's opponents are not only 4 Earth Gang realm strongmen, but also Lu Zhio, a top man. Once the scuffle breaks out, you can imagine how wonderful it will be. Lin Sun is in a bad situation. Although he is fierce, he is weak and can't stand the siege of others. If Lu Zhio also joins forces with others to deal with him, the consequences will be too serious. I have a hunch that as the only Human Gang realm strongman on the 9th platform, Lin Sun will inevitably become the common target of others. As long as he is eliminated, whether for the 4 Earth Gang realm practitioners or for Lu Zhio, it is undoubtedly equivalent to eradicating a big trouble. It's too much to say that. Lu Zhio is in Heaven Gang realm. Maybe he will also become the target of other people's attacks. No matter what the process is, if Lin Sun wants to win in the 3rd round of assessment, he must defeat the other 5 people on the platform. He is doomed to be difficult to pass this test. The whole audience was excited, talking incessantly, and the sound waves shook the world. Indeed, no one expected that there would be such a result of drawing lots. On the same platform, there were not only fierce people like Lin Sun, but also Lu Jiao, a top man who had long been famous in Mist City, and 4 other Earthgang realm strongmen. This combination was too luxurious, of course, for Lin Sun. This scuffle was doomed to be a disaster. There was no way. His previous performance was too eye-catching. He could defeat the Earthgang realm strongman with only Humangang realm cultivation. If he was not killed first, other practitioners would not feel at ease. Many people had been waiting to see Lin Sun's good show, and many people sympathized with Lin Sun. They thought that no matter how amazing his fighting power was, in this case, he would stop here and have no chance in the final round of assessment. If this really happened, it meant that Lin Sun would be eliminated and would not be able to pass the province test. This guy's good luck has finally come to an end, ha, 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 ha. When Xianxia, Yuan Shu, and others saw this scene, they couldn't help but gloat. They thought that God couldn't tolerate Lin Sun's arrogance anymore. Otherwise, how could the result of drawing lots be so tragic? This situation is not good. Both Lin Sun and Lu Jiao are first-class figures in the younger generation. No matter which one of them is eliminated, it will be a huge loss for the province test. On the White Jade platform, Wei Lingzhen, president of Mist College, frowned. He didn't expect that such a strong duel would be staged before the final round of assessment. This is fate. I have to admit that for practitioners, talent, strength, foundation, and root bones are all important, but luck also plays an important role in the road of cultivation. Du Dongtu said in a deep voice, if you are unlucky, then even if you have the power against the heaven, you are doomed to suffer all kinds of unimaginable misfortunes. On the contrary, if you are lucky, sometimes you can even make an idiot reach the sky in one step. This kind of thing has happened in the past. Yes, the top 6 tests the adaptability in the face of a melee, but there is also a part of luck in it. This is something that can't be controlled. At this time, Governor Lu Wujuan also opened his mouth and said calmly, what's more, even if Lin Sun is eliminated this time, he can come back to participate in the province test next year at the age of less than 15. As soon as this was said, they were all silent and looked at the field. I didn't expect that Lu Jiao would meet Lin Sun at this time. It's really surprising. In the assessment area, Xu Shaolin sighed with emotion, then suddenly smiled and said with shining eyes, but in this way, I can clearly see Lin Sun's real ability. I always have a feeling that in the first 2 rounds of assessment, this guy didn't seem to use his real killing moves at all. Even if he has hidden his killing moves, he is doomed to lose in the face of the siege of Lu Jiao and 4 other Earthgang practitioners. Yun Zitong said calmly. She was a beautiful woman with calm and elegant temperament. Yes, I heard that when they appeared, the 4 Earthgang practitioners had already discussed that they would join hands with Lu Jiao to deal with Lin Sun first. On the other side, Yuan Jing said with a chuckle. She was also a woman. Although her name was Wen Jing, she was not quiet at all. She smiled sweetly, full of vitality and wildness. Then Lin Sun will suffer. Xu Shaolin was stunned and couldn't help laughing. He said with a little regret, I also wanted to have a chance to fight with Lin Sun. Unfortunately, the time is not with me. When Mingxiu was standing beside them. It was not their turn to appear at this time, so they could wait in the assessment area and see everything in the field. However, after hearing the conversation between Xu Shaolin and others, Wen Mingxiu didn't take it seriously. The melee fighting method of the top 6 had long been common in the bloodthirsty camp. If they thought that they could easily defeat Lin Sun by besieging him, they would make a big mistake. Of course, Wen Mingxiu couldn't be sure whether Lin Sun would win this time, but at least she could be sure that when Lin Sun was eliminated, there would definitely be someone who would die for him. While there was a lot of discussion in the field, Lin Sun on the arena was also looking at Lu Jiao, Lu Kexing, Wu Zin, Zhai Shouyuan and Chen Qing in the distance. He was keenly aware that since he boarded the arena, these 5 people's eyes were firmly fixed on him, as if they had already reached a certain tacit understanding. This made Lin Sun's heart sink. Under normal circumstances, if it was a melee, the 6 people participating in the battle should be vigilant and wary of each other. Judging from the reaction of the 5 people, it was obvious that they had discussed to deal with him first. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to focus on him at the first time. No one was optimistic about Lin Sun. But Lin Sun's expression didn't change at all. He had never encountered any real danger since he participated in the province test. Whether it was dealing with Tan Long or defeating Yu Zhongtian, they were all completely suppressed within one move. There was no real fierce battle at all. Now, suddenly facing 4 Earthgang realm and 1 Heavengang realm, Lin Sun felt the pressure for the first time. But this was exactly what Lin Sun longed to see. Only by fighting with real opponents could he have a deep understanding of himself and understand the gap between himself and his enemies. Lin Sun stood quietly without saying a word. In his body, the windstorm millstone had already been running. The gang spirit of his whole body was like a roaring magma ocean, rushing and roaring. His brows were sharp like blades while his black pupils were like bolts of lightning, and his entire body was like a volcano that was about to erupt. The surface of his body was enshrouded in strands of a dreamlike azure sheen, and it caused his imposing aura to be mysterious like an abyss and naturally carry a might that looked down upon the world. Many people narrowed their eyes and keenly noticed the change of Lin Sun's aura. They couldn't help being surprised. Was Lin Sun finally going to use all his strength at this moment? Some people also noticed the change of Lin Sun's breath at the moment. Obviously, he was aware of the danger of this battle and felt great pressure. On the opposite side of the arena, Lu Jiao, Lu Kexing, Wu Cin, Di Xiuyuan and Xianxia also noticed the change of Lin Sun's breath. They were all shocked and ready to fight. Clang! 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 Without the slightest hesitation, they withdrew their respective spirit weapons. For a time, blade lights surged, sword lights gushed, and killing intent surged, causing the atmosphere here to instantly become incomparably austere. Obviously, even though they outnumbered Lin Sun, they still dared not be careless in the face of Lin Sun. Lin's performance in the first and second rounds of assessment was clearly seen by them. They knew that this guy was a monster. Although he was only in the human gang realm, his real fighting capacity was extremely terrible. As long as one wasn't a fool, they wouldn't dare to underestimate such a savage opponent. Including Lu Jiao, the top of the Heaven Gang realm, they were all ready at the moment, and there was no sign of underestimating Lin Sun. But what surprised them was that even at this time, Lin Sun didn't intend to use any weapon at all. His hands were empty, which made it hard for them to figure out what he was thinking. But no matter what, they were ready to get rid of Lin Sun first. Dang! Accompanied by the clear and melodious sound of the bell, the curtains of the third round of the assessment were drawn. In an instant, Lu Jiao and other 5 people moved almost at the same time. Without any nonsense, they attacked. Earth extinguishing slash. Amidst the loud shout, a dazzling black-colored sword light that was like a waterfall slashed down from the sky, and it was like a shocking dragon that tore through space. It was Lu Jiao. As soon as he attacked, his figure was like lightning, and his momentum was fierce and terrible. A black spiritual sword broke through the air with immeasurable power. A wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings. This was the might of a heavenly Dipper realm expert. It really was peerlessly overbearing. At practically the exact same time, Lu Kexing, Wu Cin, Di Xiuyuan, and Xianxia had already charged over from the other directions of the arena. A bronze umbrella opened and rotated like a whirlpool, spraying out thousands of red fire like gang spirit chi. It was like fireworks soaring in the sky, gorgeous and dazzling. Boom! On the other side, a golden axe was swung up with a powerful and unyielding imposing aura, and it simply seemed as if it intended to slash apart the world and shatter the mountains and rivers. Crash! A long chain made of ghastly white bones flew like a dragon rushing out of the abyss, shaking the void with a circle of ripples. Chi-chi, a pair of brass short axes crisscrossed, cutting the air and making a sharp and harsh scream. Its speed was as fast as lightning and unparalleled. In an instant, the bronze umbrella, the golden axe, the long bone chain, and the brass short axes soared into the air. All kinds of spiritual lights were flowing, beautiful and heart-palpitating. They came from the hands of Lu Kexing, Wu Cin, Di Xiuyuan, and Xianxia. Together with Lu Jiao, they vividly interpreted the powerful momentum of the gang spirit realm. This blow alone caused a sensation in the audience. All the people were horrified and kept their eyes wide open for fear of missing the slightest detail. It was too horrible. At the beginning of the battle, Lu Jiao and others seemed to have used all their strength and showed no mercy. It was obvious that they intended to eliminate Lin Sun in the shortest time. It was slow to say, but in fact, all this happened in an instant. It was incredibly fast. If it was an ordinary practitioner, he would be suppressed out before he could react. But it was obvious that Lin Sun was not an ordinary practitioner. Boom! At the same time as Lu Jiao and others took action, Lin Sun, who had been standing still, also moved. His figure rushed violently, and a mountain opening was used to kill Lu Jiao. From the beginning to the end, he did not dodge, which was extremely powerful. If he could get rid of Lu Jiao at the first time, he would get rid of the biggest threat. Boom! The terrible fist wind crushed the void, and with a bang, a black sword light of Lu Jiao was smashed. The remaining power did not decrease, and it hit Lu Jiao fiercely. This was not like the power of a punch. It was like a mountain moving horizontally, crushing everything and unparalleled. Lu Jiao snorted coldly. The sword light danced and dissolved the blow, but his whole body was shaken. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This guy's strength was too abnormal. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. He had used all his strength in this blow, but it was blocked by Lu Jiao. Obviously, Lu Jiao, who had the cultivation of Heaven Gang realm, was not so easy to deal with. Lin Sun had no time to think about it. The attack of Lu Kexing and other 4 Earth Gang realm practitioners had been overwhelming. At this moment, Lin Sun had no time to dodge at all. He could only fight against it. His figure moved up and down, and his fist was like a dragon. The power of gang spirit spread like a surging wave, and the whole person released a kind of arrogant, powerful, and indomitable momentum. Rumble! On the platform, the divine light burst, the haze splashed, and the blazing light swept. The scene was thrilling and terrifying. For a time, the spectators in the surroundings were mesmerized by this scene, and their minds shook while they were awed by this extremely intense battle. What surprised them most was that Lin Sun was not defeated at the first time in the face of the siege of 4 Earth Gang realm practitioners and a Heaven Gang realm practitioner. Even if he was in Human Gang realm and barehanded, he was able to resist it. At this time, Lin Sun's figure was thin, but his momentum was like a dragon. His whole body was steaming with heavenly blue spirit light. His whole body was like an erupting abyssal volcano. His every move released extremely terrible power. Even if he was besieged by heavy attacks, he could not be completely suppressed for a while. This was terrible. Many people were trembling and couldn't believe it. Was this the power that a Human Gang realm practitioner could have? Incredible. At this moment, the whole audience's eyes were attracted to the number 9 platform. On the number 9 platform, Lin Sun, who was besieged but did not fall, was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. This guy is so abnormal, he is a freak. Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Yun Zitong and others had thought that Lin Sun was bound to be defeated, and they were waiting to see how Lin Sun would be defeated. Unexpectedly, everything on the platform broke their expectations. Lin Sun's powerful momentum made them all feel shocked, and their faces all became dignified. The most terrible thing was that Lin Sun was only in Human Gang realm. Such a young man could withstand the siege of 4 Earth Gang realm practitioners and a Heaven Gang realm practitioners alone. If this was spread out, it would cause a sensation in the whole empire. I knew that he used his real strength at this time, when Mingxiu's expression was complicated, and her mind couldn't calm down. Compared with the time when he fought with Huang Jianchen, Lin Sun had become more powerful at this time. She still remembered that when Lin Sun first entered the bloodthirsty camp more than a year ago, he only had the cultivation of the 5th level of martial realm, but now, he had such attainments. Those who didn't know the details of Lin Sun couldn't believe all this at all. Boom! On the platform, the fierce battle continued. Spiritual brilliance was booming and rumbling everywhere, making the world pale. Lu Jiao and the other 4 Earth Gang realm practitioners all looked serious at the moment, and the solemnity between their eyebrows was getting stronger and stronger. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so tenacious. They had all used their spiritual weapons and performed all the secret methods they had learned without any reservation, but they still couldn't suppress Lin Sun, which was too incredible. Who could believe that this was what a Human Gang realm practitioner could do? Kill, kill, kill. They didn't dare to think more. They gritted their teeth and performed their secret methods to the extreme, treating Lin Sun as the number 1 enemy. If they couldn't defeat Lin Sun in this battle with the strength of so many people, it would be too shameful. Their own dignity and desire for victory made Lu Jiao and others step up their offensive as if they were going to fight desperately. Fortunately, soon Lin Sun's sharpness was suppressed little by little. There were signs that he couldn't support it and was forced to retreat. This made Lu Jiao and others relieved, but the power of the attack did not weaken. On the contrary, it became more and more powerful. They knew very well that they must not give Lin Sun any chance to breathe, otherwise there would be unpredictable changes. At this point in the battle, everyone in the field also saw that Lin Sun's momentum had been faintly covered, and it seemed that it would not take long for him to be suppressed. This made many people feel relieved. This was normal. If even Lu Jiao and others couldn't suppress Lin Sun, it would be abnormal. Some people were worried about Lin Sun and couldn't bear to see him defeated. They thought that it was a miracle that he could fight against Lu Jiao and other 4 people alone with the cultivation of human gang realm. They didn't want this miracle to end. Looking at the situation, no matter how powerful Lin Sun is, he is doomed to be defeated. It's a pity that he drew lots this time. Otherwise, with his combat effectiveness, I even suspect that he can be compared with those young talents in the Forbidden City of the Empire. Wei Lingzhen sighed, which made Du Dong to feel the same. He said, indeed, geniuses are also divided into different grades. Judging from the strength Lin Sun has shown now, he can be called a first-class figure in the whole empire, but, it's a pity. There was a touch of regret in his voice. If Lin Sun failed in the province test, he would have no chance to participate in the nation test. This is fate. The result of drawing lots comes from God's will, and no one can help it. Governor Lu Wujuan said in a deep voice. Boom, on the platform, the battle became more and more fierce. Lin Sun couldn't dodge and was suddenly hit on the back by a bronze umbrella. With a bang, he staggered, with a burning pain in his back, and his bones were almost broken. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, Lu Jiao and others hurried to attack. Rumble in an instant, the attack was like an overwhelming tide, which seemed to drown Lin Sun. But at this moment, Lin Sun showed extraordinary ferocity. He gritted his teeth, dodged the oncoming attack, and suddenly broke out with his palms and fingers. Sea-splitting collapse. As the wind of the fist passed, the void was broken like a rag, and the 2 Earthgang realm strongmen who rushed to him were shaken back. Before all this fell, Lin Sun gave a long roar and changed his moves. Suddenly, there seemed to be a cyan boa dragon rushing out and moving gracefully. Boa dragon's destruction. In an instant, an Earthgang realm was caught off guard and hit by the boa dragon. He screamed suddenly, and his body seemed to be crushed by the holy mountain and thrown out. Puff, almost at the same time, Lin Sun's left shoulder showed a flaw. Lu Jiao, who took the opportunity to attack, cut off a large piece of flesh and blood, and almost destroyed his left arm. Get out of here. Lin Sun turned back and waved his hands in the void. Suddenly, a big phoenix emerged. Its feathers were bright red like burning. It spread its wings and gave a clear cry, as if it flew out of the ancient mythology, and its power shook the sky. With a bang, although Lu Jiao tried his best to resist, he was still shocked back more than 30 meters by this blow. His blood and qi were rolling all over his body, and his internal organs were almost dislocated, which made his face sink and become colder. Lin's tenacity and strength had made Lu Jiao really angry and murderous. He absolutely could not tolerate Lin's comeback. People in the field exclaimed. The battle became more and more fierce at this time. Lin Sun seemed to be desperate at this time, which made people tremble. But what was puzzling was that Lin Sun was still barehanded and didn't use any weapons at all. This was too abnormal. As long as one thought about it, it was impossible for a young overmatch like Lin Sun to not have a weapon of his own no matter how poor he was. But why hadn't he used it yet? No one knew. The battle on the arena was still breaking out. Not only Lin Sun, but also several other Earthgang realm practitioners had been injured, with blood splashing everywhere. This caused their expressions to turn livid, and they attacked without holding back in the slightest. They were completely infuriated. On the contrary, Lin Sun's expression didn't change from beginning to end. He was as cold as a rock, and his angular and handsome face was full of indifference. He was bathed in blood, and the bones on his shoulders were faintly visible, but his momentum had never weakened. On the contrary, at this time, there was a kind of surging and boundless murderous spirit, which made his momentum extremely frightening, perhaps only when Mingxiu knew that this was Lin Sun's real fighting appearance. All the people who came out of the bloodthirsty camp had gone through hundreds of battles and been bathed in blood, and Lin Sun was the best one who came out of the bloodthirsty camp. Kill. Lin Sun's blood and qi seemed to be burning and boiling. In his body, the windstorm millstone roared and roared, running the power of his whole body, rolling like a vast ocean, majestic and boundless. On the contrary, his state of mind maintained unprecedented calmness and concentration, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in it. In his hands, the 9 strikes for shaking heaven was constantly displayed. Mountain opening collapse, sea splitting collapse, void refining collapse, soul shattering collapse, python dragon collapse, phoenix collapse, hell suppressing collapse, sky devouring collapse, wanling collapse. The might of every single move was extraordinarily great, and they revealed a world-shocking force of destruction. This was the first fierce battle that Lin Sun encountered after he reached the mastery of human gang realm and mastered the 9 strikes for shaking heaven. No one knew that the reason why Lin Sun didn't use weapons for so long was that he wanted to take advantage of this fierce battle to hone the 9 strikes for shaking heaven. The real secret method didn't need to be built behind closed doors, but needed to be tempered by blood and fire to show its real power. As a peerless sword master in the Empire said a long time ago, a peerless sword was a piece of scrap iron after all if it didn't taste blood. As time went on, Lu Wujuan on the white jade platform suddenly made a slight sound. Lin Sun's momentum seems to be getting stronger. Not only the momentum, but also the secret fighting method he used has become much stronger than before. Wei Lingzhen also found some details, and his eyes couldn't help brightening. With a clap, Du Dongtu suddenly patted the table and said, "I see." The reason why he didn't use weapons for so long is that he is using this battle to hone his martial power. All the big shots narrowed their eyes and were shocked. Finally, they reacted. Combined with Lin Sun's previous performance and his power at this time, there was no doubt that Du Dongtu's speculation should be true. This boy. I really don't know what to say about him, Wei Lingzhen smiled bitterly. Others also showed a strange look. Indeed, they were still regretting that Lin Sun was bound to lose this time. Whoever thought that this boy actually took this battle as an opportunity to hone his martial arts? It was too bold. Well, something is wrong. Lu Jiao and others have been fighting for so long, but they haven't defeated Lin Sun yet? It's really wrong. Don't you find that Lin Sun's combat effectiveness is changing and becoming stronger than before? That seems to be the case. My goodness, could it be that he can turn this situation around? *T, is this guy really so abnormal? It didn't take long for many sharp-eyed people in the field to notice that the situation on the platform was undergoing subtle changes. No way. How could this happen? Xu Shaolin gasped. How could he not see that Lin Sun was not completely suppressed, but began to gradually change the situation? Think about it, his opponents were 4 Earth Gang Realm practitioners and 1 Heaven Gang Realm practitioner. It was shocking that he couldn't do anything to him even when he was suppressed with all his strength. Beside him, Yu Wenjing, Yun Zitong and others were also stunned. At this time, on the platform, Lin Sun became braver and braver. His whole body was steaming with blue spirit light. There seemed to be wind and thunder in his body, making a powerful roar. Every time he attacked, the void would wail, the airflow would be chaotic, and the terrible power of crushing and collapsing would be produced. This brought great pressure to 5 people, including Lu Jiao. Their faces were livid and ugly. They were surprised and doubtful. They still couldn't believe that they could not completely suppress Lin Sun at this time. Instead, Lin Sun began to change the situation little by little. What to do? If this situation continued, even if they could not suppress Lin Sun sooner or later, they would be completely suppressed by Lin Sun. In that case, they were doomed to be defeated in the end. Kill. In any case, we must not let him struggle anymore. Hurry up. Use your killing moves, or we will all be eliminated. Accompanied by loud shouts, they seemed to be desperate and crazy, exerting all their skills to attack Lin Sun with their secret methods. But almost at the same time, Lin Sun's lips suddenly raised a faint sneer. The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his body and rushed towards Lu Jiao. Different from before, Lin Sun's momentum was like a storm, with wind and rain, giving people a terrible oppressive force to the soul. Punch. Push. Simple, it was still Mountain Breaker. But when this blow appeared, the void made a sharp wail and collapsed inch by inch, as if it was collapsing and sinking. Lu Jiao's face suddenly changed, and he felt a fatal danger in his body and mind. Without any hesitation, he dodged to one side. But even then, he was still struck by the strong wind brought about by this punch. Bang! He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood while his body seemed as if he'd been fiercely rammed by a primeval bull, and he was blasted over 30 m away before falling flat on his face. He shivered all over and was seriously injured. His face was pale and his eyes were full of disbelief. It seemed that he could not imagine that he, a Heaven Gang Realm genius, would be hit by a Human Gang Realm strongman at this moment. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere of the audience was suddenly ignited. Many people couldn't sit still and got up, shocked and excited. Lin Sun, at this moment, counterattacked, and he also punched Lu Zhiyou, the famous Heaven Gang Realm young strongman. It was so strong. This boy can't be suppressed anymore. On the White Jade platform, the same thought flashed in the minds of all the bigwigs. How is this possible? On the platform, the 4 Earth Gang Realm practitioners gasped and their brains were a little confused. Lu Zhiyou was actually hit and sent flying. Did Lin Sun hide his strength just now? When they looked at Lin Sun again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. What kind of person was he? He was only in Human Gang Realm. How could he be so powerful? Simply a monster. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of all this. After repelling Lu Zhiyou, he seized this opportunity. Without any hesitation, he flashed towards the 4 Earth Gang Realm practitioners. Rumble, his whole body was surging with green gang chi, blazing like the sun, dazzling. His momentum soared into the sky and shocked the world. It vaguely seemed to turn into a storm vortex, crushing towards his opponent. Be careful, avoid it. Lu Zhiyou roared in the distance. But it was too late. Lin Sun's figure flickered and came to him. In an instant, there was a bang. 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 With 4 muffled sounds, the 4 Earth Gang Realm strongmen screamed and flew out of the platform like stones. They fell to the ground, bleeding from their mouths and noses, and could no longer stand up. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, dumbfounded. In an instant, 4 Earth Gang Realm strongmen were all defeated. All this happened so suddenly that people were caught off guard. Before they had time to react, it had already come to an end. Until they saw the figures of the 4 Earth Gang Realm strongmen struggling on the ground outside the arena, all the people in the audience finally dared to believe that all this was true. The indescribable shock covered the whole audience, which made the atmosphere so silent that a needle drop could be heard. Everyone's face was full of horror and confusion. How did Lin Sun do it? It was so abnormal. No one could imagine that Lin Sun, who had been suppressed before, could not resist. But now, he not only punched Lu Zhiyou, who was in Heaven Gang Realm, but also defeated the other 4 strong men of Earth Gang Realm in one fell swoop. This was more than a reversal of the situation, it was a counterattack to reverse the situation. On the White Jade platform, Governor Lu Wujuan, Wei Lingzhen, Du Dongtu, and other big shots were also silent. They had vaguely seen the signs of Lin Sun becoming stronger, but they did not expect that Lin Sun would reverse the situation so quickly. It was like a miracle, and it had suddenly arrived without anyone noticing, and it brought a pleasant surprise to everyone. At this time on the arena, Lin Sun's thin and handsome figure stood upright. He was bathed in blood, no different from before, but in the eyes of the audience, he looked so dazzling and tall. This was power. Damn it. On the opposite side of the arena, Lu Zhiyou looked livid and secretly cursed the 4 Earth Gang Realm strongmen for being so unbearable that he was also implicated. Now he could only face the freak Lin Sun alone. I didn't expect that in the end, this assessment of the top 6 turned into a competition between you and me. Haha, should I feel honored? Lu Zhiyou took a deep breath and said gloomily. He was not in a hurry to counterattack. At this moment, when he faced Lin Sun alone, he found that the pressure was so great. You should feel lucky. If this assessment is a duel between you and me from the beginning, do you think you can persist until now? Lin Sun looked cold and his words were not polite. In the previous battle, Lu Zhiyou took advantage of the Heaven Gang Realm to bring a lot of trouble to Lin Sun. Even most of the injuries on his body were left by Lu Zhiyou. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't like Lu Zhiyou at all. Yes, this battle was unfair from the beginning. Lu Zhiyou took advantage of it and still acted like a good boy, which is a bit shameless. Humph, it's ridiculous that such a person can become a famous top figure in Mist College. In the battle just now, he was more ruthless than anyone else. This is the assessment. Lin Sun is besieged, which can only be attributed to his bad luck. But Lu Zhio's performance at this time is a bit shameful. As Lin Sun said, he should not only feel honored, but also feel lucky. Many people in the field echoed and cheered for Lin Sun. The sound waves were like tides, spreading through the whole field, making Lu Zhio's face suddenly become livid and ugly. Lu Zhio gritted his teeth and was about to say something, but Lin Sun interrupted him with a frown. Dude, this assessment is not over yet. Can you say anything after you are eliminated? Lu Zhio laughed angrily. Don't talk big. Do you think you can really eliminate me in a one-on-one confrontation? Lin Sun was too lazy to speak. He strode forward, and his momentum was like a dragon soaring into the sky. Boom, with a wave of his hand, he still used Mountain Breaker to crush Lu Zhio. Seeing that Lin Sun was so impolite, Lu Zhio was already furious. But in the face of this blow, his eyelids twitched, and the familiar sense of fatal danger surged in his heart again, which made him dodge to one side subconsciously. As soon as he dodged, he immediately realized that it was not right, and a strong sense of shame surged in his heart. Damn it, sure enough, there was a burst of laughter in the field, and someone even sneered directly. Hey, Lu Zhio, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why did you run away in fear when Lin Sun made a move? Are you a rabbit? Many students of Mist College were ashamed. They were also very puzzled. Even if they couldn't beat Lin Sun, they should admit defeat earlier. Why did they have to humiliate themselves like this? And Lu Zhio's face was already red with shame and indignation. He let out a roar and took the initiative to kill Lin Sun to prove that he was not frightened by Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't say a word about this, and still hit him with Mountain Breaker with boundless momentum. Rumble, the horrible fist wind, like a wanton storm, crushed the void, made the air chaotic, and produced a terrible destructive force. When he was really shrouded by this fist wind, Lu Zhio was stiff all over, as if falling into an ice cave. His face was pale, and the shame and indignation in his heart disappeared. He had to choose to dodge again. It was terrible. If he fought hard, Lu Zhio wondered if he would be smashed by this punch. Seeing that Lu Zhio avoided for the second time, there was more and more laughter in the field. Many practitioners who were very optimistic about Lu Zhio could not help but shake their heads when they saw this. Look, this is the very famous genius of Mist College. He also has the cultivation of Heaven Gang realm. Isn't it shameful? Ha ha ha, your mouth is beautiful, but your body is very honest. Come on, fight. This time even Wei Lingjun on the white jade platform couldn't help frowning. He could naturally see that Lu Zhio was not really afraid, but in the eyes of others, it became another meaning. Damn it. You are absolutely intentional. Lu Zhio was completely enraged and was about to go crazy. Up to now, he had been favored by many people and was praised as a genius. He was respected by countless young practitioners. When had he ever been so neglected and ridiculed? His eyes were red, and he vented all his anger on Lin Sun, thinking that Lin Sun deliberately embarrassed him. Lin Sun just smiled at this. Whether it's intentional or not, don't hide. Lu Zhio was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. It was so annoying. He didn't expect that this assessment would become like this. Zhio, step down. You have lost. Suddenly, Wei Lingjun's voice came from the field, full of great majesty, suppressing all the laughter in the field. Obviously, Wei Lingjun, the dean of Mist College, couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Zhio shivered all over, and his face suddenly became bleak and lost his soul. Just like this, admit defeat. Didn't this mean that he had been eliminated in this province test? Lu Zhio felt a pain in his heart and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face became pale. Obviously, it was caused by anger and emotional ups and downs. Seeing this, many people in the field couldn't help showing pity. Lu Zhio was more than defeated this time. From now on, they were afraid that his reputation would be ruined and he would never be able to raise his head again. But in the end, Lu Zhio still retreated. No matter how unwilling he was, he asked himself that when facing Lin Sun alone, he really had little confidence. If he continued to fight, it would be a futile struggle after all. Looking at his dispirited exit, the faces of Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing and Yun Zitong all became dignified and gloomy. Lu Jiao was as famous as them, but now he was defeated by Lin Sun, and he even took the initiative to admit defeat, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. But they also knew that if they were Lu Jiao, they would be defeated in this battle. There was no way. Lin Sun was really a freak. He was only in the human gang realm, but he could fight against 4 Earth Gang realm practitioners and a Heaven Gang realm practitioner alone, and he won in the end. Looking at the whole empire, there might not be many freaks like Lin Sun. At this time, when all the eyes in the field looked at Lin Sun again, they had become completely different from before, with a kind of heartfelt admiration and appreciation. Before, they all thought that Lin Sun was so unlucky that he was doomed to fail in the final round of assessment. But the final result proved that it was not Lin Sun who was unlucky, but his opponents. Look at the 4 Earth Gang realm practitioners, they were defeated at the same time, and there was no suspense. Looking at Lu Jiao, he even became a clown in the end. He was laughed at and ridiculed, which made him lose his reputation and face. Lin Sun, on the other hand, became the biggest winner of this round of assessment, just like the birth of an impossible miracle, bringing endless shock and surprise to people. The rise of this young man is unstoppable. Wei Lingzhen looked complicated and sighed with emotion. For this young man, although the final round of assessment has not yet begun, there is no suspense. Things in the world are unpredictable. Du Dongtu also sighed. From the first time he heard about the fight on a rainy night, Du Dongtu appreciated Lin Sun very much. He even wanted to recruit Lin Sun to join the Xiling army. He thought that if Lin Sun trained a little, he would become another powerful general of the empire in the future. But things in the world were unpredictable. Just looking at Lin Sun's performance today, he knew that a Xiling army could not keep such a talented young man. In the Southwest Province, Lin Sun is already a first-class top figure. If we look at the whole empire, he is also a first-class figure. Such a person should take part in the highest level of the empire, the nation test. Governor Lu Wujuan was also touched. He thought that if it weren't for the inseparable relationship between Lin Sun and Heiyao Shrine, even he couldn't help but want to recruit this young man as his disciple. Under the attention of the crowd, Lin Sun, standing on the arena, seemed to think of something. He suddenly took a deep breath, glanced around, and became solemn. Many people couldn't help wondering what Lin Sun was going to do. But Lin Sun smiled and said, "I only choose Golden Hall to buy spiritual weapons." All the people present were completely dumbfounded. At this time, this guy still didn't forget to help Golden Hall publicize how shameless he was. Many young girls in the field had been conquered by Lin Sun's previous strong performance. When they heard this, they could not help showing a broken and desperate expression. Lin Sun. How could he do this? On the white jade platform, Governor Lu Wujuan, Wei Lingzhen, Du Dongtu, and other big shots couldn't help but twitch their lips at this moment, with a strange look on their faces. Lin Sun. What should they say about him? When everyone in the audience reacted, Lin Sun had already left the field. After a dangerous and hardy battle, Lin Sun also suffered a lot of injuries and physical exhaustion, which must be repaired in time. He left very decisively. As for the last round of assessment, it would take 3 days to start. After Lin Sun left, the third round of assessment continued, and the news about Lin Sun's fierce battle spread throughout Mist City as soon as possible. Damn, Lin Sun is definitely a pervert. It's 2F** King crazy. Many people were shocked and exclaimed. Poor Lu Jiao. If he hadn't met Lin Sun, he would have passed the province test with his combat effectiveness. Many people also felt sorry for Lu Jiao. Ha ha ha, Lin Sun is so interesting. At the end of the battle, he didn't forget to publicize Golden Hall. I can't help but want to go to Golden Hall to have a look. There were also some who laughed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry at Lin's unexpected action. None of these affected Lin Sun. As soon as he returned home, he said hello to Xu Jin and went straight into the room to sit and adjust his breath. The last round of assessment would be held in 3 days. He must repair his injuries and restore his physical strength to the peak before the assessment. In the courtyard, Xu Jin didn't sleep. He sat alone in the night and thought that in 3 days, he would leave Mist City, the Empire, and go to the dangerous and unpredictable wasteland of turmoil. Suddenly, an extremely unusual dark shadow appeared in the sky. If one looked carefully, it was surprisingly a strange black bird. It had golden eyes, red claws, 6 wings on its back, and a slender body. There seemed to be lava burning in the depths of its eyes, which was very frightening. 6-winged falcon. Suddenly, Shujin woke up from his chaotic thoughts. A cold light burst out of his eyes and he looked up at the sky. Why did it be sent out? Did something big happen in Heiyao Shrine? The dark 6-winged falcon swooped down, glided across the void, and quietly landed in the courtyard. The Lord has ordered you to stay here and wait for further orders. Only when new news arrives can you carry out new operations. The bird could actually speak the human language. Its voice was deep and vigorous, as if it had intelligence. What happened? Shujin frowned. The dark 6-winged bird shook its head and said in a deep voice, I'm not sure yet. It seems that there is a traitor in our Heiyao Shrine who leaked some core secrets. Shujin raised his eyebrows and his expression turned cold. Traitor? How many years has it been since something like this happened? This isn't right. Speaking of this, Shujin wondered, but what does this have to do with me going to the wasteland of turmoil? The 6-winged dark night bird was silent for a moment and said, it has nothing to do with you, but it has something to do with the little guy you're looking after. I'll take my leave first. I have to go back and report to Master. As soon as it finished speaking, it lightly flapped its wings and swiftly soared into the sky. In an instant, it had actually vanished 30 kilometers into the sky. It was related to Lin Sun. Shujin was shocked. His eyes were full of cold light, and he was lost in thought. A traitor of Heiyao Shrine leaked some secrets, but it was related to Lin Sun whom he was protecting. What on earth was going on? Moreover, even the 6-winged dark night bird was sent to deliver the news. It could be imagined how serious this matter was. After thinking for a long time, Shujin finally shook his head. He got too little information to judge what was going on. Now, he could only wait for new news to come to determine the next step. But when he thought that the existence of Lin Sun actually involved a traitor in Heiyao Shrine, Shujin faintly felt that this matter was even more amazing than he imagined. Under the same night sky, in the Castle of Darkness. The pitch-black hall was tranquil and solemn as before, and it emanated an oppressive force. Once you do something, there is no room for retreat. What I didn't expect was that the first traitor in Heiyao Shrine in 136 years was you. In the darkness, there was an indifferent and ethereal voice. With the voice, a light emerged in the dark castle, and a ferocious white bone throne emerged. On the throne, there sat an infinitely tall figure, like the king of the eternal night, overlooking the world. The queen of the night, her voice was as unique, deep and magnetic as before, as mysterious as the night. But at this moment, she didn't show her true face. Or, even if she showed her true face, there were few people in the world who could see her face. With the help of the emerging light, it could be clearly seen that in the center of the hall, there was a naked man kneeling. The man lowered his head and said nothing. Looking carefully, the man's back was penetrated by a fine black chain. The chain was steaming with black mysterious flame, like the legendary hellfire, which burned the man's skin black. But the man seemed to feel nothing. He knelt there, motionless. This strange scene was extremely horrifying. You're still the same as before. You'd rather lose your life to defend the things you're determined to do with silence. But I don't have any other idea to catch you this time. I'm just curious about what benefits the old bastard in the observatory promised you to let you choose to betray me. On the white bone throne, the queen's voice was ethereal and low, as if she was talking about the old days, without any emotional fluctuation. The man was still silent, like a mute. Well, since you choose to defend with your life, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the voice fell, the black chain on the man's naked back sank into the man's skin little by little. At this moment, the man seemed to be unable to bear the fatal pain, and his body trembled uncontrollably. But even so, he still lowered his head, silent, stubborn like a stubborn stone. At this time, the old man, who had been wearing a black court dress and had a kind face, walked into the hall. Without looking at the man on the ground, he bowed to the white bone throne in the distance. Miss, I've found out that the reason why the purple-souled deacon did this was to protect a woman. As soon as the words came out, the man on the ground trembled violently, and finally raised his head, revealing a weather-beaten resolute face. But this face at this moment, with a touch of anger, and his eyes were red as if they were about to bleed, which made him look particularly ferocious. He stared at the white bone throne in the distance, and his pale and dry lips trembled. He seemed to want to say something, but finally he lowered his head, as if he had accepted his fate. Seeing this, the queen on the white bone throne was silent for a moment, and then she sighed softly. The word love is really harmful. When the voice fell, the man on the ground was stiff, and then his body was covered with a layer of shadow like the eternal night. It could be clearly seen that his body was disappearing quietly little by little. Finally, there was no trace of him, as if he had evaporated from the world. Everything came to an end in silence. Seeing this scene, the old man couldn't help sighing. "How's the investigation going?" the queen asked. "It has been noticed by the old priest in the observatory. They arranged the Qi family to solve the problem left by the Qi family in those years." The old man said slowly, "I have brought the words to them as you instructed, but I didn't expect that they agreed." The queen's voice was a little surprised. "They agreed?" The old man nodded. "However, they also have a condition." "Say it." A strange look appeared on the old man's face. "They said that it's okay to let Lin Sun live, but it depends on whether he can enter the Forbidden City smoothly." There was a silence on the white bone throne. After a long time, the old man said, "Is this the meaning of the old thing in the observatory?" The old man nodded. "It should be so." The queen thought for a moment and said, "What are they going to do?" The old man said, "Qi family will send forces to stop Lin Sun on the way to the Forbidden City." The old thing's decision this time is a little strange. "What does he want to do?" the queen murmured softly. The old man was also lost in thought. Obviously, he also didn't know the real reason. "Well, since he wants to play like this, let's play with him. I'd like to see what he wants to do." The queen made a decision. "Tell Shu Jin that there is a change in the plan. He will take Lin Sun into the Forbidden City in person." The old man shook his head and said, "Miss, they have said that if we don't intervene in this matter, they will only send practitioners below Sea Spirit Realm to stop Lin Sun. Otherwise, all the conditions promised before will be invalid." "Oh, do they think that they can defeat me?" There was a trace of coldness in the queen's voice. The old man murmured, "Miss, anyway, I think we can give it a try. This is more like a test for Lin Sun than a condition of the other party. I'm afraid there are some secrets hidden in it that we don't know." The queen was silent for a moment and said, "Well, send the news to Shu Jin and let Lin Sun choose by himself. Tell him that if he comes to the Forbidden City, he may be killed on the way. But if he doesn't come to the Forbidden City, he will never have a chance to know his real life in this life. He can choose by himself." The old man bowed slightly and left. The hall returned to darkness, empty and tranquil. The next evening, Shu Jin saw the six-winged dark night falcon again and learned about everything. "Zihun." "It's him." Shu Jin was slightly absent-minded. Zihun, one of the 12 deacons of Heiyao Shrine, was a strong practitioner of Tao Insight Realm. Even Shu Jin didn't dare to say that he could defeat him, but such an expert had actually become a traitor. Shu Jin was a little confused. What was going on? A piece of news about Lin Sun could make him choose to betray Heiyao Shrine. Shu Jin thought for a long time and finally sighed softly. According to the instructions, he could only tell Lin Sun about it, and he could not help Lin Sun anymore. Shu Jin had a strong hunch that when Lin Sun knew all this, he would not choose to retreat according to his temperament. 3 days passed in a hurry. Lin Sun didn't know that on the night 3 days ago, a dark six-winged falcon came to the small courtyard where he lived at night. He also didn't know that his life experience had caused a turbulent undercurrent in the Forbidden City, the capital of the distant empire. Now his mind was all on the province test. After 3 days of recuperation, his injuries had recovered to their original state. What made Lin particularly happy was that after the fierce battle in the 3rd round of assessment, his control of 9 strikes for shaking heaven had reached the level of initial glimpse and began to move towards the realm of nuance. Nuance was the meaning of insight into subtlety and mystery. Only by mastering the essence and mystery of a cultivation method could one really exert the full power of a cultivation method. Early in the morning, Lin Sun washed himself and stepped out of the courtyard. Today would be the last round of the province test. Whether he could get the certificate of the province test smoothly or not depended on today's battle, Mist College. It was an unprecedented scene of crowds of people, The seats in the arena were already filled with people, all of them raising their heads in anticipation. After the first 3 rounds of assessment, only 200 practitioners were left to enter the last round of assessment. Today, the 200 practitioners who had been screened out would compete with each other and become the winners of the province test. The last round of assessment is finally coming. I don't know who can stand out this time and become the biggest winner of the province test. Who else can it be? Lin Sun. That's hard to say. In the 3rd round of assessment, although Lin Sun's performance was extremely dazzling, there were many top practitioners who could compete with him, such as Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Yun Zitong, and so on. Are you kidding me? Even Lu Jiao was defeated by Lin. How could Xu Shaolin be Lin's opponent? You should be clear that the final result of the assessment will be based on the specific performance of the previous 3 rounds of assessment. According to Lin Sun's previous performance, as long as he performs well in the last round of assessment, he will be able to take the first place. Oh, that's hard to say. It's Governor Lu Wujuan and other bigwigs who will evaluate the results. Who knows what their final judgment will be? The crowd discussed animatedly while waves of voices surged through the heavens and the earth like the tide. In the assessment area, Lin Sun and the other 199 practitioners were already waiting there. Some of them were meditating with their eyes closed, some were talking softly, and some were silent in thought. This last round of assessment was the key to determining whether one could pass the province test. Once he failed, no matter how excellent his performance in the first 3 rounds of assessment was, it would not change anything. Under such circumstances, these practitioners who had overcome all difficulties to get to where they were now were also determined to win the last round of assessment. No one was willing to be eliminated at the last moment. If that happened, the blow they would suffer would be too severe. Lin Sun stood there alone, a little absent-minded. Just when he went out in the early morning, he was keenly aware that Xu Jin seemed to want to say something to him, but finally stopped. This seemed a little abnormal. Old Jin shouldn't be so indecisive, Lin Sun pondered. Soon, Lin Sun had no time to think more, because with the ringing of the bell, the last round of assessment had begun. Like the first 3 rounds of assessment, this time the opponent was still chosen by drawing lots. The rule was very simple. Defeat the opponent and you would win. At present, there were only 200 people left in the field, and they could fight one by one. The loser would be eliminated, and the winner would pass the province test. Then, the chief examiner Lu Wujuan and other bigwigs would judge the final ranking based on the comprehensive performance of the winner in the 4 rounds of assessment. Lin Su's opponent in the draw this time was a young man named Wang Kong, who came from a city called Yunjing in the southwestern province. He was not very famous before, but to be able to fight his way out of the encirclement and enter the final round of assessment, it was enough to prove how powerful this person was. In other words, the 200 practitioners who could participate in the last round of assessment could almost be regarded as the top figures of the young generation, and none of them was ordinary. However, there were differences between the top figures. Compared with a freak like Lin Sun, Wang Kong seemed a little mediocre. When he learned that his opponent was Lin Sun, Wang Kong suddenly screamed, his hands trembled, and the sticks he drew fell to the ground. He looked helpless as if he had suffered a heavy blow. No one laughed. On the contrary, all the practitioners present showed sympathy for Wang Kong. He was so unlucky to have drawn Lin Sun, the unlucky star. Some people secretly rejoiced and breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling extremely lucky and happy that their opponent was not Lin Sun. Even the top dazzling figures, such as Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing and Yun Zitong, who were favored by most people, showed more or less relaxed when they confirmed that their opponent was not Lin Sun. This reaction was extremely subtle, but it also showed how frightening Lin Sun was in the hearts of those practitioners. When Lin Sun saw all this, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Was he so terrible? Lin Sun finally tasted the feeling of standing out from the crowd and being lonely at the top. Of course, Lin Sun also knew that this only proved that his strength had been recognized by the young generation of practitioners in the southwest province of the empire. In other territories of the empire, there must be peerless figures who were not inferior to him, or even better than him. Even if all this aside, the so-called province test was just an assessment after all. Most of his opponents were of the same generation, so there was nothing to be proud of. At least in terms of cultivation, He was just in the human gang realm after all, and there was still a long way to go. The last round of assessment began. The whole audience was completely excited, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly hot. But for Lin Sun, the last round of assessment seemed a little boring. His opponent, Wang Kong, was indeed an extremely powerful character. Even though he had lost his composure before, when he was fighting, Wang Kong displayed all the advantages that a top practitioner should have: calmness, steadiness, and concentration. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lin Sun. After a moment of struggle, he was suppressed by Lin Sun and finally defeated. I knew that Lin Sun would never let us down. Human Gang Realm, fighting in 4 rounds of assessment, won the battle in one fell swoop. In the past province test, few people can compare with Lin Sun. What a monster. I didn't believe that there were real geniuses in the world before, but after seeing Lin Sun, I finally believe it. 3 months later, the Empire's Nation test will begin. I'm looking forward to Lin Sun representing our Southwest province and competing with all the talents in the nation test. Countless cheers broke out in the field. On the White Jade platform, Governor Lu Wujuan and others looked at each other, all showing an expression that it was natural. Yes, through the first 3 rounds of assessment, they had already clearly judged that no one could stop Lin Sun's pace of passing the province test. At this moment, Lin Sun's victory undoubtedly proved that their speculation was not wrong. But when they looked around, they were stunned to find that Lin Sun had already disappeared. Obviously, Lin Sun left early again. This boy doesn't take the province test seriously. He just left as if he didn't care about his assessment results at all. Wei Lingzhen shook his head. Oh, this is normal. I've been worried about what Golden Hall would do if he publicized it after winning. Du Dongtu laughed, but then again, this boy is also a wonderful person. He doesn't play cards according to common sense and is different from other practitioners. It's really rare. If he thinks that in this province test, he can get the first place with his comprehensive score, he is too naive. Governor Lu Wujuan snorted. Wei Lingzhen and Du Dongtu both smiled and said, Brother Lu, in my opinion, it doesn't matter whether he is the first place or not. Lu Wujuan was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but admit that Lin Sun was indeed different from others. It was a bit too much to say that he was deviant, but he was definitely an alien. I'm curious whether he will take part in the nation test 3 months later. Wei Lingzhen pondered. He shouldn't miss it, but it's not certain whether he can win. After all, those who can take part in the nation test are all the top talents in the world, and some of them have even reached the Sea Spirit realm. Du Dongtu said in a deep voice, although Lin Sun's fighting capacity can compete with Heaven Gang realm, if he meets a real opponent, his cultivation will become his most fatal shortcoming. It's too early to say this. After the last round of assessment, please join me to judge the results of the practitioners who passed the province test. Governor Lu Wujuan ordered. All the great figures nodded their heads in delight. But in their hearts, they already had a clear answer to Lin Sun's comprehensive score. Lin Sun left Mist College in a hurry and went straight home. Xu Jin would leave today. Lin Sun was worried that this guy would leave without saying a word, so he left as soon as the assessment was over. Fortunately, when he returned home, Xu Jin was still there, which made Lin Sun feel relieved and said with a smile, Jin, we haven't had a good drink together yet. Let's get drunk today, shall we? In the past, Xu Jin would never hesitate to agree when he heard of drinking. But at this time, he shook his head and said, Boy, since the province test is over, there's something I have to tell you. His expression was complicated and his mood was different from before. Everyone in Mist City was celebrating the last round of province test. It was noisy, lively, and unprecedentedly grand. But in the small courtyard, the atmosphere was a little quiet. Sitting at the stone table, Lin Sun fell into a long silence after listening to Xu Jin's words. Only then did he know that the Queen of the Dark Night named Lulan Jinian had already guessed his origin. But Lin Sun didn't expect that his origin would make a bigwig of Tao Insight Realm and the Dark Knight Templar choose to betray him. All this made Lin Sun realize that the enemy who dug away his spiritual vein must be powerful and terrible beyond imagination, otherwise, how could the strong man in the Tao Insight Realm named Zihun reveal his identity at all costs? Now that I'm still alive, I'm afraid those enemies are very surprised, right? Lin Sun's heart was indescribably complicated. He didn't know whether he should feel lucky or angry. It was as if a stone was stuffed in his chest, making him uncomfortable. Who was he? Who was the enemy who dug away his spiritual vein? Lin Sun had thought about these questions more than once. The only thing he could be sure of was that the reason why he didn't die was that Master Lu must have helped him. But it was a pity that Master Lu never told Lin Sun about these things until the moment when the mine prison was destroyed. Master Lu told Lin Sun that only by going to Xiao Empire could he find out his origin. Originally, Lin Sun thought that when he passed the nation test and entered Green Deer School, he could use the unique resources of Green Deer School to investigate all this. But now, he suddenly realized that someone had already known about his identity. Why didn't the Queen of the Dark Night tell him earlier? Could it be that there was some hidden story behind this? Lin Sun couldn't figure it out. When he was about to get closer to the truth, he found that things were far more complicated than he thought. Seeing Lin Sun was silent for a long time, Shu Jin couldn't help sighing in his heart and said, "His Excellency said that you can choose not to go to the Forbidden City. In my opinion, this is the wisest choice. At least, you won't encounter fatal danger." Lin Sun suddenly said, "Old Jin, I have never told you that the reason why I entered Xiao Empire is to find out my origin." Shu Jin frowned. "I can roughly guess, but if you lose your life to find out who you are, what's the point?" After a pause, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You don't understand. Zi Hunt's betrayal is a signal. It proves that those who stop you from going to the Forbidden City are more terrible than you think. If you insist on going, you are doomed to die." Lin Sun said thoughtfully, "Of course I understand. But didn't you just say that they won't send a force beyond Gang Spirit Realm to deal with me? That's enough." Shu Jin frowned even more. "What do you know? Even if you enter the Forbidden City smoothly, so what? That was the capital of the Empire. You're alone, so it's impossible for you to be their opponent. To put it bluntly, based on the strength they displayed, killing a little fellow like you is as easy as crushing an ant." Lin Sun suddenly laughed. "Old Jin, you're wrong. If they really want to kill me, they don't have to do that. They can just send someone to Mist City to kill me." Speaking of this, Lin Sun's clear black eyes flashed with a strange luster, "And I have an intuition that the reason why they don't kill me directly has nothing to do with Heiyao Shrine, but they seem to have other plans." Shu Jin was stunned. He also vaguely felt that there was something strange about this matter before, but he didn't expect that Lin Sun would notice it so soon. Lin Sun said firmly, "Old Jin, I must go to the Forbidden City. You don't have to persuade me anymore." Looking at the firm expression on the young man's face, Shu Jin hesitated for a long time and finally sighed softly, no longer persuading him. "Come on, drink. I don't know when I can see you again after I go to the Forbidden City. Don't mention those disappointing things today. Just get drunk." Lin Sun showed a bright smile and took out a jar of wine. "Humph. Get drunk? Let's see if you can make me drunk." With a cold snort, Shu Jin directly opened the jar and drank up. Lin Sun smiled, knowing that Shu Jin had agreed with his decision. In the evening, the vigorous province test came to an end, and a total of 100 practitioners passed the test. Although the province test was over, the discussion about this test did not stop. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. The analysis of each classic battle and the final ranking of the winners of the province test had become a hot topic. Without exception, the battle in the third round of assessment, where Lin Sun fought against 5 opponents by himself, was recognized as the most classic battle in this year's province test. Similarly, without exception, Lin Sun became the most popular candidate for the first place in the comprehensive assessment. Although all this was related to Lin Sun, as the person concerned, Lin Sun had no mind to pay attention to all this. Early the next morning, Lin Sun woke up from a hangover and went directly to Golden Hall to meet Gu Liang, who was busy. With the end of the province test, the popularity of Golden Hall did not decline, but became more and more popular. A large number of practitioners came every day. All this was inseparable from Lin Sun's propaganda. In the quiet room, Gu Liang happily talked about the changes of Golden Hall these days. Sometimes he was excited, sometimes he was distressed, sometimes he was beaming with joy, and sometimes he sighed. Of course, the so-called distress and sighing were all with joy. Lin Sun sat there and listened quietly. Only then did he know that Gu Liang had begun to prepare to refine the 7 new spiritual weapons, and specially named them Golden Scale Series. When these spiritual weapons were sold in the future, they would be crowned with the unique logo of Golden Scale Series, which became the pioneer of the rise of Golden Hall. The so-called Golden referred to Golden Hall, and the homophone of scale was Lin, which naturally referred to Lin Sun. The word golden scale also implied auspiciousness and wealth. The so-called golden scale was not something in the pond, but could change into a dragon when it met the wind and cloud. This kind of naming obviously took a lot of thought, which also showed how much importance Gu Liang attached to this matter. Neither Lin Sun nor Gu Liang knew what a sensation the Golden Scale Series would cause in the empire in the future. It was like a dazzling star that came out of the sky and was fanatically pursued by countless practitioners. At this time, Lin Sun just listened quietly with a smile on his lips. He could feel Gu Liang's ambition, and in fact, he was also very envious of Gu Liang. At least Gu Liang could focus all his enthusiasm on his favorite Taoist path. By the way, what are you doing here this time? At the end of his words, Gu Liang suddenly realized that he had forgotten the purpose of Lin Sun's coming. When the final result of the province test comes out and I get the province test certificate, I will leave Mist City and go to the Forbidden City. I'm here to tell you in advance. Lin Sun said casually. So soon? Gu Liang was stunned and a little reluctant. We haven't had a good drink together, and you're leaving? Lin Sun said with a smile, I also want to, but look at the current Golden Hall. If you are drunk, who will take charge of the overall situation? Gu Liang immediately smiled bitterly. Indeed, he was very busy these days. Not to mention drinking, even the rest time was squeezed to the extreme. Alas, I can't compare with you. You passed the province test smoothly and will soon go to the Forbidden City to make a name for yourself. I'm so envious. Gu Liang sighed. Lin Sun didn't bother to fight back. He got up and said goodbye, go ahead. I have to go to Keystone Business and the commune of spiritual tattooists. Gu Liang got up to see Lin Sun off. Watching Lin Sun's back disappear in the street, he suddenly frowned. He felt that Lin Sun seemed to be a little different today, as if he was hiding something. Immediately, Gu Liang had no time to think more. There was another distinguished guest in Golden Hall, and he had to receive him in person, Keystone Business. When Lin Sun arrived, Mu Wansu was not there. She said that she went to a mine to inspect goods and would return in half a month at the earliest. Lin Sun shook his head and turned away. He didn't know many people in Mist City, and Mu Wansu was one of them. Now that Mu Wansu was not here, he could only wait to meet her in the future. Of course, he had to be alive to meet her. Before long, Lin Sun arrived at the commune of spiritual tattooists and was warmly received by Chu Feng. After chatting for a while, Lin Sun told his purpose of coming. Chu Feng had long known that there would be such a day. After all, Lin Sun had passed the province test, and with his fighting capacity, he could definitely go to the nation test. It's a pity. If it weren't for secular affairs, I would accompany you to the Forbidden City. Chu Feng sighed with emotion, I haven't been back to the Forbidden City for many years, bro, I've heard something about you. When there's a chance in the future, I will help you return to the Forbidden City and get back what belongs to you. Lin Sun said seriously. Mu Wansu had mentioned to him what happened at the celebration of Keystone Business last time and also told him something about Chu Feng's past. Lin Sun finally knew that Chu Feng was expelled from his clan and had to take refuge in Mist City. Bro, Chu Feng was stunned at once. His mood fluctuated and he couldn't calm down. He never thought that Lin Sun would make such a promise at this time, which deeply touched him. He was grateful and surprised, and didn't know what to say for a while. Lin Sun stood up and said with a smile, bro, don't say more. It won't be too late for you to thank me when there's a chance to solve that problem in the future. Immediately, Lin Sun left. He had seen all the people he should see and said all the words he should say. Next, it was time to prepare for the journey to the Forbidden City. Whoosh, on the stone table in the courtyard, a meticulously drawn and well-detailed parchment map was spread out. Lin Sun took an inscribing pen and drew a red circle in the position of Mist City. Then he looked at it carefully. After leaving the commune of spiritual tattooists, Lin Sun bought this map from a bookstore specializing in selling all kinds of topographical books. The topographic trend of the 34 provinces of the empire was detailed on it. Xu Jin came over and took a glance at it. Then he took the inscribing pen from Lin Sun's hand and drew 3 zigzag lines on the map, all of which started from Mist City and led to the Forbidden City, the core of the empire in the north. These are the 3 routes to Mist City. The westernmost route needs to pass through 37 cities and hundreds of mountains, including some dangerous places. If you choose to go to the Forbidden City by this route, accidents are likely to happen on the way. Xu Jin said in a deep voice, the easternmost route needs to go through the Soul Oblivion Sea. It was the safest way in the past, but not now. At this time of the year, the Soul Oblivion Sea will enter a turbulent period with frequent storms and tsunamis. Besides, there are many fierce beasts in the sea. No one dares to go to the Soul Oblivion Sea at this time. Lin Sun's eyes fell on the middle route and said, this seems to be the shortest route to the Forbidden City? Xu Jin nodded and said, although there are some natural hazards and dangerous places on this road, you can pass unimpeded by taking a spiritual shuttle or a battleship. Speaking of this, Xu Jin looked up at Lin Sun, but I don't recommend you to go to the Forbidden City by this road, because the enemy will definitely send a large number of troops to guard along the way. Lin Sun was silent. Xu Jin continued, kid, I suggest that you take the western road. Although the road is long and tortuous, and there are many dangerous places, the possibility of being attacked by the enemy is much smaller. Lin Sun finally shook his head and refused. He pointed to the road in the middle of the map and said, I'll go from here. It's thousands of miles to the Forbidden City. Unless the enemy sends tens of thousands of elite troops, it is impossible to control all the places along the way. Xu Jin frowned. Do you think that the most dangerous place is the safest? Lin Sun shook his head and said, I have a hunch that no matter which way we go, we will inevitably encounter the forces sent by the enemy. In this case, it is better to choose the most direct way. What's more, they have already made it clear that they won't send out strong practitioners beyond Gang Spirit Realm. In this case, there is no need to be afraid of so much. Xu Jin was silent for a moment before he said, do you really want to do this? Lin Sun nodded. Xu Jin stopped persuading him and asked, how are you going to go to the Forbidden City? Lin Sun said casually, didn't you say that only spiritual shuttles can pass through the dangerous places along the way? Then let's take spiritual shuttles. Speaking of this, Lin Sun put away the map and carefully hid it on his body. Then he said, Old Jean, please help me get the certificate of province test 2 days later. I need to prepare some gadgets these 2 days. Trinkets? Xu Jin was puzzled. Lin Sun said with a smile, well, you won't be interested in some killing gadgets, but they should be effective in dealing with the enemies this time. As he said, he turned around and walked into the house. When Lin Sun returned from the outside, he not only bought a map but also a large number of spiritual materials and spiritual medicine. More than 10,000 gold coins he had saved were completely spent. But in order to enter the Forbidden City this time, Lin Sun would not hesitate. This kid. Could it be that he's going to refine some powerful crossbow bolts? Xu Jin's heart moved. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it must be so. Don't forget that Lin Sun was also a spiritual tattooist with profound attainments in spiritual tattoos, in the Forbidden City in an ancient mansion with a history of thousands of years. Everyone, there is only one thing for you to come here this time. Stop a young man named Lin Sun from entering the Forbidden City. Sangmei's sharp eyes glanced at the people around her. Her tone was gentle, but it showed that she could not refuse. Although Sangmei was a young girl, her starry eyes were like lightning and her temperament was arrogant. She had a strong momentum. In fact, she did have the capital to be arrogant. She was 17 years old this year. She was a lineal member of Qi family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families in the Forbidden City. Her identity was very prominent. Even her cultivation had reached Sea Spirit Realm. She was known as the pearl of the young generation of Qi family. Beside Sangmei, there were 4 or 5 young people, all of whom were dignified and extraordinary. At first glance, they knew they were the descendants of nobles. But at this moment, in the face of Sangmei, these young people subconsciously restrained their pride and became very respectful. Whoosh, Sangmei spread out a map, on which many symbols had already been outlined. Obviously, it had been studied by Sangmei. There are about 3 feasible ways to go from Mist City to the Forbidden City. The westernmost way is to pass through 37 cities, Xianxia said quickly. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely find that the 3 routes outlined by Xianxia were almost exactly the same as what Xu Jing pointed out. The 4 or 5 young men all showed a serious look and dared not neglect. At the end, Xianxia raised her head, glanced at the crowd and said, "No matter which route the target chooses, I want to arrange our people on all 3 routes." As soon as these words came out, those young people couldn't help but be surprised. Someone couldn't help saying, "It seems a little," Xianxia said indifferently. "Do you all think it's a fuss?" Others nodded. What a joke. It was just to stop a teenager of human gang realm. How could it be necessary to mobilize so many people? If this was really done, the manpower and materials to be mobilized would be too large. There were at least thousands of gang spirit realm practitioners to be mobilized. Xianxia didn't say more. She took out an animal skin scroll and handed it over. There is some information about the target recorded on it. You can have a look first. Those young people instantly moved forward, opened the scroll, and started reading it. In merely a short moment, their expressions changed in unison, and they became surprised and bewildered. Later, even some people couldn't help but gasp with shock in their eyes. The animal skin scroll recorded what Lin Sun had done in Mist City, including the bloody killing in the rainy night and the peak battle with Huang Jianchen. The most important thing was that it clearly recorded that Lin Sun was one of the trainees who successfully graduated from Bloodthirsty Camp, but no matter which thing it was enough to prove that this teenager named Lin Sun was absolutely and extremely powerful. Character. I didn't expect that a teenager of human gang realm less than 15 years old had such a powerful fighting capacity. Even Huang Jianchen, a madman, was defeated by him. He really can't be underestimated. Someone sighed. The most terrible thing is that he is one of the trainees who successfully graduated from Bloodthirsty Camp. People like him are the most ruthless, cold, and cunning. They are not only good at assassination and lurking, but also proficient in fighting to save their lives. They are no different from monsters. They looked dignified. From Lin Sun's identity as a trainee of Bloodthirsty Camp, they smelled something different. However, no matter how powerful Lin Sun is, he is just a human gang realm practitioner. What's more, he is alone. If we want to stop him from entering the Forbidden City, we can choose a more labor-saving way. Some people still thought that Xianxia's arrangement just now was a little too much. Before Xianxia could say more, the door was pushed open, and a thin man with a sallow face came in. Su Qianjing. Why are you here? When they saw the man in green, those young people were surprised and couldn't believe it. Su Qianjing, a genius in the Divine Strategies courtyard of Green Deer School, was proficient in the deployment of troops and had a superb attainment in the way of deduction. Even in Strategy Yard, where many dazzling generals were born, Su Qianjing was still a figure that no one dared to ignore. Last year, Su Qianjing won the first place in the triennial strategy battle of Green Deer School against hundreds of peers who were proficient in ranking and tactical deployment. He became the youngest tactical master in this year's strategy courtyard. How could those young people not be surprised to see such a genius with many dazzling halos suddenly appear? Don't be surprised. I invited Qianjing here. Xianxia explained casually and invited Su Qianjing to take a seat. She personally poured a cup of tea for Su Qianjing, which was quite respectful. In other words, only a person like Su Qianjing deserved such treatment from Xianxia. I just got the news that Lin Sun has passed the province test of Southwest Province, and his comprehensive score is rated as the first. As soon as Su Qianjing sat down, he dropped a heavy bomb, which shocked the others and made their expressions change. There were a total of 34 provinces in the empire, but Lin Sun could become the first in the province test of Southwest Province. It could be imagined how powerful he was. Even Xianxia couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Is he still in human gang realm? This was the key question. Su Qianjing nodded. The result of the province test can't be false. According to the news, in the third round of the province test, Lin Sun alone defeated 4 Earth Gang realm and 1 Heaven Gang realm. None of these defeated opponents was ordinary. Lin Sun's current combat effectiveness can only prove that he can compete with Heaven Gang realm overmatches. He is a great young overmatch. His face was sallow, but his eyes were extremely clean and clear, like the transparent sky, which could reflect everything in the world. His voice was gentle, soft and orderly, which made people feel like being bathed in the spring breeze, with a kind of admirable calm and elegant temperament. But when his words fell into the ears of other people present, they couldn't help but change their expressions. After a moment of shock, even the young man who thought that Xianxia was making a fuss didn't say much. Xianxia asked, "Qianjing, what do you think we should do this time?" Su Qianjing thought for a while and said, "I need to know our forces and materials." Xianxia said without hesitation, 2,000 elite practitioners are all powerful characters selected from many forces attached to Qi family. Among them, there are 300 Heaven Gang Realm practitioners, 500 Earth Gang Realm practitioners and 1,200 Human Gang Realm practitioners. At the same time, there are 6 new Ziying battleships and 16 batches of short crossbows purchased from the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire, 100 in each batch. In addition, there are a batch of marching equipment and medicinal pills, with a total value of 50,000 gold coins. Speaking of this, many people couldn't help but gasp. They already knew that Xianxia was determined to complete the task with all her strength, but they didn't expect that she had prepared such amazing manpower and materials. 2,000 elite practitioners, 6 new Ziying battleships, 16 batches of short crossbows of different specifications. There were also 50,000 gold coins worth of marching equipment and medicinal pills. This kind of power was more than enough to deal with Sea Spirit Realm practitioners, let alone a Human Gang Realm teenager. It could be seen how much Xianxia attached importance to Lin Sun, which made those young people suddenly realize that the origin of Lin Sun was more complicated than they thought. Otherwise, how could Qi family spend so much money on him? Hearing all this, Su Qianjing didn't show any expression. His clear eyes were surging with thoughts. After a while, he said, "These are not enough. I need a group of Wind Shadow Hawks as scouts to monitor the target in all directions and establish an intelligence network to ensure that we get all the news about the target in the first time. In addition, I need detailed information about the 2,000 elite practitioners that will be sent out this time." Xianxia thought for a moment and nodded. At this time, Su Qianjing looked at the 4 or 5 young people and said, "Who are these friends?" Xianxia explained, "They are some of my friends. In this task, they will serve as your deputies." Su Qianjing nodded, got up and said, "I owe Qi family a favor. This time I will try my best to complete this matter. But I will not bear any responsibility if this matter fails." As he spoke, he pushed the door and left. "This fellow is so rude." Seeing that Su Qianjing's attitude was so rude and unreasonable, those young people couldn't help but feel gloomy. Xianxia didn't think so. She waved her hand and said, "Qianjing is such a person. Since he has promised this, he must have full confidence to complete it." Someone was still displeased and said, "But his attitude is too terrible." Xianxia said indifferently, "If you have the ability of Su Qianjing, you can do the same. I promise I will respect you as much as I respect him." The man was stunned and immediately shut up. Even if he was dissatisfied with Su Qianjing, he knew that he was still far behind Su Qianjing, a young tactical master from Green Deer School. "Well, from now on, you will follow Su Qianjing and listen to his orders. No matter who you are, you must fully carry out his orders without any disobedience. Otherwise, if something goes wrong because of your negligence, don't blame me for being rude." A cold light flashed in Xianxia's sharp eyes, which made those young people feel cold in their hearts and dare not look at her. 2 days later, Shu Jin left the courtyard and went to the governor's mansion. The results of the province test had come out. Without exception, Lin Sun was rated as the first place by a group of examiners. Shu Jin's task was to help Lin Sun get the certificate of province test. Only with the certificate could Lin Sun participate in the nation test 3 months later. Walking on the bustling street of Mist City, people were talking about the result of the province test everywhere. Lin Sun's name was almost inevitable in all kinds of topics. His performance in the province test was vividly spread, which caused all kinds of exclamations, envies, and admiration from time to time. What did it mean to be famous? That was it. Today, Lin Sun was like a dazzling star in the whole southwest province of the empire, who was well known by all. Hearing these discussions along the way, Shu Jin couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. From Lin Sun entered Mist City to being famous now, it was only less than a year. All this was like a miracle. Xu Jin thought that if those practitioners in Mist City knew that the Master Sun they were familiar with was also Lin Sun, their expressions would be very interesting. Today was the day of unveiling. The so-called unveiling meant that the comprehensive ranking of the practitioners who passed the test would be released after the province test. In front of the governor's mansion, there was already a sea of people at this time. Almost all of them came to see those practitioners who passed the test. Because today, the top 100 practitioners who passed the test would all come to the governor's mansion to get the certificate of province test. For those who were not qualified to enter Mist College to watch the test during the province test, it was undoubtedly an opportunity to get close to those practitioners. Where is Lin Sun? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Yes, I've been waiting here since last night, just to find the best place to have a good look at what the champion of the province test looks like. But now, almost all the other practitioners have shown up, except for him. Humph, maybe this guy is deliberately putting on airs. Who wouldn't be proud of being the first place of the province test? Bastard! Whoever dares to speak ill of my idol Lin Sun, I will fight with him. In all kinds of noise, Xu Jin's figure appeared in front of the governor's mansion. When he saw such a spectacular scene, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After thinking about it, Xu Jin went straight forward. Along the way, all the people in front of him seemed to be moved away by an invisible force, allowing Xu Jin to walk past easily. And those who were moved away didn't even know it. Just this method of using power could be said to have reached the acme of perfection and was at the peak of perfection, but when he arrived at the gate of the governor's mansion, a man who looked like a scholar found Xu Jin coming straight to him. He frowned and shouted, "Stop! This is the governor's mansion. Anyone who trespasses will die." This man was Ruan Lingdu, a trusted counselor of Governor Lu Wujuan. Of course, he had another identity, a visiting professor of Chu clan in the Forbidden City. At the centennial celebration of Keystone Business, Ruan Lingdu tried to suppress and humiliate Chu Feng, but in the end, he ended up humiliating himself. Of course, Xu Jin didn't know this. Hearing Ruan Lingdu's impolite rebuke, he just frowned and said, "I'm here to help Lin Sun get the certificate of province test." Ruan Lingdu's face suddenly darkened. Lin Sun is so arrogant. He didn't come in person on the day of the announcement. It's too rude. Xu Jin made an "oh" sound and patiently explained, he had no choice. "Please forgive him, friend." Ruan Lingdu sneered, "No, the governor's mansion has its own rules. How can it be casually broken? What's more, who will believe that you are here to help Lin Sun get the certificate of province test? What if you're someone who's just here to make up the numbers and has bad intentions?" When Lin Sun was mentioned, it reminded Ruan Lingdu of the last encounter at the centennial celebration of Keystone Business. If it weren't for Lin Sun, how could Chu Feng be qualified to sit in the chief VIP position? Because of this position, Ruan Lingdu suffered for no reason and was full of anger. At this time, since Lin Sun didn't come in person, he naturally didn't mind making things difficult for the helper sent by Lin Sun. "Oh, so you're not going to let me in?" Xu Jin's rough face showed a lazy smile. Ruan Lingdu said coldly, "Do you need to ask?" Xu Jin revealed his snow-white teeth and said, "I gave you face but you don't want it. Then don't blame me for being impolite." Ruan Lingdu's face darkened and he said angrily, "Who do you think you are? Come on, catch this ungrateful guy." Before Ruan Lingdu's voice fell, Xu Jin grabbed Ruan Lingdu's neck and lifted him in the air. Clap, 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 almost at the same time, a series of slaps were slapped on Ruan Lingdu's face. His teeth were peeled off, his cheeks were red and swollen, and he screamed like a pig. The crowd gathered in front of the governor's mansion couldn't help but gasp in horror. Who was this guy? How could he be so arrogant? Some people in the crowd had sharp eyes, and they were even more shocked. Ruan Lingdu was a famous master in the city lord's mansion, but at this time, he was like a little lamb without the strength to truss a chicken. He had no strength to struggle at all. Didn't this mean that the majestic man was an extremely terrifying master? Some guards of the governor's mansion rushed up, but before they could get close, they were thrown out by an invisible force and fell to the ground. For a while, the governor's mansion was in a mess. "I have killed many trash like you. This time I will spare your life for Lu Wujuan's sake." Xu Jing threw Wanling Du out like throwing garbage. He made such a big noise, but he swaggered towards the governor's mansion as if nothing had happened. Behind him, there was shock and chaos. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he break into the governor's mansion? I heard that he came to get the province test certificate for Lin Sun. Damn, I just thought this guy was an errand boy. I never thought he was so powerful. That's weird. How can Governor Lu Wujuan let it go after making such a big noise? That's for sure. If he doesn't pay the price, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get the province test certificate out of the governor's mansion smoothly. Now there will be a good show. In the council hall of the governor's mansion, Lu Wujuan, Wei Lingjun, Du Dongtu, and other big shots were present. Below them stood a group of practitioners who had passed the province test. All of them looked solemn and dared not make any noise. The atmosphere was very dull. Lu Wujuan and other big shots more or less showed a trace of displeasure, and those practitioners were even more impatient and gloomy. They were waiting for Lin Sun. But until now, there was still no trace of Lin Sun, which made them all a little unhappy. According to the practice, when the certificate of province test was issued, the first one would be given to the winner of the province test, and then the others would follow in turn. This was not only a practice, but also a set of rules, which reflected the importance the empire attached to the selected practitioners. Similarly, it was also the glory of every practitioner. Therefore, if Lin Sun, the first in the province test, didn't come, this set of rules could not be started, so all the people in the hall could only wait there. Lin Sun is too lazy. He didn't show up for such an important thing. Is the certificate of province test so unimportant in his mind? Some big shots couldn't bear it and spoke in a deep voice, expressing their dissatisfaction. It's understandable that he is a maverick in the province test. After all, he is a young man. It's understandable that he is proud of his talent. But now the result of the province test has come out, and we are waiting here for him alone. This is a little too much. When he comes, I won't give him a good look. Yes, not only can't give him a good look, but also we should teach him a good lesson and let him remember it. This is also for the sake of his future. Suddenly, some other big shots also spoke one after another, expressing strong dissatisfaction with Lin Sun. Hearing the words of these big shots, the practitioners who had passed the province test in the hall were all refreshed. They gloated in their hearts and waited to see Lin Sun's good show. They were also full of anger. They were eager for those big shots to teach Lin Sun a lesson and make him suffer. Don't be impatient, everyone. No matter what the reason is, Lin Sun's behavior is somewhat wrong. When he comes, he will be severely reprimanded. Governor Lu Wujuan said. At this moment, a guard suddenly ran in from outside the hall. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Reporting to the governor, someone has trespassed into the city lord's mansion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Trespassing into the city lord's estate at this time? Wasn't that courting death? Which of the bigwigs present here were pushovers? What happened? Lu Wujuan frowned. The man said that he came to get the certificate of province test on behalf of Lin Sun. After being refused by Lord Ruan, he fought with him. Before he finished, someone snorted with displeasure, Lin Sun is so ungrateful. It's fine that he didn't come, but he sent a madman to make trouble. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Other big shots also frowned. What was going on with Lin Sun? Those practitioners who had passed the assessment had widened their eyes in astonishment. Who dared to break into the governor's mansion? Did he think he could do whatever he wanted with the name of Lin Sun? Lu Wujuan couldn't help but feel a touch of anger in his heart. He suddenly stood up and said, I'd like to see which arrogant man dares to run wild in my territory. At this moment, a terrible power emerged from his body, which made the air in the hall suddenly solidified. But at this time, a rough and heroic laughter sounded outside the hall. Atonement, atonement. I've kept you waiting for a long time. With the voice, a majestic figure strode in. In a trance, people only felt that it was not a person, but a towering mountain that was moving horizontally, giving people a sense of suffocating oppression. All the practitioners in the hall trembled, their hair stood on end, and they felt cold all over. Even the faces of many big shots changed slightly. Their pupils shrank and they got up from their seats. Only a few people, such as Lu Wujuan and Wei Lingzhen, looked a little stunned at this time, with a look of disbelief. The majestic figure was naturally Xu Jin. He strode into the hall, glanced around, and his eyes fell on Lu Wujuan. He grinned and said, "Lu Wufu, I haven't seen you for many years. You've become more and more powerful as a governor. How come it's you?" Lu Wujuan's momentum suddenly converged, and he looked at Xu Jin with a somewhat complicated expression, like surprise, fear, and a trace of rejection. "Why can't it be me?" Xu Jin's momentum also converged, and he returned to his lazy appearance. At this time, people realized that the majestic man who suddenly broke in was actually an acquaintance of Governor Lu Wujuan. Lu Wujuan seemed to sigh helplessly and said, "I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still like this. Let me guess, you're not here to fight with me again this time, are you?" Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Governor Lu Wujuan was second to none in the Tao Insight realm in the southwestern province. From what he said, it was obvious that he had fought with the majestic man more than once before. Xu Jin laughed and said, "No, it's boring to fight. It's not as interesting as killing some bastards of the Dark Clan. I'm here to help Lin Sun get the Certificate of Province test this time." All the people present finally came to their senses. It turned out that the man in front of them was the arrogant man who made trouble just now. For a while, many people's faces changed, and they couldn't believe it. They just thought that Lin Sun didn't know what was good for him. He didn't come himself, but sent a man to get the Certificate of Province test, and this man broke into the governor's mansion without saying a word. It was extremely arrogant. Whoever thought that the servant Lin Sun sent was a powerful master, even Lu Wujuan couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, he sighed and said, "No wonder. I should have guessed it, but I didn't expect it to be you." Xu Jin smiled and didn't say much. Immediately, Lu Wujuan no longer hesitated. He handed the Certificate of Province test to Xu Jin and said, "Take it away." "Thank you. I'll have a drink with you later," Xu Jin said, glanced around, and smiled. "Everyone, I'm a rough man, and I don't know any etiquette. If I offended you just now, please forgive me." "Well, I don't want to waste your time. I'll leave first." After that, he turned around and left without looking back. Lu Wujuan didn't ask him to stay. He watched Xu Jin leave, and then turned back to his seat. He frowned and murmured, "Is this guy really willing to stay there? In the Battle of Song Mountain at dusk, I heard that he was seriously injured and left. Since then, he hasn't shown up. I never thought that he." Wei Lingzhen also sighed, as if he remembered some past events. Seeing this, other big shots couldn't help but wonder. They were confused and couldn't help asking, "What's the origin of that man just now?" Those practitioners in the hall were also curious. Lu Wujuan thought for a moment, and only transmitted his voice to those big shots, "Let's not talk about his origin. You just need to know that more than a dozen powerful forces in the city received Heyao's invitation a few days ago, and it should be related to him. A man of Heiyao Shrine." In an instant, those big shots made a keen judgment. They couldn't help but feel shocked and their expressions became complicated. Lin Sun actually asked a master of Heiyao Shrine to help him get the Certificate of Province test. What was the relationship between Lin Sun and Heiyao Shrine? Although those practitioners who passed the province test didn't hear the sound transmission, they witnessed the scene just now. How could they not understand that the majestic man was also a great man? When they thought that Lin Sun could ask such a big shot to run errands, they couldn't help but feel excited and couldn't calm down for a long time. At this time, Wanlingdu staggered into the hall. His cheeks were red and swollen like a pig's head, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely miserable. He cried unwillingly, "Your Excellency, why did you let the murderer go?" Suddenly, the eyes of many people in the field became strange. This guy was obviously beaten by Xu Jin, and he didn't understand the situation. How pitiful. Wanlingdu was originally angry, but when he saw everyone's strange expression, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but stutter, "Your Excellency, is that man just now?" Lu Wujuan nodded his head. Wanlingdu suddenly felt like being struck by lightning. He was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. This time, he not only offended the person who couldn't be offended, but also lost his face, and all this was related to the damn Lin Sun. if Chu Feng knew that Shu Jin inadvertently helped him to teach Ruan Lingdu a lesson, he would be very happy. And if Lin Sun knew that Ruan Lingdu put all the blame on him because of this matter, he would also cry that he was wronged. But then again, even if Lin Sun knew all this, he wouldn't care about it at all. He was going to leave Mist City soon. How could he pay attention to these things? On the second day when Shu Jin brought back the certificate of province test, Lin Sun, who had been staying in the room playing with gadgets, finally walked out of the room. He had packed his luggage and was ready to set off for the Forbidden City, the capital of the empire, outside the city gate. Old Jin, I don't know when we can meet again. But no matter what, if you encounter any difficult things in the future, if I can help you, be sure to come to me. Lin Sun said seriously. Shu Jin said disdainfully, get out of here. When you have the power to defeat me, you can say these words. Lin Sun said angrily, this is a farewell. Can we be serious and solemn? Shu Jin grunted and said, I can't. Lin Sun had no choice but to roll his eyes and turn his head directly to the distance. Boy, if you die, I won't avenge you, so don't die. Shu Jin's lazy shout came from behind, which made Lin Sun's face stagnate. He waved his hand angrily, don't worry, I won't die in front of you, so you have to be careful not to die in front of me. Shu Jin laughed loudly. Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared on the distant horizon, Shu Jin stopped smiling, took out a bottle of wine, raised his head and drank it up. Finally, he exhaled a long breath of wine. A man is full of strength, a fierce spirit rushing out of his heart, and death is like sleeping. Boy, see you later. Murmuring vague words in his mouth, Shu Jin strode drunkenly. He didn't return to Mist City. His task had been completed, so he naturally had to leave. P.S. This volume is finally finished. It's really hard to bury the clues and lay out the plot in the last few chapters. Fortunately, it's finally finished. End of chapter 292. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.